Chapter 1 God Level Chaos World of One Piece / King of Pirates. See Circle Calendar 1517. On the Great Route, rolling thunderclouds suddenly appeared in the sky of Ghost Island, and the entire eerie island was even more creepy under the background of thunderclouds. Boom! The thunder exploded, and a thunderbolt fell from the vortex, and a deep pit appeared in a corner of the Ghost Island. Then the rainstorm came. Why is it raining? In the deep pit, a handsome young man was woken up by the heavy rain with a surprised look on his face. Damn, I'm not in gym class. How did I come here? The boy asked in surprise. Shaking off the rain on his body, his refreshing short hair looked more energetic after getting wet, but his heart was full of doubts. One Piece / King of Pirates. All night before, he fell asleep on the lawn during gym class at noon. This environment is a bit more familiar. Yachen looked around for a week and found that it was actually a smoky, barren land full of graves, and suddenly felt a chill. Where the hell is this? In front of Yachen, except for a Western-style castle in the distance, there was no sign of any alien civilization. At this moment, a prompt sound came from Yechen's mind. Ding! Welcome to the world of One Piece / King of Pirates. The God-level chaos system is activated, automatically bound, and the binding is successful. The world of One Piece / King of Pirates. Goldfinger, I crossed. Yechen was shocked, pinched his face hard, and suddenly felt a real pain. This is not a dream, it is really time travel, and he likes it very much. The bloody, adventurous, cruel, and macro One Piece / King of Pirates world. This is a world where heroes are rising together. The 4 emperors, the 3 admiral, the Shishibukai, the revolutionary army, and the Gorosei / 5 elders are all unimaginable powerhouses. But the world of One Piece / King of Pirates is bloody, adventurous, but also dangerous. After a pause, Yechen calmed down and said, System, what is the use of this strongest chaotic system? Where am I now? Ding! The host is on Ghost Island, which is the territory of the King Shishibukai Gecko Moria, and the ability of this system, as long as the host turns the world of pirates upside down, you can get chaos points, and points are almost omnipotent. Doing things can make you stronger. It's that simple. Yechen heard this and smiled. I like it. At this moment, a golden light flashed in Yechen's mind, and then a bag-shaped red package appeared. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the strongest Chaos Novice package. Do you want to open it now? Open, Yechen said without hesitation. Ding! Get 1000 chaos points. Ding! Get a venue card, a virtual night palace. Sui Palace. Is there 10 blades in the fortress of Aizen's 13th team? Yechen kept asking. He is an anime fan, and he knows the plots of the major anime worlds very well. After seeing this novice prop, Yechen was even more pleasantly surprised. In the world of the God of Death, all the boss-level creatures living in the Void Night Palace. Ding! The host can view the property panel according to the system prompt. According to the system prompt, Yechen checked the attribute panel of this item card. Properties panel. Item name, Void Night Palace, the Palace of the King of Void Circles. Ability 1. It can open the door of the virtual circle for a short time, and after killing a human being, there is a certain probability that the virtual will turn into a virtual. Ability 2. By consuming chaos points, you can create the Great Void Kirayan. Ability 3. Unlocked. Since it is a novice item, there are only Zyoksu and ordinary Degzu in the Sui Palace, and other creatures have not been unlocked. It turns out that there are only Zyoksu and the lowest level Degzu, but this island is enough. Marvin Ye remembered that Gecko Moria was the most useless one in Shishibukai, relying on the title of Kaido's opponent for a lifetime. Ding! In the virtual night palace, the host is the master of the virtual circle. Within the virtual circle, the host can manipulate everything at will, and it is an invincible existence. How much chaos does it take to create a big void? Is there a maintenance time? Yechen asked. Ding! It costs 100 chaos points to create a void. The void won't disappear unless killed. 100 points. Not bad. Good quality and low price. Yechen said excitedly. The combat power of the world of Reaper is a bit higher than that of the world of One Piece / King of Pirates. Even if it is an ordinary Degzu, it is more than enough to dominate the first half of the Great Waterway. Although 1000 chaos points are not many, as long as there is enough time to keep creating chaos, Yechen can make the Great Channel go completely empty. In addition to creating a great void, what is the ability of chaos? Can you talk about it specifically? Yechen asked. Ding! Chaos point can create matter out of thin air. For example, Void Night Palace, Void Circle 10 Blades and Guardian 13 team can all be created with points, but the price is very expensive and the host can't create it now. At the same time, points can directly strengthen the host's own strength. In addition, the host accumulates enough chaos points, the system will be upgraded and the strength of the host will become stronger. Properties panel. Character, Yechen. System level, LV1. Experience points, 0/1000. Item, Void Night Palace. Credits, 1000. Yechen Vivi nodded, and after learning more about this most most powerful chaotic system. Ye Chen already had the idea of doing things, but since he was still a novice, Ye Chen still had a little doubt in his heart. Understood. As long as I do something in this world, no matter what I do, as long as I mess up this world, I can get chaos points. Right. Ye Chen wanted to confirm again. Ding. No matter what method, as long as you can create chaos and disrupt the original rules of the world, you can get chaos points. How is the number of confusion points calculated? Ye Chen asked. Ding. The more sensational the event is, the more points you will get. So it is. Ye Chen suddenly realized, and then turned his eyes to the castle in the distance, revealing a mysterious smile. That's Gecko Moria, the fat boy's castle. Looking at the barren land, the burial mounds, and the iconic Gecko Castle, he coldly issued, should be able to do a great deal. I struck the abacus in my heart, and then began to think about how to get rid of the first prey. His Majesty Shisabukai's reputation is very loud, and if he can be defeated, this incident will surely make a sensation in the entire Great Waterway. Chapter 2 _ The gates of hell are open. Ghost Island, Gecko Castle. In the restaurant, Gecko Moria, a fat man dressed as a bat, was drinking red wine and was discussing matters with the senior officials of CP0, the world spy organization sitting opposite. Gecko Moria, a recent supernova on the Great Passage, killed a Marine Rear Admiral in the water and sank several warships, including Tenryabito-S. CP0 intelligence officer in a white formal suit had a cold face and handed a wanted notice to Gecko Moria. The era of the Great Pirate has advanced to the going period. Supernovae continue to emerge in the east, west, north, south, and four seas, and riots occur frequently on the Great Route. Among them, there are supernovae constantly emerging, which gave Marine a headache for a while. God, Scarlo, where are you from? I'm not interested in this nameless pirate, Moria said coldly. It is Shisabukai's job to assist Marine. Scarlo's ability is very special. He needs a shadow fruit to catch it. There is a bounty of 50 million, and Marine will also reward an additional 10 million. CP0 intelligence officer said, I'm a big pirate who can still survive the challenge of the four emperors Kaido. With a mere 60 million burges, who do you think I am? Moria began to brag about her great achievements again. Although his fleet was wiped out by Kaido, he didn't mention it. This is the order of the world government. If you dare to disobey the order, you can take away the title of Shishibukai at any time. The CP0 intelligence officer said coldly. Although I like the title Shishibukai, after all, I am a pirate, not a lackey for your world to conquer. Moria said disdainfully. If you want me to do it, okay, buy it now. 300 million berry. Moria raised 3 fingers, and the lion opened his mouth, asking for 300 million. 300 million berg? Impossible. The CP0 intelligence officer refused. Scarlo was only a reward of 50 million, and 300 million was a bounty for a new world powerhouse. If it weren't for the current turmoil in the new world, almost all of the Marine's main force was dispatched to the new world, and there was no need to look for Moria. Moria asks for 300 million in one bite, which is undoubtedly a robbery. God, if you don't want to, you can find someone else. Moria sneered. Just report it to your head. It's not that I have no intention to help the world government, but this cheap labor is obviously mocking me as a big pirate. Anyway, it's you who has to deal with it. Scarlo is at large, doing whatever he wants. What has it to do with me? Moria was treacherous and authentic. CP0's face was gloomy, and he fell into hesitation. Just then, a zombie soldier hurried over and interrupted the conversation between the two. Mo, Sir Moria, something is bad. The gate of hell is open, the zombie soldier said, panting. What? The gates of hell? Moria asked in shock. A crack appeared in the east, and there were countless dark monsters with a hole in their heart. Zombie soldier was still in shock and said, what a powerful monster. Thousands of zombie soldiers can't hold it. Damn, who dares to run wild in my territory? Moria squeezed her angry iron fist and walked to the balcony on the castle angrily. However, the scene in front of him made him stunned and let out a few drops of cold sweat. In a large open space in front of the castle, countless black virtual beasts flocked to Gecko Castle, ravaging wildly. Thousands of zombie core are like bowling bottles in front of the virtual beast, and 10 zombies can't stop the virtual beast's blow. Even several of Moria's cotters, Absalom, Hogbara, and Perona, could not stop their offensive. Moria panicked, and the Void's surprise attack made him unable to guard against it. What's with that black hole? Moria asked in a panic. In the distance to the east of Ghost Island, a towering crack ripped through the sea and the sky. Black smoke was burning around the crack, imposing and terrifying. The source of the virtual beast is in this crack. The CP0 intelligence officer hurried to the balcony of the castle after hearing this, and was surprised to see the scene in front of him. Rare monsters, incredible. I have to report to the top. CP0 intelligence officer said in shock. Damn, watch me kill them all. At this moment, Moria jumped and landed in front of thousands of virtual beasts. Scatter the bats. Moria scattered a large number of bat shadows shadows from her own shadow flocked to the phantom beast frantically and then devoured frantically. Roar. However, instead of being injured, the void beast became more violent. What? No shadow? Moria glanced at it and was even more shocked. These virtual beasts have no shadows. Are they really demons from hell? Damn, let me die. Steal the shadow of the other party. Moria had no choice but to use her ultimate move to clean up this endless phantom beast. Shadow assembly. Moria retracted all the shadows stored in the zombie army and then her body quickly inflated like a balloon. After a while, Moria had transformed into a supergiant the size of Gecko's castle. Boom, boom, boom. Moria launched a fierce attack and every punch and every kick caused the entire island to vibrate violently with terrifying power. Although the virtual beast has a beast-like physique, it cannot hold a punch against such a behemoth. Within a few minutes, Moria had cleared out a large number of virtual beasts. At this moment in the palace of virtual night, the fish is hooked. The corner of Yechen's mouth slightly raised. A good show is about to be staged. He knows Moria's strength very well. This fat man has a trick displacement. If it doesn't get bigger, it will be difficult to clean up. Now that it has become bigger, although his strength is strong, his movements are very inflexible. Dare to touch the virtual beast I created by consuming points. Then it's time to give him a big gift. With a sneer, Yechen changed his voice through the power of the virtual circle and let out a demonic roar. Those who dare to touch the master of my virtual circle court death. As soon as the roar stopped, dozens of huge black hands stretched out from the cracks. After a series of wild roars, a huge wave of 10 meters was instantly set off around the island, and then dozens of Degzu opened the cracks and poured into the ghost island. What kind of bullshit, master of the virtual circle? Go back to me. Moria was furious and rushed up to punch Desu. Bang! With a muffled sound, Desu remained motionless under the bombardment of his huge fist like a mountain. Roar! With a mad roar, a dozen or so Degzu's mouths condensed terrifying red-black energy bullets. Not good. Moria froze for a moment, feeling that the situation was not good. After being huge, he is a large target. Even if Desu is blindfolded, it is impossible to miss with a casual spray. Boom! With a bang, the virtual flash immediately burst out and the entire island began to shake violently. Shadow Dancer. Between the lights and flint, Moria used her life-saving ultimate move, trying to exchange her body with her shadow, but the speed was still a beat slower. Boom! A towering mushroom cloud slowly rose and a huge explosion occurred on the ghost island. The entire island was razed to the ground in an instant and 100 meters of waves were startled around. Cough, cough. Although Moria escaped with her life-saving ultimate move, she had already worn several holes in her body and was drenched in blood, making it impossible to fight again. In the castle, CP0 and Moria's 3 cotters were also affected and they were seriously injured in the aftermath. Su Flash, unexpectedly strong. Yechen looked at the damage caused. Vivi was startled. The virtual flash's attack was very strong and the Vice Admiral level ultimate move and Admiral's medium move were nothing more than that. If the 10 blades of the virtual circle are created, Marine headquarters will have a headache. Chapter 3 Shichibukai is defeated and the world is shocked. 3/5 more. Please collect. You all have to give obediently to the site that the seed wants. Resistors. The roar of Yechen, the master of the virtual circle, sounded again, shaking the sea. Master of the virtual circle, remember it for me. Although Moria was dissatisfied, her feet were obedient and she fled as fast as a rocket. Before Yechen finished speaking, Moria had already run to the pier in the west of the island and boarded her own escape boat. Next time we meet, I promise to pound your kennel. Leaving only one cruel word, Gecko Moria took a lifeboat and disappeared on the ocean without a trace. And CP0 also took this shocking information and returned to the Marine headquarters on the warship. As for Moria's 3 men, the transparent people Absalom and Hogbark died of serious injuries and died on the island. The ghost princess Perona was captured by Desu after being injured and brought into the virtual circle. Ghost MM is still useful, so Yechen didn't kill her. The next day, Marine headquarters. In the marshal's office, Garp was sipping on senbei, chatting with Sengoku and laughing. At this moment, a signal came from the phone bug on the table and the caller was Kong, the commander of Marine. Sengoku, please send heavy troops to the ghost island immediately. Gecko Moria, one of the King Shichibukai, has been defeated. What? In the first half of the Great Passage, someone can beat Shichibukai? Is it a supernova? Garp and Sengoku's eyes were as big as goldfish's eyes and the elegant chatter just now disappeared without a trace. According to CP0's intelligence, Moria was defeated by a man named the Lord of the Void, but no one knows his true face. Kong frowned and said, the Lord of the Illusory Circle is a great threat. He can summon a large number of black monsters. It is conservatively estimated that he has a mid-range Shichibukai level. Is it a devil fruit person? Sengoku asked. It's possible, but it may not be human. In short, it's hard to explain. According to the information escalation. The master of the virtual circle is still on the ghost island. Immediately rush to the ghost island and capture the master of the virtual circle. Whether he is dead or alive, he will be taken to the ghost island. Bring it back, Kong said coldly. Yes, Sengoku said with a solemn expression. Why don't you let the old man go? Garp took the initiative to ask, and there was a rare trace of unease in his eyes. No, the new world needs you. This time I'm going to launch a buster call, Sengoku said solemnly. Buster call? It seems that the master of the virtual circle is a figure. Garp frowned. He had never seen Sengoku use the force of buster call to scrape a person. The threat of the Lord of the Void Circle, no less than Tenryubido-s call. The buster call is Marine's most devastating and inhumane attack, consisting of 5 vice admiral, 10 special warships and thousands of elite soldiers. As soon as buster call came out, the target was bound to fall to the bottom of the sea. O'Hara was destroyed by buster call back then. The monster that can defeat Shishibukai is either a long-hidden underground organization or a real devil. Sengoku's expression was cold and solemn, and he said, if the master of the virtual circle is not eliminated, there will be serious trouble in the future. That Sengoku immediately summoned 5 elite vice admiral and decided to use the army of buster call to investigate the Lord of the virtual circle, headed by Admiral Candidate Momuzaki. With such military strength, it is enough to sink the entire ghost island. At this time, the ghost island, a letter seagull flew in the air. Yechen took a newspaper and then Vivi Isho. The headlines of the major pages of the Maritime Daily. Shock. Shishibukai Gecko Moria is defeated. The end is coming. The Lord of the virtual circle threatens to conquer the world. The gate of hell opens wide and the devil invades the ghost island. Then, Yechen flipped through the latest issue of the reward order. Damn, I'm so handsome. I'm worthy of this ugly bull's head. Yechen yelled. The wanted order at the top is his name, the master of the virtual circle, but his avatar is actually an ordinary big virtual master of the virtual circle, a bounty of 500 million, regardless of life or death. Yechen Vivi Isho. The reward order is ugly, but he is still satisfied with the 500 million reward. And now that Yechen has just come here, he doesn't want to show his true colors so soon. When he is strong enough, it is not too late to show his face slowly, and he does not need to show his face. At this time, the news of Moria's defeat quickly spread, and the entire Great Root suddenly boiled. Who is so powerful? Who killed 320 million Shishibukai? I heard that it is not a man, but a devil. What kind of demon? I think it's just a special ability. Who knows? But Moria has even been taken to the nest, and this time it must be removed. Ignore him. Such a sensation. Hasn't Marine done anything yet? As soon as the news of Shisibukai's defeat came out, the great channel exploded in an instant. But there was more rioting than shock. Occupy Drum Island. I will be the king of this island. Some pirate groups began to act to strengthen their own strength and strive to squeeze out Moria, the defeated Shishibukai. It's time to change the owner of the sea area. And the pirates near the magic triangle started to riot, and they beat their heads and blood for the waters ruled by Moria. This time, the first half of the great waterway is completely chaotic. Ding, gain 2 chaos points. Ding, gain 2.6 chaos points. Ding, gain 5.1 chaos points. Ding, gain 6.2 chaos points. Just after the master of the void circle was wanted, Yechen had already obtained 10,000 chaos points, and the system level had reached level 2. At this time, Yechen had already noticed Marine's movements. With such a big incident, I think Marine should come over and invite me for tea. The corner of Yechen's mouth raised Vivi. He knew that Marine would definitely come. The defeat of Shishibukai has caused a sensation in half of the great waterway, and the world government cannot sit idly by. Therefore, Yechen is ready to give them a great gift, and this gift choose East Blue. Chapter 4 Lich King, Undead Scourge. 4/5 more. Please collect East Blue, an uninhabited island that has not been recorded on the world map. Boom. A thunderstorm sounded, and a dark cloud suddenly appeared in the originally clear sky. Sulfuric acid. With a flash of light, the entire island turned into a cold ghost island, and then, a devil-like knight wearing frost armor and holding a frost magic sword descended in the cold light. Is this god of darkness the world after ancient times? The devil knight spoke with an undead-like terrifying voice. Just at this time, not far from the uninhabited island, a huge pirate ship with a Black Panther-shaped bow led a dozen small pirate groups to the uninhabited island. On the Black Panther pirate ship, a pirate wearing a going armor and holding a going shield looked at this mysterious island and said excitedly, "Interesting, there is such a hidden island." Of this pirate group, Admiral Krieg. Admiral Krieg is known as the overlord of East Blue. With 5,000 pirates, the most powerful force in East Blue. Fact, East Blue also has a stronger pirate group, that is, the Arlong pirate group founded by the original Fishman pirate group, Arlong, but Krieg refused to accept it. A rare celestial phenomenon. It must be the guidance that God gave me. Maybe I can find a devil fruit, Krieg exclaimed excitedly. The aura just just now caught Krieg's attention and attracted him to this uninhabited island. But the distance was too far, and they did not find the knight who descended in the aura. There's definitely something special about places that aren't recorded on the map. Krieg's face is full of greed. Generally, uninhabited islands that are not recorded on these maps will bury valuable treasures. Many pirates like to bury treasures on such islands. This time Krieg no doubt felt like he had found a treasure. After a while, the Krieg pirates came to the vicinity of the island, anchored on the edge of the island, and prepared to enter the island to search for treasures. Search for me. Ashore. Krieg couldn't wait to find the treasure, and immediately ordered the crew to search for the treasure. However, after a few minutes of searching, they still hadn't found anything of value. A bunch of useless junk. Krieg became impetuous and cursed. At this moment, a scream came from a forest on the island. Found it. Krieg thought he had found the treasure, and without saying a word, walked towards the place where the sound came from. Boom. A huge explosion shattered Krieg's dream completely. Dozens of Krieg's pirates flew instantly and fell at Krieg's feet. Whoosh. Then, a burst of sword energy swept across, and the entire forest was shaved into bald heads in an instant. Small human beings, become my slaves. Haki roared, and the figure of the undead knight Haki gradually emerged from the thick smoke. Damn, who the hell dares to spoil me? Krieg roared. Being a tiger in front of my Lich King, huh? The undead knight laughed wildly, and then a dark aura erupted, and then dozens of pirates who fell down actually stood up again. Resurrected? Krieg asked in shock. The undead knight in front of Krieg is the Death Knight in World of Warcraft, the Lich King. The Lich King was created by Yechen at a cost of 10,000 chaos points. It is not a complete body, but his strength has reached the level of a senior Cotter of the Four Emperors, and he can also wrestle with Admiral. Now the Lich King is being manipulated by the magic sword Frostmourne, and the owner of the magic sword is Yechen, the god of darkness. These pirates in front of Krieg are not resurrected but have become undead, only to obey the Lich King. Don't worry, soon you will be my slave. The Lich King swung the magic sword, and the undead rushed up, killing other pirates. The dead pirates turned into undead again, endlessly spreading like a virus. Remember, I'll settle the bill with you. Krieg saw that the situation was not good, and immediately boarded the boat and fled. Ants. However, before half a step, Krieg was pierced through the armor by the sword energy flying from the sky, killing him immediately. Within minutes, 5,000 pirates, including Krieg, were all slaves to the Lich King. The next step is to rule the sea area. Then, the Lich King boarded Admiral Krieg's pirate ship, brought 5,000 undead, and began to conquer East Blue. 3 hours later, the Lich King pushed the undead army all the way and had already killed the Marine branch. When disaster was imminent, Colonel Mouse stationed in the Marine branch asked for support from the Marine headquarters. Come on, come and support. The Krieg pirates have been wiped out by a Hell Knight group called the Lich King, and now all of them have become undead. Colonel Mouse said in a trembling voice. Then only a scream was heard, and Colonel Mouse was besieged to death by a large number of undead. Hey, damn, undead zombies. Wasn't Moria defeated? On the other end of the phone, Sengoku hung up before he could ask questions. Could it be the ghost of the Lord of the Void? Sengoku murmured. Anyway, let Momuzagi turn his head. Garp worried about his hometown. Okay. Sengoku knew what Garp was thinking, and immediately sent a message to Momuzagi, asking her to go to East Blue immediately. Compared with Moria's fixed site, the riots in East Blue are even more imminent. If we do nothing, the situation will definitely get worse. At this time, a pirate ship marked with a red shark logo slowly approached the Marine East Blue branch. Our long pirates who have been collaborating with Colonel Mouse. Very good. It was delivered to the door automatically. On the Ghost Island, Yechen monitored East Blue's situation through the magic sword. Arlong's move is undoubtedly self-inflicted. As a result, of course, there is no suspense. The Arlong pirates were defeated by the Lich King head-on. The Arlong pirates suffered heavy casualties. Only Arlong and the octopus Haki jumped and escaped. The undead army is unstoppable all the way. Another 3 hours, Marine headquarters. According to the intelligence, the Lich King and the Lord of the Void Circle are not the same person, and they are even more terrifying. Sengoku and Garp are extremely anxious. A master of the virtual circle has already given them a lot of headaches, and now there is another Lich King. Grumble rumble. At this time, East Blue's intelligence officers continued to send back information. Report. After the Lich King invaded the East Blue branch, it swept the Arlong pirates, and the Arlong pirates, like the others who were killed, all turned into zombies, and now the Lich King has marched towards the Goa Kingdom. The intelligence officer said in a panic. Fortunately, these undead only obeyed the orders of the Lich King. The Lich King did not attack ordinary people, but just turned all the Marine pirates who were blocking the way into undead. The reason why the Lich King didn't attack ordinary people was not because of his compassion, but because ordinary people had no fighting power in the first place, and it was useless to become undead. After listening to the report, Sengoku's expression improved a little. little. But Garp couldn't sit still. What? Goa Kingdom? Garp jumped up from his chair. His hometown, Windmill Village, belonged to the Goa Kingdom. Sengoku, the old man has to go back. Before Sengoku could speak, Garp burst through the window and flew out. P.S. On the first day, 4 updates. 4 updates every day in the future. Please collect. Chapter 5 Buster Call vs Undead Army. On the other side of Garp's dispatch, the Lich King had captured the Marine branch and won the warship, and the marching speed had increased sharply. In less than a few hours, he had arrived at the largest kingdom of East Blue, the Kingdom of Goa. The mighty Undead army is about to enter the port of Goa Kingdom on pirate ships and warships. Marine headquarters, the Goa Kingdom Legion immediately mobilized the entire army for defense. Report: the Lich King's army is about to arrive at the port, requesting battle orders. A soldier hurried into the commanding camp to report the military situation. In the barracks, the head coach Swarovski, who was from a noble family, dressed in neat military uniforms and had a mustache, stood up from his chair gracefully and frowned. How many people are there in the enemy army? Countless. Our long pirates, Krieg pirates, and the entire Marine Division's warships are among them. The soldier said in a panic. Damn, is it really the same as what Marine said? Swallow's face was solemn, but now he could only do his best. All the fleet's attack cannonball troops, full firepower, death squads are in place, and do all they can to stop the Lich King. With an order, the kingdom's garrison began to move, sending the kingdom's strongest troops. The thundering war drums sounded, and 20 special warships like Golden Soup set sail, loaded with live ammunition, to deal with the Undead army. A moment later, several nautical miles away from the kingdom's port, the guns of the two fleets faced each other, and the battle was about to break out. Listen to all orders, attack. There were repeated rumblings. The kingdom's fleet was in full swing, and all the warships fired one after another. Suddenly, the air was filled with dense shells, like a scattered black chess piece, blasting towards the Lich King's fleet. Kill! With a battle cry, the Lich King drew his sword from his waist, and then ordered to attack. Roar! The Undead army did not retreat, and while firing, the warship and pirate ship rammed into the enemy ship. Boom! After a series of roars, countless shells exploded in mid-air, raising a towering mushroom cloud. Many stray bullets hit the warships and pirate ships, and the Undead army was still moving quickly amid the artillery fire. The deck was ablaze, but all the Undead were burning and continued to charge forward. Without pain, without thought, the Undead army is like a battlefield machine. In their eyes there is only killing. Boom! With a loud bang, the ship of the Undead army crashed into the kingdom fleet. Kill! With a roar that shook the sky, the Undead army boarded the enemy ship and began to slaughter frantically. There was a tragic sound on the kingdom's fleet, and the high morale instantly turned into panic. Countless guards fell in a pool of blood, and then turned into undead under the magic. Even if they fought back with all their strength, the kingdom guards were powerless to fight back in the face of the painless human weapons. For every troop lost in the kingdom fleet, the Undead army has an extra troop. And half an hour later, the fleet that intercepted the Lich King at sea was wiped out. Capture the city, and then East Blue will be the empire of our Undead. The Lich King issued an order, and the Undead army suddenly surged in death and continued to march inland. In almost 2 hours, the Undead army rushed into the central city and directly attacked the Goya Imperial City. At night, the kingdom of Goa fell completely and planted the banner of the Lich King. Due to the long distance, the Buster Call army led by Momuzagi arrived at Goa Kingdom at 5 in the morning the next day. When Momuzagi arrives, the kingdom of Goa has been reduced to a spooky purgatory. Damn the devil, he has such a vicious hand, Momuzagi said angrily. From a distance, the Goya kingdom is covered with a dense army of undead. This country is completely occupied. The kingdom of Goa has fallen, and the city is full of skeletons and undead. Request a Buster Call. Seeing the scene in front of him, Momuzagi could no longer see any vitality in the Goa kingdom, and then asked the headquarters to launch a Buster Call. Go ahead. The other end of the phone, Sengoku sighed softly, and then ordered to fire. Boom! A huge roar broke through the tranquility of East Blue in the morning, and 10 warships sent out countless shells, slamming into the Goa kingdom. However, before they fired, there was a frost knight standing on the city of Goa kingdom. This king has been waiting for a long time. Let's die. The Lich King laughed wildly. He, who was controlled by Yechen, knew that the Buster Call was coming, and Yechen's plan was to kill Marine's spirit. Get up! I saw the Lich King holding the magic sword high, and a large number of undead defense towers were pulled up in the city. Boom, boom, boom. On the defense tower, there is a dark crystal, which can emit countless energy light bullets, and bang with Buster Call. Although these defense towers are expensive to build, the Lich King Megatron East Blue and destroyed the Goya kingdom, bringing a lot of chaos points to Yechen. The unit price of these defense towers is only 100 chaos points. Boom. Blossoms of light exploded, explosions in mid-air, and the shells were almost blocked. Although the number of undead defense towers is not comparable to Marine's cannons. They are several times more powerful and automatically lock on enemies within the attack range. Soon Marine's firepower was suppressed and several warships were penetrated. What bullshit Buster Call is? It's all rubbish. The Lich King sneered. Buster Call is just a blank piece of paper in front of the defense tower trying to destroy the undead empire. A fool's dream. Annoying ants. Go to hell. The Lich King swung his magic sword and slashed forward. Immediately, a sword energy burst out of the air and swept toward a warship on the coast. So fast. On the warship before the leader Rear Admiral could react, the sword energy had already passed through him and the entire warship was cut off with a single sword. Feeling no pain, the Rear Admiral became part of the undead army fighting the marine soldiers. Hell. Tulu's Rear Admiral. No. The devil. That's the devil. The warship that was hit by the Lich King instantly turned into purgatory. So strong. Can't let him do whatever he wants. Let's go. Momuzagi gritted his teeth and found that the army couldn't come in handy. He had to kill the Lich King in order to cut off the source of the scourge. Chapter 6 Defeat Momuzagi. Frostmourne. Moonstep. Shave. Momuzagi, Anigamo, Momonga, Yamakaji, Bastille, and other 4 Vice Admiral under the cover of artillery fire broke through many obstacles and successfully landed the Lich King. Today is your day of death. Momuzagi pulls out the famous sword Kanpura. The sword points to the Lich King. Ha ha ha. The ants who don't know whether to live or die dare to confront this king. Lich King stood still. Haki pulled out the demon sword Frostmourne. The moment the sword was drawn, an icy evil aura erupted just like Conqueror Haki, which instantly swept the audience. However, the 5 Vice Admiral are not ordinary. The Lich King's evil atmosphere did not affect them too much. Evil devil, die under my sword of justice. Momuzagi swung his sword and slashed, and a crimson sword energy burst out of the air. Hiss. The sword energy was as fast as a bullet, splitting away, leaving a long deep groove. Moonstep. At the same time, Yamakaji, Anigamo and other 4 Vice Admiral also joined the battle, used Moonstep to approach the Lich King, and then launched a powerful blow. Armament enhancement collapsing mountain slash. Armament enhancement 1000 spiders slash. Tenfold Shigan finger pistol. Gravel rank Yaku slash tempest kick. 4 Vice Admiral made no reservations and performed a smug stunt as soon as they shot. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Several armament enhanced weapons fell together. The fierce Shigan finger pistol, the swift rank Yaku slash tempest kick attacked violently, and the powerful sword aura of Admiral candidate Momuzagi. The Lich had nowhere to escape. Is it all rubbish for Marine? Lich King looked cold and arrogant, and the 4 Vice Admirals were so close to each other, it was like sheep entering the tiger's mouth. Soul destruction. I saw the Lich King swing his sword and slash, and an extremely dark sword energy burst out of the sky. Ba ba ba. A series of crisp knocks sounded, and the armament-enhanced Ryoichi swords in Yamakaji and Anigamo's hands were instantly broken. Momonga and Bastille were hit by the powerful sword energy with a large wound of dozens of centimeters and fell heavily to the ground. Damn. Yamakaji and Anigamo's expressions changed in shock, but they didn't expect each other to be so strong. Vice Admiral couldn't last a few rounds. Ants. The Lich King showed no mercy and flew forward again, slashing across with his sword. Not good. Yamakaji and Anigamo realized that the situation was not good and immediately strengthened themselves with armament and used Haki to dodge. However, the speed of the Lich King is as fast as lightning, completely beyond their ability to see and hear. Yamakaji and Anigamo took a beat. Their abdomens were cut by the tip of the magic sword and blood spurted out. What a bunch of rubbish. The Lich King punched and kicked the 2 Vice Admirals to Momuzagi, creating a big hole. Damn, I will never let you go. Momuzagi burned with rage, wielding the famous sword Kanpura, and slashed out several kilometers of golden sword energy in a row. It's still a bit decent. Seeing Momuzagi's extraordinary offensive, the Lich King burned with fighting intent and then swung his sword again and again, slashing out equally powerful sword energy. Boom. There was a loud bang, and the sword chi from the 2 sides collided, causing a powerful explosion. Thick smoke billowed from the center of the open space, and dust and sand were flying. Drink. Momuzagi and the Lich King flew into the center of the battlefield at the same time. Ba ba ba. The sound of the continuous collision of weapons was flying all over the sky, and the 2 moved as fast as lightning, and there was no one on the battlefield. In the next few minutes of duel, the 2 swordsmen were indistinguishable, and it was difficult to decide male and female for a while. However, the Lich King didn't show his trump card just to satisfy his fighting will. Momuzagi, watch out for that sword in his hand. Beside, Yamakaji and Anigamo were worried. The sword in the hands of the Lich King could easily break armament Haki, and it had extraordinary power. If you have an eye, I will let you see what is Frostmourne. The magic sword Frostmourne in the Demon King's hand erupted with a strong icy aura, and the air instantly dropped a few degrees, making it horrifying. Grim winter. With a loud shout, the Lich King activated the spell, and a ring of extreme extremely cold shock waves erupted. The surrounding dozens of meters were instantly attacked by cold air, turned into ice sculptures, and then shattered. Not good. Momuzagi defended with all his strength but was still unable to resist the impact of the bone-chilling cold and was knocked back 100 meters. I saw an ice mark left on Momuzagi's slender waist. Although there was no injury, the cold air had already damaged his internal organs, making it difficult to fight again. This time it's over. Yamakaji's face was ashes. Not only were the Vice Admiral defeated, but the 10 warships on the sea were also swept away by the undead. Marine was defeated like a mountain and prepared to accept the baptism of death. The Lich King laughed wildly, and now these Vice Admiral are in his pocket. As long as the Lich King swings his sword gently, they will become the Lich King's puppets. Stop me. At this moment, with a roar, a warship decorated with a dog's head sailed in the distance. Comer is Marine's strongest hero. Garp fistbone meteorite. Garp held the cannonball in his hand and then shouted loudly, and then a cannonball with extreme acceleration flew across the sky. It's interesting. Lich King excited Isho and then cut out the sword of death in the air. Boom. With a bang, the shells were intercepted in mid-air and all exploded. Whoosh. Garp leaped and landed in front of Momuzagi and other 4 Vice Admiral. The Lich King, this old man must tear you apart. Garp said angrily. What kind of strength I have? You know very well. If you are not afraid of sacrifice, come on. The Lich King sneered. Garp is already old and Yechen knows that he is still stronger than Admiral, but even if the Lich King is not his opponent with Frostmourne, Garp can't help the Lich King, and fighting the Lich King will only increase Marine's casualties. What the hell do you want? Garp said. Garp is not the kind of hot-headed person. Now this is the territory of the Lich King. If you can avoid war, try to avoid it. Otherwise, Momuzagi and the surviving sailors may die here. It's very simple. I just want this kingdom. As long as you Marines don't oppose me, I won't embarrass the human race. After all, my enemy is not the mere human race. The Lich King snorted coldly. A mere human race? Could there be other races? Garp turned pale in shock and instantly thought of the Lord of the Void Circle of Ghost Island, the monster that existed like the King of Hell. I promise you, but you are not allowed to hurt the civilians here. Garp said coldly. What's the use of defenseless waste? The Lich King said coldly. What the Lich King needs is combat power, and it is meaningless to turn these powerless people into undead. Okay, you wait. Garp picked up the phone bug, and after discussing with Sengoku for a while, he chose to compromise and left the Goa Kingdom with several injured Vice Admiral. In fact, this was Sengoku's tactic to save Momuzagi and the others. The Lich King causing such a turmoil, Marine couldn't have compromised, but Yechen knew very well that the world would be more chaotic in the future, and Marine wouldn't be able to control it at that time. Chapter 7 _ The defeat of the demon slaughter shocked the world. On the East Blue Waters, Garp's dog-headed warship moved slowly forward, the most devastating buster call in history, and ended in failure. The world, I'm afraid it will really be in chaos. Garp looked at the miasma-shrouded Goa Kingdom with a rare trace of worry in his eyes. First the Lord of the Void Circle, and then a Lich King, and what the Lich King called the other races. These monsters that came out of nowhere were all top-level threats. The buster call operation failed, and the Goa Kingdom fell completely. Garp sent a message back to Marine's headquarters to report the results of the operation. Marine's face changed greatly. What? Even Mr. Garp can't settle it? Admiral Kizaru shocked. Suddenly, a large number of defense towers with special energy have been pulled up in the kingdom of the King of Songs. The firepower is no less than the 10 warships of Buster Call. I suspect this is also one of the special abilities of the Lich King. Garp said solemnly. It doesn't seem like we were careless, but the opponent is too strong. Sengoku said coldly. Buster Call can destroy an island, destroy a country, and no one can escape from it. However, with such a powerful firepower, he was beaten down by the Lich King. One can imagine how terrifying his strength is. What about Momuzagi and the other Vice Admirals? Sengoku demanded. Momuzagi was seriously injured. The rest of the Vice Admiral were also seriously injured, and the other fleets were almost wiped out. Garp clenched his fists and said unwillingly, damn, it seems that we have to summon 3 admirals to destroy this arrogant Lich King in one fell swoop. Sengoku frowned. This time Marine lost not only personnel and arms, but also prestige and dignity. If the Lich King is allowed to go unpunished, Marine will lose face and dignity. This time, Sengoku is determined to take the Lich King's nest. Old comrade in arms, I don't think now is the time. Garp said solemnly, our enemies are not only the Lich King and the Lord of the Void Circle, but there may also be other races. Although this information is not known to be true or not, we have to guard against it. What? Is there such a thing? Sengoku was shocked and said, immediately rush back to the Marine headquarters and hold an emergency meeting. After hearing this information, Sengoku temporarily dispelled the idea of encircling and suppressing the Lich King, and concentrated his military forces to make all preparations. If the information is false, it will not be too late to crusade the Lich King. The next day, the Marine Buster Call was defeated, and the rumors that other aliens were about to be dispatched instantly spread throughout the pirate world. The Lich King became famous overnight, refreshed the title of the strongest new star, the master of the virtual circle, and became a wanted criminal with a bounty of 600 million. The Lich King is super powerful, and coupled with his Frostmourne, it is definitely not inferior to Marine Admiral. Coupled with his special ability, he can create countless undead armies and defense towers, which is undoubtedly a time bomb for the world government. The 600 million bounty, strictly speaking, has already lowered his status. Extra nickname Buster Call, the most powerful firepower, was wiped out in the Goa Kingdom. The person who did such a deed was not the master of the virtual circle, but an undead knight called the Lich King. He also ruled the entire East Blue. 600 million berries. This bounty is going to go against the sky. There are more than just the Lich King and the Lord of the Illusory Circle in the rumors. There are more alien races in this world, but they haven't shown up yet. As soon as the shocking news came out, people all over the world fell into a panic. The sensation caused by this incident has attracted the attention of the new world where the strong are born. Dressrosa Island, black and white. One of Shichibukai, known as Heavenly Yaksha Doflamingo, was also surprised when he heard about it. The master of the virtual circle should be just a little bastard pretending to be a ghost. Doflamingo shook the red wine glass in his hand, looked at the Lich King's reward order, and said hideously, "This Lich King is a character." Doflamingo showed a greedy smile. With the power of the Lich King, if he could establish a cooperative relationship, he would definitely gain a lot from it. Then, Doflamingo dispatched several agents to observe the Lich King secretly. In addition to Doflamingo, there are many strong people in the new world who are interested in the Lich King, including the world's largest swordsman Mihawk, who is known as the strongest Shichibukai. Kragana Island. Eagle-eyed Mihawk looked at the Lich King's bounty order, revealing a strong fighting intent in his eyes. "Another one with a sword." "Hawkeye," Mihawk said coldly. As the world's largest swordsman, whenever Hawkeye encounters a master swordsman, even if he is not a swordsman, he will definitely ask him to learn from him. The Lich King can attract Hawkeye's attention because of his magic sword Frostmourne. At this time, the Ghost Island. The Lich King does things really neatly. After reading this news, Yechen nodded with satisfaction. This time the Lich King ruled East Blue, which has already caused a worldwide sensation. After this big event, Yechen has accumulated nearly 100,000 chaos points. The Lord of the Void Circle and the Lich King are just desserts before meals. Yechen showed a mysterious smile. The main event has just begun. 100,000 points of confusion. You can do a lot of great things. Chapter 8, Alabasta Earthquake. 1/3 more. Please collect. Lich King ruled East Blue. The whole world was peaceful, and nothing special happened. CP0 intelligence officers distributed all over the world, except for the movements of the Lich King and the Lord of the Void Circle, did not inquire about any situation related to the alien race. At this time, the Marine Headquarters Marshal's office, Sengoku and Garp are negotiating to deal with the Lich King and Lord of the Void. Sure enough, it's a plan to delay the army. This damn Lich King is just delaying time, Sengoku said angrily. It's just a suspension of the death penalty. This old man will kill them. Garp clenched his iron fist and squeaked. During these days, Garp felt a little apprehensive almost every day. After all, Windmill Village belonged to the Goya Kingdom, and Garp would not feel at ease if he did not solve the Lich King himself. Don't worry, the bigger hidden danger now is the master of the virtual circle on the Great Waterway. Sengoku stroked his long beard, which was braided, and said, "The Ghost Island is in a special location, not far from the Marine Headquarters, and close to the Sabayati Archipelago. The Lord of the Virtual Circle occupies such an important island, and sooner or later will threaten the Marine Headquarters, or even the Sabayati Archipelago." Tenryabito. The Lord of the Void Circle is like a thorn in Marine's big heart. If this person is not eliminated, he will be in serious trouble. The priority to deal with Ghost Island is also Tenryabito's request. After all, if they are threatened, it is enough for us to dispatch top troops, Sengoku added. Coupled with the recent disappearance of a large number of Tenryabito's ships and the robbery of countless gold in the sky, Tenryabito has already gone into a frenzy, and it is no longer possible to get rid of the master of the virtual circle. Yes, Garp nodded and then said, "This time, the old man participated in the operation. In addition, after cleaning the Ghost Island, we felt that there was no need to return, and immediately turned around and headed to the Kingdom of Goya to quell the turmoil in one fell swoop. On the bright side, the Lord of the Void is weaker than the Lich King, so Garp doesn't take him seriously. This has to be decided according to the battle situation on Ghost Island. If it goes well, I can accept your proposal," Sengoku said. "Don't worry, with the old man here, it will be absolutely safe. Prepare me 3 more days of food, and wait for my good news." While speaking, Garp walked out of the office with confidence, ready to to go out. This battle is determined to be won. Sengoku was equally confident. In addition to Garb, he also arranged for Admiral Kyuzen, Kizaru and several Vice Admiral to attack together. This kind of absolute military strength, even the four emperors should be a little bit afraid. The Lich King and the Lord of the Void Circle are at most only Admiral's strength, and they have no power to resist. At this time, the Ghost Island Marine hero, it looks like I'm going to disappoint you this time. Yechen coldly issued. Sengoku and Garp just now was already in Yechen's eyes. Yechen purchased God Vision worth 10,000 chaos points in the system, and now any corner of the world is under Yechen's surveillance. God Vision is a high-end prop, very expensive. 10,000 points already accounted for more than 10% of Yechen's property, but Yechen was not distressed because he had already thought about his next plan. It's time to do something big and turn the world into chaos. And at this time, the Great Fairway of Santon, the kingdom of Alabasta. Alabasta is a kingdom that suffers from drought all the year round, and a strange astronomical phenomenon has occurred recently. Except for the capital Albina, it has not rained for nearly half a year in other areas. To rumors, the reason why Alabasta does not rain is because the king privately used dancing powder to rob other areas of rainfall, which caused no rain in other areas. After this incident came to light, the king of Alabasta lost his popularity and dominance. In order to compete for rainfall, residents from all over the world began to use dancing powder to compete for rainfall, resulting in infighting and chaos. However, all this is the conspiracy of the king Shishibukai Crocodile. Crocodile created the dancing powder incident, framed the king, and used his real power, and then secretly operated the Baroque Works Society, gradually taking control of the entire country. In name, Baroque Works is to establish an ideal kingdom, but in essence it is just a tool for Crocodile to capture the ancient weapon Pluto. At this time, the headquarters of Baroque Works, Crocodile was smoking a cigar in the castle, reading the newspaper. The Lord of the Illusory Circle and the Lich King, they are only those with special abilities. The Marine headquarters is really stupid, ha ha ha. Crocodile sneered. Not necessarily. On the side, Nico Robin, the vice president of Baroque Works, reminded, if you can defeat Shishibukai and Momuzaki, they are at least strong. Moria is just a piece of trash, and as for the Lich King, it's just a special ability. Here, 10 Lich Kings are no match for me. Crocodile looked disdainful. He was confident that he was invincible in the desert. Boom boom boom. Soon as he finished speaking, Crocodile felt a strong tremor, and the huge glass tank where the crocodile was kept cracked instantly. A 10-magnitude earthquake suddenly hit Alabasta. Boom. With a loud bang, a powerful earthquake swept the entire castle, and the boulders suddenly fell into ruins. What's the matter? Crocodile was shocked and immediately elementalized, turned into sand and fled to a safe place. Robin also used his ability to fly briefly and escape. After a few breaths, the earthquake stopped, but the huge city was cracked and a bottomless terrifying abyss appeared. Inside, there seems to be something. Chapter 9_sealed ancient slate. 2/3 more. Please collect. After the earthquake, the smoke cleared. A ray of sunlight shone into the huge abyss, and Crocodile vaguely saw a passageway paved with stone bricks. Stone road. There must be ancient ruins inside. Crocodile thought to himself. The legendary ancient ruins of Alabasta recorded the secret of the ancient weapon Pluto, but only the heirs of the royal family know where the secret is hidden, and now the earthquake has it been exposed. Interesting. B.A. Kuro has been rooted here for many years, but he has never found such a mysterious underground site. Crocodile said excitedly. The castle has a basement tens of meters deep, and Crocodile did not discover this underground site when the trap was built. As everyone knows, the earthquake has brought this mysterious underground site back to light. Of course, this is the will of God. Yechen's will. God send opportunity. Let's go. Crocodile showed greedy eyes, and then jumped into the abyss with Robin in search of treasure. Robin is the most important chess piece around him because she can read ancient texts. Without Robin, even if Crocodile finds clues, he can't find Pluto. However, this underground site did not record Pluto, but a great gift prepared by Yechen for the world. Just that Robin and Crocodile, and even Alabasta's royal family, are kept in the dark. About 10 minutes later, Crocodile and Robin landed on the bottom stone path of the underground site. Bear. As soon as the two landed, the torches for lighting were automatically lit in front of them. Presented in front of the two of them are countless ancient Egyptian-style murals. It really is an ancient civilization. Robin looked at the ancient frescoes around and suddenly became excited. This kind of miracle is like a supreme treasure in front of archaeologists, and it is 10,000 times more precious than devil fruit. We're not here for these boring things, Crocodile said coldly. In his eyes, these cultural monuments are worthless. What he needs is strength. Robin looked away regretfully. Although he missed these cultural monuments, he continued to move forward. After walking hundreds of meters, Crocodile and Robin reached an underground palace. There is nothing in such a mysterious palace. Could someone be one step ahead of us? Crocodile showed a look of dissatisfaction. The palace was empty except for strange stone tablets inlaid around it. On one of the stone tablets, a rock giant holding two short swords is even more lifelike in relief. Sulfuric acid. At this moment the rock giant's eyes glowed with red light, and then the rock giant flew out of the relief, producing light. What a monster! Crocodile was startled and took a quick step back. Rock giant, rock clan, attack power 1300, defense power 2000. Robin was stunned. Above the rock giant's head he was staring at an attribute panel which everyone could see, and was immediately surprised. Roar. After the rock giant saw the living person, he immediately swung the rock dagger and slashed at Crocodile and Robin. Not good. The rock giant moved slowly and Robin jumped to avoid the attack. Just a stone, just want to hurt me. Crocodile looked calm and didn't dodge. Boom. The rock dagger fell, making a sand mark on Crocodile, and then fell to the ground, smashing a deep pit. Desert sword. Crocodile turned his hand into a sand blade and slashed forward, and an air blade immediately shattered the ground. Bang. With a dull sound, the rock giant was as still as a mountain, without the slightest damage. The defense is super strong. I don't have time to spend with you. Crocodile continued to attack, slashing out several air blades in a row, tearing the ground like a demon's claws, leaving a long deep pit. Bang, bang, bang. However, these physical attacks are like tickles on the rock giants and have no effect. Roar. After being attacked, the rock giant became furious, constantly waving the rock dagger, attacking the two. Boom. Every time the rock giant fell, it caused the palace to shake violently, and its power was extremely terrifying. Just a bunch of rocks. Crocodile was furious, turned into sand and flew towards the rock giant. Then, Crocodile appeared behind the rock giant and touched the giant with his right hand. Sand cage. With a loud drain, Crocodile activated the special ability of his right hand to absorb the water on the rock. Sand, sand, sand. The rock giant quickly weathered, and the solid rock gradually loosened and eventually turned into a sandy soil. Anyone who stops me will end like this. Although it took a lot of effort, Crocodile is very proud. In the desert, he is really invincible. Hee. Let's go, Crocodile said and continued going. Robin nodded and followed, and along the way, Crocodile and Robin encountered a lot of monsters running out of the sealed stone tablet, but because Crocodile is powerful, or Logia, it is not difficult to deal with. The two advanced all the way, gradually approaching the central palace of the ruins. By this time, an hour had passed since the earthquake. In Crocodile, outside the city of Albana, a young woman with long blue hair was riding a huge duck with a bucket and rushed to the imperial city. This woman is Miss Wednesday Vivi, a spy from Baroque Works, whose real identity is the Princess of Alabasta Kingdom, and her mount is Alabasta's fastest troop captain, Kaluduck. Princess Vivi is undercover in Baroque to investigate the conspiracy of Baroque Works. Kaluduck ran all the way, setting off a dusty road that flew into the sky and rushed into Albana. Along the way, Princess Vivi saw the dilapidated ruins and the injured people, and her eyes revealed a sorrow for the country and the people. Suffering victims, may you get rid of your pain as soon as possible. Princess Vivi prayed silently, and once again made Karuduck speed up and hurried back to the imperial city. At this moment Kaluduck let out a panicked neigh. Princess Vivi took a serious look, and she was shocked. There was a large crack that was dozens of meters wide in front of her. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Karuduck immediately braked, wiping a long trace. Because the speed was too fast, Kaluduck couldn't stop the car and plunged into the crack, and Princess Vivi also fell into the abyss. After a while, the bottom of the abyss. The Karuduck flapped its wings, buffering gravity, and finally landed smoothly. The abyss was too deep for Kaluduck to fly up, so Princess Vivi could only go inside the stone path and find another exit. What a special stone tablet! After walking hundreds of meters, Princess Vivi found a unique relief stone tablet in a small palace, which was shining brightly. It turned out to be a magician. Princess Vivi took a serious look. The stone tablet depicts a girl in a wizard costume and holding a magic wand. The girl has a strange magic pattern engraved on her back, and this special seal stone tablet, unlike the one Robin encountered, there will be monsters. A special gift that Yechen prepared for Princess Vivi. Chapter 10 Nameless Pharaoh shocked Robin. 3/3 more. Please collect. At this time, the underground ruins center palace. Crocodile defeated all the monsters that stood in his way and came to the deepest stone wall of the palace. There is nothing around the stone wall except for a huge stone tablet in the center, which is densely engraved with strange characters. There must be a record of the whereabouts of Pluto in the stone tablet. Crocodile, with a hideous face and endless ambition, immediately asked Robin to translate. Robin glanced at Crocodile's hideous face, nodded calmly, and stepped forward to translate, even though she knew that Crocodile would turn his face after getting what he wanted. When Robin saw the first line of text, he was struck by the content. At least a million years ago, Robin said in shock. The history of the One Piece/King of Pirates world is only a few thousand years old, and the stone tablet actually records the history of 1 million years ago, during which I don't know how many times have passed. Very good. Keep reading, keep reading. Crocodile is overjoyed. Such an ancient age definitely contains a shocking secret. 1 million years ago, one of the 3 ancient demon gods, the dark evil god Sok, recovered, and the world fell into darkness. Robin said hesitantly. Go on, don't stop. Crocodile said hideously. The evil god of darkness, the existence that blows the sky as soon as he hears his name, is much more than that of Pluto Haki. The nameless pharaoh stepped forward and summoned the giant soldiers of the 3 phantom gods, Obelisk, the sky dragon of Osiris, and the winged dragon of the sun god, to fight with the evil god of darkness Sok. 3 days and 3 nights of war. The 3 phantom gods finally lost to the dark evil god Sok and were smashed one by one. In desperation, the nameless pharaoh lifted the ultimate seal, summoned the dark archmage Exodia, and launched the ultimate battle. 10 days and 10 nights of the war. The 2 god-level figures finally decided the winner. The dark archmage died of exhaustion and was scattered all over the world. The great evil god Zok was seriously injured, but he still had the terrifying power to destroy the world. Finally, the nameless pharaoh summoned 6 priests, sacrificed his own soul, activated the 7 artifacts, and resurrected the 3 phantom gods. The great evil god Zok, who was seriously injured, is still invincible. The 3 illusionary gods can only seal the great evil god. Since then, the 7 divine artifacts have disappeared. After Robin read this inscription, his view of history was instantly subverted, as if he had suffered an 18-magnitude earthquake. The ancient history is so terrifying. 7 divine weapons, dark archmage, 3 illusory gods. As long as I can get one of them, I can rule the whole world. Crocodile laughed wildly. Tell me the whereabouts of these ancient artifacts. It's not mentioned above. Robin said lightly. Damn, you must be trying to hide the truth from me, and then go to find the ancient secret treasure by yourself. Crocodile showed crocodile-like eyes, revealing endless killing intent. I have told you everything I know. Our agreement has been reached, and the rest can only be explored by yourself, Robin said coldly. In fact, the dark archmage has turned into 5 sealing stells scattered in ancient kingdoms around the world, and the 7 artifacts are also buried in ancient ruins around the world. As for the evil god of darkness, even if Robin knew the method of unblocking, he would not touch it, because that would destroy the world. I know you are keeping this secret to save your life. Crocodile tried his best to suppress the murderous aura and said slyly, tell me, Miss Sunday, I am absolutely trustworthy. You should know this very well. Crocodile approaches Robin step by step, forcing her to reveal the treasure's secret. The whereabouts of the secret treasure is. Robin stepped back, his hands in the pockets of his coat, a sea stone dagger and a small bottle of sea water. Go to hell. Before finishing speaking, Robin smashed the sea water bottle at Crocodile, then pulled out the sea stone dagger and flew towards Crocodile. However, Crocodile knew that Robin would fight back and was ready. After all, Robin is his closest person. He must know many secrets, including the weakness of being afraid of water. Salon. I saw Crocodile with a calm face, a small sandstorm condensed in his hand and then swept out with a palm swish. A small sandstorm blocked Crocodile, and the sea water bottle was swept away in an instant. Stupid woman. Crocodile turned into dust again, appeared in front of Robin, and stabbed hard with the golden hook on his left hand. Robin turned pale in shock, and before he could react, the golden hook penetrated his abdomen, and blood flowed. Robin doesn't know Haki, and there is basically no way to face Logia's powerhouse. The golden hook is poisonous. You don't have much time left. Tell me the whereabouts of the treasure, or slowly suffer from the poison, and finally die in pain. Crocodile said coldly. Your Majesty Shichibukai, it turns out that you are the mastermind behind the scenes. However, at a critical juncture, Princess Vivi led the duck and broke in from another entrance of the central palace. When Princess Vivi saw Crocodile, she knew that the man in front of her was one of the King Shichibukai, and instantly understood his conspiracy. What do you know? Go to hell. Crocodile didn't care, because Princess Vivi was no match for him. With a wave of his hand, Shalan, dark bullet bang, Shalan attacked Vivi. She was blown up by a light bomb. What kind of power is this? Crocodile was startled. Crocodile, today is your doom. Come out, dark magician. Princess Vivi shouted, the crimson light shining behind her back, and the figure of a magician loomed. Chapter 11 Black Magic vs Swish Fruit. 1/3 more. Please collect. Dark mage girl. That annoying summon again? Crocodile said coldly. Isho, this kind of waste. I kill a bunch of them along the way. It's as easy as stepping on ants. It is not surprising that he can block his blow. The rock giant can be immune to all his attacks, and he is still overturned by the special ability of his right hand. Although it is a little tired, it's not that easy for dark magician girls. Saying that, Princess Vivi recalled the contract scene in her heart just before she came here. It's a strange feeling. At At that time Princess Vivi felt an inexplicable kindness when she touched the stone tablet of this artifact. Sulfuric acid at the moment of encounter, aura burst out from the stone tablet, and then the black magician girl in the stone tablet flew out under the aura, dancing naughty and lovely in the air. Ghost. Gah. Princess Vivi's face paled instantly, and she was shocked. When Karu Duck saw the girl floating in the air, she was so scared that her hair exploded and her wings fluttered. Animals are more sensitive to supernatural things, and Kalu Duck was not too scared this time. Hee, master, I'm not a ghost, I'm your elf beast. The black magician girl. The black magician girl said playfully. Dark magician girl, I'm your master, Princess Vivi said in surprise. Taking a closer look, an attribute panel was displayed on the top of the black magician girl's head. Properties panel. Elf beast. Dark magician girl. Attribute dark. Star rating. Attack power 2000. Defense 1700. That's right, master, I'm an elf beast that was sealed here in ancient times. The black magician said, no matter what danger the master encounters, I will protect the master. I can be very powerful. So it is. Princess Vivi suddenly realized that there was an ancient power buried here, and she happened to unblock the black magician girl and become her master. With the dark magician, maybe Alabasta can be saved. What Princess Vivi thought at the time. Afterwards, she thought that there might be even bigger treasures buried ahead, so she began to investigate and went straight to Robin and Crocodile. Now that she has learned the truth, it is time to defeat this Shichibukai. Suffer to death. Crocodile. A coquettish shout. Princess Vivi ordered the black magician girl to attack. Dark bullet. The black magician girl turned the magic wand in her hand and then pointed forward, blasting a black light bullet. Desert sword. Crocodile's right hand turned into sand, and with a quick wave, a blade of air shattered to the ground. Bang. With a loud bang, the desert treasure knife exploded instantly under the powerful black light bomb, and then the aftermath of the black light bomb galloped towards Crocodile. Stupid, I'm sand. Even if I stand still, you can't beat me. Crocodile sneered at Isho and wanted to show off his logia. Boom. I saw that Crocodile's eyes were about to bulge out and black light bombs hit him. Elementalization. Ineffective. What a special power. Is it water? Robin Vivi was surprised. Except for water and sea stone, sand should have no other natural enemies. The power of the black magician girl is incredible. This is the power of the dark magic. The dark magician girl said proudly. The dark magician is a dark attribute magician. Darkness can erode and destroy everything, just like the dark fruit of Blackbeard, which can make all fruit abilities ineffective. Damn. Heavy Shalan. Crocodile squeezes out heavier sand with the palm of his hand and then hits a small sand hurricane. Magic tube. The black magician girl waved her magic wand lightly and two magic tubes appeared in front of her. Swish, swish, swish. One of the magic tubes was like a vacuum cleaner, quickly absorbing the sand hurricane, and within a few seconds, all the sand was absorbed cleanly. Master, come on, the black magician girl said mischievously. Princess Vivi nodded, picked up another magic tube and aimed it at Crocodile. Damn pirates, go to hell. With a coquettish shout, Princess Vivi blasted Crocodile. Not good. Crocodile thought it was dark energy again, and he was shocked, turned into sand, and quickly retreated. However, this is sand. Bang. The heavy sand cannon hit the crocodile, blowing a large hole, but due to the elementalization, the crocodile quickly returned to its original shape. Asshole. After Crocodile was teased, he became furious. It's just a warm-up. The next thing is the main event, Princess Vivi said. In the previous few tricks, Princess Vivi just wanted to get acquainted with the skills of the black magician girl. Kill you, little girl, and this annoying magician won't be able to defeat himself. Crocodile couldn't beat the dark magician girl, so he became angry and turned into sand and floated towards Princess Vivi. Desert golden steel sword. With a loud shout, Crocodile turned his hands into four large sand knives and charged at extreme speed. Black magic guide blast crack break. The black magician girl used her natal magic, and the dark bursting bomb quickly condensed on the magic wand, and the entire palace was instantly shrouded in black light. Creak creak. The energy of the dark blaster gradually overflowed, and the black arc penetrated the air, making a terrifying creaking sound. Drink. With a coquettish shout, the girl from the dark magic road blasted out a dark burst bomb. Boom. Blasting bomb smashed through Crocodile's four big swords, and then the blasting bomb stuck to Crocodile's body, knocking him off instantly. Bang, bang, bang. Under the strong impact, Crocodile smashed through several walls and was finally embedded in a stone wall hundreds of meters away. Crocodile stroked his heart and vomited several large mouthfuls of blood. He was seriously injured and his bones were about to fall apart. Damn Vivi. Damn Alabasta. Remember, I'll be back. Leaving a cruel word, Crocodile turned into sand and quickly escaped from the ancient ruins. Without getting the ancient treasure, the plan that has been painstakingly planned for many years has also been exposed. Crocodile undoubtedly lost his wife and lost his army this time. Chapter 12 _ The revival of ancient power. Damn, damn, I lost. Don't think about it for you if I lose. After Crocodile escaped from the ancient ruins, he got on the escape boat, and when he left, he looked into Alabasta's eyes with incomparable resentment. The underground palace. Princess Vivi was still wary of Robin, but after listening to Robin's experience, Princess Vivi chose to save her, and Robin also wanted to explore the underground ruins, temporarily staying in the kingdom of Alabasta. After that, Princess Vivi exposed Crocodile's conspiracy, and peace was restored to the kingdom of Alabasta. However, this was only an extremely brief period of peace. The next day, on the Great Channel, I heard there was a big crack in the Alabasta earthquake yesterday, and the ancient ruins have seen the light of day again. I heard that the ancient ruins are millions of years ago, and there are secrets of ancient treasures inside. What other ancient powers? What 3 phantom gods? The Dark Master, the Dark Evil God, and the 7 divine weapons. If you get one of them, you can rule the world. It is said that Princess Vivi of Alabasta has acquired an ancient power. All over the Great Route, everyone was shocked. In particular, the powers that rule the world, such as the Great Evil God, the Dark Archmage, and the 3 illusory gods, are even more maddening. Even the 4 emperors of the New World were alerted and sent senior officials to investigate the truth, and all of this is someone's conspiracy. The Great Channel, an island in the first half, Alabasta, and the damned Nicole. Robin, I'll see how you die this time. Crocodile, half bandaged, grinned horribly. He created rumors. The purpose is to use the hands of other pirates and marine to get rid of Nico. Robin and Alabasta believe that within a few days, Alabasta will be more chaotic than the New World. It's just that he didn't know his poisonous plan, and it just catered to Yechen's mind. Saving Yechen's plan. Marine headquarters. Sengoku was shocked when he received the information from CP0. Garp, go back to the office immediately. There's more movement now. Sengoku immediately picked up the phone bug and called Garp. Bastard, now we're ready to set sail against the Lord of the Void Circle. Garp yelled, but Garp thought about it carefully. Sengoku recalled him so nervously. There must be something big. Is it really as the Lich King said? Aliens appeared. Come here immediately. This matter is more important than the ancient weapon Pluto. Sengoku said with a few drops of cold sweat. What? More important than ancient weapons? Garp's heart was shocked. Pluto is said to be a military force that can destroy the entire world. Is there any weapon stronger than Pluto in this world? Bang. A minute. Garp burst through the door of the marshal's office. What the hell is going on? Garp asked. Crocodile is defeated. Sengoku said. Is it an alien? Garp asked eagerly. This is the problem. The one who defeated him was not an alien, but Princess Vivi of Alabasta. Sengoku said coldly. Princess of the kingdom. To beat Shishibukai. It's impossible. Although Garp has never seen Princess Vivi, he knows the strength of the first half of the Great Channel. There are not many people who can defeat Logia, not to mention a Logia Shishibukai. I don't believe it either, but if you have ancient powers, it makes sense, Sengoku said. Ancient power? Is this your information more important than Pluto? Garp said. That's right, this power is buried in Alabasta. Princess Vivi just got a small amount of power and defeated Shishibukai. Sengoku said. The ultimate weapon of ancient power, the evil god of darkness, the 3 phantom gods and the 7 artifacts, is an ancient power that can rule the world. Why do I seem to be listening to a story? Garp was dubious. Crocodile's defeat is true, and the ancient forces of Thulhu have not been verified. Now all forces are sending people to Alabasta. The sea is in chaos, and the son of the devil Nico. Robin is also there. We must give priority to handle. Sengoku said. Indeed, the information of the ancient power coupled with the devil's son must be a big problem. Garp nodded and said. Find out about the ancient power, send Kuzan, and the others, and let me know if there is any situation. Garp sighed softly and left the office in despair. Now that he's old, he doesn't do everything by himself. Garp took the initiative to request to deal with the Lich King incident only because of the Windmill Village. After Garp left, Sengoku arranged for the 2 Admiral Kuzan and Kizaru to go to Alabasta. At this time, the Ghost Island. This crocodile also helped me with free publicity, so let him live for the time being, Yechen said lightly. Crocodile has spread rumors so far and has gained more than 10,000 chaos points. What's more, the 4 emperors and Shishibukai are only sending troops out to investigate information, and the situation is not chaotic enough. In this case, I will help you realize this wish, Yechen Viviisho said. The frenzy of ancient power. It's time to break out. Another day, on an island in the New World, a well-known middle-aged samurai from Wanakuni, Zaragi Kenjiu, is closing his eyes in the dojo and learning about kendo. Suddenly, thick dark clouds appeared over the island. Boom! A burst of thunder struck, and Jianju's dojo was instantly shattered, igniting a raging fire. Damn it, I almost hit Laozi. Jianju cursed loudly. If the thunder struck a little further, he would turn into a roast pig. What is this? At this moment, in front of Jianju lay an ancient seal stone tablet. Could it be ancient power? Jianju took a serious look and saw that there was an exquisite sword sword carved inside the stone tablet, just like rumors. Creak creak. At this moment the electric arc flashed on the stone tablet, making a creaking sound, and then the sword in the stone tablet turned into lightning, rushed out of the stone tablet and floated in the air. What a magical power! I can't power myself. Jianju took the sword full of lightning and did not get electrocuted, but felt instantly full of power. Then Jianju actually saw the attribute panel of this sword. Properties panel. Equipment: lightning sword. Contractor: Jianju. Ability 1. Contractor's attack power increases by 800 points and it has its own lightning attribute. Ability 2. Water attribute. Enemy's attack power is reduced by 500 points. What a powerful attribute, Jianju said excitedly. With this sword I might be able to defeat Hawkeye my hawk. Defeating the world's greatest swordsman is the ultimate goal of all swordsmen, and such an ordinary swordsman embarked on a road of counterattack like this. Chapter 13 The ancient power exploded. I have to master the power of this sword first. Jianju was not in a hurry to challenge my hawk. He knew that it was impossible to defeat the world's #1 swordsman with just one sword. It's like the big black knife of Hawkeye falls into the hands of ordinary people and it's just a scrap of iron. First verify the power of this lightning sword. Become strong enough. Find a few great swordsmen in the new world to practice, and finally challenge the eagle-eyed my hawk. Lightning. Jianju drew his sword and swung it lightly, and the tip of the sword was like an electrode, slashing out a bolt of lightning that was visible to the naked eye and slammed on the big stone not far away. Boom! There was a huge explosion and the big stone was immediately blown to pieces. So strong. Jianju Vivi was startled, but with just a wave of his hand he could smash a big rock. Great. In this way Jianju was practicing the power of using the lightning sword in one day. The lightning sword is not difficult to master. As long as you practice a little and become familiar with its weight and special energy, you can combine sword intent and sword moves. My Jianju is no longer the original Jianju. Jianju is full of ambition. From now on I will be the great swordsman Jugu Jianju. I want this name to be completely resounding on the great waterway. Jianju took his own dreams and set sail. At this time, like Jianju, there are not a few people who have encountered a turning point in their lives, because all over the world ancient slates have emerged for various reasons, such as earthquakes, digging graves, and tsunamis. Great Fairway, Drum Island. Bounty hunter Jin was passing by a path when suddenly a ceiling stone tablet fell from the sky and smashed his toe. Ah, what dog throws rocks? Only heard a heart-wrenching scream, and Jin suddenly scolded. This kind of pain, like being blasted, can no longer be described in words. Is this the legendary ceiling stone tablet? After a while Jin realized that the big stone that had hit him actually emitted a golden aura. Sulfuric acid. Then, a warrior inlaid with a U-shaped magnet descended in aura. Properties panel. Summoned beast. Magnet warrior beta. Attribute Earth. Star rating. Attack power 1700. Defense 1600. Ha ha ha. It's not a loss this time. Jin was instantly overjoyed. After gaining the ancient power, he had forgotten the pain of his broken toes. New world. An island. A bounty of 200 million is fishing in a small pond. Fuck, I caught a big fish. Rolls felt the fishing rod sink, so he hurriedly reeled the line. Swish, swish, swish. Suddenly, a whirlpool began to roll up in the pond and Raoul's was instantly drawn into the pond. Gollum, Gollum. At the bottom of the pond, Raoul's found a piece carved with a strange-shaped monster, like a water-like ghost. So the rumor is true. Without saying a word, Raoul's immediately picked up the stone tablet and returned to the shore. Then, Rolls successfully summoned the water-like ghost. Properties panel. Summoned beast. Regenerate slimes. Attribute Water. Star rating. Attack power 1500. Defense 500. Ability Regeneration. Fuck. Reborn. I found a treasure this time. Raoul's was very pleasantly surprised. The regenerated slime basically has no natural enemies and can be reborn infinitely. It can be called an invincible existence. However, Raoul's himself is not immortal. He just got an immortal assistant. Sabayati Archipelago. A marine unit is patrolling the streets. Suddenly, the leader who took the lead knocked on a large raised stone brick and fell with a blue nose and a bruised face. Damn, the captain yelled and then kicked a few times and the stone brick was kicked over. After the stone brick was turned over, a helmet rich in technology was carved on the other side. It's the seal stone tablet. The captain was overjoyed. I didn't expect this kick to kick out the power of the ancients. This time it was really bad luck. However, the captain was not lucky. Instead he poured coal for 8 lifetimes. After getting this helmet, the captain didn't get any special abilities. Because this is the exclusive equipment of a summoned beast, it is completely useless for ordinary people to equip it. And because this helmet is a high-tech product, the captain has been sent to Vegapunk for research. In addition, contractors with ancient powers appeared one after another all over the world. They all obtained summoned beasts and special equipment, and their strength instantly increased. All around the world, smiled. Ha ha ha, I got the power of the ancient times and I am a female warrior. My summoned beast is a mage. Although he doesn't like to talk, he is very strong. Get this rock solid shield soldier and never be afraid of invaders again. These contractors include civilians, marines, and the kingdom's garrison, etc. But more often they are pirates. With power, these pirates can't sit still. A riot is coming. The same afternoon, Marine headquarters. After the explosion of ancient power, Sengoku has completely believed this rumor. Kyuzen, return immediately, and it's enough to send Stokabali to Alabasta. Sengoku called Kyuzen immediately after receiving the information, and now that the ancient powers are all over the world, there is no need to go to Alabasta. These magical slates are more important than Robin. Anything else? Kyuzen said. The rumors of the ancient power have been confirmed, and now there are more important tasks, and everything will be discussed later, Sengoku said with a solemn expression. The early morning of the next day, Kyuzen and Kizaru rushed back with the fleet. After a brief meeting, Sengoku dispatched heavy troops to the location of the eruption of ancient power. 3 days later, large-scale wars broke out all over the world. Countless people fought to the death to find and snatch the sealed steel. Marine 3 Admiral arrived one after another, quelled the war, and cleaned up some pirates with ancient power. But more pirates escaped capture and escaped justice because of their special abilities. At this time, the Ghost Island Ding gained 2 chaos points. Ding gained 3.2 chaos points. Ding gained 1.5 chaos points. Ding gained 4.1 chaos points. Yes, more than expected. Yechen nodded with satisfaction. This big outbreak has made the whole world chaotic. As of now, Yechen has gained more than 100,000 chaos points, and it continues to increase. Although Marvin Yes' investment is huge this time, this is only one step in the plan. The next step is up to you, Viviisho said. Yechen's next plan is on someone who has gained ancient power. Chapter 14 _ Famous Swordsman. 1/3 more. Please collect. The ancient slate was born. More than a week later, on a small island in the New World, there was a shocking duel. In a vast white space, 2 swordsmen are facing each other coldly, and a duel between swordsmen is about to start. One of the swordsmen was Jianju, who got the lightning sword. The other is a swordsman with sharp eyes like a falcon, the world's largest swordsman. My hawk. Within a few days, Jianju defeated several great swordsmen one after another, and the name of Dugu Jianju gradually started attracting the attention of the world's largest swordsman. On this day, Jianju finally ushered in the greatest battle of his life, challenging Hawkeye My Hawk. On the island, many masters of kendo were also attracted to witness this shocking duel. However, Jianju's face was very solemn because he saw the attributes of Hawkeye. Character: Hawkeye My Hawk. Race: human. Special ability: top haki user, great master of swordsmanship. Attack power: 3000 points. Defense power: 2500 points. Jianju looked at the attributes of the panel and dropped a few drops of cold sweat, saying, "It's not bad that he is the world's largest swordsman. His attributes are too perfect." After Jianju got the lightning sword, he could see other people's attribute panels. This is a high-level seal slate made by Yechen, and there are not many similar items in this world. The attribute of Jianju itself is 1800 points and the defense power is 1500 points. After obtaining the divine sword, the attack power of Jianju has reached a terrifying 2600 points. Along the way, Jianju defeated many great swordsmen with 2200 attack power or more, and also defeated a great swordsman with 2500 attack power. But the world's largest swordsman is not easy to deal with. From the attribute panel, you already know the gap. The difference of 50 points is irreparable. Let's start now. Hawkeye My Hawk said coldly. "It's ugly." Jianju bowed deeply to show respect and then began to draw his sword. Electrified swords have special abilities. Hawkeye My Hawk showed a rare surprise when he saw this lightning sword. This is the power of the ancients. With a sharp look, Jianju quickly swung his sword. Look at the move. Lightning. Jianju Yi slashed down, and a huge lightning sword chi ripped through the air. Fun. Hawkeye My Hawk immediately drew out the supremely sharp black knife. The black knife, yeah, and slashed with one hand, and a long sword chi burst out of the air. Boom. The two swords collided, producing a huge explosion, which cancelled each other out, leaving a huge deep pit. After the sword will fight, the two jumped to the center of the battlefield and began to compete with swords. Blah blah blah. In the nearly 100 rounds of swordsmanship competition, Jianju's moves were as fast as lightning, but Hawkeye's swordsmanship had no flaws and could not find a breakthrough point at all. Hawkeye's movements slowed down just because he received a slight electric shock and he didn't find a chance to shoot. That's it. Eagle-eyed My Hawk's eyes exuded sharpness, and Jianju's heart suddenly trembled as if being stared at by an eagle. What a strong murderous aura. Jianju realized that his life was in danger and quickly stepped back dozens of steps. Just use this move to end the battle. Hawkeye My Hawk held held the sword in both hands and then raised it high, the tip of the sword emitting a cold light which was creepy. Sulfuric acid. Hawk-eyed Mihawk slashed out an extreme sword intent, and suddenly a large sword energy dozens of meters long ripped apart the air and shattered the ground. Thunder. Jianju responded with extreme moves and began to activate special energy, summoning thunder, and suddenly a pale thunder fell from the sky and hit the lightning sword. Drink. With a loud shout, Jianju cut out the thunder sword energy. Boom. The sword chi collided, resulting in a powerful explosion, and then the thunder sword chi was gradually torn apart and the big sword chi hit Jianju. Not good. Under the crisis, Jianju blocked with his sword. Bah! There was a resounding sound of weapons colliding, and the powerful sword chi sent Jianju flying thousands of meters. Jianju was injured by the sword energy and vomited blood. The world's largest swordsman ranks first in the world-shattering duel. However, Jianju was originally only a second-rate swordsman. With just one sword, he could fight Hawk-Eye Mihawk for hundreds of rounds. I have to say, the power of ancient times is really terrifying. The next day, the news of Jianju challenging Hawk-Eye Mihawk spread all over the world. Oh my god, a second-rate swordsman can make 100 moves against the world's largest swordsman. This is the strongest ancient weapon right now. If a stronger swordsman gets this lightning sword, it is estimated that the number one in the world will be relocated. Number one in the world is always number one in the world. If there is, Hawkeye can also get this kind of power. No wonder the world is in chaos. It turns out that this ancient power is really terrifying. This news once again shocked the world, and everyone felt the power of the ancient power. Even the four emperors began to secretly seek this kind of power. After all, if they want to conquer the new world, all they need is power. In this battle of Jianju, the name of Dugu Jianju has been completely launched. At this time, Marine Headquarters CP0 sent back the news that it took Hawkeye 100 rounds to defeat a second-rate swordsman. This ancient power is too strong. Sengoku said coldly, we must control this monster-level power. If there is a threat to justice, just get rid of it. Akainu said coldly, I don't think there is a need to use violence to solve the problem. After all, we are seriously under strength now. Kyuzan nodded and said, this Dugu Jianju's position is uncertain. If we can join Marine, our strength will be greatly increased. It's interesting to hear that he can still see the combat effectiveness of others. Kizaru showed his signature smile. I don't know what the fighting power of the old man is. It's a good proposition to bring him in Marine. That's all I want to say. Sengoku thought for a moment. In addition, I also want to pull other people with ancient powers into the Marine headquarters. This method is good. In this way, we can control the ancient power and prevent it from falling into the hands of pirates. Kyuzan said, although the large-scale turmoil has almost subsided now, the pirates are too mobile and it is not easy for us to catch them. If they want to make trouble, it is difficult for us to control it. It is really nerve-wracking. That's all I want to say. Sengoku nodded and said, there are many civilians with ancient powers who are threatened now. If they can join Marine, they can get shelter and even a great room for development. The proposal is good, but we must prevent those rats from getting in. Akainu said coldly, those who have a criminal record will pay more attention and follow the general recruitment procedure. Sengoku said, this time we have increased the treatment and attracted people with ancient powers to join Marine. After some discussion, Sengoku began to order conscription and sent people to lobby Jianju. In the next few days, Marine's conscription achieved miraculous results and a large number of people with ancient powers were recruited. Joined Marine were treated extremely well, at least with the rank of ensign. Even some old men in their 70s and 80s were no exception. This time, Marine is going to pay a heavy price. After all, with such a large group of people, military pay is no joke. However, if Marine attaches so much importance to it, the world will only become more chaotic and there will only be more people who yearn for ancient power. At that time, the third step of Yechen's plan can be used. Chapter 15 Marine battle strength is concentrated. World conscription. The 5th day of the opening. Ding. Gain 1.3 chaos points. Ding. Gain 5.2 chaos points. Ding. Get 3.1 chaos points. Ding. Gain 2.8 chaos points. The corner of Yechen's mouth was slightly raised and the trend of things was exactly as he expected. After the duel of Jianju, the chaos in the world escalated. The world government has controlled many people who have obtained ancient power and their strength has been greatly enhanced. Most of these people are the lucky ones who found the ancient slate by chance because a slate changed their destiny. With their demonstration effect, the whole world went crazy. Even the four emperors had to pay attention to the ancient stone slabs. Start to send people to find, snatch, and recruit pirates with ancient power and control the stronger pirates. The existence of the slate is similar to the devil fruit and the two are not in conflict. The chess piece of Jianju is very useful. Yechen Viviisha. Ding ding. The current system has been upgraded. The character attributes have been improved and the item void Night Palace unlocks a new ability, the Gate of the Void. Properties panel. Character Yechen. System level LV3. Experience /1,000,000. Item Void Night Palace. Unlock Void Gate. The Void Gate can be opened anywhere in the world. In the Void Realm, the host can use the power of any Void 10 blades. Very good, Yechen said with a faint issue. With the power of 10 blades, you can play at that time. Last time, when Yechen reached level 2, he unlocked his flying ability, and with this teleportation, he can travel the world completely. Meanwhile, the next step is almost ready to start. Now the major forces are only clashing because of the slate, and Yechen is going to turn these conflicts into wars. The main event is about to be staged. At this time, the Marine Headquarters Marshal's office. The world conscripts, and it doesn't turn out better. Although Sengoku conscripted troops to strengthen his combat power, the new world was more conflicted and chaotic, which really made him devastated. In addition, Jeonju refused to join Marine, which also gave him a great headache. Grumble rumble. Suddenly, the phone bug at the Sabayati Archipelago recruitment office rang. Report to the Marshal, we have finally recruited a special ancient ability person. The recruiter said excitedly. Who is he? What abilities? Sengoku asked eagerly. A boatman named Feud has a very average ability. He can only make some food, but he can see the combat power of others. The recruiter said. Send back to the headquarters first and continue to work hard. Sengoku said. An hour later, a meeting room in Marine headquarters. Ford was sent back to Marine headquarters by Dejia and was immediately summoned by Sengoku. As soon as Ford came in, he saw Sengoku, Garp, and the three admirals sitting across from them, their faces solemn, and their legs and feet went weak with fright. Fed, right, show your ability, Sengoku said lightly. Yes. Ford nodded and then concentrated. A huge smiley pot appeared in front of him. Afterwards, Ford took out 2 servings of braised noodles from the pot. This pot has no other attributes except that it can provide food for 2 people a day. For Marine, however, Ford was already a very useful person. Because Feud can see through the combat power, one can know the strength of Marine so as to draw a clear military rank. Second, it can be used in battle to see the strength of the enemy and ourselves, and to know ourselves and the enemy. In fact, this item is called Pot of Desire, and its ability is not only this kind of provision. By sacrificing this pot, the contractor can get 2 sealed stone tablets immediately, but Fu doesn't understand the spell and can't use it. This ability, not bad, Sengoku said. Far-fetched. Feud's ability is exactly as the recruiter said, and it's useless. Other 3 admiral were also ashamed and couldn't bear to look directly. Ha ha ha, this ability, I like it. Are there senbei in it? Only the big foodie Garp, laughing happily, really likes this ability. It should be possible, as long as it is what I think. It will appear in the pot, but it will not be done until the next day. Feud said shyly. Isho. Cough. Back to the theme. We are looking for you because we are interested in another ability of yours. Can you show it? Sengoku said solemnly. Ford nodded and then took a serious look. Kyuzen's attribute panel appeared in front of him. Properties panel. Character Kyuzen. Attack power 2800. Defense 2500. Special ability Ice Elemental. Admiral Kyuzen's attack power is 2800. His defense is 2500 and his ability is Ice Element. Ford said in shock. Marines he saw earlier were only a few hundred attack power, and the most powerful ones were only around 1000. 2800. Kyuzen's attack power is even lower than my Hawk, Kizaru said with a faint issue. Go ahead, Sengoku said. The lethality of the sword is great, and it is reasonable that Hawkeye's attack power is higher than that of Kyuzen, but Sengoku has not fully believed in Fu's ability. Admiral Kizaru's attack power is 2900, his defense is 2200, and his ability is Light Element. Ford continued to read the attribute panel. Hearing his own data, Kizaru's face was also slightly gloomy. Although his attack power was slightly higher than that of Kyuzen, he was still under the eagle's eye. Slap this time. Hero Garp attack power is 3300, defense power is 2800, ability Extreme Fighting Technique, Extreme Armament. Marshal Sengoku's attack power is 3100, defense power is 2400, ability Human Fruit Great Buddha Form. Ford continued to read about the attributes of others. This ability is indeed real. Sengoku was suddenly shocked, but he didn't expect that the ability of his Buddha and Buddha fruit was seen. Few people know about Sengoku's fruit ability except for the powerhouses in the New World, and Feud can see that it is very good. Very well, that's the kind of power you need, Sengoku said excitedly. Garp and the 2 admiral were also very excited. After all, this kind of power is very good for Marine. However, just as they laughed triumphantly, a new storm began. Rumbling. Outside the window of Marine's headquarters, rolling thunderclouds appeared, and the dark clouds pressed down as if the end had come. Sudden, a strong wind blew, and all the glass in the living room shattered, and then a terrifying picture appeared in front front of everyone. Very far outside the window, sulfuric acid, a huge golden beam of light dashed away the black clouds. Then, in the beam of light, a golden giant phantom appeared. He was dressed as an ancient Egyptian mage. The phantom was extremely huge, covering half of the pirate world. The Great Root and the New World can see it. Everyone in the living room was stunned, and a sense of fear like falling into hell came up spontaneously. The strongest ancient power is born. Chapter 16 _ the left hand of the dark mage. It's terrible. This is definitely not the power that Admiral and the 4 emperors can have. After the golden giant figure disappeared for a while, Sengoku, Garp, and the 3 admiral came back to their senses. Go and investigate immediately. Where did this golden giant come from? Sengoku immediately picked up the phone bug and issued orders to intelligence organizations everywhere. About 10 minutes later, the intelligence officer stationed in Alabasta returned. Report to the marshal. The source of the giant is in Little Garden. The intelligence officer said, go to Little Garden immediately and keep an eye on what's going on. Sengoku ordered. Ford, you step back first. Sengoku let Fude step back first and then began to discuss countermeasures with Garp and San Admiral. There really is a power to destroy the world, Garp said in shock. In general, the appearance of ancient stone slabs is only a power that is a little stronger than devil fruits. The strongest one is Jeonju's lightning sword. Garp has not fully believed that there is an ancient force in this world that destroys the world. Until seeing the scene in front of him, Garp was convinced of the rumors. Kyuzan, Akainu, Borsalino, immediately ahead of Little Garden. Never let the steel fall into the hands of others, Sengoku said solemnly. 3 Admiral had just returned from the New World, and without stopping for half a second, he immediately led the troops in front of Little Garden. Marine is determined to win this strongest ancient stone tablet. At the same time, the New World is also boiling. Even across the Red Earth continent, the shadow of this golden giant can still be clearly seen in all parts of the New World. Cake Island. Ha ha ha, Moma. The 4 emperors showed greedy eyes and laughed arrogantly. The rumors are true. To get this kind of power, I don't need to use the power of the giant kingdom at all, and I can rule the whole New World. Cracker, bring me the sealing stone. To Cracker, who was sent to Alabasta not long ago. Understood, Mother. The Great Root, a pirate ship. Cracker smiled confidently. This time Auntie attaches great importance to the sealing stone tablet. If she gets this kind of power, Auntie can rule the whole world with just a flick of her finger. Not to mention One Piece / King of Pirates. New World Ocean, Moby Dick. Interesting stuff. The 4 emperors, Whitebeard, looked at the huge phantom, and suddenly the fighting spirit burned, and he sent a message to Marco. Marco, go and see what's going on. It's better to bring this giant back. I want to wrestle with him. Since Dad said it, then I can only leave it to Dad to beat him. Marco was confident in Isho and full of confidence in Whitebeard. Now Marco is in the kingdom of Alabasta, not far from Little Garden. Then, Marco just prepared some essentials and took a small boat to Little Garden, a new world, an island. All the members of the red-haired pirates are around the bonfire, toasting each other and talking happily. Captain, it may be that the legendary ancient god was born just now. Shouldn't we snatch it? Suddenly, a younger brother hurried over to report information about the golden giant to the 4 emperors. Red-haired Shanks, no hurry, let's finish the banquet first, said the red-haired Shanks. After the golden giant phantom appeared, he had already told Ben Beckman to turn around. The rest can only be handled by Beckman. Instead of worrying about the situation in the distance, it is better to live in the present. Drink this cup and talk about it. Red-haired Shanks is so she. As for the 4 emperors, Kaido, one of the 3 plagues in Alabasta, Jack, was also announced. In addition, major forces such as Shichibukai Doflamingo, Wanakuni, and the Revolutionary Army also have their own actions. This battle to seal the steel has attracted the attention of the entire world. Half an hour later, in the first half of the Great Passage, in a dense forest on Little Garden Island. This damn Little Garden. A pirate with thick eyebrows and big ears kicked the big stone in front of his feet fiercely. This pirate is the one who obtained the seal stone tablet and caused the phantom of the golden giant. His name is Ellen, and he is the leader of the giant ship pirates. The slate he got is the legendary sealed left hand. This is the seal part of one of the strongest ancient powers, the Dark Archmage. As long as you collect all 5 parts and summon the Dark Master, you can destroy the world and unify the world. Unfortunately, after getting the stone tablet, Alan was pleasantly surprised at first, but gradually he was almost driven to a dead end. Little Garden's record pointer is stored for 1 year, and if there is no permanent pointer, you have to stay here for a year before you can leave. Alan was stranded on this small island because he lost his permanent pointer. Because they couldn't leave Little Garden, the giant ship pirates were besieged by the pirates who came to snatch the stone tablet. Except for Captain Alan, all the others were killed. In the chaos, Alan escaped with the stone tablet and hid in this forest. Damn, hide here. Sooner or later you will be finished. Alan angrily kicked the sealing stone tablet. If it weren't for this stone tablet he would not have fallen to this point. Landing in Little Garden, and they are getting stronger. Ellen's little life is absolutely unstoppable. And this time Ghost Island. Ding, get 3.3 chaos points. Ding, gain 5.4 chaos points. Ding, get 3.1 chaos points. Another 100,000 creation points. Not bad. Yechen Viviisho. The shadow of the dark archmage descends, shocking the whole world, which is the fourth step of the plan. Little Garden to compete for that mysterious power. The original pattern of the pirate world was completely broken by Yechen, and the next order was created by Yechen. The Lich King, it's time to dispatch. Yechen said lightly. The dark archmage is the power to rule the world. As the overlord of the sea, the Lich King must participate in this battle, otherwise it will be suspected. When you are all ready, it's time for this uncle to appear. Yechen Viviisho. Now that he has the void door, he can already open the void door anywhere. At that time, it will give them the biggest surprise. This is the fifth step of the plan. It will frighten them. Chapter 17 Ancient Slate Battle. Little Garden. By the shore, 3 warships sailed slowly. Marine 3 Admiral finally arrived. Report. 3 Admiral landed. The intelligence officer hurried forward to report the battle. The big pirates in the New World have already landed in advance, and now they are fighting. The intelligence officer said nervously. Countless pirates have landed in Little Garden and searched for the whereabouts of the sealed stone tablets all over the island. Who's there? Where's the steel? Kuzan asked. The 4 emperors have sent senior officials, including Cracker from the Big Mom Pirate, Marco from the Whitebeard Pirates, Beckman from the Red-Haired Pirates, and Kaido's confidant Jack. The intelligence officer said. It's not easy, Kizaru said lightly. Shichibukai Crocodile, Gecko Moria, and Doflamingo, 500 million big pirate dragon hunters, and Dugujianjiu are also here. Intelligence officer kept sweating and continued to report. In addition, there are dozens of New World powerhouses of 400 million to 500 million. This kind of combat power is more than enough to launch a top war, Kizaru exclaimed. It looks tricky, Kuzan said coldly. Not necessarily. They are also hostile to each other. The situation is not that bad, Kizaru said. Che, in front of justice, they are all ants. Just catch them all, Akainu said disdainfully. Boom. Before Akainu could finish speaking, there was a huge roar in the distance. 3 giants clash on the island. Isn't there only 2 giants in Little Garden? Kuzan said in shock. Little Garden has 2 giants, Dori and Brogi, both captains of the giant soldier pirates. That's not the giant family, it's the 800 million pirate king of Alopazaro, the intelligence officer said. At this moment there was an exclamation from the crowd. Appeared. It is the nirvana of the giant kingdom Elbaf Esgun. Unexpectedly, the 2 giants forced a trick so quickly. Drink. Giants Dori and Brogi gathered momentum for a while and then used overwhelming force to swipe forward, the sword and axe in their hands like cannonballs bursting out of the air. The iron fist of bad government. The king of evil government covered his shiny clothes and threw his fists angrily. Boom. Iron fist and Elbaf produced a huge roar like an explosion of a cannonball, and the sword and axe exploded instantly. How is it possible? What kind of power is this? How strong? Elbaf's spear, which was said to be able to flatten an island, was smashed by one punch. Ha ha ha. Anyone who blocks me must die. Evil King covered armament Haki with his hands again and punched the giants Dori and Brogi. Boom. Giants Dori and Brogi took a heavy blow and both fell to the ground, smashing into a deep hole and unconscious. What kind of combat power is this? Kuzan was shocked. He didn't expect the amazingly powerful giant to be defeated in a few moves. The side feud is interpreting the attributes of the Evil King. The Evil King, the attack power is 2000 and he has the power of the magic card giant. When encountering people whose attack power is higher than his own, the attack power will be doubled. Those who are weaker than themselves will have their attack power halved. What? And this ancient slate? Kizaru was shocked. After doubling the 2000 points, it was 4000, which was even higher than Garp. Akainu, in the face of this power, I'm afraid your justice will also be defeated. Kuzan sneered. It's just a meat target. Just don't get hit by him. Akainu was shocked by a few drops of cold sweat, but he would not be convinced and pretended to be brave. However, what Akainu said makes sense. Gecko Moria, the king of bad government, has stronger attack power but lower agility. Even if the king of evil has observation Haki, his consciousness can keep up but his actions cannot react. I think, let's take advantage of the fisherman, Kizaru said. Marine confronts these monsters head on to no good. If it is provoked and all the pirates besiege Marine, it will be troublesome. After the slate came out, it was not too late for them to snatch it. Just then, there was another conflict in the distance. Bah! The 2 swordsmen leaped, struck a sword in mid-air, and then landed neatly. One of them is Jianju, who has the lightning sword and became famous in the first battle. The other, also a swordsman who obtained a slate, is called Hidaro. Take your head off and challenge Hawkeye. Hidaro's eyes were cold, and his purpose was to step on the sword and become famous. Come here clear if you can, Jianju said coldly. After that the two swordsmen made another move to start a life and death struggle. At this time, other people also clashed and the scene was chaotic. Before the steel appeared, the battle had already started. Boom, boom, boom. In just a few minutes, the island was full of smoke and flames, and the scene was chaotic. Alan, who had obtained the stone tablet before, had already died in the melee. Now the whereabouts of the steel are unknown, but it must be on the island. Doflamingo Sly Isho, the world is a mess. Bang. Before he could finish laughing, a golden stone tablet flew close to his face and smashed into his face. It's an ancient stone tablet. Everyone saw that the pattern on the golden stone tablet was the left hand of the dark archmage. Kill. The steel is mine. The people who were still fighting each other instantly transferred their firepower and launched a fierce attack on Doflamingo. Yasakani no Megatama. Volcanic meteor. Ice Age. The stone tablet appeared and the three admiral did not hesitate to issue a big move immediately. Doflamingo was stunned and he was shot while standing. Chapter 18 _ The Lich King appears. Aegis line. Under the concentrated fire of many powerhouses, Doflamingo had to use his awakening ability and manipulate the huge white line to block the front. Boom. However, San Admiral's attack broke through the white line in an instant and the aftermath blasted towards Doflamingo again. Don't want to hurt my young master. There was a sharp cry and then a huge stone man rose from the ground guarding Doflamingo. Boom. The aftermath slammed on the huge stone man, bursting instantly and falling boulders. Then, a strong man wearing a golden helmet emerged from the rubble. This man is one of Doflamingo's top cotters. Pika. Pika is a stone fruit person who can manipulate the stone at will and can also hide the body in the stone. Under Pika's cover, Doflamingo escaped. At this moment a blue flame passed by. Doflamingo, hand over the slate. Marco, the captain of the first team of the Whitebeard pirates, has turned into a phoenix and is flying fast. Take this slate and the mission is complete. Almost at the same time, Cracker manipulated an army of cookies to pounce on Doflamingo. Don't let him escape. The other pirates also waved their weapons and rushed up. Damn it, those lunatics. Doflamingo frowned and said, forget it. If it goes on like this, your life will be lost. If you want a slate, find it yourself. After some struggle in his heart, Doflamingo knew that he couldn't eat the hot potato, so he threw the slate into the crowd. Despair. In the crowd, Kizaru caught the slate with one hand and was overjoyed. Give it to the old man. The old man will be welcome. Boom. Before the words were finished, countless swords, guns and shells had already come close to their faces. You really don't respect your elders. Kizaru was forced out of elementalization and all attacks passed through without taking any damage. It's you who's waiting. Come on, apprentice witch. At this moment, a pirate summoned a dark attribute mage apprentice witch and blasted dark attribute energy bullets at Kizaru. Boom. Kizaru was hit by a dark attribute energy bullet and the elementalization instantly failed and he was knocked back dozens of meters. Kizaru was attacked and as soon as his hand was released, the slate flew in the air. No one can stand in the way of justice. Between the electric light and flint, Akainu used a big hand of lava, punched away the pirate in front of him and then jumped and grabbed the slate. Try what it's like to regenerate slimes. In the crowd, Raoul's waved one hand and summoned the regenerated slime. Scare. Akainu didn't take a few steps before being wrapped around his legs by the regenerated slime. Unable to move, turn into steam. Akainu's feet immediately became elemental, trying to burn the monster to death. Stupid. My regeneration slime. The ability is immortal, Raoul said proudly. The lava pile. The regenerated slime was not scalded to death but entangled Akainu. Look at me smashing you. Akainu was furious and threw a big fist of lava. Bang, bang, bang. With a big punch, the regenerated slime was deformed and turned into a pool of stagnant water. Grumbling, but within half a second, the regenerated slime returned to its original form, sticking to Akainu again. A monster that can resist the attacks of the three phantom gods is not a vegetarian. Ice time. At this moment, Hyuzen hit the ground with one palm, sending out a chill. Regenerated slime was quickly frozen and Akainu was freed. Bring the slate. Before Akainu could react, Marco swept over. Boom. Akainu was kicked 100 meters away but still held onto the slate in his hand. Catch. Akainu then threw the slate at Kyuzen. However, as soon as Kyuzen took the slate, a huge figure appeared behind him. The slate is mine. Armament S reinforced iron fist staring at Kyuzen hideously. Boom. I saw the evil government king punch him. Kyuzen could NT-dodge in time and was blasted thousands of meters away. Kyuzen fell heavily to the ground, smashed a deep hole and spat out a mouthful of blood. You guys play slowly. Cracker grabbed the slate in the air, then let a group of biscuit soldiers block the enemy and quickly fled the scene. Damn. Before taking a few steps, Cracker noticed a strong light behind him. Yasakani no Megatama. Volcanic meteor. Ice Age. I only felt a tremor in the ground. All the biscuit soldiers were smashed into pieces and Cracker was instantly knocked away. Kill. Never let the slate fall into the hands of pirates. Slate. Daddy is gone. going to make an appointment. Then everyone fell into a melee again, and the scene was spectacular. Doflamingo laughed while watching the play. It's really unlucky whoever picked it up. During the melee, those who received the slate were besieged in less than half a second. They were either forced to throw away the slate or they were forcibly blasted away. Marine wanted to grab it and the pirates stepped forward to stop it. The pirates got the slate, but they didn't have the strength to forcibly stay and threw the slate around. I am the king of evil who became the One Piece / king of pirates. Those who block me must die. The slate is with Marco. Stop him. After dozens of minutes, the slate was passed several times in everyone's hands, but no one was able to take it down. After a big fight, everyone consumed a lot of physical strength, but they were reluctant to leave. At this moment, a breath of death floated in the sky. Boom! There was a burst of thunder, and 5 frost dragons flew from the sky. Instigate. The Lich King rode the frost dragon and flew over quickly, grabbing the slate in the air with one hand. Damn the Lich King! Stop him! Don't let him succeed! When everyone saw that the slate was taken away by the Lich King, they immediately wanted to fire into the sky. Roar! At this moment, around the pirates, countless undead army roared wildly and came in. Boom! The two sides fought. Little garden instantly filled with smoke and flames, and the war was about to break out. The Lich King sat in the sky, condescending. Haki said awe-inspiringly, "I want the slate." Chapter 19 Lord of the Void Circle, come on stage. If you want slate, exchange your life for it. After the Lich King stole the slate, everyone turned their heads and focused on the Lich King. This time, the Lich King's opponent is everyone. However, under the obstruction of the undead army, they were not so easy. Although the attack power of the undead soldiers is not high, but the number is very large and the defense power is also high. In addition, the undead can increase infinitely. Even Admiral is difficult to deal with. You ants, all of you have to become my slaves. The Lich King laughed wildly. Now all the abilities of the Lich King have been unlocked and the strength can match that of Admiral. Coupled with the help of the magic sword Frostmourne, it is not a problem to challenge the 4 emperors. To build the Lich King, Ye Chen spent a total of 50,000 chaos points, but Ye Chen still has more than 100,000 points of confusion, and not having to use it is a waste, so he doesn't feel bad. After all, the Lich King is Ye Chen's #1 fighter. Yo, it's a big breath. Kizaru is cold to Isho, and the Lich King is the key target. Marine wants to crusade. This time, the Lich King turned against everyone, and he was simply throwing himself into the net. Yasakani no Megatama. Kizaru cleared away the undead around him, and then he gathered momentum and blasted countless light bullets. Roar! The 5 ice dragons roared wildly, and then blocked in front of the Lich King. Boom, boom, boom. The light bullet hit the ice dragon like rain, causing continuous explosions, and the 5 ice dragons were instantly covered by firelight. Roar! However, the 5 ice dragons were like iron strikes, unscathed. The Ice Dragon Legion is an army of undead. Although there are only 5 of them, they are extremely powerful. This fake it, that was Admiral's attack. The pirates around were shocked, except for those with special abilities. Few dared to use Kizaru's trick. However, the creature in front of them is a dragon. 2,200 attack power and 2,000 defense points, which are not very high on the surface, but they have special armor and dragon scales. Longland's defense is very strong, and Ice Dragon's ice armor is stronger. Without special attacks, it can't be penetrated at all. Ice Age. Hyuzen stepped forward to support him and used his Nirvana to instantly freeze the entire island. However, using ice to deal with ice dragons is simply stupid. Roar! The ice dragon was furious, smashed the ice with a grab, and slapped Hyuzen in the face. Bang! The ice dragon grabbed it again, and Hyuzen was forced to elementalize, just like smashing an ice sculpture. After a while, Hyuzen regained his true body not far away, breaking out a few drops of cold sweat. What a shame! Akainu sneered coldly, and then punched several undead soldiers in front of him, ready to launch a fierce attack. Volcanic meteor. I saw Akainu's arm turned into billowing lava and shot a huge lava ball to the sky. The lava ball rose high into the sky, split into countless huge lava fists, and fell like a meteor. Boom, boom, boom. The lava fist slammed into the 5 ice dragons, producing a powerful explosion and billowing thick smoke. Due to the mutual restraint of their attributes, the 5 ice dragons were slightly repelled and slightly injured. However, the lava fists were all blocked and did not hurt the Lich King. This trick will send you to hell. Akainu showed an arrogant smile, took a little advantage, and began to swell. Major eruption. The magma in Akainu's big hand rolled and flowed, and an amazing momentum erupted, and the surrounding air instantly heated up. Drink. Then, with a loud shout, Akainu slammed and punched a huge lava fist. Dare to hurt my subordinate. Court death. Lich King drew his sword and slashed Grim Winter sulfuric acid out of the air, cutting the lava fist in half, and then the sword chi flew at a high speed and swept towards Akainu not far away. LOL, LOL. Sword energy swept past, and Akainu's lava hand instantly turned back to its original shape, forming a thick layer of ice. Ugh. Akainu was attacked by bone-piercing ice and suffered great damage, but Akainu endured the pain for the sake of face and was sweating coldly. Damn. Akainu spreads lava on her frozen hands, trying to get rid of the cold as soon as possible, but this is the cold air from the demon sword Frostmourne, and even with lava it will take time to dispel it. What a strong power! Has the Lich King obtained the power of the Dark Archmage? The pirates were shocked. A while ago the Lich King was only close to Admiral S strength. In just a short period of time he has risen to surpass Admiral S level. This improvement is too incredible. Unless the Lich King has acquired the power of the Dark Archmage, there is no one in the world who can defeat this king. The Lich King stood on the ice dragon and said proudly, "Really?" Suddenly, in the void, a demon-like voice resounded through the sky. "What's the matter?" In just an instant the entire island was quickly shrouded in darkness, and everyone instantly felt a hint of coolness. Even the dark clouds in the sky seemed dim. Then, a gate opened in the void on all sides of the island. Roar! A roar of demons sounded, and hundreds of Degzu tore open the cracks and poured into the battlefield. The scene was extremely spectacular. "It's the devil!" I only heard someone in the crowd let out a startled roar, pointing to the top of Desu's head at the front, dumbfounded as if seeing a demon. Could this be the true face of the Lord of the Void? When everyone looked at it seriously, they were surprised. On the top of Degzu stood a man with long black hair and a demon mask. The man was wrapped in bandages and smoking black smoke like a Pluto who came out of hell. "Lord of the Void, Haki is here. P.S. I have been a little busy recently because the author is not fast in coding and the update is a little slow during the day. It is updated every day until 1 or 2 o'clock in the evening. Please bear with me." Chapter 20 The Invincible Lord of the Void. Master of the Void Circle, you actually appeared, the Lich King said in shock. It turned out to be the Master of the Virtual Circle. Cracker was also taken aback. This way of appearing, is it the power of the Devil Fruit or the power of the Ancient Slate? It's incredible. Isn't he a weak chicken? He turns out to be so strong. Doflamingo's face was ugly. Thinking of the previous guess, he was like a clown. Needless to say, to make the Lich King change his color, he is definitely the strongest among the strong. Phoenix said solemnly. Damn, another troublesome person has come. Marine 3 Admiral S face was gloomy. Hand over the slate. Yachen's eyes lit up with cold light and then stared. A black breath burst out instantly. Sulfuric acid. Black aura was like Conqueror Haki, and everyone immediately felt a strong sense of oppression. Marine, a large number of soldiers foamed at the mouth and collapsed to the ground. This is Conqueror Haki. Doflamingo was in a cold sweat, his hands trembling, and he could barely move. However, the Lich King was not overwhelmed by this momentum. He drew his sword and pointed at Yachen. The seal slab and your life belong to this king. The Lich King's evil eyes revealed infinite ambition. If Yachen could be turned into an undead, the undead army would gain double the power. Stupid, Yachen said coldly. Instigate. Instigate. Yachen turned and teleported twice, and the slate in the hands of the Lich King fell into Yachen's hands. Ringing is a unique movement skill of Bromian, like Shunpo, the god of death. What's the matter? The Lich King's hair stood upright, and he still held the slate in his hand, and the slate disappeared so fast. Kyuzan was taken aback. At this speed, he couldn't even see a shadow. It seems to be faster than me. Kizuravivi frowned and wondered. Obviously, you can't even catch his shadow. Phoenix sneered. Did you get the Lich King's tablet? Master of the Virtual Circle, hand over the slate. Akainu didn't care whether the other party was happy or not, and directly used a great/major eruption to blast Yachen. Tips for carving bugs. Yachen glanced contemptuously. A flash of aura appeared in his hand, and then a Zanpakuto in the shape of a shark cheek pattern appeared. Emperor Shark Queen is the Zanpakuto of the 10-blade number 3 Haribal, which can unleash water-type moves. The Zanpakuto in Yachen's hand is already in the state of returning to the blade, and all moves can be released. Broken Waterfall. Yachen slashed with a knife and immediately broke out a sea current that submerged the city level. Boom, boom, boom. The ocean current poured down from the clouds, and the lava fist was instantly extinguished by the ocean current. Then, the sea water drowned Akainu, and Akainu, who turned into a dead duck, was powerless to fight back. My god, it's sea water. Damn, it's all over. Everyone on the island was in a panic. Sea water with such power can clean the entire little garden several times. Even if it is not a devil fruit person, I am afraid it will die. Ice Age. A critical situation. Kyuzan used his nirvana to quickly freeze the sea water. LOL, LOL. Under the freezing of the extremely cold breath, the towering ocean current quickly turned into a huge icicle. Along this icicle, you can climb to the sky. Kyuzan exclaimed. Kyuzan knew how tall the icicle was because the elemental power he used was enough to freeze the entire island. Bang. Icicle. Akainu regained his strength after the sea was frozen, evaporated the ice block with lava, and escaped. It's so embarrassing. Kizura glanced at Akainu lightly before condensing light energy. Yasakani no Megatama. A burst of light energy erupted, and countless fierce light bullets slammed into Yechen like a torrential rain. Go after him, wolves. A flash of light flashed, and Yechen's Zanpakuto turned into 2 muskets. These 2 muskets are the return status of the number 1 Stark Zanpakuto of the 10 blade, and their ability is to activate infinite phantom flashes. The top 10 blades all possess the strength of the 4 emperors, even stronger. Kizaru's light bullets are nothing compared to Stark's infinite phantom flash. I saw Yechen pulled the trigger and blasted out countless small blue flashes. Boom. Infinite void flash exploded all the light bullets and then slammed into Kizaru. Boom, boom, boom. Infinite void flash has a powerful spiritual pressure, and Kizaru's elementalization failed, and he was directly bombed into a honeycomb, and he was seriously injured. Look at me smashing you with a punch. At this moment the king of evil government rushed in, and then used the power of the slate to make a huge attack to attack Yechen. Being bigger is not your patent. The corners of Yechen's mouth raised slightly, and the 2 guns changed back to an ordinary Zanpakuto Yami. Then Yechen instantly became huge in a burst of aura, and his size was no less than that of the Lich King. This is the ability of the 10 blades number 10 Realgo. After returning to the blade, Realgo will become huge, and the number 10 rank number will become number 0. Drink. With a light drink, Yechen punched wildly. Boom. Only a huge explosion was heard, and the gigantic king of evil was instantly blown away. Boom. The evil king fell heavily to the ground, and the entire island shook violently in an instant like an earthquake of magnitude 8. Damn, impossible. I have 4000 attack power. The king of evil politics was unwilling, and then checked Yechen's data and was instantly dumbfounded. 5000 points. After being huge, Yechen's attack power is 5000 points, and his defense power is 4500 points, which is simply an invincible existence. What about 5000 points? Give me death. The Lich King began to shoot condensing black energy. Suffering. Afterwards, the Lich King slapped out countless black rays. Dark power. Fun. Yechen faintly isho. The giant disappeared, and the Zanpakuto turned into a huge double X. Sigh of death. Yechen roared like a god of death, and suddenly a mist of death spread quickly. This is the power of 10 blades number 2 Ruizambang, and the ability is corrosion. Cha. The Lich King's black rays were instantly annihilated, and all the places where the death fog passed were dissolved. The undead on the side were immersed in the mist of death, and their bodies were quickly eroded. In the blink of an eye, a large number of undead turned into a pile of white bones. The Lich King was entangled in the fog of death and suffered great damage. Sulfuric acid. At this moment the Lich King's magic sword Frostmourne sent out a strong chill, quickly dispelling the corrosive power of the mist. If it weren't for the protection of Frostmourne, the Lich King would have been completely devoid of bones. Damn the Lord of the Void Circle. After being hit hard, the Lich King immediately stepped back a few hundred meters, not daring to approach Yechen. Continue to fight. There is only one dead end. Master of the Virtual Circle. Is it invincible? Kuzan, Akainu, Doflamingo, and others were shocked. Even the Lich King was defeated, and a strong man who challenged the 4 emperors could not defeat the Lord of the Void Circle. Why? Don't do it, Yechen said coldly. Then, it's my turn. A burst of fighting intent, accompanied by an extremely strong spiritual pressure, erupted instantly. So strong, under the powerful spiritual pressure, everyone could hardly breathe, almost suffocating. Then, Yechen actually grew demon wings behind him and transformed into a black-winged demon. Boom. Yechen burst into the sky again, almost splitting the sky in half. The ultimate power of the 10 blades number 4 Ulquiorasi fought. The second stage Return Blade. Chapter 21 Fear me, World Devil. The master of the virtual circle is the devil. Run away. Mom, come and save me. I'm not a pirate. Facing the devil like Yechen, the weak pirates and marine were so frightened that their legs and feet became weak. They want to escape, but their legs are already out of order. Small human, today I will show you what hell is. Yechen flapped his wings, flew high into the sky, gathered his spiritual body with both hands, and gradually condensed into a cyan long spear. This is Ulquiorasifa's ultimate move, Thunder Spear. The devil is angry. The spiritual pressure on Yechen broke out again, and all the people on the island were terrified. Damn, is justice really going to fall here? Akainu's face was like a blank sheet of paper, and he was sweating coldly. The other powerhouses were also shocked. With this kind of power, they couldn't escape even if they wanted to. Drink. With a loud shout, Yechen threw the gun of thunder in his hand. How? The thunder spear roared down like a meteor. Boom, boom, boom. The strong momentum quickly swept the entire island. All the vegetation was overwhelmed by the strong wind. The house collapsed in an instant, and huge waves of 100 meters rolled up around the island. Countless people with insufficient strength were instantly swept away by the powerful airflow and thrown onto the sea several nautical miles away. It's over. It's over. Everyone on the island was shocked and cold, as if the heart had been cut with a knife and the blood had stopped flowing. How? Still 100 meters away, the ground has been been crushed by the strong wind pressure, cracking like a spider web. How? With only 50 meters left, all the powerhouses on the island seem to have seen the gate of hell. The scythe of the god of death is already on their necks. Cowardly ants. At this moment the corner of Yechen's mouth raised slightly, and then with a hand, a large crack opened in front of the thunder spear. Call out. The spear of thunder passed through the crack in the void and disappeared before everyone's eyes. Boom. In less than half a breath, everyone saw the terracotta continent far away, and a towering mushroom cloud rose. The power of the thunder gun exploded like a nuclear bomb, and the thunder light rushed into the sky and penetrated the sky. Even in Little Garden on the Great Root and Dressrosa Island in the New World, this terrifying scene can be clearly seen. Save. At this moment everyone in Little Garden was stunned, and a few minutes later they let out a long sigh. The 100-ton boulder in my heart was finally put down. The master of the virtual circle also has the power to destroy the world, at least the strength of the top 4 emperors. Whitebeard may not be an opponent. What kind of ability is this? It can transfer the attack to the terracotta continent. What other slate did he grab? Is he going to destroy the world? After that everyone was talking about the power of this terror, probably because he was afraid that others would gain the power to counter him. Kizaru murmured, if so, the ancient slate may be our only hope. Kizan's face was solemn. At this moment Yechen made a devilish voice and laughed wildly. Stupid humans, stupid undead, you don't have to worry. Now is not the time. When they wake up, it will be the beginning of my hegemony. The world will eventually surrender to me. I, the master of the virtual circle, will definitely stand in the hands of all races. The apex, fear me. Ha ha ha. After laughing, Yechen took the slate, escaped into the door of the virtual circle, and left floating. After that, the wild laughter of the devil, under the control of the system, reverberated throughout the great waterway for a long time. It's just that the words "they" and "all races" have left endless suspense to the world. The Lich King looked at the black aura slowly dissipating, his face dignified. Lich King knew about the 10,000 races, but didn't say it. The undead will not bow to anyone. The Lich King snorted coldly, and then rode off on 5 ice dragons. I've got to tell Mom right now, Cracker said. Dad, this time, I'm afraid I have met an opponent. Marco said, alas, the ancient power I obtained is nothing but insignificant. Jianju sighed and said, Master of the virtual circle, remember it for me. When I find the 3 phantom gods, I will definitely make you look good. The evil government said, justice will conquer all evil. Akainu said unwillingly. After the war, Cracker, Phoenix, and other powerhouses also left, and with this earth-shattering news, returned to the world. The next day, all over the world, the battle report of the ancient slate battle spread quickly, and the whole world seemed to be ravaged by an 8th magnitude earthquake. The Lich King, the Lord of the Void Circle, is so strong. The Lord of the Illusory Circle is really powerful. That spear of thunder landed near the Holy Land. Marie Joyce. Tenryabito thought that the terracotta continent was about to collapse. 10,000 races really exist. It seems that the world is going to be in chaos. One undead and an imaginary circle turned the world upside down. How can the 10,000 races come out? As soon as the shocking news spread, the whole world fell into a panic. Now, the name of the Lich King and Lord of the Void Circle has made the world fearful. Coupled with the news of the existence of 10,000 ethnic groups, people all over the world are panicking. The big event that Yechen has done this time has completely shaken the whole world. Chapter 22 _ the Garosei/5 elders who can't sit still. The next day, New World Cake Island. Mom, this mission failed. Cracker blamed himself. After all, the opponent is a figure of the 4 emperors level, and there is no way. Although she didn't get the slate, the ant didn't blame Cracker, but she was in a good mood. Do the so-called Wanzu really exist? It's not clear yet, but the Lord of the Void Circle knows about the 10,000 races, and he is likely to be one of the 10,000 races. Cracker said, ha ha ha, Moma. The ant was in a happy mood, showing greedy eyes. Very good, I must get the power of all races. Reason why Auntie is in a good mood is because of the Wanzu. As one of the 4 emperors, Big Mom wants to be 1P/King of pirates. When thousands of people are born, the world will be in chaos, aggression, capture, marriage, and will use all means to gain the power of all races. Then, unite the new world and become 1P/King of pirates. Moby Dick. Ooh la la la. After reading the newspaper, Whitebeard became very excited. Master of the virtual circle, the person who wants to hit you must be me. The power of the Lord of the virtual circle crushed the 3 admiral, the 4 emperors of iron. Whitebeard is old and rarely duels, and this time, the amazing power of the Lord of the Void Circle made Whitebeard rekindle his fighting spirit. If there is a chance, Whitebeard will definitely fight against the Lord of the Void Circle. Red Firth. Wanzu, this world is amazing. Red-haired Shanks also looked excited after reading the newspaper. In the future, there will definitely be more places worthy of our adventure. Free and easy, adventurous has always been the style of the red hair pirates. When all races are born, born, the world will take on a new look. At that time, the Red Hair Pirates will usher in a brand new journey, an island in the new world. The master of the virtual circle, all clans, may be able to find an opponent, Kaido said excitedly while drinking. Kaido is the strongest creature in the sea, land, and air, and can no longer find an opponent in this world. Kaido has been invincible enough to commit suicide, but not once. If all races were born, Kaido would undoubtedly have 10,000 more ways to die. Marine Headquarters, Marshal's Office. Damn the Lord of the Void Circle. Sengoku glanced at San Admiral, who was wearing a thick bandage, and walked around the office anxiously. To be able to make 3 admirals like this, the master of the virtual circle is really a top threat, Garp said solemnly. The ability of the master of the virtual circle is unpredictable, and he is not human at all. 3 Admiral also sighed. After the battle of the ancient slate, Marine was already restless, but now, they can't do anything. After all, the Lord of the Void Circle and the Lich King, they have been unable to deal with it. At the same time, in the Terracotta Continent, the World Government Headquarters 5-star building. As the situation was getting worse, the Gorosei/5 elders had to call an emergency meeting. The Little Garden incident has shocked the whole world, and our regime has been threatened, the bearded Gorosei/5 elders said solemnly. 10,000 races in the mouth of the Lord of the Void Circle. I don't know what it means. Are there really 10,000 races hidden on unnamed islands around the world? Said the bald Gorosei/5 elders. Apart from the Lord of the Void and the Lich King, there is no information about the 10,000 races anywhere in the world, said the blonde Gorosei/5 elders. If there were really 10,000 races, the greatest threat to the world government would be, said fat Gorosei/5 elders. In the slate there seems to be a human race, an undead race, an ancestor of demons, a magic user, the word. The samurai Gorosei/5 elders said. Perhaps the elf beast sealed in the slate is the former 10,000 races. What are we going to do now? Find the slate, increase the combat power, and continue to send people to investigate, hoping to find clues. Bearded Gorosei/5 elders said. That's the only way to do it. The rest of the Gorosei/5 elders nodded helplessly. The world is going to be in chaos, completely beyond the control of the world government. If there are really 10,000 races, then they will suffer the most from the world government. 2 days later, on the Ghost Island, Yechen was drinking red wine. Vivi Isho. Ding. Gain 5.3 chaos points. Ding. Get 4.5 chaos points. Ding. Gain 1.2 chaos points. Ding. Gain 2.5 chaos points. The reminder sound kept ringing in my mind, and this wave of operations gained 300,000 chaos points. That's right, 300,000. Originally, Yechen's chaos point balance was nearly 200,000 after deducting the cost of 100,000 chaos points to create the Lich King and the Great Void Legion. Now Yechen has 400,000 points of confusion. With 400,000 creation points, it is possible to do more grand things than this. Still, wait, as things continue to ferment and overstimulate again and again, they won't be able to stand it. A month later, the incident with the left hand of the Dark Archmage has passed for more than a month. The world is chaotic, and the sea is even more chaotic. Countless people boarded the sailboat with various purposes, looking for the world's secret treasure, the sealed slate. At this time, East Blue, a small boat was sailing, and a young girl with orange hair was standing on it. This woman is the little thief cat Nami. Damn Arlong, this time I must find the ancient slate and defeat you. Nami's eyes were firm, looking in the direction of her hometown. Arlong is even more domineering in East Blue after his escape. In order to rescue the villagers, little Nami goes out to sea to find treasures. Damn. After Nami recovered, she found that the compass in her hand was out of control. Nami, lost. Unlike the Great Root, East Blue has almost no magnetic field interference in the sea area, and the recording pointer is a rare item in the sea area. Only big cities like Logetown can buy this rare item. A small Kokoyashi village, it is impossible for such a thing to exist. After losing her navigational direction, Nami could only scrambling around. Before long, an island appeared in front of the boat. Fight. Nami squeezed a small fist and then controlled the boat to the island. After a while, Nami entered the island. It's just that what appeared in front of Nami's eyes was completely different from what she imagined. Ahead is a dungeon thousands of meters below sea level. Chapter 23 _ You are the one-of-a-kind magic wizard. Dungeon. Nami was stunned, but she didn't expect that this small island was unique. In East Blue, I have never heard of such a city. This sign is likely to be an ancient civilization. Nami looked at the dungeon thousands of meters deep, her feet a little weak, but for the sake of her hometown, she still groped and walked on. There is no danger. In the end, after an hour, Nami fell to the ground, sighed deeply, and fell to the ground. Treasure, here I come. With great anticipation, Nami begins her treasure hunt. However, after walking for a few hours, Nami did not meet anyone. Here, it's a no man's land. It's just that there are a lot of ancient texts around around and even the murals of ancient stone slabs, which made her persevere. This dungeon is so big, even if there are treasures, it is impossible to fill the streets with easy access. Nami did not lose heart and continued to walk inland. Bear. At this moment Nami stepped on a stone slab and then a phantom appeared in the sky, slowly transforming into a picture on screen. In the bustling and peaceful dungeon, a calamity suddenly appeared in the sky. Roar. Thunderbolt. A group of evil creatures invade the dungeon and start a carnage. The fire is raging. A swordsman with a huge sword, a sharpshooter with 2 guns, an uncle of the cross, a female fighter with gloves, and a girl who uses magic. The king in the war against evil invaders, Tyrannosaurus King. The picture is earth-shattering and attracts the attention of the world. Could it be an ancient war? Nami said in surprise. It's a pity that she can't read the ancient slate, otherwise she can see special symbols such as warriors, angels, magic users, elves, and so on. Hurry up and take a photo. Nami Mimu instantly turned into $2 big and she had taken the slate with the camera phone bug. Now the world government is trying to gather information about the ancient tablet. Such shocking information might sell for a good price. After taking the slate, Nami dared to continue going. Inside there must be a big treasure. After walking for a few hours, Nami finally entered the urban area of the dungeon. Should have been abandoned for a long time, Nami murmured. The stone slabs of the streets were dilapidated, covered with moss, and there was no sign of human activity. Sulfuric acid. Before Nami took a few steps, a blue magic circle appeared on the street. Intruder. In less than half a second, a knight in grey armor with evil light in his eyes appeared in the magic circle. Nami was shocked. It was a summoned beast. The knight did not make any sound and approached Nami step by step. Don't come here. Nami kept backing away, her face turning pale with fright. Go to hell. Bang. In the panic, Nami swept across with a stick, hitting the knight on the head. Boring. With a home run, the knight's head flew 10 meters away and rolled to the ground like a watermelon. However, the knight is not dead. Hearing Nami's scream, the knight slashed with his sword. Jack bomb. At this moment, a huge flaming pumpkin bomb like a meteor flew in the distance. Bear. When Nami opened her eyes, all that was left of the knight in front of her was the broken armor. Not far away, there is a dark-skinned, charming, and graceful female magician. Thank you for saving me. May I ask who you are? Nami asked. I am the remnant soul of the ancient magician Shaylin. It is because of the gift of Emperor Ye-Tian that I can live to this day. Shaylin said. She is a remnant soul created by Ye-Chen. Shaylin is very powerful and the price is very high. Emperor Ye? Who is that person who dares to be called the Emperor of Heaven? Is he more noble than Tenryabito? Nami was shocked. That is the supreme heavenly emperor, sealing the existence of ancient demons. Sharon said with respect. What is an ancient demon? Nami was full of doubts. You'll find out later. Sharon didn't reveal much and paused. Girl, do you want to be a horse monkey soju? Horse monkey soju? Nami was at a loss. He had heard of cocktails, kumis, whiskey, etc. What kind of wine is this horse monkey soju? That is the highest honor in the magic world. Only a magical girl and a holy magic user can win this title. Sharon explained patiently. Am I suitable? Nami's face instantly turned red and she felt a little inferior in her heart. After all, she is a little thief cat. How can she deserve the honor of horse monkey soju? Girl, you are very kind and you are an incomparable magic wizard. Sharon cast a positive look. This is what Ye-Chen arranged behind the scenes. Nami is best at fighting with a weather stick, which is similar to an element magician, but it is very suitable. Let an ordinary girl get magical power and then stir up the world. Me? No. Nami looked suspicious. It is your kindness that made me choose you. Otherwise, no matter how talented you are, I will not accept you as a disciple. Shaylin said earnestly. After all, there was once a magically gifted magician who went crazy in order to gain power and endangered the world. Now Sharon chooses disciples and they will keep an eye on them. Nami was silent. You don't need strength. Don't you want to protect your family? Sharon said. I need strength. I want to defeat Arlong and protect my family. Nami thought of the villagers and her good sister, and she immediately spoke firmly. Isho when she saw Nami's determined gaze. Now it's right. Chapter 24_Save the World. Horse monkey soju. Ruzai can be taught. Ye-Chen watched all this from the perspective of God. Secretly Isho, looking forward to the moment when Nami turned into a magical girl. Get started now. Sharon raised her hand slightly and a delicate magic wand appeared behind her. Next, without any operation, the magic wand will automatically float in front of Nami. It's amazing. Nami looked surprised. The power of magic was incredible. Sharon Vivi Isho. This magic wand she always carried with her, accompanied her many days and nights, just like her relatives. Sharon is nostalgic. Treat the magic wand like a family member. Saying that, Sharon started to operate skillfully. Magic wand moving. Look at the magic wand, can be big or small. Can kinetic energy bend? Nami's face was a little red. Sharon was so mature and charming, and after staying here for so long, there there was a magic wand beside her. Even if she is a pure girl, there are still some reverie. Magic wands have spirituality, fit, and can increase your spellcasting speed, Sharon said, letting the magic wand speak. Hello, Sister Nami. A young girl's voice sounded. What a lovely girl. Nami praised. She was relieved because she thought too much. From God's perspective, Yechen smiled secretly. Nami, this little thief cat has reached this age. It seems that there is a chance in the future. He has to personally give Nami guidance. Hold her and start feeling her power. Sharon begins to teach Nami elemental magic. Nami nodded resolutely, then closed her eyes, feeling the magic power flowing in her body. Elemental magic is divided into 4 attributes, namely light, darkness, ice, and fire. Sharon said, these 4 elements come from nature. Although the 4 elements can be seen everywhere, to capture these substances is like going to the sky for beginners. Sharon said solemnly. Then how do I start? Nami's eyes were full of doubts. Beginners need the help of the elemental spirits. The jack bomb just now is one of the elemental spirits, Sharon said. So, where did the elemental elves come from? Nami asked. Every elf can wake up the elemental elves. Although you are not an elves, my elves are already stored in the magic wand. Teacher, you gave me your spirit. What do you do? Don't worry, because I have high-level elves. I saw Sharon's finger flick, and a giant jack fell from the sky. Boom. With a bang, a building in front was instantly razed to the ground. It's amazing. Nami was full of excitement. A normal blow to knock down a house, only Admiral can do it. As long as you close your eyes, a spell will appear, Sharon said. Nami nodded, then closed her eyes tightly. Come out, jack bomb. Bear, bear, bear. As soon as she finished chanting the spell, a burning pumpkin head appeared behind Nami's back. It lights up once. It's not a magic genius, Sharon exclaimed. Sharon has brought out countless disciples, and it is difficult for even a beginner elf to wake up the elemental elf once. Teacher, do you want to summon other elves together? Nami said mischievously. Summoning an elves requires consuming mana, and with your current mana, you can't do it, Sharon said. Next, let me teach you the basics of horse monkey soju. To become horse monkey soju, you must master the basic elements. When you become a horse monkey shaku, you can use the power of elements at will. You can use the jack bomb just now, summon sky thunder, create ice walls, and the ball of nothingness that devours everything. In addition, you can also comprehend many advanced skills. Sharon continued to teach. Among them, fire is the easiest to obtain in nature, so to get started with horse monkey shaku, you should first practice fire magic. In the future, you can refine one attribute from the 4 elements. If you have a good talent, you can cultivate 2 or even 4. Sharon taught patiently, and Nami was fully absorbed and had a little understanding. Okay, that's it for today's basic course. Now you can feel the power of Jack's bomb, Sharon said. Very well, burn it, Jack bomb. Nami couldn't wait and immediately waved her magic wand and threw a check bomb at a small house in front of her. Bang! There was a muffled sound, and the house shook a little, but a burst of dust accumulated over the years fell. Nami embarrassed Isho, and in front of Sharon was nothing but insignificant. Take your time, you are already my best student, Sharon comforted. I'll try harder. With Sharon's affirmation, Nami is even more confident. Then all day, Nami practiced jack bomb sleeplessly. For the sake of the home, Nami must not relax. About half a month later, Nami is dueling a dark knight in a clearing of the dungeon. The dark knight was summoned by Shaylin with summoning magic, and he was very powerful. After dozens of rounds of battle, Nami began to unleash her ultimate move, the Feast of Extreme Ice. I saw Nami waving the magic wand and then pointed forward, and a large-scale ice magic circle appeared in front of her. Blah blah blah. Countless huge icicles were continuously pulled up from the magic circle, and the dark knight froze instantly, taking a lot of ice attribute damage. In just a few seconds, the dark knight disappeared in the ice formation. After a period of practice, Nami has been able to skillfully use various series of magic. If you can defeat the dark knight, you have become an excellent horse monkey soju, Sharon said with relief. It's all well guided by the teacher, Nami Sunshine Isho. Now, you can go back and save your home. Shaylin's palm condensed an aura of light, and then a small cross radiating holy light appeared. This cross is a talisman given to you by Yetiendi. Nami can now use about level 35 elemental magic, and her attack power is very high. Generally, Vice Admiral is not her opponent, but the weakness is obvious. If there is no magic shield, she can easily be killed by warriors. Therefore, Yechen gave her a cross to use the clergyman's skills, the Shield of Light, a super disgusting defensive skill that is immune to all physical attacks. Teacher Yetiendi, Nami will not forget your great kindness and virtue. Nami's tears were already rolling in her beautiful eyes, and she also had a little longing for Yetiendi in her heart. The future of the world is full of disasters, and the important task of saving the world falls on your shoulders. Sharon is full of confidence in Nami. Nami felt honored but had a trace of worry, and said, Teacher, I will try my best, but can I really deal deal with the darkness of the whole world by myself. Don't be afraid. Magical girl inheritance. There are 4 major occupations. You will meet your little friends in the future. Come on. Nami nodded, bid farewell to her teacher with tears in her eyes, and set out to sea. Nami is out. The journey of Horse Monkey Shaku has officially started. Chapter 25 Magical Girls vs Arlong. A few days later, East Blue Kokoyasi Village. Nami came back in high spirits on the boat. However, when she got home, she found Uncle Ajian lying in Nojiko's arms, covered in blood and dying. How could this be? What happened? Nami said angrily. It's Arlong. He couldn't find you. He was furious and severely injured Uncle Jian. Nojiko cried bitterly. Damn, the marine warship is in the village. Why not stop it? Nami said angrily. Because Arlong got the ancient slate. Marine didn't dare to touch him. Nojiko said. Arlong got the equipment magic card for the water attribute, and now he is more arrogant and domineering. Plus he belongs to Shisabukai Jinbei, so no one cares about him. Marine even tried to woo him. With endless anger, Nami rushed to Arlong's territory. Arlong, I must tear you up with my own hands. Ajian watched Nami and her sister Nojiko grow up. In the eyes of the two sisters, Ajian is already a father-like status. This time, Nami was completely angry. Few minutes later, Arlong and Colonel Shan are negotiating. This time Marine sent me here to discuss cooperation with you. Now Marine needs a station in East Blue to monitor the Lich King's every move. Colonel Xiuan said, you are the most powerful and most well-connected in East Blue. I hope you can bring reliable information to our Marine, and even suppress the Lich King to expand his power. Who do you think I am? Arlong, the lackey of the world government. If this uncle is not happy, he will destroy your Marine branch at any time. Arlong gave Xiuan a slap in the face. Of course we know your identity. Marine finds you to cooperate, and the benefits are of course indispensable. Colonel Ziyan said, as long as you can agree, you can continue to rule the sea area. Do you think I'm a fool? Krieg is dead. Who else can you find now? Arlong threatened. Just like this, give me half of your entire division's military pay, and I will help you take over this mess. Now most of Arlong's territory has been robbed by the Lich King, and most of the protection money has been lost. However, the Lich King did not need money and materials, and instead these places lived prosperously and peacefully. Arlong blackmailed Marine this time, just to use the financial resources of the world government to stop the loss. Don't go too far. Colonel Xiuan fell into a few drops of cold sweat. He didn't expect Arlong to become so domineering. Boom. Just then, there was a loud bang at the gate of Arlong Park. The boss is not good. Nami is coming in. A fishman younger brother hurried in, looking flustered. It's just a little thief cat. Ask Haki to give her some punishment. This uncle is busy. Arlong looked disdainful before continuing his conversation with Major Hien. Boom. Before he could finish speaking, a fishman was blasted in by a huge pumpkin head bomb. Damn. Arlong was taken aback when he saw it. This charred fishman is Haki. Haki has been smashed into a sizzling octopus. Isn't it just a little thief cat? How can it be so strong? Xiuan was shocked. Could it be that this little thief cat has obtained the power of the slate? Damn, when I catch her, I have to break her legs and draw me a chart. Arlong pulled out a large saw blade and jumped out of the hole that was blasted through. Nami, waiting for him right in front. Arlong, today is your day of death. Nami shouted angrily. Isn't it just getting the power of the slate to become so arrogant? Arlong sneered. Unfortunately, still so weak. If you don't give me some punishment, where will my Arlong's face go? Arlong jumped, then swung the big saw and slashed at Nami. Come out, photoelectric eel. Nami waved the magic wand lightly and then blasted out 3 photoelectric eels exuding strong levels, hovering around Nami. Cha was only a smell of seafood, and Arlong was immediately charged with smoke. Damn. After a while of electric shock, Arlong hurried back 10 meters. Fishman is afraid of electricity. If it wasn't for the strong Arlong constitution, he would have been electrocuted long ago. Damn, you can't use the power of the slate. Arlong frowned tightly. His slate is a magic card water stage device, which can increase the attack power and defense power by 300 points. But it will turn the venue into water. Nami will use electricity, and the water will only be treated like a fish. It turned out to be an electric shock. Don't think I only have this ability. Arlong loosened his bones and approached Nami again. It seems that the electricity just wasn't enough. Nami brought out the photoelectric eel again and circled around. With the same skills, I won't be fooled. I saw Arlong throw the 3 fishman boys at Nami, breaking the 3 photoelectric eels. Go to hell. That Arlong slashed down with a swift slash. It's despicable. Nami shuddered, horrified by what Arlong had done. Go to hell, Arlong. Nami chanted a spell, and a movable magic circle appeared in the ground. Flame blast. With an accurate judgment, Nami released the blast of flames, and immediately a huge column of fire rose into the sky. Boom. Arlong was instantly blown away by the fire column, his body covered with raging fire, and then fell into into a nearby pool. Arlong rolled his eyes, lost consciousness, and slowly sank to the bottom of the pool. I finally killed Arlong. Bitter and emotional tears, Nami turned and left Arlong Park. This is Nami's first step after becoming a horse monkey soju goo goo goo. At this moment Arlong in the pool showed a fierce look. Arlong just playing dead. Shark on darts. A burst of momentum. Arlong kicked his legs hard and his body flew out like a rocket. Despicable. Arlong launched a sneak attack and Nami was beyond defense. Sulfuric acid. At this moment a spherical shield of holy light appeared around Nami. Bang. A muffled sound. Arlong slammed into the light shield, bleeding his head. This kind of villain dying 10,000 times is not enough. Nami pointed the magic wand at Arlong's head, venting all her anger. Tianlei. Boom. A thunderbolt several meters wide fell from the sky and Arlong exploded instantly, leaving no bones. The battle is really sloppy. Killing Arlong. Nami Vivi was fortunate and her heart warmed. Fortunately, I have Yetien's protection. That Emperor Yetien is definitely a handsome guy like a god. Hee. Miss Nami. Just then, Zion walked out of Arlong's castle. We at Marine invite you to join Marine. Justice needs your strength. Colonel Shan invited excitedly. If he can recruit a person with special abilities, Xiuan will definitely be promoted to rank and he will not miss this opportunity. You are not good people either. Nami summoned a thunderbolt and struck Xiuan, knocking him unconscious. This warship belongs to me. After that, Nami robbed Xiuan's warship and then took Nojiko and set sail to sea. The magical girl pirates are established. Chapter 26 Magical power famous in the sea. The next day, Marine headquarters. Nami killed Arlong was quickly transmitted back to the Marine headquarters and Vivi was surprised when Sengoku heard the words. This little thief cat Nami dares to snatch the warship. She is really defiant, Sengoku said coldly. Being able to defeat a pirate with a slate is considered a talent. After all, it is in East Blue. Garp laughed. Unfortunately, she refused to join our Marine and became a pirate, so we can only follow the procedure. Sengoku frowned. After the establishment of the magical girl pirates, Nami began to be rewarded with a reward of 50 million berries. After all, Arlong is only a small character and the bounty is only 20 million. 50 million berry in East Blue, already unprecedented except for the Lich King. After Arlong's death, Marine's plans fell through again. Now Marine wanted to find a powerful person to monitor the Lich King, and all the intelligence officers sent out could not escape the eyes of the Undead Legion and were killed one by one. East Blue's thorns are really a headache for Marine, especially Garp, but now the Lich King's power is no weaker than one of the four emperors, and it is not something that Marine's headquarters can easily crusade. And this time, on East Blue. After Arlong's death, the oppressed people were finally freed from their misery. Great, we finally got rid of Arlong. Nami is our East Blue hero. It would be even better if the Lich King could be eliminated and East Blue could be completely restored to peace. Now, East Blue has Nami as the savior. However, Nami did not intend to fight the Lich King for the time being. After all, the Lich King is a powerhouse at the level of admiral to the four emperors. Besides, Yechen wouldn't let her fight against her own. About 3 days later, a chic pirate ship entered the Great Channel. The rear deck of the pirate ship is full of oranges, and the flag is an orange-shaped skull biting two magic wands. This is the battleship of the magical girl pirates, the Belmere. Nami and Nojiko decorated the ship like this in honor of their mother, Belmere. At this moment, a humble boat floated up not far away. The people on the boat are the two desolate Shisabukai, Crocodile and Gecko Moria. Two Shisabukai lost their turf. They temporarily formed an alliance. Their ultimate goal is to defeat the Lord of the Void Circle, step on his fame, and regain hegemony. This pirate ship is suitable for our identity. Gecko Moria saw this pirate ship transformed from a warship and showed greedy eyes. East Blue's newcomer, magical girl, those who use magic must die. Magic or something. Crocodile hates it the most. Boom, boom. At this moment, Nami's pirate ship fired a few cannonballs at the boat. Bang, bang, bang. This kind of cannonball is useless in the face of Shisabukai, and Crocodile and Gecko Moria can easily detonate these cannonballs with a few tricks. Boom. With a bang, Crocodile's boat hit the Belmere. The two Shisabukai jumped onto the deck of the Belmere. As soon as the two boarded the boat, Nami was already standing in front of the cabin with a mighty haki, and Nojiko hides in the cabin because he has no fighting power. Hand over this ship obediently or die. Gecko Moria threatened. Two reservoir dogs, don't be complacent. Nami gave a light drink and blasted the jack bomb. Robbery does not exist. Boom. Jack bomb blasted a big hole in Crocodile, but he was elementalized. We are Shisabukai. Gecko Moria laughed grimly. Shadow horn gun. Gecko Moria turned her shadow into a demon tail and stabbed Nami. Leixian. Nami called out the light elf. The light elf swept around and the shadow gun was instantly smashed. Go to hell. At this time, Crocodile had turned into sand and floated. Arc Moon Dunes. Crocodile's arm turned into into a sand blade and swept across. Frost snowman. The distance is too close. Nami can only use a small magic to release quickly and play a bouncing snowman. Boom. The snowman exploded and the sand blade instantly formed an ice block. Gee, scatter the bats. Before the previous wave of offensive was over, Gecko Moria made another strong move, releasing a large number of shadow bats. Salon. Crocodile also didn't hold back and played a sandstorm. Ice wall. Nami quickly chanted a spell and a burst of ice elements instantly erupted, building 5 thick ice walls around her. The ice wall was shattered after resisting a large number of attacks, and the aftermath continued to rush towards Nami. Bang. At the critical moment, Yechen's cross came into play, offering a shield of holy light to block the fatal blow. Watch out, Nami. Nojiko watched the thrilling fight with his heart pounding. After dozens of rounds, Nami has been pressed and beaten, and the energy of the holy light shield is about to be exhausted and will shatter at any time. If this goes on, Nami will definitely lose. At this time, from the perspective of God, these two clowns dare to spoil my good deeds. Yechen Vivi frowned. His purpose was to promote the power of magic, and he couldn't lose all of a sudden. I didn't expect Nami to be so unlucky. She met two Shishibukai as soon as she went out. That's the only way to do it. Yechen decided to help secretly and let Princess Vivi's black magician girl sense Nami's state. At the same time, a memory was implanted in Nami's mind. Nami flashed Sharon's figure in her heart, thinking of the simplest summoning magic Sharon gave her. Come out, dark magician girl. With a spell, a blue light magic circle appeared in front of Nami. Sulfuric acid. A strong light flashed in the magic circle, and the black magic girl turned a graceful figure and appeared gorgeously. Crocodile and Gecko Moria quickly took a few steps back, instantly stunned. Damn, can you still summon if you can't beat it? Crocodile's face turned green, greener than Gushinal. It's not easy to gain the upper hand, and as a result, a spell can change the situation of the battle. These magical girls are too shameless. Cheating. This is cheating. Gecko Moria is crazy. Is this the power of magic? More shameless than his ability. P.S. In the ancient slate, all powerful slates are under the control of the protagonist, and there is no ancient slate that the protagonist cannot control. Chapter 27. Vivi. Robin. Change jobs. Isn't this crocodile still want to taste my dark magician? Seeing that she was defeated, the black magician girl greeted her with a smile. Don't be complacent, Shaylin. Crocodile was taunted by a girl and immediately became angry and immediately hit a hurricane of sand. I've already seen through this trick of yours. The black magic girl's magic wand pointed forward, condensing a cannonball-sized dark energy bullet. Black magic bullet. Boom. With a light drink, the black magic bullet came out of his hand, bursting the sandstorm in an instant, and flew towards Crocodile. Bang. One hit. The black magic bullet slammed into Crocodile's face and instantly flew away, smashed through the fence on the deck, and fell into the sea. However, Crocodile took shit luck and just fell into his own boat. It's just that the hair gel lining the pig's head with a blue nose and a swollen face is a bit funny. Almost simultaneously, the Feast of Extreme Ice. Nami chanted a long spell and began to use her ultimate move. The next moment, a large blue ice formation instantly covered the entire deck. After accumulating power, Nami's Extreme Ice Feast has a larger range and stronger power. The extremely strong icy aura in the big formation kept swept away, and countless huge icicles rose from the ground and then shattered. Gecko Moria was unable to guard against it, was hit by several icicles in a row, and vomited a large mouthful of blood. Shadow Dancer. Dead Fat House was forced into a desperate situation again, and he resorted to a life-saving move, quickly escaped and returned to his own ship. Remember, the next time I meet you, I will burn your pirate ship. Gecko Moria yelled and hurried away in a small boat. However, this time they were not so lucky. Black Magic Guide Blast Crack Break. The black magician girl used her ultimate move to condense a dark energy bomb the size of a meteorite. Drink. With a burst of screams, the girl from the dark magic slammed out dark energy bullets to see off the two Shishibukai. Boom. With a loud bang, the boat exploded instantly. Damn, I won't let you go even if I die. Crocodile and Gecko Moria were blasted hundreds of meters before being thrown into the sea. Offend our horse monkey Soju. That's how it ends. Dear sister Nami, if you are interested, I can take you to see my master. The black magician girl said mischievously. Your master? Aren't you my summoning magic? Nami looked suspicious. My master is Princess Vivi of Alabasta Kingdom, not far from here. The girl of the dark magic way said. I sensed that you were in danger, so I followed the summoning magic and came to your ship. Sister Nami's magic is very powerful. After just one battle, there was another breakthrough. The black magician girl praised. After the war, Nami can already use level 40 magic skills. The experienced black magician girl saw Nami's growth at a glance. It's still your dark magic guide, and I have to ask you about dark attribute magic. Nami said modestly. Let's go. My master also has the potential potential to become a magician. Maybe you can help her. The black magician girl said. Although the black magician is a very good magician, she cannot teach human skills or reveal slate-related secrets to humans. Therefore, it is up to Nami to help Princess Vivi light up the magic spirit. Magician, could it be the other partners? The teacher said. Excited, Nami immediately rushed to Alabasta at full speed. The magical girl pirates may have a new member. The next day, on the Great Channel, the news that the two Shichibukai had been blown up instantly spread. Crocodile and Gecko Moria have been defeated again, and it is Nami the little thief cat who defeated them. It's not the little thief cat anymore, it's the great magician Nami. The power of magic is so powerful that it can restrain those with devil fruit abilities. I heard that both Shichibukai fell into the sea. They are probably dead. East Blue has another character. Will it replicate Roger's miracle? Newcomers, Nami is not as powerful as Jianju, who has the lightning sword, and Raoul's, who has the rebirth slime. But Nami is the representative of the magical girl. The birth of magical power has shocked the whole world. The four elements of the magician have the advantages of Logia, among which the dark attribute magic has the magical effect of sea stone. Keep going and Nami will surpass Admiral sooner or later. At this time, Marine headquarters. This Nami is another big problem. Sengoku frowned. Magic power, possibly related to the magic-using family. Garp said, Nami may be the breakthrough for us to study the ancient slate. There are magic users in the ancient stone slabs, but they only assist humans and cannot bring magic to their masters. And Nami can do magic by herself, which is unprecedented. It makes sense. Sengoku nodded. I'm going to invite her to join Shichibukai. Nami's power is a great threat, and Marine must control it. Then, Sengoku immediately sent Momuzagi to contact Nami, trying to invite her to join Shichibukai. In addition to this, Sengoku has also updated Nami's bounty, increasing it to 300 million berry. Later, Alabasta Palace. Nami, led by the Dark Magician, meets Princess Vivi, and Robin is also in the palace. The Dark Magician girl and Nami are very close, like two sisters, talking and laughing. These two really hit it off. Princess Vivi said enviously. Her contracted elf beast is seldom so close to others. Interesting phenomenon. Robin nodded, also surprised. Nami scolded Isho. Maybe it's because I'm a magical girl too. Saying that, the magic wand flew around and made a cute sound. How did you become a magical girl? Princess Vivi and Robin were surprised. This is all because of my experience in a dungeon. A few minutes later, Nami briefly described the experience and showed Robin and Princess Vivi the footage from the recorded phone bug. What an amazing experience. After listening to Nami's story, Princess Vivi and Robin were shocked. I didn't expect it to be like this in the past, and there is also the legendary Yetiendi. I became a magic elf from a human being during the period of the great evil god of darkness, and I have never heard of Emperor Yetien. The black magician said. However, Yetiendi's name as Haki should be similar to that of the dark archmage. Can a human become an elf beast? Princess Vivi, Robin, and Nami were all taken aback hearing it for the first time. The black magician said humans can't, but magical girls can. Magic users are actually magicians. Can I learn magic? Princess Vivi asked curiously. Robin also showed envious eyes and was moved by magic power. My magic wand is of the dark attribute. It is used for testing. It can only test the magician of the dark attribute. The black magician said. The girl, use mine. Nami flicked her fingers and the cute magic wand flew out. Princess Vivi and Robin both shook hands excitedly. Sulfuric acid. The moment he held the magic wand, the entire hall shone with light. Magic elf, wake up. Chapter 28_practice magic. Momuzagi is here for collection. In the hall, light shines. In the strong light, two elves gradually appeared. One is a small, pitch-black water-like monster held in magical chains. This is the contract elf. Dark elf said. It was summoned by Sister Robin. Said the magic wand. Contract elves are elves that magicians sign contracts with elves. They can assist magicians in battle, which is completely different from elemental magic. Hello, Sid. Robin's eyes formed a line of laughter as he greeted the dark elf Sid. But Sid didn't say a word. Extremely gloomy. These basic elves can't speak. Sister Robin said. The magic wand. I can talk. I can talk. Before the magic stick could finish speaking, another elf jumped out. This talking elf is a frosty snowman with a special shape. It can speak because it is a special elf. Familiar was originally a basic elf, but because of the affinity of magicians, he was awakened by spiritual consciousness so he could communicate with magicians. In other words, this frosty snowman has become fine. So cute. Princess Vivi was very surprised when she saw this cute snowman. This is Princess Vivi's familiar, and familiar will assist Princess Vivi in casting spells. Said the magic wand. Why are the elves we summoned different? Robin asked. Because your characteristics are different. Said the magic wand. All of this is determined by their characteristics. Princess Vivi loves the country and the people. She is full of natural affinity and has the talent of a magician. Princess Vivi itself is not strong in combat and is not suitable for elemental and battle mages, so she is suitable for magi stirs and summons the quirky familiar to fight. And Robin is not only an archaeologist but also the leader of a killer organization, a big sister who can control the contract elves. In addition, Robin is suitable for summoning magic, also because of her ability to cast spells with thousands of hands. Instantly summon a legion. The combat power is so terrifying. These are all tailor-made for them by Yechen. Hee, it looks like you guys are going to become horse monkey soja too. Nami Vivi Isho finally found a friend. The teacher really didn't lie to me. Over the next few days, Nami and the magic wand taught them magic. In fact, it is mainly magic wand teaching because she can do any magic. It is an all-purpose magic wand. After all, this magic wand was once Sharon's faithful companion. And Vivi and Robin's cultivation progress is also very fast, reaching the level of 30 magician in a few days. It was mainly Yechen who opened the door for them. Through the system, Yechen secretly helped them implant innate spiritual roots. Therefore, they can sense the power of the elements of heaven and earth, and the magic power is endless. In addition to this, they also found special slates in the underground ruins of Alabasta. Robin gets a magic wand, and Princess Vivi gets a free-flying magic broom. Robin is indeed very talented in learning summoning magic. He casts spells with thousands of hands, and the progress is super fast. Vivi also likes the profession of wizard. After all, riding a magic broom can fly. Yechen spent a lot of thought and confusion for them. A week later, in the port of Alabasta, a warship is slowly approaching. The grand prize candidate Momuzagi. After the major incident in Alabasta, it has almost returned to peace and prosperity, and the intelligence of the world government has basically been withdrawn. Coupled with the old age and sickness of the king, Princess Vivi now has real power and does not want to be constantly monitored by the world government, and Marine does not dare to blatantly inquire. It took several days for Momuzagi to be sure that Nami was hiding here. Because she was afraid of Vivi's strength, she carefully asked for instructions to log in. At this time, in the Alabasta Palace, an escort hurried in. Report, Marine Vice Admiral Momuzagi to see you. Let them in. Princess Vivi knew that Marine had bad intentions. They came either to occupy the underground ruins of Alabasta, or to Nami who had magical powers. But now that the kingdom is still under the world government, Princess Vivi did not refuse. After a while, in the palace, Nami and Robin are in the back of the palace. After all, they are wanted criminals, so it is necessary to avoid such a scene. We have verified that the magical girl Nami is in the palace. Can we let her out? We have no ill intentions. Momuzagi said. That's right, I'm right here. If you have something to say, just say it. Learning that she was Marine's target, Nami walked out of the back hall directly. Miss Nami, the world government recognizes your strength. This time, I am here on behalf of the world government, and I sincerely invite you to join His Majesty Shishibukai. Momuzagi didn't beat around the bush, and directly stated his intentions. Shishibukai. Princess Vivi looked ugly because Crocodile was Shishibukai and the whole country didn't like Shishibukai. Nami saw Princess Vivi with a heavy face and said resolutely, I refuse. Momuzagi. Vivi was startled, didn't expect Nami to be so direct, and then persuaded, don't you think about it? You are a pirate here. It's not suitable. It's not good for Princess Vivi and the others. Don't think about it. Next, we Alabasta will also withdraw from the world government. Princess Vivi said firmly. Vivi. Nami was moved for a while, but she didn't expect Princess Vivi to be so affectionate. Princess Vivi. Vivi Isho. Actually, I made a decision long ago. The world government is so disappointing. World government is really not a thing. Robin nodded, a trace of anger in his heart. Momuzagi sighed. You guys have to think about the consequences. Next time, it will be the fleet, or even the Buster Call. We will not lose. Princess Vivi said firmly. A battle is inevitable. Chapter 29 _ The war is over. Buster Call starts again. For collection. Momuzagi shook his head and went back with a heavy face. In the palace, Nami, Robin, and the others did not look relieved. After all, Robin has experienced Buster Call and is well aware of the horror that kills all sin. But both Robin and Nami stand by Vivi's decision because now they're all part of magical girls. I'm sorry, I'm wayward. Princess Vivi apologized. No, you did it right. Nami encouraged. Nami has been oppressed by Marine since she was a child, and she knows exactly what Princess Vivi thinks. Alabasta, just a bigger Kokoyashi village. I support you. Robin nodded, and after getting along day and night, she already regarded Vivi and the others as sisters. The war will start. Whoever is afraid. Nami held the magic wand full of confidence. Saving the world from the darkness is the mission of Horse Monkey Soju, and at this time, the Ghost Island. Yechen Vivi Isho. Princess Vivi. How bold. Surprised by Vivi's behavior. In the pirate world, except for Wanakuni and the Giant Kingdom, other kingdoms are basically under the jurisdiction of the world government. Wanakuni and the Kingdom of Giants are both superpowers that can challenge challenge the 4 emperors. Alabasta is still a far cry from these 2 countries. Perhaps this is the change that magic power has brought to her. After possessing power, who would submit to the needs of others and be a mermaid just to my liking? Yechen chuckled. This was just right and catered to his plan. Marine Buster call. Hee. They don't know anything about magic power. Next day, the kingdom of Alabasta. Dear citizens, brothers, and sisters, my fathers and my fellow villagers. All along, what Tenryabito has done has been seen by the world, and the persecution of the Shishibukai system against us is vividly visible. From now on, we are in control of our own destiny, Alabasta announced, officially seceding from the world government member states. Princess Vivi issues the Declaration of Independence at the palace. Long live the princess! Long live the princess! Long live Alabasta! Millions of people shouted and supported Princess Vivi. Even though a big battle is about to break out, they still have confidence in Princess Vivi. When the news spread, the world was shocked. For decades, our kingdom has not received the slightest favor from the world government, and half of the national treasury has been paid for 1 year's heavenly gold. Taxes will be collected if there is nothing wrong. Now that the slate appears, the world is in chaos, and the world government has not acted. It is really chilling. Let's get away together. The Goya kingdom has been destroyed, and we may be the next one. Many countries that were crushed by gold in the sky, as well as neighboring countries that once starved to death of a country, all revolted. The turmoil is about to break out. At this time, Marine headquarters. What the hell is going on here? Let you win over a Shishibukai, and the world is in chaos. In the phone bug, the Gorosei/5 elders were furious, and they asked Sengoku to answer this matter. Settle it with me as soon as possible. Across the phone bug, Sengoku was also sprayed with saliva. I'll fix it ASAP. Sengoku's face darkened. He didn't pick things up, but he took the blame. After the call ended, Garp was also very upset and felt sorry for Sengoku. Why do you put all the blame on us? Those lazy Tenryabitos who collect so much gold from the sky are the root cause of this scourge, Garp said angrily. There are so many turmoils in the world now. The dominance of the world government has declined, and the allied countries have gradually lost confidence in us. Sengoku sighed softly. There was still room for negotiation, but Alabasta is anxious this time. Sengoku had planned to negotiate with the 2 sides to reduce taxes and settle it peacefully. Unexpectedly, Princess Vivi began to declare independence after only 1 day, which caught Sengoku off guard. Things have developed so far, and they can't be stopped. Garp shook his head and sighed. Hopefully there won't be too much sacrifice, Sengoku said solemnly. The end. Sengoku ordered 5 Vice Admiral Shitan, Tokike, Momuzaki, Anigamo, Momanga, and Yamakaji to dispatch. But Sengoku still didn't give up on Alabasta, giving them a chance. If Princess Vivi can return to the world government, Nami promises to be Shishibukai, and all this can be forgiven. In less than 3 days, 10 warships approached Alabasta. Princess Vivi, Nami, Nojiko, Robin, the dark magician girl have brought the kingdom army and are already waiting on the shore to fight. The enemy is coming. Just then, a sentry came to report the military situation. Led by Momuzaki, 10 well-equipped warships have begun to enter the Santo River and are about to enter the port of Alabasta. The entire Alabasta army is on alert. After dozens of minutes, Marine finally arrived and was on standby not far from the port. Then, Momuzaki's warship approached the port alone, giving Alabasta one last chance. Princess Vivi, this battle is pointless. As long as you can return to the world government, bloodshed can be avoided. Momuzaki began to persuade him to surrender. If Miss Nami can join Shishibukai, we can also try to reduce the tax burden for you. These are the intentions of Marshal Sengoku. Please consider it carefully. Please come back. We Alabasta are united. Princess Vivi strongly disagreed. Momuzaki didn't say more, informed the other vice admiral, and began to annihilate Alabasta with all his might. Fire! Hearing an order from Shitan Tokike, 10 warships fired at once. Boom, boom, boom. A cannon blast shattered the tranquility of Alabasta, and Buster Call started again. War is imminent. Chapter 30_Magic Legion vs Buster Call. Boom, boom, boom. Marine's shells flew in the air. Annihilate black holes. Nami raised her mouth slightly, turned the magic wand, and shot a huge black hole forward. Clap, clap. In mid-air, the black hole generated a strong suction force, swept wildly, and all the shells at a distance of more than 10 meters were sucked in. The interception was successful, Nami said proudly. This was the first high-level magic that Nami tried to use after her abilities were improved. Improved magic star bullets. Princess Vivi also began to attack, summoning familiar light eel. The photoelectric eel turned into a magic star bullet, slammed into the cannonball like lightning, and then had a chain collision, which bounced wildly among the many cannonballs. Boom, boom, boom. In a flash of lightning, a large number of artillery shells were cut in half and then exploded. Suddenly, the sky was billowing with smoke, and there were repeated roars. Almost at the same time, Robin also began to cast spells with 1,000 hands. Come out, intermediate elf. At the moment of chanting the spell, countless magic circles appeared in front of the guards, and then hundreds of intermediate elves poured into the battlefield. The intermediate elves are the evolved version of the lower elves. They are similar in size to Marine Admiral and can launch long-range attacks with various attributes. Stop them. Following Robin's command, all the middle-level elves attacked together. Boom. The air was full of lightning, ice balls, fire blades, and shadow explosions. The shells in the sky were instantly blown up, and the powerful offensive counterattacked the marine fleet. Although these attacks of intermediate elves are not very high, they are more than enough to blow up Marine's shells. Sister Lewis, help me. Robin's offensive was not over yet, and he summoned the powerful ice and fire magician, Sister Lewis. Lewis is a high-level magic elf who is proficient in 2 series of magic, ice and fire, and can release icicles, ice needles, fireballs, and meteorite impacts. What a spectacular scene. I like it. Sister Lewis chuckled, then moved forward with one palm, gathering magic power. Meteorite impact. With a spell, a small meteorite was immediately released, falling from the sky. Call out. Meteorite fell on Yamakaji's ship, and Yamakaji was unable to guard against it. Boom. With a huge explosion, the meteorite blasted a large hole on the deck, and a raging fire suddenly ignited. Hurry up and save me. Quickly put out the fire. There was a lot of misery on the warship, and the people who put out the fire and the people who were saving people were in an instant chaos. It's fun now. The black magician girl also joined the battlefield, taking advantage of her flight to make trouble everywhere. After that, the firepower of both sides was full, and the sky was full of artillery shells and magic bombs. The scene was extremely spectacular. In terms of situation, Robin's summoning legion has the advantage. The Witch of Ice and Fire. It is too easy to fight warships. The warships could only keep firing shells, barely blocking these offensives. Annoying flies. Shaitan Tokicake has an angry look on his face, and the dark magician girl is flying around, annoying slightly. Come on, the black magician girl provocatively said. Moonstep. Shaitan Tokicake is furious, and a moonstep chases after him. Then, the two of you chased after me in mid-air. Shaitan Tokicake already has admiral strength, but only the weakest admiral, similar to Phoenix and Katakuri, or even a little weaker. Addition, the black magician girl can fly. Shaitan Tokicake moonstep is not so fast, and it can't be stopped for a while. There are 3 magical girls. Momuzagi was taken aback. So what? Momuzagi is a candidate for admiral, and there are many scenes like this. Magical girls are just a flash in the pan. Peach Moon Slash. I saw Momuzagi quickly draw his sword and cut out a golden sword energy. Boom, boom, boom. Wherever the sword energy passed, all the magic bullets exploded, and the magic elves blocking in front were also beheaded one by one. Momuzagi opened a bloody path. Instigate. A moonstep. Momuzagi flew into the front line of Alabasta. Since it is against justice, don't blame me for being ruthless. Who is afraid of who? Let the horses come. Nami and Vivi start against Momuzagi. Nami began to cast a spell, a feast of extreme ice. Instigate. However, before the spell was finished, Momuzagi made a moonstep and flew to Nami in an instant. It's too slow. Boom. Momuzagi slashed and was blocked by Nami's light shield, so Nami avoided the fatal blow. Click. Only a sound of glass shattering was heard. Nami's eyes widened, and the shield was blown up. The attack power of the admiral candidates is really strong. Just as Momuzagi was about to attack Nami, a pitch-black cloak came flying fast. Shadow Cloak. Princess Vivi snorted softly and began to cast spells. The cloak quickly wrapped Momuzagi, then tightened, and Momuzagi was imprisoned. Thank you, Vivi. Nami quickly retreated to Princess Vivi, away from Momuzagi. This admiral candidate is dangerous. Damn magic. After a few seconds, Momuzagi broke free and started chasing Nami and Princess Vivi again. After that, Nami and Princess Vivi were beaten all the time, and they were in danger several times. Fortunately, the two sisters had a tacit understanding and escaped under Momuzagi's sword. The other side. Don't let the devil's son go on. Stop her. Go. Yamakaji, Anigamo, and Momanga start to figure out a way to attack Robin, or their ships will be wiped out. However, it is not easy to get close to Robin. Her contract spirit is tricky. After a few dozen minutes, the 3 vice admiral gradually killed the summoned elves and approached Robin step by step. Just then, Shaitan Tokicake also started to break out. Look where you go. I saw Shaitan Tokicake stepping on the ground and covering his feet with the ultimate armament haki, observing the movements of the black magician girl. Flying pig legs. A burst of momentum. Shaitan Tokikake's legs were like springs, and with a strong kick, the whole person rushed into the sky like a rocket. Call out. Less than half a breath. Shaitan Tokicake flew to the dark magician girl. Boom. With a heavy footfall, the black magician girl fell to the ground like a meteor, blasting a big pit. The swift kick made the black magician girl hard to guard against. Meanwhile, Yamakaji, Anigamo and Momonga are already close to Robin. Nami and Princess Vivi were also injured by Momuzagi's swift onslaught. The situation is very serious. At this moment, a dark cloud appeared in the sky. Damn. After getting a stink foot, the black magician girl was completely angry. Come out, my teacher, the great black magician pioneer black magician. A strong dark breath burst out instantly, forming a large magic formation, and a black aura was cast in the magic formation. Then, a handsome man wearing a black mage robe and holding an emerald green magic wand slowly descended. He is the teacher of the black magician girl, the black magician. Almost at the same time, a blue and white magic formation appeared not far away. Come out, Elf King Agabala. With a loud shout, Robin cast an advanced summoning technique in a desperate situation. A holy light flashed, and the three of Yamakaji, Anigamo, and Momonga were rushed away in an instant. Then, the whole body exudes a pale aura, and the crown-wearing king of elves, Agabala Haki, appears. The severe situation in Alabasta was reversed in an instant. Chapter 31 _ The Black Magic Guides 3 Pillars. The trick of acting like a ghost. Solve the two of you first. Momuzagi ignored the black mage and got rid of Nami and Princess Vivi before him. Dark bullet. However, before Momuzagi could make a move, a powerful bullet of dark energy flew in at high speed. The black mage is on the move. Momuzagi's face changed slightly and he quickly retreated. Boom. The dark energy bomb exploded in front of Momuzagi, instantly shattering the ground and blasting a large pit 10 meters in diameter. Ugh. Momuzagi was hit by the aftermath and was knocked back tens of meters, with blood hanging from the corner of his mouth, and he was slightly injured. The attack power of the black mage is 2,500 points, although not as good as Admiral, but not much worse than Momuzagi. And because of the teacher's blessing, the black thief girl's attack power has become 2,300 points. The two magicians join forces. Momuzagi will definitely be overwhelmed. You can't escape, so die. At this time, the black magic girl started to attack. Black magic bullet. It's another powerful dark energy bomb coming at a rapid rate. Flash steel slash. Momuzagi slashed with his sword, and the black bullet was cut in half. It's not over yet. Before Momuzagi could make a move, the black mage continued to pursue. Damn. Between the lightning and flint, Momuzagi quickly dodged with observation haki. Momuzagi has always been passive, being pressed and beaten by two magicians, and was once in trouble. The other side, Shaitan, Tokike, and the other three vice admiral were also beaten out by the Elf King. Thousands of beads smash. Flying shadow slash. 5 Shigan finger pistol. Flying pig legs. The four of them attacked in unison, and all their strong moves hit the Elf King. Bang. With a muffled sound, the Elf King did not move like a mountain without blinking. The Elf King is super durable, and an attack of this level is like scratching a tick. Lightning. The Elf King pointed forward, and then a row of golden magic cursors appeared. Oops. Get out of the way. Several vice admirals realized that the situation was not good and immediately ducked. Boom, boom, boom. In less than half a breath, a row of thunder as thick as a pillar burst from the sky, instantly shattering the ground. Even with observation haki, Yamakaji, Anigamo, and Momonga struggled to get out of the way and were injured by the powerful shock wave. The Elf King's attacks continued, and he began to charge up again. Half Moon Wave Blade. A burst of strong light flashed, and the Elf King swept out a huge Half Moon Wave Blade with a flick of his hand. Hurry up, Moon Step. Several Vice Admiral's faces changed greatly, and they held back the pain and immediately flew into the air with Moon Step. Boom. The Half Moon Wave Blade swept across, blasting 5 warships in the port in an instant, and then swept across the sea, blowing huge waves several meters high. Land Pig's Feet. Shaitan Tokike uses the Moon Step to fly down with the help of gravity and use his unique Nirvana. Armament reinforced a heavy foot, and it fell directly on the shoulder of the Elf King, making a sound like steel colliding. Go away. The Elf King slashed with his hand and cut out an arc-shaped air blade, and Shaitan Tokike near him was unavoidable. Armament reinforcement. A critical situation. Shaitan Tokike had to cover armament to resist the powerful slash. Boom. Shaitan Tokike was instantly knocked into the air, but under armament's protection, he was fine. Is this a legendary race? In mid-air, the three Vice Admiral's hearts were shocked, and even the Admiral's Nirvana was useless. Crystal. Just when they were in a daze, the Elf King's palms emitted strong light. Elemental laser. Yamakaji's heart froze, even if he had already reacted, but this is the speed of light. There is no way to escape. Boom. A bang. Yamakaji was instantly knocked flying. His whole body was scorched, and he fell heavily to the ground, losing consciousness. Perverted combat power. Anigamo and Momonga turned pale in shock, and Vivi's hands started shaking. The Elf King has a hegemony body, does not eat control, and has a strong blood defense. In addition, the summons are not afraid of death, and they exchange injuries for their lives. When Vice Admiral hit him, he would only reveal his flaws and be killed by by him. If he didn't fight, his attack range and destructive power would wipe out the entire army sooner or later. That is, Shaitan Tokike has the strength to get started with Admiral and barely blocks the attack of the Elf King. However, the Elf army behind the Elf King is even more terrifying. Light, dark, ice, fire, and countless skills are like rain. Even though the attack power is not high, Shaitan Tokike is almost crying with these onslaughts. The main body of the Elf King is a demigod, Robin said with a slightly raised corner of his mouth. Marine's two fronts were in an emergency, and in desperation, the soldiers began to ask for support from Marine's headquarters. Marine headquarters. What? There are actually 3 magical girls. After hearing the battle report, Sengoku's eyes turned into light bulbs. Borsalino rushed to Alabasta immediately. Situation was critical and Sengoku had to send the fastest Kizaru. Alabasta coastal battlefield. In less than 10 minutes, a golden beam of light came flying. Admiral Kizaru is here. Alabasta is far away. In order to get to the battlefield, Kizaru is almost elementalized all the way, then landed on a small island, and then elementalized, flying intermittently. It's Admiral Kizaru. Save. Marine's minions instantly cheered up when they saw Kizaru approaching. It's so embarrassing. Kizaru looked at Marine's miserable state and shook his head. Yasakani no Megatama. Kizaru floated in the air and immediately used a big move to try to clean up the group of summoned elves. Boom, boom, boom. Moment of charging, Kizaru fired countless light bullets and slammed into the battlefield. Ray Voss, Aurora Grayling, stop him. Robin was very aware of Kizaru's ability and immediately ordered the light attribute spirit to guard the front to form a wall. Hum, hum. There was a strange sound like electromagnetic interference, and the light attribute spirit emitted a dazzling light. Kizaru's light bullets were all absorbed by this group of elves. Creak, creak. In less than half a second, the light energy of the light elf overflowed. Boom, boom, boom. The light elf erupted into a lightning grid, and countless marines were subjected to strong electric shocks. Among them, a large number of soldiers were electrocuted into coke and killed instantly. How tricky. Kizaru knew that he couldn't break through this line of defense, so he shifted his target. Call out. Kizaru used the Yatagara mirror again, dodging in front of Nami and Princess Vivi. Tienkong Cloud Sword. Kizaru used the light energy to create the Amakusa Cloud Sword and then began to attack Princess Vivi and Nami. Not good. Nami's face changed. This Kizaru, too fast. Bang. At the critical moment, Nami's holy light shield had cooled down and she created a shield again to block a sword. The magician is most afraid of melee attacks. Nami and Princess Vivi are in danger this time. At this time, it's going to be the winner, said the Black Magician Girl. The Black Magician Girl set up the ceremony and an altar of darkness appeared. Come out, Dark Sorcerer of Chaos. With a long incantation, the Black Magician Girl started the ceremony and the sky suddenly changed and thunder rolled. Sulfuric acid. During the ceremony, the altar gradually ignited a black fire and then slowly condensed into a man wearing a black mage robe. Attack power 2800 points. Defense power 2500 points. The strength is comparable to Admiral's chaotic Black Magician come plus the Black Magician Girl and the Black Magician. The 3 pillars of black magic all appear. Chapter 32 Ultimate Magic. Admiral defeated. It's tricky to be another mage. Kizaru frowned. Mages are annoying, especially those with dark attributes. The last time he was in Little Garden, he was thrown on all fours by a suggestive magician with less than 1000 attack power, and he was extremely embarrassed. Are you going to call for reinforcements as soon as you arrive? Don't give the marine reinforcements a chance to kill them all in one go. Nami shouted. Profound truth. Black Magic Guide. The 3 black magicians began to cast spells, pointing their magic wands forward to form a ball of dark energy. Creak, creak. The dark energy ball grew rapidly. The energy gradually overflowed, and dark black thunder and lightning surged out, instantly shattering the ground. In the end, the energy ball condensed into a destructive energy bomb the size of a warship. This is troublesome. Kizaru's face changed greatly. This dark attribute magic just restrained him. What magic is this? Momuzagi and Shaitan Tokike were also shocked, and their faces were like a blank sheet of paper. What a horrible magic. Run away. Oh my god, my legs don't obey me. Seeing this huge energy bomb, all the marine soldiers were so frightened that their legs went weak. Destroy everything. With a loud shout resounding through the sky, the 3 black magicians blasted out destructive energy bombs. Boom. The destructive energy bomb ripped apart the ground, blasted from the shore, and pushed all the marines out of the sea, causing a super explosion. The explosion range is almost the size of an island. Ahem, it's a shame I failed. Kizaru used his speed to escape quickly without being directly hit by the destruction energy bullet, but Kizaru was still hit by the big explosion and was seriously injured. Fortunately, Admiral's constitution is not generally strong. Only the furious Whitebeard can defeat the careless Admiral with 1 or 2 moves, but the other 4 emperors can. It's hard to make a difference now. Mid-air, after Kizaru was knocked out, he escaped from Alabasta in elemental form. His face was ugly. In this case, he can only run away, completely ignoring others. Shitan Tokikake was seriously injured and Momuzagi was also lost in the explosion. The two admiral candidates were captured by Alabasta, other vice admiral and the minions dead, wounded. Marine S Buster Call. This time, the whole army was wiped out. It doesn't matter, go back and report first and then find a way to redeem people, Kizaru said bitterly. In the current situation, it's useless for him to go back. The 3 black magic guides are enough, not to mention the elf army of the Elf King. Marine headquarters was shocked after returning. It's like a magnitude 10 earthquake. The next day, an earthquake erupted in the whole world just like the Marine headquarters. The Alabasta War actually defeated the Marine headquarters and wiped out the Buster Call. The whole world is shocked. The power of magic is really against the sky. Destroyed Buster Call's forces. I didn't expect Alabasta to replicate the miracle of the Lich King. Admiral Kizaru has been defeated. I am afraid that in the new world, no one dares to violate Alabasta. Alabasta is our example. If we have the strength, we will also strive to break away from the world government. After the news spread, many countries have been ready to move, but because of the problem of strength, they did not act. However, there are already many insurgents making trouble. It's only a matter of time before turmoil breaks out. At this time, Marine headquarters, the Gorosei/5 elders were shocked to learn that Princess Vivi and Robin were also magicians and have designated them as a special threat. Now, they've established that humans can have magic. Either control this power and use it for Marine, or completely destroy the magic. Buster Call plus an admiral can't fix it. You really disgrace the world government this time. Gorosei/5 elders to Sengoku. Impact of this Buster Call was too great. The world government has not only lost face, but the regime has also been attacked again. The troops we sent are enough to destroy the entire Alabasta. I didn't expect them to be so strong, Sengoku said with a solemn expression. If we can't attack this time, we will send stronger troops next time. Gorosei/5 elders ordered. Within a week, this unrest must end. We also want to deal with it as soon as possible, but Shitan, Tokikake and Momuzagi are in each other's hands. Now we are passive. Sengoku frowned. In addition, the turmoil in the new world has not subsided, and now concentrating forces on Alabasta. I am afraid the impact will be even worse. Needless to say, we just want the result. Otherwise, we will send the highest CP0 combat power to deal with the captives. Gorosei/5 elders ordered. I see. Sengoku shook his head helplessly. Bang. Sighed. Garp smashed a table with an angry fist. These old guys, it's disgusting. In front of politics, there is no sympathy. Sengoku sighed deeply. To quell the unrest, the Gorosei/5 elders forcibly mobilized the forces of the new world. There are only 2 candidates for the grand prize, so I don't care. What are you going to do with it? Garp asked. Kizaru's injury shouldn't be a big problem. I plan to deploy the strongest combat force to fight quickly, Sengoku said. This time, he could only summon 3 admiral and a large number of marine elites to attack Alabasta again. However, Sengoku's plan has been clearly seen by Yechen from God's perspective. On Ghost Island, after Yechen finished watching the play, he clapped his hands. What a Gorosei/5 elders who can do so much. The Gorosei/5 elders can ignore the admiral candidates for the sake of power. It's just an appetizer. Yechen chuckled and was ready to make a big move again. In this battle, the magic power became famous, and Yechen's goal had been achieved. Although they spent 50,000 chaos points for the horse monkey soja pirates, they brought 200,000 chaos points to Marvin. Yet the consumption of Alabasta to Marine is already enough, and it would be bad to give Nami and the others a plug-in. Time to divert Marine's attention, and Yechen's next goal has to start with Sabayati Archipelago. Chapter 33 Fur Tribe. No, Orcs. Sabayati Archipelago, Area 1. This area is famous for its population auctions. Auction door. According to insider information, the highlight of this auction is the devil fruit. Devil fruit start with at least 100 million berries. Not only that, but the fur tribes of the new world. I don't know if it's a boy or a girl. It's better to be a cute white rabbit. It's good for men. A fur tribe can do the work. And top 10 human slaves. A group of nobles and pirates were discussing the auction items in this auction. Many VIPs of the auction house know some of the inside story of this auction. The rarity of devil fruits goes without saying. The fur tribe is an ancient race living in the country of Zo. They are generally isolated from the world and are as rare as mermaids. The reserve price of the auction is 700,000 berries. In the crowd, everyone was very much looking forward to this auction. However, one of the mysterious people who was wearing a cloak and wrapped tightly was holding an iron fist, and his eyes revealed endless anger and hatred. The mysterious man said secretly, "It's here. It's on. It's on." At this moment, news came out from the auction house. The auction has finally finally started. Half an hour later, in the auction hall. During this time, several more formal items have been successfully auctioned, either some jewelry or some antiques. What are you doing? Just auction these rotten things. What about the promised devil fruit? This uncle has no time to spend with you. Everyone can't hold back, especially the people in the top row. They are almost all pirates. Don't be restless, don't be restless, the fancy-dressed host said passionately. Next is one of the highlights of this auction, the fur slave bonus. As soon as the words were finished, an assistant pulled out a slave with wild boar fur. Bonus had a hideous face, and his two fangs had already protruded into his face like a monster. It's ugly. I thought it was a fur tribe, but it turned out to be a wild boar. I've never seen such an ugly fur clan. Skip now and auction off the next item. Wild boars are good too. For work. For a wild boar, not many people look at it. Only those rich peasants and rich businessmen could see the value in him. This fur tribe, the starting price is 700,000 berry, and each bid shall not be less than 100,000. The host saw that the response was not good and did not dare to ask for too high a price. Bonus, also the level of the reserve price. I pay 1,000,000 berry. Before the words were finished, someone called for a price. The person who called for the price was the mysterious person who was at the door just now. I'll pay 1.1 million, 1.3 million, 1.5 million. Bonus is not useless. Some discerning wealthy businessmen have begun to bid, and the price has gradually increased. At this moment, a quotation came from the door of the auction house. 10 million berry. The person who made the quotation is the noble of the world, Tenryabito St. Charles Rose. It's Tenryabito. The shot is really cruel. The nobles of the world, who would dare to rob them? Everyone in the arena lowered their heads and muttered softly, for fear of angering Tenryabito. 10 million times. 10 million twice. 10 million 3 times. Deal. Slave bonus belongs to Lord Charles Rose. The auctioneer slammed down. I hope this person has better physical strength. The trash just now fell into the ground within a few steps. St. Charles Rose came here to buy slaves to ride as horses. Seeing that Bonus was a wild boar fur tribe, St. Charles nodded with satisfaction and then led Bonus away from the auction. At this time, the mysterious man in the corner of the auction hall, holding an angry iron fist, also left the auction hall. Half an hour later, Sabayati Archipelago, on the main street of Soap Bubble Park. This fur clan is really nice. St. Charles Ross rode on Bonus and swam proudly on the street, and his escort, with a serious look, made way for him on the street. The people around them all knelt down to avoid them, daring not to look up. Give my brother back. At this moment, the mysterious man jumped out of the crowd and slashed at St. Charles. This mysterious person is Bonus' brother Potter. He came to the Sabayati Archipelago to save his brother. There are assassins. St. Charles Rose's guard immediately shot, throwing punches and kicks at Potter. Boom. Potter's fists were invincible, and he was blasted away by the guards, crashing through a building. This is ancient stone slab. At this moment, Potter discovered that there was a special ancient stone slab buried in the broken brick. Sulfuric acid. Before Potter reached out his hand, the slate emitted a strong light. Roar. A roar like a demon beast. A cyan humanoid monster holding a sharp blade and a Buddhist bead around his neck appeared in front of everyone. He is World of Warcraft, the orc swordsman Samuro. Damn humans, how dare you insult orcs? The sword saint of Warcraft found that St. Charles Rose was riding Bonus, and he was furious and ran out angrily. Bonus and Potter looked a lot like orcs, and Samuro regarded them as the descendants of his tribe and started killing them directly. Protect Lord Charles Rose. The guards swarmed up and attacked Samuro. Sulfuric acid, sulfuric acid, sulfuric acid. The cold light swept away, and all the guards immediately separated their bodies. The strength of the sword saint of Warcraft is so terrifying. The people on the street were dumbfounded and then shouted loudly like a ghost. Something is going to happen. Run. They are not afraid of Samuro, but after offending Tenryabito, they will provoke Admiral. In less than a minute, all the people on the street were evacuated. If you dare to touch a single hair on me, I will let you die without a corpse. Charles Rose Saint was so frightened his legs went limp and he slumped to the ground. I won't kill you, cowardly. I want to see how talented you are. Samuro tied the St. Charles Rose and hung it from the cantilever beam of a building. Tenryabito being tortured. Marine Admiral is coming. Chapter 34 _orcs, never slaves. Marine Headquarters. Sengoku gathered 3 Admiral Kuzan, Akainu Kizaru, 100,000 Marine elites, and 12 Vice Admiral. This time, he intends to lead the team himself, sweeping Alabasta in one fell swoop. However, before Sengoku could finish the arrangement, the red phone bug beside him rang. It was the commander-in-chief of the army who called. Sengoku, draw some troops and an admiral, and go immediately to the Sabayati Archipelago. St. Charles Rose kidnapped. The commander-in-chief shouted. What? Sengoku took the phone bug and was instantly blinded. This group of world nobles who are idle all day actually came out to cause trouble in such an extraordinary period. It It's so troublesome. In addition, the attack on Alabasta cannot be delayed. Send troops as soon as possible. There is not much time left. The commander thought for a while and added, "Yes, I understand," Sengoku said with a solemn expression. Now, Sengoku is under as much pressure as 10 mountains. Chief not only wants Sengoku to settle the Sabayati archipelago, but also wants him to continue his expedition. After hanging up, Sengoku ordered Kizaru directly, "Borsalino, hurry up, go to Sabayati archipelago." Tenryabito was kidnapped by the fur tribe. Kizaru is the fastest, and it's great for dealing with emergencies like this, as well as atonement. Okay, that's exactly what the old man meant. Kizaru is also so happy. Just a fur tribe, he can't be his opponent. Even the two kings of the fur tribe were at most quasi-admiral. Sabayati archipelago, the main street of Soap Bubble Park. Less than 3 minutes, Kizaru arrived at the speed of light. Is this fur clan crazy? As soon as Kizaru arrived, he found that the entire street was covered with Marine's body, and all of them had been beheaded in an extremely cruel way. A soldier of this strength is like an ant in front of the orc juggernaut. Sabayati archipelago's garrison, Marine, has almost been wiped out. A few steps, Kizaru found Samuro, Bonus, and Poder, as well as Tenryabito, Saint Charles, who was hanging in the air and beaten into a pig's head. "Release Saint Charles Rose," Kizaru shouted. Kizaru frowned when he saw Saint Charles Rose with a bruised nose and a swollen face. This fur tribe who dares to fight Tenryabito is so daring. Charles Ross St. These injuries were played by Bonus and Poder. It's not enough to dispel the anger in their hearts. "It's Marine Admiral," Bonus said. "This guy is very strong. Don't take it lightly," Poder said. Seeing the arrival of Admiral Kizaru, the two fur tribesmen hid behind the orc sword Saint Samuro and avoided it. "Why do you humans make enemies of us orcs?" Samuro asked. "Orcs?" Kizaru was speechless for a moment. "Isn't it a fur tribe? There is also a human race, which is a bit familiar." However, without waiting for Kizaru to reply, Saint Charles, who was hanging in the air, sneered. "You were born to be our slaves. Let me go. At most kill your whole family, or I will destroy your 9 clans." The pig. Kizaru patted his head. Obviously he was a hostage, yet he dared to anger the bandits. "Slave." The two words stimulated Samuro. This is the inverse scale of the orcs. "Roar." Samuro let out a roar. His eyes instantly turned red, and his breath soared. "Those who offend the orcs must die." Samuro pinched St. Charles's head and lifted him up. "What do you want?" Kizaru sensed a strong killing intent. His face changed greatly. He immediately teleported and used the speed of light kick to stop Samuro. However, it is already too late. Juggernaut storm. Samuro cut out the sword chi, and the sword chi formed a hurricane and rotated. Boom, boom, boom. The sword energy swept wildly, and the surrounding buildings collapsed instantly. Bang. Kizaru's light speed kick was like hitting a steel plate and was instantly bounced off, flying dozens of meters away. In front of the orc juggernaut's ultimate move, Kizaru couldn't even use Yasakani no Megatama, let alone a light speed kick. Kizaru came back to his senses. St. Charles Rose had already been ground into minced meat. Only a pig-like head survived at the center of the hurricane. It's nerve-wracking now. Kizaru's face was dignified, and he killed Tenryabito, but Admiral was not the only one dispatched. Samuro held the head of St. Charles Rose high and roared hysterically. "Orcs, never slaves." A roar resounded through the sky, instantly shaking the entire island. Uhoho. The imprisoned slaves, as long as they are non-human races or animals, all sense this blood and roar. "Never be a slave. Never be a slave. You killed Tenryabito, and I can't keep you," Kizaru said coldly. "Kill Tenryabito is to fight against the entire world government." Samuro stabbed the big knife into the ground. Haki said, "You humans have annoyed me. This battle will never end." Chapter 35_reinforcement. The orcs declare war. What a lunatic. Kizaru Vivi frowned. His fingertips condensed a strong speed of light, ready to attack. Windwalk. However, before Kizaru could make his move, Samuro disappeared into the air. Samuro's windwalk increases movement speed by 70% for a short period of time, and also becomes invisible. Gone? Is it a shave? Kizaru was taken aback and immediately stopped the beam attack, not expecting such a strange pace. However, Kizaru has observation haki. Tienkong Cloud Sword. After sensing Samuro's approach, Kizaru used light energy to create a cloud-like sword. Bah! A cold light flashed, and the two faced each other with swords, and Kizaru was instantly knocked back several meters. It's savage. Kizaru felt a tingling in his hands. The strength of the orc swordsman was too great. Samuro's storm walk will increase his attack power by 100 after he appears, and his explosive power is extremely strong. I can actually detect my invisibility. Samuro was also surprised by Vivi. The strong killing intent on your body betrayed you, Kizaru said coldly. Yadarakama. Kizaru used the Yada mirror to shine the beam behind Samuro and slashed with his sword. Mirror. A smoke screen exploded around Samuro, and then 3 Samuros appeared nearby. This is Samuro's proud stunt mirror image, which can create 2 clones. Bah! One of the Samuro clones blocked Kizaru's sword strike. Go to hell. The remaining 2 samurais slashed in anger and slashed towards Kizaru. Whoosh. Seeing that the situation was not good, Kizaru immediately elementalized and quickly dodged. Boom. As soon as Samurai's knife fell, a building in front of him was immediately cut in half. It's dangerous. Kizaru fell into a few drops of cold sweat. He didn't expect Samuro to have a clone, and his moves were quick and violent, even faster than him. Samuro has a powerful passive and has a chance to slash with 4 times the power. Admiral will also be seriously injured if hit in the front. Yasakani no Megatama. Kizaru flew into the air and used a big move to clean up the clone. Blade Storm. Samuro used his Nirvana again, slashing out a powerful sword energy, forming a hurricane, ravaging wildly. Boom, boom, boom. A mad slash. All of Kizaru's light bullets were blown up and the surrounding buildings were instantly razed to the ground, billowing thick smoke. If you get involved, you will be in trouble, Kizaru exclaimed. This terrifying sword move, even Logia would be cut. Luckily, Kizaru has a ranged attack to avoid close encounters. After that, the two continued to fight for dozens of rounds, and all their skills were used, and the offensive of the two was even in a short period of time. However, just after Tenryabito was killed, the intelligence agent had already asked Marine headquarters for support. Marine reinforcements coming soon. 2 hours later, 10 Marines moved slowly into the Sabayati archipelago. By Admiral Akainu. All attack. Akainu landed on the island with some of his elite troops. This time, the headquarters has issued an order to kill the orc sword Saint Samuro, and to kill all the slaves on the island. Buster Call is back. A few minutes later, Soap Bubble Park is on Main Street. Major eruption. Akainu saw that Kizaru and Samuro were fighting, and immediately used the major eruption to attack Samuro. Insidious and cunning human race. Samuro felt a strong heat and immediately made a move. Mirror image. Bang. The big lava fist fell heavily, hitting a clone of Samuro, and the clone exploded instantly. Go to hell. Samuro was instantly furious, and he used a hurricane to quickly approach Akainu. It won't let you succeed. Kizaru begins to gather light energy, ready to activate Yasakani no Megatama. Whoosh. At this moment, an old man in a white robe teleported and appeared in front of Kizaru. Bang. Old man's kick. Kizaru flew dozens of meters and fell heavily on the ground, blasting a deep pit. Really? Do you want to spend your last years in prison? Kizaru wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said coldly. This old man is the deputy captain of One Piece / King of Pirates, Pluto Rayleigh. Buster called to Sabayati Archipelago. What's the point? Rayleigh was upset, his eyes burning with anger. Buster Call has refuge boats, so just get on the boat obediently. Kizaru responded coldly, and then used light energy to create the Sky Kong Cloud Sword. The old man is going to be here. Fell. Rayleigh drew his sword and charged at Kizaru. Then, the two started a close battle. Other side, the duel between Samuro and Akainu is also becoming more and more anxious. The strength of the two is almost the same, and it is difficult to tell the winner for a while. A last resort, Sengoku sent Kyuzan to come to support. 2 more hours later, Samuro, Rayleigh and the two admirals were still fighting. At this time, Admiral Kyuzan has arrived. Another monster. Vivi is startled when Kyuzan sees Samuro and starts to attack. 3 admiral arrived. Samuro and Rayleigh were gradually suppressed. Dude, can you swim? Rayleigh realizes that the situation is unfavorable and intends to fight a bloody path before jumping into the sea to escape. Orcs never run away from war. Samuro's eyes were red, and he would rather die than run away. Escape? That doesn't exist. Hearing the conversation between the two, Kyuzan slapped his palms on the ground. Ice Age. Cluck cluck. A burst of cold air spread instantly, and the surrounding area was instantly frozen. Land and sea are blocked. It seems a little hard to get out today, Rayleigh said depressedly. In desperation, Samuro let out a roar of a beast. Orcs will remember today. Rumbling. The roar did not dissipate for a long time, followed by the continuous sound of iron hooves and the howling of wolves, like the galloping beasts. Who dares to bully the orcs? I'm so angry. The consequences are serious. The prey is here. An orc riding a wolf, an orc carrying a bow and arrow, a huge Tauren with 3,000 wolf cavalry came to support. They are the prophets and shadow hunters of World of Warcraft, and the Tauren chief Alistar in League of Legends. This is the orc. Kyuzan, Kizaru, and Akainu were dumbfounded. This scene was more terrifying than the Lich King's undead army. Remember that justice will kill you sooner or later. Akainu left a harsh word and immediately retreated. The other 2 admirals also fled in a hurry, fighting against these beasts, and they will die without a doubt. Out of desperation, Marine all evacuated. However, this is only a temporary retreat. After all, the orcs killed Tenryabito, and the world government will not stop there. Night. Sabayati Archipelago. Shuki's rip-off bar. Tauren chieftain, Samuro, Rayleigh, prophet, and shadow hunter are raising their glasses. Why did this group of humans attack the orcs? Said the Tauren chief. Because Samuro killed Tenryabito, Rayleigh said. Tenryabito? The 4 orcs were puzzled. Then, Rayleigh told them about the world world government Tenryabito. No reason. After learning the reason for the incident, the Tauran chief was furious. The bull-headed chieftain was imprisoned by Nakus and forced to become a gladiator, becoming an entertainment tool for Naku's nobles. Regarding Tenryabito's atrocities, the Tauran chief couldn't control his temper at all and directly declared war on the world government. The orcs are bound to conquer the Terracotta continent. Chapter 36 _ Prepare for war. The next day, Kitu continent, world government headquarters, 5-star building. The world government has received a declaration of war from the orcs, and the Gorosei/5 elders have called for an emergency meeting. The orcs were born and they killed Tenryabito. This matter is extremely bad and must be dealt with first, the bearded Gorosei/5 elders said. It can scare off the 3 admiral. The orcs are very strong, and it is estimated that they have the strength of one of the 4 emperors. Fat Gorosei/5 elders, stop attacking Alabasta for now. We have to try to avoid this war as there are too many enemies now. Samurai Gorosei/5 elders said. The lord of the illusory circle, the Lich King, the magic users, and the orcs all have the power to destroy a country, and I am afraid that the first half of the Great Waterway will become the same situation as the New World. Wanzu is really a ticking time bomb. We must solve it as soon as possible. Maybe other races will be born. Obese Gorosei/5 elders said. Invite the orcs to join the Shishibukai. The Lord of the Void's territory is very close to the Sabayati archipelago, so that we can both avoid war and suppress the Lord of the Void, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. The blonde Gorosei/5 elders said. Do this first. It's impossible. Let's send troops. Samurai Gorosei/5 elders said. That's the best way. Other Gorosei/5 elders nodded. Wanzu, it seems to be fulfilled step by step. Noon, Sabayati archipelago. Soap Bubble Park. Admiral Kuzan is talking to 4 orcs. This time, Sengoku sent Kuzan to invite the orcs to join the Shishibukai, which is enough to show that the world government attaches great importance to the orcs. Among them, Sengoku also specifically instructed not to mention the word slave. What happened yesterday was a misunderstanding. Our world government has always respected all races, always been rambunctious, became extra serious and said, this time, I am here on behalf of the world government to invite you orcs to join the King Shishibukai. Tenryabito rides an orc. This is the respect of your world government, Samuro said angrily. If you think about it again, Shishibukai can bring you the status of king, and our marine will not interfere with the development of your race. Kuzan frowned and persuaded bitterly. War will only bring bloodshed and death, and neither will benefit us. Please come back. We orcs will never be your lackeys. Tauran chief was arrogant and rejected Kuzan's proposal. In that case, see you on the battlefield. Seeing that the other party was unwilling to reconcile, Kuzan could only respond to the other party coldly. Even if you let the horses come, the orcs will never be trampled underfoot, the head of the bull said firmly. Kuzan left with a bitter look on his face. Orcs, really violent temper. For the sake of some unknown clan slaves, they risked the fate of the whole clan. Orcs, who could have been friends, turned out to be opposites. Also quite angry with Tenryabito in his heart, but unfortunately there was nothing he could do. The race war is about to break out. I didn't expect that one of the protagonists of the first war was the human race. Few minutes later, Kuzan sent the news that the orcs refused to join the headquarters through the phone bug. Another thorn. Sengoku let out a long sigh. It seems that war is inevitable. Aside, Garp's face is also as cold as ice block. It's not easy to deal with. The orc juggernaut is an admiral level powerhouse, and the other orc leaders are probably not far behind. Sengoku said solemnly. This is the strength of the 4 emperors. Even if you can win, you will lose 800. Garp shook his head. Tenryabito is already angry, and the Gorosei/5 elders are also constantly pressing. This battle must be won. Sengoku said firmly. This time, Marine will go to war with the orcs. Sengoku has started to summon Shishibukai and also sent Kizaru to Alabasta to redeem Shitan, Tokikake, and Momuzagi. This battle, Marine is the winner. Next day, Alabasta. After receiving the order, Kizaru rushed over and negotiated the hostage issue with the magical girl pirates. This time, I want to redeem the 2 admiral candidates, Shitan, Tokikake, and Momuzagi. For the ransom, we can give 1 billion berry. Kizaru said solemnly. You should be very clear about the orcs. You don't want to watch the fall of humans and let the orcs rule the world. No, if you hand over the hostages, what will you do against us? Nami refused. 1 billion berry. Such a greedy Nami did not agree. Letting go of the hostages is equivalent to letting the tiger go back to the mountain. Before the big situation, Nami still has a sense of proportion. I agree. However, Princess Vivi agreed. You are right. The war between the human race and the orcs cannot fail. Although Princess Vivi hates world conquest, many alien rule methods are extremely brutal. If the world falls into their hands, it will be a waste of life. Seeing that Princess Vivi was so determined, both Nami and Robin agreed to let them go. Princess Vivi Vivi really has a vision. I hope we will have the opportunity to cooperate in the future. Kizaru gave his signature laugh, and it would be great if he could pull them into Shichibukai. Just that Princess Vivi supports the human race, not the world government. Cooperate. Shichibukai. Non-existent. 3 days later, Marine headquarters. Very good, Sengoku said confidently. Marine is very efficient, and now all the Shichibukai are called, and Chiton, Tokike, and Momuzagi have been redeemed. Even the world's largest swordsman, who has always been arrogant and loner, also responded. And the reason for his call is very simple, that is, to compare the sword with the orc sword Saint Samuro. Addition to Shichibukai, what Marine sent this time was already a force for the war. This time, Marine wins. Just when the Marine headquarters and the others thought they were going to win, an accident happened. The country of Zo, Bonus and Poder bring the news back to the kingdom. Originally, the Fur clan thought it was just a rumor, but now Bonus and Poder have confirmed that they have determined that the Fur clan are descendants of the orcs. After learning of their life experience, the Fur tribe planned to join forces with the orc tribe to fight against the world government. An island in the new world. Orcs just match my Kaido of the beasts. Ha ha ha. Kaido laughed wildly. This time, he wanted to conquer the orcs, so he planned to join forces. The cloud of war covered the whole new world. Chapter 37 _ The war is on. 2 days later, late at night, the Marine headquarters was brightly lit. In the marshal's office, Sengoku is making the final deployment. Tomorrow is the day the war starts. The Fur tribe, the 4 emperors Kaido, are indeed in trouble. Sengoku frowned. He knew the situation was uncertain, but there is no way. This time, even if he bites the bullet, he has to fight a top battle between the human race and the orc race. Actually, the Terran still has an absolute advantage. Garp comforted. There are many strong human races, and they will not let the race perish or become the spoils of other races. In the face of aliens, many people's positions are the same. I hope so, Sengoku said worriedly. Next morning, Sabayati Archipelago. Countless warships and hundreds of thousands of elite soldiers have surrounded the Sabayati Archipelago. As for the orcs, the 3,000 wolf cavalrymen stayed up all night and had already entered a state of challenge. The fuse has been ignited, and a race war that has shocked the world is about to break out. Boom, boom, boom. Without persuading him to surrender, Marine fired directly at the Sabayati Archipelago. War is imminent. Kill. With a battle cry, the Marines, morale high, began to land. All attack. The orcs and the Fur tribe started to fight back, and the island was instantly engulfed in flames, falling into a melee. Ha ha ha. Orcs, Fur tribes, this is the power I want. The island. The 4 emperors Kaido are very satisfied with the animal nature of the orcs and Fur tribes. He wants to repel these Marines, and then become the king of orcs, and become the veritable king of beasts. Fistbone. Just then, Garp flew over and punched Kaido. Old man, don't stop me. Kaido hit back immediately, throwing a heavy punch. Boom. The 2 fists collided, producing a powerful explosion, and a strong airflow instantly erupted, sweeping half of the island. Kill all the Marines. Before the strong aftermath dissipated, Drought Jack from the Beast Pirates and other senior officials rushed up together. Never let you succeed. Momuzaki, Chiton, Tokike, and Crane, the 3 top vice admirals, saw this and joined the battlefield one after another to fight against the Beast Pirates. The strength of the 2 sides is almost the same. They are restrained by each other, and they are caught in a melee. The other side. Let me see your swordsmanship. Hawkeye. My hawk cut a bloody path, found Samuro, and asked for a sword. I am a killing knife. No one can survive my knife. Samuro didn't say much, and immediately burst out with Lingran's murderous aura, and then quickly stabbed. Blah blah blah. A gust of wind danced wildly, and Samuro and Hawkeye my hawk slashed their swords like lightning, and suddenly the cold light flashed, and the sword energy blew up a strong wind of level 8. In the battle of swordsmanship, Samuro is extremely fast, and has the bonus of a fatal blow. His strength is extremely high, and he has an advantage. In terms of sword intent, Hawkeye my hawk can smash a warship by raising his hand, which is slightly better. Then, the 2 top swordsmen from different worlds started a contest for hundreds of rounds. Other fronts. Shichibukai, such as Doflamingo and Tyrant Bear, concentrate on dealing with the fur-clad powerhouses and gain the upper hand. Marine 3 Admiral here. Akainu faces off against the Tauran Chief. The Tauran Chief is not agile like a tank. It has a lot of power, but it is difficult to hit Akainu, and Akainu can be turned into a fluid, and the normal attack of the Tauran Chief can't cause damage at all. The Tauran Chief's skills can cause, but they are all control skills, and the damage is not high. Slow stupid cow, take my trick. After some probing, Akainu found out the strength of the Tauran Chief and began to use the ultimate move, Great/Major Eruption. Akainu gathered momentum for a while. The lava billowed on his big hand, and then punched quickly, making a huge lava fist. Savage crash. The Tauran Chief did not dodge, and rushed directly towards the lava fist. Boom. With a roar, the Tauran Chief blasted a big fist of lava, causing a powerful explosion. How stupid. Akainu laughed. In the thick smoke billowing, the Tauren chief has been injured. Use your body to block cannonballs. Only a fool will do it. Roar. A long, angry roar. The Tauren chief cheered up again and ran towards Akainu. Although he was injured, the characteristic of the Tauren chief is that it is durable. Although the Tauren chief was at a disadvantage, he also caused a lot of trouble for him due to his ability to withstand fighting and the fierce attack of Akainu. Other side, Kizaru confronted the prophet. The prophet belongs to the mage and is good at controlling the warg to fight. Mage is afraid of getting close. Kizaru's swordsmanship and fighting technique are strong, plus Yasakani no Megatama can destroy a large number of wolves. Kizaru has the upper hand. In the battle between Shadowhunter and Kyuzan, Shadowhunter is also in a slight position. Shadowhunter is a ranged hero. Poison arrows can hurt Kyuzan, but Kyuzan is Logia, immune to physical damage, and only attacks wrapped in magic and poison can hurt him. Shadowhunters will be tricky to deal with. In terms of situation, Marine's strong can almost suppress the strong of the orcs. The situation of the orcs is very bad. At this moment in the battle between Tauren chief and Akainu, he used the earth shard to smash the ground and accidentally blasted out a special slate. This is the slate that Rayleigh was talking about. The Tauren chief immediately picked up the slate and felt the power in the slate. War Horn, a magic card that can sound the horn of war, summon orcs from other worlds, and join the war. Contrary to the trend, the Tauren chief angrily roared, "There are few people who bully us, right? Activate the magic card, War Horn." At this moment, a dark cloud appeared in the sky. Sulfuric acid aura in the dark cloud, and then countless blue light magic circles appeared in Sabayati archipelago. Uhoho! In less than half a breath, a wave of beasts rushed into the battlefield like a swarm of bees, and the momentum was earth-shattering. Among them, the orcs of World of Warcraft, the orcs of the League of Legends, the orcs in the Dungeon Demon world, and the orc cards of Yu-Gi-Oh! Almost all came. Sabayati archipelago. Orcs are overwhelming. Sengoku was immediately stunned. Can I say now, stop fighting? Chapter 38_10,000 beasts attack together. Turn the situation around. Kill those abominable humans. Roar resounded throughout the Sabayati archipelago, and all the orcs attacked together. A wailing echoed through the sky, and countless marines fell into a pool of blood. The orcs ran wild for a while, enough to break up a battalion and kill a small army, and Marine's guns and shells can't cause fatal injuries to these orcs whose vitality has exploded. Whether in combat power or in numbers, Marine was crushed by the orcs. Within minutes, the situation was completely reversed. At this time, Shishibukai-s front line. Where did these monsters come from? Doflamingo was surrounded by a group of orcs, sweating profusely. Leading the charge is a black cheetah warrior and a black werewolf warrior. They are the Black Panther warrior with attack power of 2000 and defense power of 1600 respectively, and the dark warrior werewolf with attack power of 1600 and defense power of 600 respectively. Blood energy killing. Ha ha ha. The dark panther warrior grabbed a wolf in the army and swallowed it directly, his eyes instantly turning scarlet. Then, the black panther warrior leaped and slashed at Doflamingo, a 4-star monster with an attack power of up to 2000. The black panther warrior sacrifices a monster for each attack. The prey is here. The werewolf followed closely behind, flying like lightning and attacking. Then, other orcs, wolves and leopards also attacked and besieged Doflamingo. Moreover, it was just pounced on Brother Ming. Damn, what's the trouble? Doflamingo was directly deceived. There were so many Shishibukai and sea soldiers beside him. Why did he arrest Laozi? Perhaps his feather coat looked like a lamb. This time, Doflamingo is about to perform a trapped beast escape. In addition to Doflamingo, other Shishibukai were also besieged by a large number of orcs. Although Shishibukai is very strong, there are thousands of orcs, and it is impossible to get rid of them even if they think about it. Only the tyrant bear is at ease because he looks like a bear. At this time, the battle between Hawkeye Mihawk and Samuro gradually entered a white-hot stage. Although there were a large number of orcs around, Samuro did not let them intervene because he wants to defeat the world's greatest swordsman with his own hands. After hundreds of rounds, the two began to perform stunts in an attempt to knock down their opponents. You are very strong, but the number one in the world is still mine. Hawkeye Mihawk stepped back dozens of meters, then held the knife in both hands and raised it high. Drink. With a loud shout, Eagle Eye slashed down with a knife, slashing out a huge blue-white sword energy and splitting away from the ground. The corners of Samuro's mouth were slightly raised. Not only did he not have the slightest fear, but instead rushed towards the sword energy. Blade Storm. I saw Samuro wielding his knife and slashing furiously, slashing out countless sword chi, quickly forming a hurricane, sweeping the audience. Ba ba ba. With the sound of weapons colliding several times, Samuro forcibly slashed Hawkeye's sword energy as easily as cutting a watermelon. What a power! Mihawk dropped a few drops of cold sweat, and his eagle eyes showed fear for the first time. Instigate. Eagle-eyed Mihawk was wise and immediately teleported away. This kind of sword move is absolutely unacceptable. Boom. After Samuro was recruited, several nearby mangrove roots with a diameter of nearly 10 meters fell one by one and were cut into countless thin slices. This is the orc sword saying the distance. Hawkeye Mihawk was very satisfied and returned to the battlefield to continue to compare swords. However, Samuro became stronger and stronger in Vietnam, and the Hawkeye Mihawk offensive was gradually suppressed. In the next pair of moves, Samuro has the upper hand. Marine 3 Admiral here. After the horn of war was sounded, reinforcements from Tauren Chief Alistar arrived. Here comes the Tauren Chief from World of Warcraft and Yu-Gi-Oh! Summoned Beast Bull Ghost. Tauren Chief Alistar and Tauren Chief are like twin brothers with similar moves and skills. Addition to a 6-star Summoned Beast and Ghost, Akainu lost his temper. Damn. Akainu was besieged by 3 cows and had already begun to suffer. The 3 bulls are extremely destructive because they have magical control effects and can hurt Logia. Stun, knock, flying, trample. The 3 cows hit Akainu like a ball. Although the damage is not high, but Akainu has been left with no room to fight back. Even Admiral's stamina will eventually run out. The other side, the Prophet and a summoned creature with 2 lion heads, Lion Arhatsunyo, Rick Admiral Kizaru. Although the Lion Luhansunyo attack power is only 2,600 points, the level of the grand prize candidate, but he is a dark attribute monster and can restrain Kizaru. Coupled with the powerful auxiliary ability of the Prophet's magic, Kizaru's offensive was gradually suppressed by the 2 Prophet's ultimate move, Earthquake. Kizaru's speed is affected. The Lion Arhatsunyo took the opportunity to take advantage of the speed and dark attributes to beat Kizaru violently, instantly turning the situation around. And Kyuzan here. A very powerful summoned beast appeared in the orc camp, the hot-blooded beast Master Bearman. Attack power 2,600 points, defense power 2,700 points, fire attribute attack, restrained Kyuzan. There is also a terrifying attribute that doubles the level of the surrounding orcs. With the combination of shadow hunters, Kyuzan will have a hard time resisting this wave. At this time, Sengoku also began to join the battlefield. Activate the human fruit Buddha form, transformed into a giant golden Buddha. Damn orc, if I don't show my power, do you think I'm a sick cat? Sengoku punched and kicked a group of orcs in seconds, and his attack power was overwhelming. Orcs' vitality is very tenacious, but they are also vulnerable in the face of Sengoku's Buddha form. Bang! Just as Sengoku attacked again, a large hand appeared behind him, clenching his fist tightly. Sengoku turned around and looked at it and was instantly shocked. Behind him is a big koala shaped like a kangaroo, the size of a mountain, wearing gloves. This gigantic koala is the master of the super powerful fusion summoned beast of the orcs, the pocket koala. Marshal Sengoku, be careful. This monster has an attack power of 4,200 points. Aside, Ford was dumbfounded. That's right, this behemoth has 4,200 attack power. Roar. With a frantic roar, the pocket koala lord punched Sengoku angrily. Ugh. A heavy punch. Sengoku was blasted hundreds of meters away and fell to the ground. Suddenly, the entire island shook violently, and huge waves dozens of meters high were startled around. This time, Sengoku was beaten all over the place. Chapter 39_Kitu Earthquake. Terracotta Continent, Holy Land. Rejoice. During the Battle of the Sabayati Archipelago, Tenryabito, who lived above, lived a luxurious life of peace and tranquility, completely ignoring the world, in a mansion comparable in size to a palace. Tenryabito, with a hairstyle like a volcano, veiled and wearing a ball-shaped hood, is walking towards the back garden. This woman is the younger sister of St. Charles, the palace of Zaluria. The grass in the back garden is growing again. It's time to put the sheep. Zaluria Palace was bathed in warm sunshine and was in a good mood. The death of Charles Rose did not affect her yaxing. Afterwards, the Zaluria Palace ordered the guards to bring a flock of sheep to the back garden. A few minutes later, in the back garden, the guards pulled hundreds of slaves and lined up in the back garden, waiting for the order of the Zaluria Palace. The back garden of the Holy Family of Roswald stretches as far as the eye can see. It is more like a prairie than a back garden. A Tenryabito family can rival that of a country. Their lives are so luxurious. Miss Ben is in a good mood today, so I'll let you all have a full meal. Zaluria Palace looks like a queen who pardons prisoners, showing a vicious smile. Go, beasts. The so-called sheep are actually slaves. She went out to herd sheep purely for entertainment and let these slaves eat the grass. After the order, the guards took the slaves and began to eat grass. Boom. At this moment, everyone felt a violent shaking. Kitu Continent earthquake. What's the matter? Zaluria Palace lost her center of gravity and fell to the ground. She was so frightened that she almost cried. Earthquake. Squat down. Ahead. The slaves and the guards made a quick emergency, immediately crouched down and stabilized their center of gravity. Boom. With a bang, the palace palace-like mansion gradually collapsed. This earthquake has at least magnitude 8. Under the strong shock, the clay continent gradually cracked, forming an abyss that could not be seen to the bottom. A wailing sounded, and many guards and slaves fell into the cracks. In the cracks, blood, this is blood. A voice like a devil echoed in the abyss for a long time. Then, a pair of blood-red demon eyes opened in the pitch-black abyss. There are monsters in the cracks. Quick, call my father to come over and escort me. Cialuliapalis heard the demons roar, and her legs went weak with fright, and immediately called for help. Boom! Before the words were finished, a bloody light like red lightning gushed out from the crack. Then, a kobold dressed up and appeared in front of everyone with blood and blood. Yes, it's an orc. Cialuliapalis was dumbfounded and pointed to the kobold in front of him, almost fainting from fright. Orc, Laozi is the nine-sun god. Kobold roared wildly. Where is this place? Where is Anduan? Where is Lu? Come out, Duel. This kobold is the first emperor of the dungeon world, the blood slaying the sky and the 9-day demon, also known as the berserker of Degzu and Shiveo. It's just that he doesn't seem to have a clear mind. If you are good at Roswald Saint Mansion, you have to die. Catch the intruder. Don't let him run away. A group of guards who didn't know whether to live or die rushed towards them frantically, trying to control the Nine Suns demon god. Lotus, that big octopus. Look at me destroying you monsters. The 9-day demon god was delirious and misunderstood that this was the site of the legendary demon world. Apostle Millipede wrote, seeing Cialuliapalis's dress again, it looks like a little monster boss. Sulfuric acid. Without saying a word, the Nine Suns demon god pulled out a golden dagger, which immediately emitted a golden light as hot as the sun. Bang! I saw the Nine Suns demon god jumped forward gently, a sword slashed to the ground, and his blood energy exploded instantly. Without much pain, the nearly 10 guards who rushed up were instantly split in half by blood. Ha ha ha, it's blood. After smelling the blood, the Nine Suns demon god became more violent and started to kill. Bang, bang, bang. At this time, Saint Roswald came with nearly 1,000 guards and immediately opened fire on the Nine Suns. Such a powerful gun is better than throwing goblin stones. 9-day demon god did not dodge, but directly carried the guns and shells of the Tenryabito escort. Countless bullets hit the Nine Suns demon god like rain, but the Nine Suns demon god didn't even frown, causing no damage at all. In the kobold costume of the Nine Suns demon god, wearing a god outfit, this kind of bullet is like raindrops, hitting him without pain. And the dagger in his hand, the dagger that shines like the sun, is the best of the gods. Nine Suns demon god has made this short sword almost perfect. Just a weapon has increased its power by more than 500 points, and its attack power is as high as more than 2,000 points. If Samuro took this sword, he would simply kill a god when he met a god, and kill a Buddha when he met a Buddha. Catch him! Saint Roswald began to order, and they all regarded the Nine Suns as an orc. This time, Tenryabito must capture this orc alive and behead it. However, before the guards took a few steps, the Nine Suns demon god had already rushed over, break the mountains and the ground. I saw the Nine Suns demon god jumped and slammed the dagger. Bang! With a loud tremor, another earthquake occurred in the back garden. Under the strong impact, the ground quickly cracked like a spider web, and the guards dozens of meters around were instantly shattered into pieces. Kill! The morale of the guards was on the rise, and they could no longer stop charging, and stepped into this cracked land again. Boom! In less than half a second, hot blood gas magma spewed out of the crack. Hearing the continuous screams, countless guards were instantly stunned. This monster! Quick, inform Marine. Sacred Roswald's heart was shocked, his face was white with fright, and he immediately called for reinforcements. Drink! With a loud shout, the Nine Suns demon god began to run wild. Judge Marcel, take your life. The Nine Suns targeted Saint Roswald and regarded him as Marcel, the boss judge of the Forbidden Land. Afterwards, the Nine Suns demon god advanced all the way and started to slaughter frantically. It's the devil. The ghosts and gods have appeared. Run away. Countless guards fled everywhere like a group of ants that had been smashed into their nests. This time, Kito continent is more than just an earthquake. Chapter 40_Ghost Swordsman is coming. Roswald Saint Rear Garden. After the Garosei/5 elders received the news, they had sent tens of thousands of elite soldiers to suppress the Nine Suns. However, the Nine Suns demon god was wearing a divine outfit, and cleaning up this group of guards was as simple as cutting cabbage. Several cotters with the strength of Vice Admiral can't stand the tricks of the Nine Suns. Blood! I need more blood! The 9-day demon god chased the guards and broke out a bloody path. The sky was filled with blood, and blood was splashed all over the place. In just a few minutes, the entire back garden was covered in blood. The amount of rain in a black rainstorm is probably not comparable to this amount of blood. So strong. He is the savior who came to save us. Hundreds of slaves from the Holy Family of Roswald knelt on the ground, stunned to witness the horrific massacre. The Nine Suns demon god did not attack the slaves because they were all unarmed victims and had no no intention of killing. At this moment the blood energy overflowing from the 9 Sons demon god splashed onto a large number of slaves. Hearing groans of pain, the bodies of these slaves began to absorb blood energy involuntarily. My hand. The reaction became more and more intense, and the slave rolled on the ground in pain as if suffering from 1,000 fires. After that the blood of the devil god quickly rushed to his left hand, and the whole hand gradually became blood red. In the end their left hands all turned into ghostly hands. This is the dungeon world, the source of the ghost swordsman's power, the curse of Kazan. A few minutes later, a ghost hand slave stood up. This is power. He has already felt the steady stream of power in his body, the power of ghosts and gods. Ghost swordsman born. This is freedom. The ghost hand slave screamed up to the sky, and then used the ghost hand to forcibly remove the explosive collar on his neck and threw it to the sky. Before and after, less than half a second, boom, the collar exploded in mid-air, billowing thick smoke. At this moment he finally escaped the fate of being a slave for a lifetime. Boom, boom, boom. Other ghost hand slaves followed suit, using ghost hands to break handcuffs and remove collars. Some of the strong slaves who used to be pirates, after gaining strength, knocked on their collars directly, and then came out of the smoke majestic. We are free. Never be a slave. Emancipate a slave. Never be a slave. After that, more and more slaves were infected. Ghost hands appeared, and they became ghost swordsmen. Kill this group of Tenryabito. With a roar, all the ghost swordsmen picked up their weapons and rushed to the guards angrily, killing them. Damn, hurry up and catch all these ants. Roswald is desperate. A group of inferior pariahs. This is going to be reversed. However, the tens of thousands of guards were like ants in front of the 9 Sons demon god. Coupled with the birth of ghost swordsmen, the guards were defeated like a mountain. Half an hour later, the escort army was almost wiped out, and Saint Roswald had also been regarded as a boss by the 9 Sons, and it took a second that all the ghost swordsmen followed the 9 Sons and entered the main city of the Holy Land Marijois, and opened Shikai to release other slaves. Holy Land Marijois. This time it's going to be a big mess. And this time, Sabayati Archipelago. On a warship, a CP-0 intelligence officer rushed into the battlefield in a hurry. Intelligence agent found Sengoku and shouted, "No good. Something has happened in the Holy Land Marijois." Sengoku, who was still fighting, immediately released his fruit power, returned to the warship, and powered on Kong, the marine commander. A madman called the 9 Sons demon god, who killed a lot of Tenryabito, immediately mobilized all his combat power and came to support. Kong said, but Sengoku's heart shuddered and his face suddenly turned pale. Before the battle was over, such a shocking event happened again. This time both ends are really on fire. I don't know which one to save. No, but you can't delay for a second, Kong said firmly. Yes. Sengoku's face is ugly, and now he can only forcibly end the battle. Sengoku began to issue a truce, which was communicated to the orc leaders such as Samuro, Toran Chieftain, and other orcs. After 10 minutes, both sides laid down their weapons and the battle ceased. The orcs stopped fighting because of Rayleigh. Rayleigh had told the orcs a lot about this world, and they knew that the Marines weren't bad people and that there was no need to drive them out. However, orcs have always liked to use violence to solve problems. Sabayati Archipelago shore, Samuro, Toran Chief, and others began to negotiate a truce with Sengoku. We lost this battle. We will no longer interfere with your orcs' affairs, and will pay you 10 billion berry in compensation, Sengoku said with a face ashes. Compensation money is of no use to us orcs, Samuro said coldly. Release all the slaves, otherwise none of you will want to leave. Orcs, the ultimate goal is to free slaves. This, well, wait a minute, I have to discuss it with the top. Sengoku was a little hesitant. After all, it was not his turn to call the shots. Then, Sengoku sent a message to the top conveying the orcs' request to the Gorosei/5 elders. The end. The Gorosei/5 elders compromised, and now the Holy Land Marijois is in a hurry. Even if it is to cut a country to the orcs, it has to agree. The war between the human race and the orcs is over. Orcs win big. After the war, Marine did not return to headquarters and went directly to the Holy Land of Marijois. And several Shishibukai, they have returned directly to their own territory. Because they are only called to this race war, the task has been completed. As for the Holy Land Marijois, they were not obliged to intervene, and there was no need to cause this trouble. After all, in this battle, they were all seriously injured, especially Doflamingo. Although the world government has the right to recruit them again, they have to go through the procedure again. By then, the Holy Land Marijois has already been swept away, and the world government has long expected such an outcome, so there is no hope. One wave after another, the world government has really poured coal for 8 lifetimes this time. Chapter 41 Rampage Demon God Terracotta Continent. Holy Land of Marijois was roaring, and beacon fires continued. 9 days Demon God advanced all the way, beheading countless guards and blood-bathing Marijois. Under the leadership of the 9 Sons demon god. The army of ghost swordsmen gradually approached the 5-star building. Kong had to make a move and has already rushed to the front. 10 minutes later, on a main street in the Holy Land Marie-Joyce, Kong brought 10,000 elite soldiers to suppress the unrest. Slave, stop fighting. The orcs have won your freedom. Kong announced, please lay down your weapons and we will send a ship to take you back to Sabayati Archipelago. After speaking, Kong released hundreds of slaves on the spot. Free. The orcs are mighty. I can finally go home. All the slaves laid down their arms and cheered, cheering for their freedom. The rebels in the heavens must all die. However, the 9 Suns demon god seemed to have gone mad and did not stop killing. The 9 Suns, all slaves have been released. Put down their weapons immediately. Kong roared, but the 9 Suns demon god was unconscious and the killing could not stop at all. Attack. With Kong's order, 10,000 elite soldiers picked up their weapons and began to encircle the 9 Suns demon god. Ha ha ha, it's exactly what I want. 9 Suns demon god was furious in an instant, breaking mountains and breaking the ground. Bang. Flying and jumping, the 9 Suns demon god slapped in anger, smashing the ground and generating a powerful shockwave. Within the impact range, all the marines were smashed to shreds and the sound of misery was flying into the sky. Boom. Under the shock of the powerful shockwave, several nearby houses were instantly knocked down and billowing dust appeared. Before the lava erupted, the 9 Suns demon god started to make powerful moves again. In less than a few minutes, more than half of the 10,000 elite soldiers had been killed. Damn. Kong's face was gloomy and the attack of the 9 Suns demon god could not be stopped at all. Let this old man end you. The situation was critical and Kong had to play in person. If the 9 Suns demon god is allowed to kill again, sooner or later the city will be slaughtered. Instigate. I saw Kong teleport for a while, dodging behind the 9 Suns demon god. Steel fist. Bang. An angry punch coupled with armament reinforcement landed heavily on the back of the 9 Sun demon god and the 9 Sun demon god was blasted dozens of meters away and fell to the ground. Catch him now. After falling to the ground, 100 soldiers rushed up and held down the 9 Suns demon god. Blood fury. Suddenly, there was a strong blood in the crowd. Boom. Only a huge explosion was heard and hundreds of soldiers were instantly blown to pieces. Bang, bang, bang. Countless broken arms and stumps fell at Kong's feet like rain. What power is this? Kong was shocked as if he had seen a demon in hell. Damn, how dare you attack this uncle? The 9 Suns were furious and very upset and then began to attack Kong. Crashing. I saw the 9 Suns demon god leap and then slashed down with a sword. So fast. Kong's heart froze. This kind of speed doesn't have to be slow in Marine Rokushiki's shaving. Now, get it? Armament reinforcement. The nick of time. Kong had to step back while protecting himself with armament. Snap. 9-day demon god didn't hit Kong directly and his sword slammed on the ground. His blood exploded instantly. The blood chi was like a sharp blade and a large hole was drawn on Kong's body and the blood flowed. Ha ha ha, it's blood. After the 9 days demon god smelled the blood, he became even more violent. Blood in the demon prison. With a loud shout, the 9 Suns demon god summoned a bloody sword floated behind him and the speed increased 1 level. What's going on here? Kong's heart was shocked and the blood on his body was gushing out quickly, floating towards the blood sword of the 9 Suns demon god. Damn the devil, go to hell. Kong launched a fierce attack again and a teleport flew behind the 9 Sun demon god, intending to make another move. However, the 9 Suns demon god had already sensed his motive and immediately turned around kicking angrily and Kong suddenly trembled. Joker, go to hell. 9 days demon god let out a laughter like a devil, gathered blood energy, condensed into a blood energy sword and then stabbed forward. The old man will never lose. Kong knew that he couldn't dodge this blow, so he decided to fight to the death. Golden steel fist. Boom. With a punch against a sword, the blood sword exploded instantly. Kong was blasted hundreds of meters away. His arm was directly blown off and he was seriously injured. Blood was pouring out from the ground and Kong was in pain as he pressed the wound on his broken arm. Fortunately, just hit the hand, otherwise Kong would be dead. This is your funeral. 9 Suns demon god walked to Kong, ready to cut out the bloody sword behind him. Whoosh. Just then, a strong light came and Kizaru appeared. It's so embarrassing. Kizaru immediately kicked at the speed of light, kicking the 9 Suns away. Kong escaped the catastrophe. Sengoku, Garkyuzen, Akainu, and others also came to Haki in the distance. Reinforcements are here. A bunch of rubbish looking for death. After taking a stinky foot, the 9 Suns demon god's anger completely erupted. Yo, it looks like you didn't see the situation clearly. Kizaru sneered. Call out. Several figures flashed past and Kizaru, Kyuzen, and Akainu teleported to the 9 Suns. Tienkong cloud sword. Exploding pheasant mouth. Great / major eruption. The three made a powerful move and the ice and fire burst out blasting at the 9 Suns demon god and Kizaru made Tienkong cloud sword ready to make up for it. Blood fury. With a burst of screams, the 9 Suns shattered the blood cells causing a powerful powerful explosion of blood energy. Boom, a bang. Kizun and Akainu's ultimate moves were instantly destroyed. There's a flaw, boy. Just then Kizaru began to draw his sword. Unawakened white hands, courting death, gave Isho coldly, and then swung his sword and slashed hard. Bah, I only saw half of the lightsaber floating in the air, and Kizaru's Tiankong cloud sword was cut off. Hand of Souls. I saw the 9-day demon god grabbed Kizaru's heart and then began to absorb Kizaru's blood. Boom. A second later, blood gas erupted, blasting Kizaru dozens of meters away, hitting a wall and almost dying. It's useless. Nine Suns demon god sneered. This skill he did not study in depth, just used it for self-defense. If you learn to master it, I'm afraid Kizaru is dead. Elementalization failed. Kuzan and Akainu were shocked. These 9-day demon gods are too heaven-defying. 9 days demon god cultivates blood energy, which is a special energy, and with a divine outfit, all attacks can hit Logia. After that, everyone in Marine dared not approach the Nine Suns and could only consume him with long-range attacks. Kuzan used ice, but the Nine Suns used a strange drug, which instantly lifted the ice and restored his stamina. It's no use at all, and the Nine Suns demon god, under a siege, became more and more violent. This time, Marine is in big trouble. Chapter 42 _ a careless, empty big, strange, monster, devil. On the side, Feud was stunned, as if he had seen a ghost. Fed, what did you see? Say it quickly. Marshal Sengoku urged. He had never seen Feud so flustered. This Nine Suns demon god was far more powerful than an orc. His attack, 140,000. Feud said in shock. Not only the attack power, but the defense power is 1.78 million. Properties panel. Character, 9 days demon god. Attacks, 140,000. Strength, 7,700 points. Defense, 1.78 million. Defense upper limit. Special equipment 1. Naga King's Gluttony, unfinished. Special gear 2. Verdict of Hyperion. Special equipment 3. Short Sword of Ancient Remnants. His equipment is all divine equipment as well as special abilities that can increase massive attack power. Feud said. What? Marshal Sengoku's eyes were about to pop out as if he had been hit by 9 thunders. An attack power of 4,200 points has already punched him all over the place. This Nine Suns demon god, didn't he just touch it and die? In God's vision, the chaos points earned by the orcs are all yours. Daegzu. In the race war, the orcs brought Yechen a profit of 500,000 chaos points, and Yechen smashed all these on the Nine Suns demon god. Nine Suns demon god is based on a dungeon game created by a well-known senior player. Yechen created him not to destroy the Holy Land Marijoy so superficially. Bosses in this world, and he will be of great use. Otherwise Yechen would not have spent a lot of money to build him. Of course, this 9-day devil is completely controlled by Yechen. At this time, Sengoku also roughly knew how terrifying the Nine Suns were. No wonder the 9-day demon god couldn't kill him no matter how hard he fought, and he could easily injure Admiral. This monster is a humanoid dark archmage. Be careful, you can't get hit by him. This guy has an attack power of 140,000. Sengoku reminded Admiral. It's impossible. No wonder. Kuzan and Akainu's eyes widened, surprised. This is a monster. Garp, Momuzaki, Shaitan, Tokicake, and others were also taken aback. With this kind of power, a single person can destroy the world government. It seems that the blood of the old man is very thick, and he has not died after taking 140,000 blows. Kizaru collapsed on the ground and vomited another mouthful of blood. This time, he could treat it as a history of scenery. By the way, we can blast him into the sea. Sengoku had a flash of inspiration, and although the attack couldn't hurt him, they could knock the Nine Suns into the air. This 9-day demon god is a lunatic. It should work. Lead him to the cliff. Sengoku ordered immediately. Half an hour later, Kuzan, Kizaru, and the other vice admiral had led the Nine Suns to the cliff. Ice Age. Kuzan used his ultimate move to instantly freeze the Nine Suns. Chance. Akainu confident Isho. Their plan was to freeze him temporarily, then use Akainu's great/major eruption to smash the ice and blast people and ice into the sea. Great/major eruption. I saw lava billowing in Akainu's big hand and punched out a fiery lava fist. Damn ice cleaner. However, as soon as Akainu's lava fist hit, the Nine Sun demon god used a special potion to release the frozen state. Gorfine slaying the heavens. With the roar of the demon god, the 9-day demon god exploded with all the blood energy and turned into a huge blood demon. This is the trouble. This is the true face of the demon god. Escape. All the marine powerhouses felt a shudder and were instantly suppressed by the momentum of the bloody demon. This breath made the 3 admiral think of the thunder spear of the lord of the illusory circle. If you want to escape, you can't escape at all. Roar. With the roar, the Nine Suns demon god made a move. It's over. At this moment, everyone saw the despair of death, and it was really cold. But at this moment, the Nine Suns demon god miraculously pounced in the opposite direction. Shit. Reverse the big dog. 9-day demon god. It's empty. Boom. With a loud bang, the Nine Suns demon god smashed smashed the corner of the cliff and flew down from the Katu continent. Boom! A few seconds later, the nine-sun demon god rushed into the sea, causing a huge explosion. Immediately, a 1,000-meter wave shook the sea surface, and a huge tsunami erupted. All the surrounding islands were affected, which was more terrifying than Whitebeard's shock fruit. It's finally over. Kuzan let out a long sigh, letting go of the tons of rocks in his heart. It's not over yet. Immediately go and salvage the Nine Suns demon god. You want to see people in life, and you want to see corpses in death. Sengoku ordered immediately. The Nine Suns demon god is so powerful, it is impossible for him to die so easily. Of course, it would be best if it were dead. After a full half an hour, the sea area near Sabayati archipelago stopped moving. The sea water in the sea area has all been dyed blood red. A strange blood energy has not dissipated for a long time and drifted into the distance with the sea breeze. Anyone who is infected by blood energy will become ghost swordsman. This is one of the reasons why Yechen made a lot of money to create the 9-day demon god. Next day, East Blue Shells town. In a clearing, a green algae-headed swordsman with 3 knives was fighting a duel with an ordinary swordsman. Bandit Cruz, there is a 1 million bounty, and today I will exchange your head for wine money. The green algae-headed swordsman said coldly. Rorano Zoro, now that I have the power of the ancient slate, I'm going to defeat you today. Bandit Cruz said arrogantly. Every month from now on, all shops in this town will pay us a protection fee of 100 berry. As soon as the words fell, the Bandit Cruz pulled out a crystal sword. This crystal sword is called the legendary sword, and both attack and defense can be increased by 300 points. 300 points of attack and defense, not very useful on the Great Channel, but in East Blue, it is a miracle to find a person with more than 1000 attack power, except for the Lich King, of course. And Cruz's opponent, Rorano Zoro, is the top swordsman in East Blue, and he hasn't lost to anyone since his apprenticeship. Make a move. After speaking, Zoro bit a delicate white samurai sword and 2 ordinary choppers in his hand, ready to duel. This white samurai sword is one of the 21 great swordsmanships. Hidei is one of the most famous swords. In such a hurry to find death, I will fulfill you. The Bandit Cruz leaped and then slashed hard. Bah! Only a sound of collision was heard, and the 2 ordinary choppers in Zoro's hand were instantly cut off, and then he was kicked by Cruz. In the next matchup, Zoro has been pressed and beaten and has no strength to fight back. After supporting for half an hour, Zoro was finally defeated. Haha, I'm the #1 swordsman in East Blue. Defeating Zoro, Cruz left Shells Town proudly. Damn. Zoro collapsed on the ground, clenching his iron fist unwillingly. Then, Zoro got up again and looked at the sea. I need strength. I want to become the world's greatest swordsman. Chapter 43 _ You are the one-of-a-kind kendo wizard. The next morning, East Blue. A simple boat slowly floating on the East Blue Sea. Zoro, out to sea. As long as I get a famous sword, I will not lose to anyone. Zoro's eyes were firm. Zoro thought that he could become the world's #1 with his own strength. However, in this duel, he unexpectedly lost to the inferior bandit. A sword is enough to change a person's fate. This made Zoro realize the importance of weapons. By the way, where is this? Where am I going? After a few minutes, Zoro came to his senses and no longer knew where he was. Zoro's road insanity committed again. Zoro set sail completely unprepared, without a map, without a compass, and without even the most important water and food. Beyond that, Zoro has no crisis awareness. To let him go out to sea by himself is simply asking for his own death. It's a nerve-wracking thing to bring nothing. Zoro scratched his head. Forget it, get some sleep. After speaking, Zoro fell asleep on the boat. Then, the boat floated freely on East Blue again, and before you knew it, it was already noon. At this moment, the boat has slowly drifted into a foggy area. However, Zoro was still sound asleep, ignorant of the world. The boat continued to move forward and had reached the center of the fog. Sulfuric acid, a burst of red light flashed, and the blood-colored mist turned into blood, which was slowly injected into Zoro's body. Ugh! He only felt a burst of fire burning his body. Zoro reacted violently in his body and woke up in pain. The blood flowed rapidly in Zoro's body and then gradually flowed into his left hand, and the pain suddenly doubled, as if 1,000 fires devoured the heart. What's the matter? After a few breaths, the muscles in Zoro's left hand swelled rapidly, gradually turning into a blood-red ghost hand. Zoro watched the ghost hand's mutation without blinking. To be said that Zoro's willpower is slightly inferior to Luffy's. After absorbing the blood energy in the mist gradually disappeared and turned into an ordinary mist. Could it be the rumored ghost hand? Zoro was shocked. He already felt an incredible power flowing in his body. Cruz, wait for me. I saw him holding the ghost hand, his eyes full of revenge anger. It's time to teach this nasty bandit a lesson. Wait, where is this? However, Zoro has forgotten the way back. Forget it, let's sleep for a while. After a while of blood, Zoro fell asleep again. He doesn't know anything about sailing, and now he is in the foggy area, so he can only resort resign himself to fate. After half an hour, Zoro's boat finally floated out of the foggy area. Goo goo goo. Zoro woke up again, his stomach collapsed. Damn, forgot to bring food. Just then, a lush green island appeared in front of him. The hunt is on. Zoro got excited and started paddling towards the island. Less than half an hour, Zoro landed successfully. As soon as Zoro landed, a ragged, blind old man with several swords on his back blocked his way. Boy, I think you have good muscles and bones, and you are an unparalleled swordsman prodigy. The blind old man said solemnly, I have a secret book here. As long as 10 million bellies, you can become the world's largest swordsman. Fuck bragging. Also make a draft. A blind man can still see that I have a good physique. Zoro yelled, I also heard that you haven't showered for 10 days. That's a bad statement. You can't look at your face. GSD are the strongest ghost swordsmen in the Arida continent. GSD said solemnly. Boring. My uncle is going to forage. Zoro looked at GSD's outfit and thought he was a beggar. If you're hungry, I can get you a copy. GSD didn't say anything. A ground fissure waved and slashed, bursting with 1,000-meter long sword energy. Boom. Ahead, the mountain range on the island was instantly cut and burst by the sword energy, and a bottomless crack appeared. So fast, so strong sword chi. Zoro was stunned. He didn't notice any movement at all. The sword cuts the body, the heart cuts the soul. This is the highest state of a swordsman. GSD slowly retracted his sword, quite like a great swordsman. Haki was incomparable. 10 million bellies. You deserve it. You cut it. Zoro said in shock. How does GSD strike? He can't even see the shadow. This blind old man is definitely a master of the world. This is the sword technique in the cheat book. GSD said dashingly. But I don't have 10 million bells. Zoro scratched his head. Although he is an excellent bounty hunter, East Blue's pirates are basically scumbags and worthless. Coupled with Zoro's unrestrained temperament, either he drank all the drinks or lost halfway, and he didn't have any savings at all. I see that you and I are destined. 1,000 very. GSD reluctantly cut the meat and immediately lowered the price. GSD itself is a wandering swordsman with little money. I usually teach a few apprentices, earn some wine money, and live a smart life. NPC created by Yechen at the cost of chaos. Although he is manipulated by Yechen, his temperament will not change. I have no money. Want me to catch a few pirates now and give you the bounty? Zoro left a sentence and hurried to the boat. Please stay. GSD said. What's wrong, senior? Zoro said. I won't give you this cheat book, but I want you to be my apprentice and inherit my lifelong skills. GSD was helpless. In order to complete the task given by the master Yetiendi in his memory, he could only do this. Really? Zoro was flattered. He didn't expect that the big pie would be touched by him. Although he already has a teacher, in the world of One Piece / King of Pirates there are many swordsmanship traditions. His teacher Kazuhiro is very humble. As long as his disciples can learn better swordsmanship, he does not restrict his disciples from taking others as teachers. The old man is very old and the swordsmanship needs someone to inherit. I think you have good qualifications, ideals, and aspirations, and an honest person. I just tested you a little bit. The real swordsmanship cannot be measured by money. GSD said solemnly. In the future, if I wait for you to succeed in your studies, make a name for yourself, remember me as an old man, and honor 2 glasses of wine, I will be satisfied. Master, it's not a loss for you to be an expert in the world, indifferent to fame and fortune. Zoro was in awe, like a brainless fan. GSD wondered in his heart, in fact, I really want to collect money. Teacher, I will definitely live up to your trust. When will we start practicing? Zoro said happily and energetically. You can now. GSD said lightly. Ghost Swordsman Zoro's cultivation journey is about to begin. Chapter 44 Practice Ghost Swordsman Skills for Collection. Now, I'll teach you the most basic and domineering moves of a ghost swordsman. Going up. GSD said solemnly. Challenge. We seldom use provocation in the swordsmanship we learn. Isn't stab and slash the most lethal thing for swordsmen? Zoro was suspicious. The ghost swordsman's moves were completely different from ordinary kendo. Watch out. GSD didn't explain, just picked up a wooden stick and picked Zoro into the air with one stick. Nani. Zoro's heart was shocked and he was shocked. Pop pop pop. GSD slashed and Zoro was covered with stick marks. Zoro was floating in the air, losing his center of gravity, completely unable to fight back. Master, it hurts. Zoro was directly deceived. He didn't expect GSD to teach disciples like this. If you can't pay the tuition, you have to suffer. GSD secretly said. GSD directly gives Zoro an experience course, which is a service attitude of not paying tuition. Now you know why the top pick is so good. GSD patted the dust with a serious face. Understood. Zoro said depressedly. Teacher, where did you get so much strength? Idiot, isn't there a ghost hand? Go pick up that rock. 1,000 strokes. GSD pointed at a rock the size of a human and asked Zoro to practice lifting. This old man is going hunting. If you don't finish practicing, you won't have food. Yes. Zoro's eyes lit up with fighting spirit and he immediately rushed to the big rock to start practicing. I saw Zoro slashed hard. Bah, knife broken. Whoosh. GSD like a bullet. GSD immediately turned around, clasped his fingers together and caught the broken sword. Damn, you want to murder your own teacher. Accident. Zoro scratched his head in embarrassment, then replaced the chopper in his hand with a wooden stick and continued to practice. Click. Zoro tried again and the stick broke again. In the forest, the roar of GSD came out from bottom to top, from the inside to the outside. Choose carefully. Disciple understands. Zoro followed the instructions of GSD and started practicing again. Click. Stick breaks again. Zoro picks up a new stick and starts all over again. Click. In the next hour, Zoro didn't know how many sticks he broke, but he never got discouraged and his physical strength was almost exhausted. Hours later, boom, 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 a boulder bounced around the island like a ping pong ball, producing a huge roar. Zoro made it. 985. 986. Zoro carried the boulder with one sword, very attentive, and was completely unaffected by the outside world. This kid is nice. Not far away, GSD ate grilled fish, drank small wine, and nodded in satisfaction. Just a few hours, Zoro was able to train the swordsman to such a degree that he was an unparalleled swordsman prodigy. Instigate flew towards GSD. Zoro's face darkened and the boulder was biased. GSD looked calm, then picked up the fishbone. Ghost slash. Boom. The fishbone carries dark energy, smashing the boulder with one knife and billowing thick smoke. So strong. Zoro's eyes widened. A fishbone was able to exert such great power. Come here. After replenishing your physical strength, I will teach you this trick, GSD said boldly. Okay, Zoro said excitedly. That afternoon, GSD taught Zoro the ghost slash again. Zoro is very diligent and has been practicing ghost slash without stopping for half a second. However, ghost slash needs to use the power of ghosts and gods in his body, and it is difficult for Zoro to control this power for a while. It took a full day for Zoro to cut out the ghost sword energy, and he could only cut down a small tree. 3 days later. Today, I'll teach you more advanced skills. Before that, I'll test your results. GSD said, come on, attack me. During this period of time, Zoro only learned 2 skills, ghost slash and pick up, but the power has been doubled several times, and he can burst into amazing power. The disciple is embarrassed. Zoro bowed deeply to GSD, then began to use his sword. Choose up. Only the sound of a collision of weapons was heard, and Zoro couldn't move, as if he had been hit by a 10,000 ton boulder. Zoro's top pick was blocked by a special GSD parry. Teacher, what kind of power is this? Zoro kept trying, and his face was flushed, but he couldn't afford GSD. This is the block of the ghost swordsman. Except for the back attack, it can block all powerful moves. GSD proudly said, this trick is very simple, as long as you learn this posture. So strong? Zoro asked in surprise. Skip this trick and understand it yourself. GSD paused and said, the next thing I'm going to teach you is the invincible move. Invincible? Zoro was shocked. There are still invincible moves in this world. Attack me from behind. GSD's back to Zoro, facing the sea. Serious road. Ghost slash. Zoro didn't hesitate and unleashed a ghost slash at GSD. Crack the wave. I saw GSD quickly raise the knife, and then an electric eel-shaped sea king in the sea was actually pulled up by GSD. Chopped empty. Zoro's heart was shocked. His ghost chop landed on GSD as if it was chopped into the air. It was chopped empty. Only saw a ring of fluctuating sharp blades appearing in front of the GSD, and the sharp blades were spinning rapidly. Bang, bang, bang. 3 huge cutting noises. The huge electric eel-shaped sea king was cut into 4 pieces. Oh my god. Zoro was dumbfounded. This move was not only invincible in defense, but also had such a powerful lethality. This is the invincible sword move that uses the power of waves to catch the opponent, and then uses the aura of waves to isolate oneself from the different space. Slash. GSD once again emphasized, this trick is used well. It is invincible. Although the split wave can be invincible, it needs to grasp the timing, otherwise it will be empty. Master, although I don't understand the principle, I want to learn it, Zoro said excitedly. First feel the power of fluctuations in your body, GSD said lightly. Then, without sleep, Zoro began to practice the power of waves. However, this trick is difficult to learn, and even if Zoro is talented, it takes a long time. It took a few days for him to learn a little bit of fur. In addition, GSD also taught Zoro a lot of basic skills. It includes a series of basic sword moves such as air chop, silver light falling blade, and even thrust. The fastest to learn is the escape skills necessary to save your life 3-stage slash. At this rate, Zoro will be ready to graduate soon. Chapter 45_Go to sea. Kill 100 berserkers for collection. Half a month later, East Blue, the mysterious island. Your progress is very fast. Now, I will take you out for a real fight. fight? GSD said. Actual combat? Where are you going? Zoro asked confused. Go get rid of some crazy ghost swordsman, GSD said with a serious expression. Crazy ghost swordsman? Zoro said in shock. Your ghost hand is the curse of Kazan. Many people can't control this power and will suffer from Kazan syndrome, which is berserker. GSD explained. Kazan syndrome? Is there a cure? Zoro was confused, which sounded like a disease. Kazan is a ghost eats your heart. Do you think there is still medicine to save him? GSD said. Then I might also get sick. Zoro broke out in a cold sweat. It is indeed possible, but people with strong minds can control this power, and the Nine Sons demon god is one of them. GSD said. Master, do you know the Nine Sons? Zoro asked. Of course, the Nine Sons demon god is one of my most outstanding disciples. Strictly speaking, he is your senior brother. It's just that something went wrong with his brain later, or maybe it was originally a problem. GSD said complicatedly. My god, no wonder Master is so interested, Zoro said in shock. Zoro had read the newspaper and had long known the name of the Nine Sons. Thinking about it this way, as the Master's disciple, he really made a lot of money. Let's go. These berserkers are very powerful, and now they have begun to harm the world. GSD said. Okay, I'm going to prepare the ship right now. Zoro hurriedly prepared to set sail without saying a word. No need, I'm not used to taking a boat as a teacher. GSD stopped Zoro and pulled out a fancy dagger, the ultimate wave blade, from behind. Ice blade wave sword. This extremely strong bone-penetrating cold air condensed on the GSD sword and then swept forward. Countless small icicles swept across the sea and swept into the distance, leaving a long road of ice. The sword energy of this frozen sea is comparable to Admiral Kuzan. It's amazing. Zoro's eyes widened. A swordsman, even using the power of ice? Let's go, GSD said lightly. Going inland. At this time, Marine headquarters. Abominable Nine Sons demon god. Sengoku slapped the table angrily. More than half a month has passed since the Marie Joyce incident. Marine has been salvaging for so long, and there is absolutely no news of the Nine Sons. Now, Marine has given a bounty of 2 billion berry, and the 9-day demon is fully wanted. On the contrary, during the salvage process, many Marines were infected with blood and developed ghost hands. Hey, I thought I could use the power of the ghost hand, but who would have known so many lunatics would appear all of a sudden? Garp shook his head. The power of the ghost hand is difficult to control. Most of the infected sailors were sick, berserkers and irrational. After the attack of the ghost hand, the power will skyrocket, and he is not afraid of death. An ordinary berserker can single out more than a dozen Marines, and Marine loses a lot. The most serious problem is not the internal problem, but the ghost swordsman outside the Marine, Sengoku said worriedly. The internal ghost swordsman in Marine suffers from the disease and can be controlled in time, but once the ghost swordsmen who are distributed all over the world get sick, it will be a devastating disaster. Which is the most troublesome? The Orc, the Lord of the Void, the Lich King, the Nine Sons, the magical girl, and this ghost swordsman? What a hell recently? Sengoku shook his head and said, the powerhouses that have emerged recently are all powerful forces, and they are in constant trouble. Marine wants to concentrate on one, but he is powerless. Fortunately, there are many strong people in the kingdoms around the world, and there is not much threat for the time being. Let's focus on the orcs, Garp said. Orcs occupy the Sabayati archipelago, close to the Marine headquarters, above the Holy Land. Marie Joyce, the greatest threat. Although an agreement had been reached to stop the fighting, Marine could not accept this humiliation. Given the chance, they will definitely get rid of this thorn in their side. Hopefully. Sengoku sighed. Half an hour later, East Blue Rare Beast Island. There are many people infected with ghost hands on Rare Beast Island, and the incidence rate is extremely high, and nearly 100 berserkers have appeared. 3 cuts. A cold light flashed across, and Zoro dashed forward while swinging his sword. Swish, swish, swish. Several berserkers then separated their bodies. Pay attention to your pace and position. Their attack power is not very high. Side. GSD is giving careful guidance. Continuous thrusts. Zoro made another move, stabbing a massive berserker twice in a row. Roar. The huge berserker did not die after being attacked, but became furious in an instant and began to slash at Zoro with his sword. Roar. In addition, the berserkers around also leaped and rushed towards Zoro. Now, it's dangerous. The lower the berserker's HP, the higher the attack power, and cannot be hit. GSD reminded. Crack the wave. On the verge of death, Zoro made a big move, raised his sword forcefully, and hung the huge berserker in the air. Bang, bang, bang. A ring of powerful red wave blades spun rapidly, and the berserkers who besieged Zoro were chopped up in an instant. Slashing waves is indeed invincible. Blood. I want blood. The living must die. Before Zoro could call in, another group of berserkers rushed over. Just in time. The corners of Zoro's mouth were slightly raised, full of confidence, and then he jumped high. Silver light falls. I saw Zoro quickly landed with the help of gravity, and then stabbed with his sword. Bang. A loud bang, accompanied by a micro-earthquake. All the nearby berserkers more than 10 meters were shaken flying, receiving a great impact. The range is okay. The power is good. Aside, GSD nodded in satisfaction. In the next hour, Zoro became more and more brave and swept away all the 100 berserkers. Ghost Swordsman Zoro. Great victory in the first battle. Chapter 46 _ Change Jobs. Sword Soul. For collection. Mysterious Island at night. GSD and Zoro eat and drink around the campfire. The old man really didn't see the wrong person, GSD said happily. He was very satisfied with Zoro's battle. Looks like it's time for you to make a choice, GSD said coldly. Choice? Zoro asked, puzzled. Ghost Swordsman has 4 professions, namely Sword Soul, Berserker, Ashura and Devil May Cry. GSD paused and said, I asked you to challenge Berserkers today, which is actually a risky move. Although you already have the strength of level 20, you haven't changed jobs yet to deal with 100 Berserkers. This old man is really good, I'm afraid. Is there a big difference in strength between changing jobs and not changing jobs? Zoro asked. The Ice Blade Wave Sword I used today is the skill after the job transfer, GSD said. Really strong. Zoro recalled his master's ice sword, a chill still lingering in his heart. Sword Soul is the legendary weapon master, proficient in various weapons, and can also use the most special lightsaber, GSD said. Lightsaber? Zoro looked suspicious. That's right, it's a lightsaber. The lightsaber weighs only 0.5 kilograms. It is fast and precise, and it is very suitable for the swordsman with gorgeous swordsmanship, GSD said. It's not just lightsabers. Sword Soul is proficient in all weapons. The same move, different weapons. Sword Soul can play different effects. This is the subtlety of Sword Soul. GSD went on to introduce 4 classes. Berserkers are the group of madmen you met today. They have the highest combat power, bloodthirsty and extremely domineering moves. They are fighters among ghost swordsmen. I see. Zoro nodded and said, as for Ashura, my husband is. Feel it with your heart. GSD did not explain to Zoro and made a move directly. Boom. There was a continuous boom, and the icicles, fire pillars, and evil light sword energy dozens of meters wide were all thrown out. The entire island was instantly swept away, causing a 10 magnitude earthquake and a 100-meter wave. Master, don't work so hard. Zoro was blinded in an instant, and GSD worked hard to promote his career. If it goes on like this, the whole island will explode. This is Ashura. Tuition is only 998 Wonberg. GSD smiled. Master, I have no money. Zoro looked ashamed. I'm sorry, I've done the same thing again. GSD embarrassed Isho, then returned to a serious look, saying, become Ashura. I need you to inherit my mantle. Since the master wants me to be Ashura so much, then Ashura, Zoro said. Very good. Without saying a word, GSD immediately pulled out a knife, ready to stab Zoro in the eyes. Master, what is this for? Zoro turned pale in shock and instinctively used a split wave. Bang, bang, bang. With a few explosions, the GSD was instantly knocked away by more than 10 meters. Ahem. Becoming Ashura's price tag means becoming blind. GSD stood up again, uninjured, and said solemnly, then let me think about it. Zoro shuddered and became blind. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Master, is there another profession? Zoro immediately changed the subject, otherwise he would be gouged out a second later. Devil May Cry uses the power of ghosts and gods to fight, summoning ghosts and gods to strengthen himself and assist in the battle. My brother is the first generation of Devil May Cry, the man known as God, the great priest Jig. GSD flashed a flash of memory and then said, although you are very suitable to be a swordsman, as a teacher, I still hope that you will inherit my great cause. Master, I want to learn everything, Zoro said firmly. You want 4 cultivations. There are very few people who are dual cultivations, not to mention 4 cultivations. GSD pondered for a moment, then said, however, people of the 4th cultivation do exist, but they are peerless geniuses that are rare in 10,000 years. GSD thinks of Albert, a human genius who is proficient in all martial arts in the world and dares to single-handedly challenge the apostles of the demon world. At the same time, there is also a profession that can practice 4 kinds of skills, that is, the alien of Ghost Swordsman Dark Warrior. Since that's the case, I'll start with Sword Soul first. After thinking for a moment, Zoro decided to choose the profession of Sword Soul. Zoro hasn't given up on other careers though. Given the chance, he will definitely study the skills of the other 3 professions and become an almighty ghost swordsman. Accept the baptism of the Sword Soul. GSD injects the inheritance of Sword Soul into Zoro's body. Sulfuric acid. A golden light flashed, broke through the clouds, and instantly illuminated the entire East Blue. The world of One Piece / King of Pirates, the first soul of the sword, is born. More than 2 months later, on the mysterious island, Zoro finally ushered in the day of his apprenticeship. During this period of time, Zoro has been cultivating the skills of Soul of the Sword, and his progress has been rapid. He has been able to use a level level 30 powerful ultimate move, sword and slash. Now, being a teacher has nothing to teach you. You can only comprehend the rest. GSD said, purge all the berserkers who have lost their humanity and become the number one in the world. Ghost Swordsman needs your name right. I won't let you down. Zoro knelt down, kowtowed 3 times to GSD, and walked towards the beach. Just use my trick to see you off. GSD erupted with a very strong momentum, and the surrounding water level dropped a few meters in an instant. Ice blade wave sword. Countless icicles broke into the sea and swept away, forming an endless ice road, instantly cutting off half of the east blue. Then, Zoro stepped onto the ice road and slowly disappeared in front of GSD. The journey of Zoro, the world's #1 ghost swordsman, has officially begun. A day later, Shell's Town. Zoro ushered in the first battle after leaving the division, the Battle of Revenge. On the Duel arena. Yo, I haven't seen you for 3 months, and I'm still infected with ghost hands. I'm so scared. Cruz showed off his legendary sword and that ghost hand. When Cruz heard the ghost swordsman appeared, he was also madly pursuing this kind of power. A month ago, he encountered the red mist at sea and obtained this power. Now, Cruz is more rampant in this area, rampant and domineering, almost killing anyone who sees a sword. Long-winded, just die. Zoro said coldly. Ha ha ha, I won this time, and the protection fee I want is doubled. Cruz laughed wildly. Go to hell to collect it. After speaking, Zoro set up 3 knives and rushed forward. 5-section slash. Bah! A flash of cold light flashed. Zoro's blade swiftly slashed Cruz's shoulder, and then flashed back. That's impossible. Ah! Hearing an unwilling cry, Cruz was chopped into several pieces. The battle was over in an instant. Zoro did not have any surprises or the joy of victory, but looked into the distance to the sea with high fighting spirit. The world's #1 swordsman, here I come. Chapter 47_port 8 Lifetimes of Coal. For collection. Half a month later, on the Great Channel, Whiskey Peak, a small wooden boat slowly entered the port of the town. Zoro, a road idiot, collided and bumped, and finally entered the Great Channel. Soon as they landed, a muscular, dark-skinned strong woman came towards her. Applicants, come with me. This strong woman is Miss Monday, a low-level coder of the former Baroque Works. After Crocodile's conspiracy was revealed, Baroque Works was disbanded. Now Miss Monday has established itself as a bounty hunter. Zoro's outfit. Miss Monday can tell at a glance that he's a bounty hunter. It's just a one-night stay. Sorry to bother you, Zoro said lightly. He was well aware of the situation on Whiskey Peak, which was full of dangers. On this mountain range, the mountain top that looks like a cactus is actually a tomb. At this moment, a blood-red skeleton decorated the pirate ship floated in the distance, which looked particularly terrifying. Its prey. When did it come in? Miss Monday was taken aback. The ship was traveling faster than Marine. The sentry she deployed had entered the port of the town before she could send a sentry. A burst of wild sand blew, slowly condensing into a burly figure. Crocodile, again. Gee. Almost at the same time, another Gecko Moria also jumped off the pirate ship. Crocodile, Gecko Moria, aren't you dead? Miss Monday was taken aback. I am a dignified Shishibukai. How can I fall so easily? Crocodile laughed wildly. Before the words were finished, the huge red skeleton pirate ship turned into an aura and floated back to the slate in Crocodile's hand. This ship has its own power. As long as the contractor wants to go, it will drive by itself, which is very convenient. The last time they fell into the sea, it was because they got the slate that they escaped. Join my new Baroque Works club. I need you, Miss Monday. Crocodile grinned. Don't think about it. Miss Monday refused, picked up the giant stick, and swept it away. Bounty hunters have always been enemies of pirates. Add to that this hateful crocodile who has kept the people of Bakuro in the dark for years, taking advantage of them. Miss Monday, death won't help him anymore. It's really nerve-wracking. Crocodile flicked his hand. Salon. A careful sandstorm swept away. Luxian leap. I saw Zoro leap and then slash with his lightsaber. Bang. A sword fell, and the sandstorm was instantly smashed. It's a ghost swordsman with 2 strokes. Crocodile Vivi was startled and then showed greedy eyes. Join my new Baroque Works club. You are the new Mr. One. It's annoying. Your boat is good. I want it, Zoro said coldly. Gee, yellow-haired boy, your tone is quite big. Gecko Moria sneered at Isho. Come out, Shadow Lizard. As soon as the voice fell, a huge Shadow Lizard crawled out of Gecko Moria's shadow. Although the Shadow Lizard's attack power is not high, it only has 1,100 points. But now Zoro is in trouble. Scatter the bats. Gecko Moria transformed itself into countless bats and flew towards Zoro quickly. Ri ghost swordsmanship. Zoro's knife was as fast as the wind, and he made more than 10 knives in 1 second. Clap clap clap. As soon as the cold light swept away, all the bats were chopped into pieces. At about the same time, Miss Monday had started fighting the Shadow Lizard. Desert Sword. Crocodile's arm turned into a sand blade, slashed quickly, and an air blade shattered the ground. Bah! Zoro responded quickly, a defensive parry, and the perfect solution reaction to the air blade. Shadow gun. Salon. The two Shishibukai attacked again, firing shadow guns and sandstorms, slamming into Zoro. Zoro rushed towards him, breaking the army and ascending the dragon strike. Bang. With a quick collision, Zoro instantly shattered two energies. Blink of an eye, Zoro was already rushing in front of Gecko Moria, extremely fast. So fast, Gecko Moria was taken aback, unable to react at all. Drink. I saw Zoro pick hard, and Gecko Moria was picked up into the sky immediately. Fix it first. Zoro quickly took out his knife and slashed. Clap clap clap. Blink of an eye, Zoro had cut off more than 10 knives, leaving countless knife marks on Gecko Moria. Luxianly. Zoro's offensive wasn't over yet, and he put on a fluid swordsmanship stance, and then jumped sharply and stabbed into the sky. Gecko Moria fighting technique is too bad. After being approached by someone, you will be beaten all over the place to find your teeth. Shadow Dancer. Critical situation. Gecko Moria began to use a life-saving move to exchange the body and the shadow. Zoro. Stab empty. Chance. Zoro vacated, revealing a flaw. Crocodile seized the opportunity to hit a Shaolin. Bang. The sandstorm swept past and hit it directly, throwing Zoro out dozens of meters. Well, I'm being careless this time. Zoro fell heavily to the ground, spitting out blood. Hey, prepare to die. Gecko Moria showed up and blasted the shadow bat again. What a talented person. It's a pity that he will die here today. Crocodile turns to sand and flies towards Zoro, ready to attack. I'm bored. Look at the trick. Zoro got up immediately, and then saw the opportunity, and quickly raised the knife. Cracked the wave. What's the matter? Crocodile's heart skipped a beat. He was caught by an invisible force. Bang bang bang. I saw Zoro cut out a red waved blade, and then quickly cut. Gecko Moria's shadow bat passed through Zoro as if hitting the air. Crocodile was slashed 3 times in a row and flew dozens of meters away. Damn, this kid is too strong in melee combat. Crocodile stood up and saw the situation. Salon. Shadow gun. Gecko Moria and Crocodile start using ranged attacks that consume Zoro. However, Zoro is extremely fast and dodges easily. That Gecko Moria and Crocodile have been consumed remotely. Zoro can only block or dodge, which is very troublesome. For 2 hours, the two sides have been in a stalemate, and it is difficult to tell the winner. Fight. At this moment, Zoro decided to use his ultimate move to end the fight. 2-on-1 and more consumption will not do Zoro any good. Auto block. Zoro shouted loudly and used the secret sword and soul duel skill. Auto block is to block through the instinct of the sword soul, and after the block is successful, it will enter the state of dominance for a short time, breaking the army and rising dragon strike. I saw Zoro rushing towards the long-range attack of the two of them, using the hegemony body to take 2 moves, triggering the effect of automatic block. Then, Zoro began to charge up, ready to unleash a powerful sword move. What is this kid doing? Crocodile was shocked. Was he going to surrender and be beaten? Never mind, just hit him, Gecko Moria said. The two of them did not have too many concerns and continued to launch a fierce attack. With their strength, they want to run at any time. However, because of Zoro's physique, these attacks cannot interrupt Zoro's ultimate. Draw the sword and cut. With a loud shout, Zoro drew his sword and swept across. The sword energy as sharp as silver light and lightning fast, instantly slashed out. Not good. Crocodile and Gecko Moria's faces changed greatly and they ran away immediately. This move is dangerous. Boom. In a flash of cold light, several nearby houses were cut off in an instant and collapsed quickly. Crocodile and Gecko Moria's eyes were as big as light bulbs. I didn't expect Zoro's move to be so fast, and the range of this move was too great. What? With a scream, the two of them were cut to the ground, and a long wound was cut on their waists, and blood was flowing. The two Shishibukai were seconds away. Well, the price of drawing a knife and cutting it is really big. Zoro took a few breaths, covered in blood, not lightly injured. After all, it was a Shishibukai level attack. If it wasn't for his thick skin, he would have been killed long ago. I'll take this ship. Zoro grabbed the Crocodile's slate and went straight to sea, without staying for a moment. Then, Miss Monday grabbed Gecko Moria and Crocodile and handed them over to Marine for the reward. Out to sea and hitting a wall, these two Shishibukai have really poured coal for 8 lifetimes. Chapter 48_Legend Rises. Defeat Jiunju. For collection. The next day, on the Great Channel. Ha ha ha. Crocodile and Gecko Moria are being abused wherever they go, so bad luck. I have to say, their lives are really hard enough. They have died a few times. It really embarrassed Shishibukai. Let's pay attention to the ghost swordsman. The 3 swordsman spirit Zoro. If you can defeat Logia, this power is no worse than the horse monkey Shaku. Yeah, ghost swordsman. It turns out that this kind of power can still be used like this. The story of Zoro's defeat of Crocodile and Gecko Moria spread quickly, causing a sensation in the first half of the Great Passage. There are a lot of people with strength like him, and the only thing worth paying attention to is the ghost swordsman. It has been nearly 4 months since the ghost swordsman was born, except for the 9 sons demon god. None of them are particularly powerful. Almost everyone has come to regard the ghost hand as a strange disease rather than a power. In some kingdoms, ghost hand patients are also imprisoned to prevent them from falling ill at any time. The appearance of Zoro surprised the world. However, this influence is not enough. At this time, Marine headquarters. Keep an eye out for this bounty hunter. Sengoku reminds all the information. Pay more attention to Zoro. Although bounty hunters are not pirates, they sometimes pose a threat to the world government. And in this era of great chaos, Zoro's performance is currently not too good, so it is impossible for Sengoku to invite him to Shichibukai. Only the Hawkeye Mihawk is a special case in Shichibukai. However, if there is a chance in the future, it is also a good choice to pull Zoro into Marine Ghost Island. Marvinya was a little puzzled. It seems that Zoro's reputation is not big enough. If this continues, Ghost Swordsman will be regarded as a mental patient and will be completely out of Yechen's plan by then. Marvinya pondered for a moment and said, "It seems that I have to arrange a special swordsman for Zoro. Zoro's fame cannot sing." A month later, the first half of the Great Passage. Zoro's ship floats slowly at sea. Suddenly, a tattered little raft appeared ahead. Someone seems to be beckoning. Zoro took a serious look, and there was a middle-aged man in a samurai uniform on the raft. "It's him." After the boat approached, Zoro discovered that the person on the boat turned out to be Jianju. After a while, Zoro rescued Jianju on board. "Senior, why are you here?" Zoro asked. "I'm here to find out the power of the ghost hand. Also, to challenge the orc juggernaut," Jianju said depressedly. "I didn't expect the boat to capsize." "Orc juggernaut, is it strong?" Zoro said lightly. "It's very strong. It is said that Juggernaut has not fully awakened his power. His real power can defeat Hawkeye, but not many people know it." Jianju said coldly. "Defeat him. I'll go to Hawkeye for a duel and become the world's #1 god." Incident has already covered the Sabayati Archipelago incident, and not many people have mentioned it. It's not surprising that Zoro doesn't know the strength of the orc juggernaut. "It's me who beat Hawkeye and become #1 in the world," Zoro said firmly. "You are Rorono Zoro." Jianju scorned Isho and said, "If you want to challenge Hawkeye, you should pass me first." Along the way, Jianju challenged many ghost swordsmen to verify whether it is worthwhile to have this kind of power. However, these ghost swordsmen disappointed Jianju and couldn't support his few moves. Therefore, Jianju didn't take Zoro very seriously, even after defeating 2 Shichibukai. Infecting the ghost hand has great side effects. If the strength improvement is not large, Jianju does not need to take this risk. Jianju also basically intends to give up seeking this kind of power and concentrate on cultivation. "I can't ask for it," Zoro said excitedly. "However, not on this ship." "Ha ha ha, of course." Jianju laughed. Then, the two drove the blood skeleton and entered a small island. Zoro and Jianju have drawn their swords, and the battle is about to start. Jianju has made great progress in the past few months, and now he will be able to fight Hawkeye for at least 1 day and 1 night. However, Zoro has also learned level 40 skills and is very explosive. As long as you grasp the reality, the odds are still there. 5 cuts. When the duel started, Zoro immediately made a 5// dashing towards Jianju while swinging his sword as fast as lightning. "Speed is my forte." Jianju dodged Zoro's attack by dodging, then quickly drew his sword, summoned lightning, and slashed at Zoro. Boom! With a bang, a huge thunderbolt exploded on Zoro, blasting a deep pit several meters deep. "It's really tricky." Zoro's mighty figure appeared again in the thick smoke. Such a powerful thunderbolt was actually blocked by Zoro. Unbelievable. Jianju Vivi was shocked, but he didn't expect that someone would dare to resist lightning. "Watch out!" Zoro Vivi squatted halfway, and then his back legs jumped out like springs. "Lu Xi and jump!" Loud shout. Zoro swung his sword and slashed, and the sword shadow was like a cold moon, swift and fierce. Bah! Jianju blocked with his sword and was instantly knocked back several meters, his hands tingling for a while. Zoro's power is so great. Looks like it's going to be real. After Jianju stood firm, he began to fight and quickly rushed towards Zoro, breaking the army and rising to the dragon strike. What? Zoro's heart was shocked. Jianju actually knew the unique secret skill of Sword Soul. Bang bang. Jianju charged quickly. Zoro suffered 2 strong collisions and at the same time was affected by the electric shock, and his movements became sluggish. Just when Jianju was about to fly Zoro away, Zoro's eyes suddenly burst into sharpness. Reverse counterattack. Zoro faced the powerful impact and swept his sword hard. Bang. Jianju took a heavy blow, flew more than 10 meters, and fell heavily to the ground. Fortunately, this kind of counterattack is very rough and does not cause too heavy knife wounds. "And this kind of domineering swordsmanship," Jianju said in shock. "Senior, it's not easy to use the secret skills of Sword Soul." Zoro was also surprised. "Not as good as yours," Jianju said. For his ghost swordsmanship, he obtained the secret book of Sword Soul in the ancient slate. Although Jianju has no ghost hands, his talent in swordsmanship is not bad, and it is not surprising realizing that he has learned 1.5 moves. Then, the two fought hundreds of tricks. Jeonjugui's swordsmanship is rough, but he has his own swordsmanship plus the sword of lightning. He has the advantage. That's it, Jeonju said lightly. Zoro was covered in sword wounds. He wasn't knocked down, he was just holding on. What a joke, it's just getting started. The corners of Zoro's mouth raised slightly, and then a very strong momentum broke out. How could he just admit defeat if he hasn't made a new comprehension move? This. Jeonju's expression changed slightly. In an instant he felt a ghostly chill. Interesting, Jeonju chuckled. This ghost swordsman is really not easy. However, I will not lose. Go ahead. With a loud shout resounding through the sky, Zoro burst out with a golden red breath. The raptor breaks the sky. Instigate. In the blink of an eye, a dragon sword energy swept past like lightning. So fast, Jeonju's eyes stared like goldfish eyes, too fast to escape. Hiss. The cold light swept away, and a long knife wound appeared in front of Jeonju's heart, and blood spurted frantically, like a fountain. This time, it's careless. Offended, senior. Zoro quickly stepped forward to help and bandage Jeonju to stop the bleeding. The power of this move was completely beyond his imagination. I predicted it, but I couldn't escape it at all, Jeonju exclaimed. I lost. Chapter 49 Mutation Awakening Prison Blood Demon God. For collection. After defeating Jeonju, Zoro sends him to a nearby town for healing. Jeonju was seriously injured, and the plan to challenge the orc juggernaut could only be postponed. But now he is convinced of one thing, and that is the power of Ghost Swordsman, which is extremely powerful and is the future of all swordsmen. More than a month, Zoro's reputation gradually increased. After all, if he can defeat Jeonju, that is Admiral's alternate or even Admiral's strength. Along the way, there were countless people admiring the challenge. Zoro's actual combat experience has been improved rapidly, and now he has reached the level of 50. There are also many low-level ghost swordsmen who came to ask Zoro, but Zoro is not a mentor and can't help these ghost swordsmen. It's just that the status of ghost swordsman has been greatly improved, that's for sure. A few days later, Marine headquarters. Oh, I really don't understand these swordsmen, the world's largest swordsman. Is it so important to them? Sengoku asked in confusion. During this period of time, they sincerely invited Zoro to join Marine as an admiral backup, but Zoro refused. Ha ha ha, I can be a vice admiral, I can still live freely, Garp said happily. He admired Zoro's dreamy, unfettered temperament. As long as it is not against Marine, it must be a talent. Yes. Sengoku nodded and said, I hope he and Jeonju don't make trouble for us. And this time, Sabayati Archipelago. On the 12th area, the cold wind is bleak, and the light is glimmering. Zoro and the orc sword Saint Samuro have been fighting here for a day and a night. Zoro sailed for 3 months and made rapid progress. Now he has enough strength to wrestle with Samuro. Zoro and Samuro are both agile swordsmen with similar speed. In terms of swordsmanship, Zoro's ghost swordsmanship has a slight advantage. In terms of strength, the strong orc juggernaut is even better. The two's big moves, Bladestorm and Phantom Sword Dance, are equally explosive. Zoro and Samuro are both very strong, and it is estimated that after a few days of fighting, it will be difficult to tell the winner. At this moment, a small boat with blue flame candles came slowly. Whoosh! I saw was a shadow flashed by. My hawk-eyed, here we come. Another human swordsman. Let's go together, Samuro said coldly. The winner hasn't been decided last time, so let's make a break. Hawkeye glanced at Zoro and then said, as for the East Blue kid, I'm not interested. Don't look down on East Blue. Zoro didn't say a word and immediately cut out a raptor and rushed towards Hawkeye. Sulfuric acid. At the critical moment, Hawkeye drew his sword and blocked the blow. So fast. This speed is faster than lightning. Is this the power of a ghost swordsman? Hawkeye Vivi was shocked. It seemed that he had indeed overlooked it. It seems that this battle is probably not for me. Samuro smiled bitterly and then left the field angrily. In the fighting culture of the orc race, they will not interfere in other people's duels. Now Zoro's mind is all on Hawkeye, and Hawkeye has accepted his challenge, so Samuro will not intervene. At this time, Hawkeye my hawk and Zoro didn't talk nonsense at all and started fighting directly. This is the tacit understanding of the swordsman. Crack the wave, earth split wave sword. Draw the sword, continuous thrusts. At first Zoro's ghost swordsmanship caught Hawkeye a little off guard, but after a few minutes, Hawkeye my hawk gradually became familiar with this unfamiliar swordsmanship and began to suppress Zoro. In the face of adversity, Zoro began to make moves to try to turn the situation around. Breaking the army and slaying the dragon strike, Zoro sprinted forward like a gust of wind, crashing into the Hawkeyed my hawk. Still not fast enough. Hawkeyed my hawk dodged the impact with a flick. It's not over yet. Less than half a breath. Zoro turned to stab back. Hawkeye my hawk blocked with his sword and at the same time dodged sideways, defusing Zoro's strong attack again. Drink. A loud shout. Zoro used all his strength to slash. Only felt his hands go numb for a while. Hawkeye my Hawk blocked Zoro's heavy blow with one knife and was instantly knocked back more than 10 meters. Breakthrough. My Hawk propped up his back foot and then slashed out a cyan sword energy, splitting away from the ground. Phantom sword dance. Almost at the same time, Zoro slashed dozens of knives in succession, forming a powerful sword energy and swept away. Boom. The two swords collided, producing a terrifying explosion, both of which exploded. Boom, boom, boom. Under the strong impact, the earth quickly cracked. The surrounding vegetation was instantly overwhelmed by the hurricane, and even the distant sea caused huge waves. Nice move. Hawkeye Vivi nodded and then began to attack again. After that, the two fought hundreds of rounds. Zoro's fire is not enough. Swordsmanship and actual combat experience are not as good as Hawkeye. In addition, he was expended a lot of physical strength by Samuro, and now he has almost no strength to fight back. One day passed and Zoro was suppressed by Hawkeye, and his body was covered with sword wounds. Eventually, Zoro fell to the ground from bleeding. It's over. If you keep fighting, you will die, Hawkeye said coldly. Plop. The heart beats only once for a few seconds, and Zoro is already dying. Plop. Zoro's eyes revealed endless unwillingness. I haven't defeated Hawkeye, and I haven't been ranked number 1 in the world. I just die like this. I'm not reconciled. Plop plop plop. At this moment, Zoro's vision began to turn scarlet. His heart was beating wildly as if it were about to burst, and blood kept pouring out. Roar. With a roar like a hell demon, Zoro was reborn from blood, and a strong momentum broke out, instantly shattering the ground, and blood swelled to the sky. Zoro, wake up. Just that even Yechen was shocked by the fact that the profession of Zoro's awakening was prison blood demon god. What's the matter? My Hawk's face changed drastically, and this murderous aura made his hair stand on end. Devil's blood break. A roar. Zoro summoned a bloody sword that floated on his back. Then, Zoro pulled out the blood sword unique to berserkers and started to slaughter frantically, slashing towards Hawkeye. Zoro is fast and hateful, attacking like a tiger, like a wolf, instantly suppressing my Hawk and drawing several wounds on his body. The broken sword behind Zoro quickly absorbed the blood energy from my Hawk and gradually condensed into a complete blood energy sword. Drink. An angry shout. Zoro slammed the blood sword into the ground, and the ground of the entire number 12 area shattered, and a burst of extremely strong heat energy erupted. Not good. My Hawk broke out in a cold sweat, trying to avoid the strike. Boom. However, the lava erupted instantly, breaking through the sky like a volcanic eruption, and Hawkeye was already within the attack range. Armament is hardened. Armament. Profound truth spiral slashing the sky. Hawkeye tried his best to cut off the blood around him, but he was still submerged by the pillar of fire. Boom boom boom. Pillar of fire exploded and penetrated the heavens and the earth. Even the marine headquarters and the 5-star building could clearly see this pillar of fire. Bear. The aftermath quickly swept across half of the island, and the heat wave splashed and ignited a raging fire. It burned for 10 minutes before gradually extinguishing. This is what power. My Hawk was half supported on the ground, and the scene of the magma eruption was still reflected in his mind, lingering. Half of his gorgeous clothes have been burned, and his hair has been roasted into an explosive head, which is very embarrassing. The power of the blood demon god is so terrifying. Chapter 50 _ The Era of Ghost Swordsman. For collection. Sabayati Archipelago. At night, Zoro, my Hawk, and Samuro are drinking in Shuki's bar, exchanging swordplay. What kind of swordsmanship do you have? I've never seen it before. My Hawk and Samuro are very curious. They have both seen the moves of ordinary ghost swordsmen, not like Zoro. This is a high-level ghost swordsmanship, and you can only use the skill when you change careers. Zoro took a sip of wine and said, transfer. Eagle-eyed my Hawk remembered the ordinary ghost swordsman and the mad ghost swordsman, and their attack methods were completely different. Well, ghost swordsman has 4 major classes: sword soul, devil may cry, Ashura, and berserker. The one who goes crazy is berserker, Zoro explained. So it is. Hawkeye paused and asked again, what kind of occupation are you? I am sword soul, but today I awakened the power of berserker, Zoro said. Can you double repair? Samuro was a little surprised. My goal is the 4th cultivation. The master's strength is very strong, and he can cut through the ice and flames. I really want to learn. Zoro pondered for a moment, then said, it's just that becoming Ashura requires you to dig your own eyes, and the price is too high. A sword technique with attributes. Have you heard of it? Hawkeye thought of Jianju. No, my master uses wave power, which is completely different from the swordsmanship you mentioned. Zoro said, who is your master? I'm looking for him to duel. Samuro asked eagerly with a fighting spirit. My master's name is GSD. Apart from me, the 9 Sons is also his apprentice. Zoro recalled his starting point and laughed loudly. He is too old to accept your challenge, but if you are a teacher, you'd better bring some money. He will be delighted. No wonder. Hawkeye is bitter to Isho, and it is not wrong to lose to Zoro. After all, he is the junior brother of the 9 Sons. But now now is the time to accept reality. The power of ghost hands must be the future of all swordsmen. Where is he now? Hawkeye demanded. He's a wandering swordsman whose whereabouts are uncertain. I met him on an island in East Blue. Zoro paused and said, his ice blade and wave sword can freeze the sea surface. There is no place in this world that he cannot go to. Comes to GSD. Zoro is also very proud. Respected teacher is indeed a master of the world, but you can't find it, Hawkeye said in admiration. If it wasn't for the sake of the clan, I would go out to sea now and ask him to single out. And that nine sun god. Samuro took a sip of wine and said, by the way, where is the nine suns demon god now? The more Zoro talked, the more excited Samuro became. I don't know. When the nine suns demon god appeared, I hadn't apprenticed yet, Zoro said. What? Hawkeye's eyes widened. He didn't expect Zoro to have such strength after only half a year of cultivation. The potential of the ghost swordsman is really unbelievable. The bar was brightly lit all night, and the three supreme swordsmen chatted freely all night. Ghost swordsman is very strong, and Hawkeye has made up his mind to pursue this kind of power. And Samuro also agrees with the power of this kind of power, but he does not need this kind of power and will not pursue it. The next day, the news of Zoro's defeat of Hawkeye spread quickly, and the world was already in a frenzy. Beyond the nickname, the world's greatest swordsman, Hawkeye my hawk has been defeated. The one who defeated him was the famous ghost swordsman, Roronoa Zoro. I heard that half a year ago. He was just a well-known swordsman in East Blue. This kind of progress is really amazing. The ghost swordsman is really strong. I heard that Zoro and the Nine Sons are from the same division. Their master is called GSD, a godlike figure. The translocation of the world's largest swordsman is already a dep bomb. Zoro has only debuted for half a year, and he is still the younger brother of the Nine Sons demon god, and he is even more of a heavyweight. And the news of GSD spread like a big secret treasure, making everyone crazy about it. Now, all the ghost swordsmen have frantically flocked to East Blue, looking for GSD. The big trend of ghost swordsmen has officially started. New world, red fur, ghost swordsman, interesting. The corners of the red-haired Shank's mouth were slightly raised, and he was very interested in what had happened recently. I didn't expect that the person who defeated Hawkeye was not him. Stop dreaming. It's impossible for you to become a ghost swordsman. Yasop teased. The red hair has no left arm, and logically, it is impossible to infect the ghost hand. Bastard, who said I was going to become a ghost swordsman? Red-haired Shanks yelled. Without the ghost hand, I can still beat him. Be careful of being beaten all over the floor by the ghost swordsman kid. Are you going to duel? I'm looking forward to it. Although ghost swordsman is very strong, I still believe that the boss will win. The whole boat fell into a harmonious scolding in an instant, which was very interesting. At this time, Marine headquarters. I actually defeated Hawkeye. The era of ghost swordsman has come, Sengoku said in shock. Ha ha ha. This kid is even fiercer than this old man. Garp laughed. Now is an opportunity. After thinking for a moment, Sengoku said excitedly, the dream he has achieved. Now is the best time to pull him into Marine. It would be great to join Marine. Garp nodded. As long as he can come, give him the admiral seat directly. Sengoku said, Marine admiral is indeed a great temptation. However, Zoro will not join Marine because of this. After all, the Lich King, Wanakuni, New World, he has not yet entered. If he becomes an admiral and is bound by the system, he will not be able to travel freely in the New World. Who do you want to withdraw? Garp asked confused. There is no need to withdraw, and no one stipulates that only 3 admirals can be established. Sengoku said, in addition, I also plan to recruit troops on a large scale. Level 30 is the threshold for vice admiral, level 40 is promoted to admiral candidate, and the strong at level 50 is directly admiral. The pattern of Marine. It is time to change. Going with the times. I agree with you, Garp said. Then, Sengoku reflected the proposal to the upper management, which was highly recognized. Soon, a large number of powerful ghost swordsmen will join Marine. Ghost Island. Yachen was sipping red wine and smoking a cigar, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Ding. Gain 2.1 chaos points. Ding. Get 3.5 chaos points. Ding. Get 4.8 chaos points. Ding. Gain 1.1 chaos points. The era of ghost swordsmen has begun, and now Yachen has obtained about 300,000 chaos points. Moreover, the point of confusion will continue to increase. Although it took nearly 200,000 chaos points to create GSD, the chaos brought by ghost swordsmen takes time to ferment. Now, Yachen still has about 700,000 chaos points, enough to stir up the world again. Yachen planned to strengthen himself first and then start a great war between the major races. However, the power of the human race is not enough at present. In addition to ghost swordsmen, they also need stronger power. Chapter 51 Wanakuni, the general and the daimyo. The power of the human race is a little weak at present. It's time to give a normal person a cultivation system. Yachen thought about it. Magical girls are magic users, and it is impossible for ordinary people to practice. Ghost swordsmen are even more unsuitable for the general public, and a human race with ghost hands is not a pure-blood human race. Therefore, he needs a new kind of power that everyone can cultivate and that is strong enough. By the way, start the fuse of the war of various races. Well, there is. Yechen Viviisho fixed his eyes on a certain power in the New World. After the era of ghost swordsmen began, it was only a month. Countless ghost swordsmen appeared in East Blue, searching for the whereabouts of GSD in this vast sea, but there was no news. However, they meet a strange businessman. None of these people can meet GSD. Isn't it a lie? I met a businessman riding a flying dragon yesterday. He said he sold professional inheritance books, but I didn't have enough money. I also met him. A professional inheritance book sold 9.98 million. Bailey 13. Black businessman. It's expensive, but you have to buy it. Otherwise we ghost swordsmen will have no way out. I heard that the people who bought the inheritance book have reached level 30. I'm envious. Haha. Fortunately, I found the occupation inheritance book in the ancient ruins, and now I am a level 25 berserker. Poured into East Blue met Gabriel. However, many people have regretted their bowels because of insufficient money. In order to control the number of job transfers, Yechen also had to create Gabriel. There are also some inheritances buried in ancient stone slabs. Now the professional inheritance book has become a kind of opportunity, not something you can buy with money. In the occupation inheritance book, the inheritance of the 4 major occupations is sealed, and it is necessary to complete the task to obtain the inheritance. In each book there is only a kind of power of inheritance, and it will disappear automatically after changing careers. Therefore, wanting to recycle does not exist. Although expensive, professional inheritance is hard to come by. Many people have already sold iron, waiting for Gabriel to appear. At this time, Marine headquarters. During this time, Marine filled a large number of troops. Ghost swordsmen are very eager to sign up. After all, Marine has a high status and good benefits. However, the ticking time bomb of Kazan syndrome is also deeply buried in Marine's big heart and will explode at any time. Sengoku is already devastated by this matter. The ghost swordsman is recruited, but people get sick every day. It's really a headache, Sengoku said in distress. It's really troublesome. Garp paused and said, by the way, is there any news from Zoro? Alas, even the position of admiral can't attract Zoro. It seems that there is no hope of pulling him into Marine. Marshal Sengoku sighed softly and said, forget it, we still have thousands of ghost swordsmen. Maybe we can cultivate a second Zoro. Garp said, the world is so big, and there are many people with good qualifications. Zoro reached the admiral level in half a year. Even if the other ghost swordsmen are less qualified, it should not be difficult to reach the vice admiral. It's better, now that things in the new world have made me too busy to sleep well. Kyuzan complained, ghost swordsmen will be violent. We haven't found a control method yet, so we need to be more careful. Akainu still looked cold. Crazy, just lock it up, Kizaru said. I've thought about that. After thinking for a moment, Sengoku said, I plan to build an elite ghost swordsman army, which is full of elites. At the same time, set up 2 cotters. One is ordinary people, and the other is ghost swordsmen. Even if someone is crazy, they can easily control. Separate the ghost swordsmen and let the strong ones without ghost hands supervise them. It seems to work. Garp nodded and said, ha ha ha, let me take care of the sick ghost swordsman. This old man will have fun. Garp said excitedly, we also need to try to find GSD. We need to find a way to control ghost hand attacks and the inheritance of ghost swordsmen. Sengoku said, in fact there is a way to control ghost hands. However, Yechen's purpose is to create chaos, so it is impossible to make the method of controlling ghost hands public. New World. Wanakuni, a power that is no weaker than the Marine headquarters. Today, Wanakuni Daimyo Kojiki Oden visited General Wanakuni late at night just for the ghost hand. Now the ghost swordsman is the future of all samurai. If we can get the power of the ghost hand, we can dominate the new world. General Wanakuni said, impossible, the incidence of ghost hands is too high. We can't control it. Kojiki Oden said, the power of the ghost swordsman, you and I can see it for all to see. Those who can survive are the strong ones. What we need is power. General Wanakuni said, with the power, we are not afraid of the threat of the 4 emperors, the orcs, and the Lord of the Void. Ghost hands are a disease. Do you want Wanakuni to go down a pathological path? Kojiki Oden said, Wanakuni, we must go the way of the ghost swordsman. General Wanakuni said firmly, as long as the Kojiki family is still around, this kind of thing won't happen. Kojiki Oden said, then let me wipe the Kojiki family from the history of Wanakuni. General Wanakuni, with anger in his eyes, began to draw his sword. You're crazy, Kojiki Oden said. The conflict between the two intensified and war was imminent. Raining 10 forms. General Wanakuni fired his sword again and again, slashing out 100 meters of sword energy. Ninja Tianyan explosion. Kojiki Oden also used his ultimate move, spewing out a meteor-like fire bullet. Boom! There was a flash in the sky, and the entire general's mansion mansion was razed to the ground. However, under the ground of the general's mansion, a huge broken stone slab suddenly appeared. In the slate, a strange light flashed. Chapter 52_9-tailed beasts, the god of ninjas. Boom! Sky rumbled, and within the Wanakuni range, a 12-magnitude earthquake began to erupt. Roar! With a roar like a demon, several pairs of huge animal claws appeared in the stone tablet. What's the matter? General Wanakuni and Kojiki Oden were shocked. They had seen a slate, but they had never seen a slate of this size. Moreover, the breath from this slate is like a devil. The roar sounded again, and 9 huge beasts, slowly tearing open the cracks, poured into the Wanakuni territory. A sandy civet cat, a cat demon with blue flames, a giant 3-tailed tortoise with horns, a red ape with 4 dinosaur-like tails, a dolphin head, a white horse with a deer-horned horse body, a slug with 6 white tails, 6 wings, and 1 a beetle with a tail, a monster with an octopus tail, and an orange fox with 9 tails. They are the 9-tailed beasts in the Naruto world. Every tailed beast will bring devastating disasters to a country. Now that the 9 big-tailed beasts have come out, it only takes a stick of incense to destroy Wanakuni. 9. General Wanakuni was startled with a few drops of cold sweat. These summoned beasts are no weaker than Marine Admiral in terms of their aura, and their size is comparable to that of a giant clan, and there are 9 more. This is troublesome. Kojiki Oden's face was gloomy, and with their strength they couldn't compete with these monsters at all. Damn the god of ninjas, how dare you seal our tailed beasts for 500,000 years. 9-tailed Kurama's eyes were scarlet, and he was extremely violent, and he slapped it down with a palm. Not good. General Wanakuni and Kojiki Oden responded quickly, teleported immediately, and dispersed to both sides. Boom! A palm fell, and an entire building more than 10 meters high was instantly shattered. The tailed beast clan. Could it be 10,000 clans? Kojiki Oden was shocked. These monsters suddenly appeared very similar to the appearance of the orcs. They are the tailed beast clan, one of the 10,000 clans. Destroy as much as you like. The 4-tailed monkey king roared angrily. Today you have to pay the price. The 8-tailed bull ghost roared wildly. All the 9 big-tailed beasts went berserk and began to launch a frantic attack on Wanakuni. Wanakuni's building in front of the tailed beast is like tofu, and it shatters in one shot. Countless lives vanished into nothingness in an instant. The catastrophe is coming. At this moment, all the powerful Wanakuni rushed to the battlefield to fight against the 9-tailed beasts. Drive away the monsters. Get out of Wanakuni. After a while, the 9-tailed beasts were surrounded by countless samurai and ninjas. Light and shadow slash. Ninja furious. Come out. Devil's call. Draw the sword. Swordsmanship. Ninja. Ancient summoned beasts. And the powerful skills of ghost swordsmen were all thrown at the 9 big-tailed beasts together. Swords, lights, swords, and shadows. The strong light of energy shone across the sky like a net of heaven and earth, and the scene was extremely spectacular. Boom! All the attacks landed on the 9-tailed beasts, causing powerful explosions one after another, and the entire Wanakuni was instantly covered in gunpowder smoke. However, these attacks didn't do much damage to these behemoths. Roar! With a roar, the 9 big-tailed beasts began to attack. Tailed beast cannon. The 9 big-tailed beasts opened their mouths at the same time, condensing a dark red ball. Hiss, hiss, hiss. In less than half a second, the dark red ball quickly swelled into a huge energy ball. Boom! With a blast like a bomb, the 9-tailed beasts spewed tailed beasts and slammed into all directions. Boom! There was a loud bang, and the strong light of energy instantly covered thousands of meters and devoured everything. The powerful shockwave quickly swept the entire Wanakuni, and countless houses were gradually cracked as if they had been subjected to a powerful earthquake. In the blink of an eye, thousands of soldiers died under the brutality of the tailed beast cannon, and countless injured. After that, the 9-tailed beasts continued to destroy everything. Even with the ancient slate and ghost swordsmen, Wanakuni could only barely hold back the 9-tailed beasts and prevent them from destroying everywhere. Less than 10 minutes, a fifth of Wanakuni's territory was razed to the ground. General Wanakuni and Kojiki Oden were also injured and could not last long. An hour, Wanakuni will be doomed. The situation is very dangerous. And at this time, Wanakuni Kanaha village. Boom! The shock of the tail beast cannon caused another powerful earthquake, and several houses in Kanaha village began to collapse, causing great damage. At this time, in a collapsed house, a woman named Uji Zioxia found a unique stone slab in the ruins. It has a strange pattern. Xiao Xiaovivi was startled. A special cross was engraved in the pattern. Sulfuric acid. At this moment, a strong light blue flashed. The cross floated out from the slate, and the slate was activated. This slate is the top slate in the world of Yu-Gi-Oh! Susheng from the Dead. Rebirth of the Dead. You can special summon a dead person. This card can only be used once, and the resurrected person will exist forever. Can the dead be resurrected? Xiao Xia was taken aback. This ability is too heaven-defying. Maybe this is the key to ending this catastrophe. Then, she thought of one piece 1p/King of Pirates Gold Roger and the legend of their village, the god of ninjas. Konoha village has a long history and is said to be the birthplace of ninjas. The god of ninjas is the founder of Konoha village and the patron saint of their village. However, due to a major disaster, many powerful ninjas have almost died and the powerful ninjutsu has also been lost. Who should I choose? Xiao Xia hesitated. 1p/King of Pirates has conquered the whole new world and its strength is beyond doubt, and the god of ninjas is just a legendary character and does not necessarily exist. Even if it exists, Xiao Xia doesn't know how strong he is. Fight. After struggling for a while, Xiao Xia finally made a decision. Resurrection. The legend of Konoha village, the god of ninjas. With a cry, Xiao Xia raised the cross and a blue light suddenly appeared floating into the sky. Sulfuric acid. After a while, the sky was dissipated and a holy light instantly covered the entire Wonokuni. Then, a bright light shot down and a man with long black hair wearing a red ninja gear slowly descended. The god of ninjas, Senju Hashima, is here. Chapter 53 Senju Hakuma vs 9-tailed beasts. In 500,000 years, the Konoha ninja village has changed. Qianshao Hashima said with emotion, "Great ninja god, please save us Wonokuni." Xiaoxia pleaded, "Who are you?" "The descendant of the Uchiha clan." "Why is there no chakra?" "It seems that ninjutsu has been lost." Qianshao Zuma glanced at Xiaoxia, unaware of chakra's existence, and there was a trace of sadness in his eyes. "Did the 9 big-tailed beasts run wild together? It's really a little troublesome." While speaking, a red tattoo appeared on Qianshao Hashima's face and he immediately used the immortal mode and then jumped and rushed to the battlefield. At this time, the Red Earth continent call out. A huge dark energy bomb flew fast, completely breaking the silence of the night. This is the tailed beast jade that flew from the Wonokuni battlefield. The tailed beast jade is the most profound meaning of the tailed beast, which can easily flatten several mountains or even a city. Boom. In the end, the tailed beast jade landed not far from the holy family of Muskarad, causing a huge explosion, and half of the holy family of Muskarad was razed to the ground in an instant. Tenryabito's family business is huge, and a family's territory is equivalent to the size of an ordinary city of 160. After the holy Roswald, the holy family of Muskarad also suffered. Boom, boom, boom. The aftermath shook, and another major earthquake occurred in the Kitu continent, and everyone was in a panic. In a 5-star building. Is this karma? Gorosei/5 elders sighed as they watched the towering fireworks. First, the thunder spear of the Lord of the Void Circle, and then the holy family of Roswald, who was washed by the 9 days demon god, and now another tailed beast jade. Tenryabito's sins. Retribution is coming. Moments later, Wonokuni is on the battlefield. Damn, am I, Wonokuni, going to be destroyed by these tailed beasts? General Wonokuni stabbed the knife to the ground, barely supporting his body, covered in blood and badly injured. The attack power of the 9-tailed beast is too strong, and the skin is thick like a steel plate. A few minutes, all of Wonokuni's powerhouses will be honorably sacrificed. For Wonokuni, you can't fall even if you die in battle, Koja Kyoden said unyieldingly. Just then, General Wonokuni and Koja Kyoden felt a chill hit. One-tailed Shao'er-he is gathering tailed beast cannons, ready to fire at him. Destruction. With a roar, Shao'er-he spat out a tailed beast bullet. Wudun, the tree world is coming. At the critical moment, countless huge tree roots were pulled out from the ground, sweeping in like waves. Boom. The earth trembled, and the big explosion of the tail beast cannon was completely offset by the huge tree roots. Boom, boom, boom. The giant tree was still growing wildly, and it quickly attacked the 9-tailed beast. The 9-tailed beast drowned in the roots of the tree and was pushed into the distance. At the same time, the giant tree roots moved all of Wonokuni's generals to safety. It's amazing, like a magic trick, General Wonokuni said in shock. All the attacks and defenses that come to the tree world are operated by Senju Hashirama, which is a powerful ninjutsu that integrates attack, defense, and control. Tailed beast cannon. The 9 big-tailed beasts used the tailed beast cannon together, and only one shot barely smashed through the surrounding tree roots and broke through the siege. The power that descends from the tree world is so terrifying. Could it be he? The 9-tailed demon fox broke out in a cold sweat, and the only one who could use this move was Qianshao Hashirama. Of course, Madara Uchiha, who was reincarnated in the dirt, also learned this trick. In the Naruto world, Qianshao Zujian can make the 9 big-tailed beasts suffer a lot. 9 big-tailed beasts. This is not the place for you to appear. Haki of Senju Hashimoto appeared in front of the 9-tailed beasts. Stop talking nonsense. This time, the tailed beast family will never yield to anyone. The 9 big-tailed beasts roared up to the sky. They were fed up with the days of being sealed in the body of human Zolai. Tailed beast jade. A small dark ball condensed in the mouth of the 9 big-tailed beasts, and the ball quickly swelled into an energy bomb the size of a meteorite. With a roar, the 9-tailed beasts spewed out the jade of the tailed beast, all of which slammed into the Qianshao Zujian. Xian fought thousands of hands. In the face of the tailed beast Jade of the 9 big-tailed beasts, Qianshao Hashirama did not dare to be careless and directly used the strongest immortal technique. Boom! A single seal, an extremely huge 1,000-handed Buddha statue was summoned from the 1,000-handed post, which instantly enveloped half of the Wanakuni. Turn into a Buddha on the top. With a loud shout, Qianshao Zujian drove all the bergamot hands and slapped them all at the 9 big-tailed beasts. Bang, bang, bang. The tailed beast Jade slammed into the Buddha's hand, producing an extremely powerful explosion that instantly knocked off dozens of arms. However, the power of the tailed beast Jade is just that. Boom! Thousands of hands pounded violently, and the entire Wanakuni shook violently, like a 10-magnitude earthquake. Even the sea beyond the land caused huge waves, like a tsunami. Ugh! Under the plundering of thousands of hands, the 9 big-tailed beasts had no power to fight back and were instantly blinded. Xianfa Mingshenman. After a fierce attack, dozens of huge red torii gates descended from the sky. Boom, boom, boom. The red torii was like a lock stuck on the 9-tailed beast and began to absorb the 9-tailed beast's chakra. It's this trick again. I can't wait. The 9-tailed beasts each roared, and Mudun was too restrained by the tailed beasts and finally lost the ability to resist. The tailed beast turmoil ends here. So, solve. General Wanakuni was dumbfounded. What kind of power is this? This is the power of God. This is the patron saint of Wanakuni. Kojiki Odin said excitedly. The war is over. Long live Wanakuni. Lord Patroness, mighty. 9-tailed beasts were subdued, and all the Wanakuni people cheered for the victory. And Kinshao Zujian is the god sent by heaven to save them. However, Senju is not happy. This is troublesome. There is no one in this world. Qianshao Zuma said with a frown. Human Zulai is the container that seals the tailed beast, and a living person is needed to bear this seal. The 9-tailed beasts are only temporarily suppressed, and when the power of Mingshenman disappears, they will harm the world again. However, there are thousands of hand pillars in the room, and the 9 big-tailed beasts do not dare to do anything wrong for the time being. In this world, the chances of finding someone Zulai are very small. The only solution is to conquer the tailed beasts, let them compromise and stop harassing the human race. Chapter 54 The Visit of Marshal Sengoku. Lord Patroness, what are we going to do with these tailed beasts now? Kojiki Odin asked. For the time being, I can only suppress them with the Mingshen Gate. But this is not a long-term solution. After all, I can't keep guarding them all the time. Kinshao Zujian said. If you want to completely seal them, you must find the right person and column force. Human Zulai? Kojiki Odin asked, puzzled. Human Zulai is the container that seals the tailed beast, but it is not easy to find human Zulai in this world. Once Ren Zulai loses control of his emotions, he will turn into a tailed beast and destroy everything. Qianshao Zujian shook his head and said, in my time, it was not difficult to find someone for Zulai, but now, it's more difficult than finding a needle in a haystack. Let's find the magical girls in Alabasta, maybe they have sealing magic. Kojiki Odin suggested. Magical girl? Senju Hakuma was at a loss. Lord Patroness doesn't know. Kojiki Odin said, in my time, ninjas were the main force, and the samurai had all fallen. Kinshao Zuma said, I almost forgot that Lord Patroness was 500,000 years ago. Kojiki Odin scratched his head embarrassedly and said. Then Kojiki Odin briefly told Senju Hashima about the current situation of the magical girl and the whole world. It turns out that magical girls have very special powers, so please invite them. Senju Hashima nodded and said. A few hours later, on the Terracotta continent, the 5-star building of the world government headquarters. Because so many Tenryabito died, Gorosei/5 elders sent CP0 to Wanakuni overnight to find out what happened. Situation was extremely bad. CP0 did not dare to neglect, and the information was sent back in just a few hours. The Gorosei/5 elders were taken aback when they got the information, and an urgent meeting was held immediately. The resurrection of the ninja god 500,000 years ago, not a summoned beast but a real resurrection, is incredible, said Fat Gorosei/5 elders. I heard that it is the power of the ancient slate which can resurrect the dead. This slate is very dangerous. Gorosei/5 elders said worriedly. At the moment, 9 big-tailed beasts, each of which is comparable to the highest combat power of the marine headquarters. If it appears in Marijois, I am afraid it will cause more damage than the 9 suns. Bearded Gorosei/5 elders said. Although the 9 suns demon god is invincible in attack and defense, the attack range is a little smaller, and the 9-tailed beasts all have the ability to destroy a city. Even if the overall strength of the tail and the second tail are poor, they are not inferior to Admiral in terms of destructive power. It is definitely the hope of the human race that the god of ninjas can suppress the 9-tailed beasts. If we can win over the god of ninjas, we will have the power to suppress other races, said the samurai Gorosei/5 elders. That's true, but the ninja god is the patron saint of Wanakuni and is not under our jurisdiction, said the blonde blonde Gorosei/5 elders. In front of all races, the human race is on the same front. I think no matter how closed their minds are, they will realize this. Bald-headed Gorosei/5 elders said, worth a try. Other Gorosei/5 elders nodded in agreement. The next morning, Marine headquarters. Early in the morning, Sengoku was ordered to call the three Admiral and Garp to the office. We received an order this time to visit Wanakuni, Sengoku said with a heavy expression. Yo, it's really a hard bone. Kizaruvivi frowned and said, Wanakuni is a closed-off country and Marine can't enter at all. This time, the task is very difficult. Why is it so sudden? It's still that country? Kyuzan asked curiously. It's for a man called the God of Ninjas. A few tricks are to conquer 9 monsters that can destroy a country, Sengoku said coldly. It's not easy to destroy the monsters in Wanakuni, Garp Vivi said in surprise. Those who can subdue them are even more monsters among monsters, Kyuzan said. Flowers 0. The top is very serious, so we all have to go, Sengoku said solemnly. With so many people, I'm afraid the situation will be worse, Akainu said. Marine's strongest combat power has all been concentrated. This lineup is not like a show of goodwill, but like a declaration of war. Our lives are more important than sincerity, Sengoku said. We're indeed a lot more people, but there was no way. They were really afraid that the Wanakuni people would turn their backs and kill them. After all, Wanakuni and Marine headquarters are not on good terms. 2 days later, Wanakuni port. Sure enough, as soon as Sengoku and the others landed, a large group of ghost swordsmen in samurai costumes got angry and attacked them. Those who trespass on Wanakuni will be killed without mercy. With only one warning, the ghost swordsman began to draw his sword and expelled Marine. Ghost whip, earth split wave sword, crashing, continuous thrusts. One shot is a deadly move, throwing at Sengoku, Garp, and 3 Admiral. Wanakuni's ghost swordsman is ruthless. Meteor volcano. However, Akainu was even more unfeeling and directly used the most powerful move to punch the sky full of lava. Boom! The lava fist fell like a meteor, overwhelming the sky, and instantly blasted these ghost swordsmen away, either dead or seriously injured. At the same time, a large number of houses were blown up, and many old and weak women and children were affected, causing heavy casualties. Rumbling. At this moment, the port began to shake violently. Wudun, the tree world is coming. The ground quickly pulled up the huge roots, surging frantically, and instantly engulfed Akainu. After that, Senjuzuma rode the tree waves and quickly arrived at the pier. God of Ninjas, angry. Chapter 55 _ God of Ninja vs Marine 3 Admiral. This is the God of Ninjas. Sengoku Vivi was startled, and the tree world descended from Senju Hashirama, which startled him. It really lives up to its reputation. Garp also felt an invisible force. He could sense that he was merciful with the move just now, otherwise no one here would be spared. After a moment, Sengoku and Garp regained their composure and stepped aside. They didn't shoot. Mainly, if they did, they would declare war on Wanakuni. Moreover, they also want to see the strength of Kinshazuma. Is this Logia? What an interesting ability. Seeing this huge deep forest, Kizaru thought that Senju Hashima was a wood-type devil fruit wielder. What a spectacular move. 5-6 zeros. Kyuzan also exclaimed, this kind of big move covering a city, if it were him, he would definitely be tired and sweating profusely. Almost at the same time, a pile of magma poured out nearby, and then gradually solidified into the entity of Akainu. A tough foe. The move just now almost crushed Akainu into pieces, but luckily he had elementalization, so he escaped. However, justice will prevail. Soon as he stood firm, Akainu started to die again, punching Senju Hakuma. Great/major eruption. With a loud bang, accompanied by a huge volcanic lava fist, it slammed into Kinshaozujian like a rocket eruption. Ice Age. Almost at the same time, Kyuzan unleashed his ultimate move and quickly froze the entire jungle, making Senju Hakuma lose his ability to manipulate the trees. Yasakani no Megatama. In addition, Kizaru also continuously emits a barrage of light energy. Ninja wood dragon technique. Thousands of hands quickly formed a seal, and then a huge wooden dragon was instantly pulled up from the ground and rushed towards Kyuzan. Roar. A roar. The wooden dragon wrapped around Kyuzan and began to drain his elemental energy. What power at this time! Kyuzan's heart was shocked. The ice age he used had cut off the energy supply before freezing a tree root. Ninja wooden man art. In less than a second, Senju Hakuma used the advanced ninjutsu he was best at and summoned several giants the size of tailed beasts. Bang, bang, bang. The attacks of Kizaru and Akainu hit the wooden man like a mosquito bite. All the wooden figures began to move, punching the 3 Admiral. Volcanic meteor. Akainu refused to accept it and made a big move, blasting a huge fireball, splitting into countless lava fists. Bang, bang, bang. Lava fists exploded everywhere, blazing wildly. Look, I don't burn your wood. The corners of Akainu's mouth were slightly raised, very proud. However, in less than half a second, the huge wooden man and wooden dragon moved again under the fire. Boom, boom, boom. I saw saw several wooden figures throwing fists together. Akainu had nowhere to hide and was instantly smashed into dried persimmons. And Kizaru has turned into a beam of light and escaping the catastrophe. Wood Dun has vitality and is not afraid of fire. The burning wood is like a fire dragon, restraining Kuzan. In addition, the smoke from the dragon's body also restricted Kizaru's sight and hindered his performance. What a horrible guy! Kizaru shuddered when he saw that Kuzan and Akainu were beaten so badly. This kind of monster can't even touch the hair, can't fight at all. Whoosh! At this moment, Jian Shaozuma flashed out from the thick smoke. The art of cutting. Cha! I saw that there were countless long wooden thorns from Senju Hashirama's body, which instantly penetrated Kizaru. Kizaru is slow to react, but he doesn't have to dodge because he's already elementalized. I'm light. This kind of physical attack doesn't have any effect on me, Kizaru said coldly. Before Kizaru could finish his words, the light energy in him started to slowly fade away. What's the matter? Kizaru's heart was shocked. He didn't expect that the branches could also break his elementalization. The move of Kinchaozujian can also absorb the power of elementalization. This time Kizaru was careless. Stop, we admit defeat. Just then, Sengoku quickly waved his hand and called to stop the fight. Senju has no more shots, and flew to Sengoku. Respected god of ninjas, we are here to discuss things this time. It was all a misunderstanding just now. I hope you can forgive me, Sengoku said sincerely. Speak, Jian Shaozujian said lightly. We came to Wanakuni to find you to cooperate and use your strength to bring peace to the world. The world government needs you. Sengoku continued. If Wanakuni can cooperate with the world government, the royal family of Wanakuni will be given the same status as Tenryabaido. Just then, General Wanakuni and Kojiki Oden came upon the news. No, Wanakuni has nothing to do with the world government. General Wanakuni objected. I think it's feasible. Now the outside world is developing too fast and it's not good for Wanakuni. Kojiki Oden was a little moved. He was not for status, but to let Wanakuni lift the blockade and go into the world. As long as it doesn't lead to war, everything can be said. Senju Hakuma likes peace, and these 4.9 proposals are good for Wanakuni and are worth considering. As for the rudeness just now, we decided to dismiss Admiral Akainu as a sign of sincerity. Sengoku bowed deeply and said, this is the first time that Sengoku has humbly made such a big gift and went to beg someone. This is a task specially entrusted by the Gorosei/5 elders, and it is a matter of life and death for the world government. And Akainu also paid a heavy price for being reckless. I promise you, Kinchaozujian said. Sengoku's sincerity finally moved Senju Hajima. In the end, after negotiations between the two parties, it was decided to hold a ninja academy. The era of ninjas is coming. Chapter 56 Marine Ninja Academy. A week later, Marine Ninja School announced. After negotiating with Senju, Sengoku agreed to some agreements. Example, Wanakuni is independent of the Tenryabaido system, and Tenryabaido cannot enslave the people of Wanakuni but must obey the laws within. Of course Senju Shima will not be Tenryabaido, nor will Wanakuni people be the underclassmen of the Tenryabaido system. The Marine headquarters agreed with the Gorosei/5 elders after deliberation. Anyway, Wanakuni has never been to the Marine headquarters before, and Tenryabaido has never been to Wanakuni, so go there to court death. After getting the consent of Senju Hajima, Marine began to recruit talented children all over the world to practice ninjutsu. As soon as the admissions information was released, the whole world exploded. The legendary Wanakuni has actually collaborated with Marine. Everyone can become a ninja. Our human race is going to counterattack. As long as you go in, you are very likely to become the apprentice of the god of ninja, no worse than the apprentice of GSD. 16. I'm a pirate. I wonder if Marine will give me a chance after Kong Liang. Sign up now. There is an age limit and not everyone can get in. As soon as the newspaper issued the announcement, countless children rushed to the Marine branches to sign up. In less than an hour, the places were already full. Not enough for a degree at all. Practicing ninjutsu also has a going period, just like going to school. Those over the age of 15 are not considered for the time being, unless they are geniuses. Now Marine can't recruit many people. Only 10,000 students are recruited in the first phase, and the teaching point is set up in the Marine headquarters. Wanakuni, on the other hand, operates domestically and is not open to the public because of its resource advantages. Although during this time, Senju has trained many ninja teachers in Wanakuni, but there are too many people in the pirate world, and teaching is not enough. It takes time for Senju Hajima to replicate the ninja teaching of Konoha Ninja Village. To start setting up branch schools and recruiting more students, we had to wait for the first batch of Chunin to come out. Half a year later, Marine headquarters. During this time, the ninja school developed rapidly. The talents of the students are all very good, and 80% of the students who can successfully pass the exam and become genin. On this day, Senju, Sengoku, Garp, and others came to the school to check the results. results. 2 Dun Wa Dart Ninja Substitute No Ba Whirlwind Meat Bomb Chariot. Seeing Senju Hajima and others, all the students tried their best, hoping to gain the favor of the god of ninjas. After all, if he can become a student of Senju Hakuma, he will be at least a demigod in the future. In the ninja school, the students have gradually mastered powerful ninjutsu. In addition to the ninjutsu handed down from Senju Hashirama, there are also many ancient stone tablets with ninjutsu scrolls unearthed in Wanakuni. With the exception of some forbidden arts, Qianshao Hashimura passed on almost all of these ninjutsu. These children are growing faster than expected. Qianshao Hashimavivi was surprised, but he didn't expect that in this world the potential of ninjas is better than that of Naruto world. Just a glance, he has found that there are 100 students, and they have enough strength to become Chunin. Others also have great potential, and I am also very hopeful to become a Chunin. In fact, they made such rapid progress because Yechen planted a chakra tree, absorbed the power of the void, and spread Chuklabun all over the world. In this way, the practice of ninjutsu is of course faster. It's almost time to start the next step. Sengoku nodded. Ha ha ha, let them compete with those ghost swordsmen. Garp laughed. It's a good proposal. Our Chunin exam can include the test of ghost swordsmen and ancient stone slabs. Qianshao Hajima agreed. After all, when you go outside, the enemies you face are not just as simple as ninjas. Improving the actual combat ability is the most important link in the ninja school. What are your plans after they pass the exam? Garp asked. Chunin, it's all Rear Admiral, Sengoku said. Also, the best ones will be sent to Wanakuni to be trained as Jonin. Chunin's strength is very strong, not worse than the General Rear Admiral, and even compete with some Vice Admiral. The first batch of Chunin, as long as they are willing to stay in Marine, Sengoku will give them the rank of Rear Admiral. Can't be so easy to be a Rear Admiral in the future. The time has come. It's time to start the Chunin exam and let the ninja school spread its wings. Soon, ninja school is bound to explode all over the world like Splinter Cell. At this time, an island in the New World, for Emperor Kaido was drinking suffocating wine, crying like a child. Damn, goddamn ninja god, ruined my plan, Kaido said sadly. Of Senju Hashima completely shattered his 590 plan to invade Wanakuni. During this period, he also asked Qianshao Hashirama to single out several times. However, Kaido's strength can only be used to wrench the wrist with the wooden man's art of the thousand-handed pillars, but he can't win. Now that the ninjas are under the control of Wanakuni and Marine, it is almost impossible for pirates to get this kind of power. Marine got the powerful fighting power of ninjas, and the troops lost in the previous battle of the Sabayati group have basically recovered, and even stronger. After they cultivate high-level ninjas, the intensity of suppressing the four emperors will definitely be greater. On the other side, Ghost Island, the human race is a rising capital. Yechen nodded with satisfaction. This time it went smoothly and almost all catered to his plan. Human race, stronger, and more than just a little bit stronger. The One Piece/King of Pirates world has a large population, which is not comparable to Naruto world. Coupled with the chakra tree made by Yechen to help them open and upgrade, countless talents have emerged. It's just that the human pillars of the nine-tailed beasts have not yet been selected. The corner of Yechen's mouth raised slightly. Yes, Manzolai is a good opportunity, an opportunity to start a war. It's also a good time for Yechen to harvest chaos. Chapter 57 Another ninja god. A month later, Marine headquarters. The Chunin exams are over. Marine begins to establish branch schools, and the ninja forces can further expand. At this time, Senju Hajima and Koji Kyoden were invited again to the headquarters. The content of this discussion is about human pillar power. Helping Wanakuni find Renzolai is also one of the agreements between the two parties. Marine has screened out a big list. You can refer to it. Sengoku handed a large list to Senju Hashima. Human Zolai must be loyal and within our control. This is the first major premise. Help me cross out those who are uncertain, Senjuzuma said solemnly. Renzhuli represents a destructive force. If you rebel and are used by bad people, the consequences will be disastrous. Understood. According to the conditions, Sengoku immediately crossed out those who were unknown or who had a criminal record. With one knife, I cut half of it and left. Second, the human column force must be strong, whether it is will or strength, because after the human column force dies, the tailed beast will be released. Also, if the tailed beast is forcibly pulled out, the human column force will also die. Be aware, Kinshao Zujian said. Marco of the Whitebeard Pirates has an immortal body, so it should be a good choice. Kojiki Oden said. No, absolutely impossible. Sengoku snapped back. Although Marco's physical condition is the most perfect human pillar, he is a pirate. Marine couldn't have given up such an important combat power to the pirates. With one shot comparable to the ancient weapon Pluto, Phoenix already has the entry level of Admiral, so is it worth it to get this power? If you are looking for tenacious vitality, I recommend the Captain captain of CP9, Rob Lucci. Sengoku said, Zoan's ability is characterized by endurance and the physical strength of a beast. Crucially, Rob Lucci was loyal to the world government, which was specifically ordered by the Gorosei/5 elders. After an hour, the two sides negotiated. The end. Marine was assigned 3-tailed beasts, 1-tailed Morizuru, 2-tailed Yulu and 4-tailed Sun Wukong. And Wanakuni has the strongest 8-tailed cow ghost and 9-tailed demon fox, and Seino Isofu. The other 3 tails were occupied by the largest kingdoms of the 4 seas, and because East Blue had no troops, the Goa kingdom was also occupied, so there was no allocation. In fact, Garp also wants his grandson to be a man, but Luffy shouted all day long that he wanted to be a pirate, and he was worried. At this time, Wanakuni in an ancient garden. Damn Kojiki family. General Wanakuni held his breath. Now the ninja in Wanakuni, Senju, is already a godlike status. The Kojiki family has also gained countless powers, and General Wanakuni has gradually lost real power. At this rate, it's impossible for a samurai to succeed, and Wanakuni won't be successful. General Wanakuni said angrily. Originally, he planned to use the ghost swordsman to create chaos and squeeze out the real power of the Kojiki family. Unexpectedly, a god of ninjas appeared, and he turned his army. General Wanakuni has ambitions, while Senju and Kojiki Oden both love peace, and the political positions of the two parties are inherently conflicting. Rebellion is only a matter of time. One day, I will definitely overthrow you ninjas. General Wanakuni vented all his anger and slashed at a boulder in front of him. Boom! With a loud bang, the boulder was chopped up immediately, and it seemed to have hit something strange, making a sharp sound. There is a faint aura inside, like an ancient stone slab. At this moment, a strong aura shot out from the gravel. Then, a huge banana fan with a crescent moon floated out. On the banana fan, the aura gradually turned into a faint blue text. The two clans that established the Konoha ninja village, the Senju clan and the Uchiha clan. Could it be another ninja god? General Wanakuni's eyes widened as he read the text. It turns out that there is more than one patron saint of Wanakuni. Just then, a samurai came hurriedly. Report: Shisaburo found an ancient stone slab. As the samurai reported it, he offered the slate. This is. After General Wanakuni took the slate, he was even more surprised. This card is a magic card comparable to the resurrection of the dead, rebirth of the dead, reincarnation of the dead. Discard a slate to resurrect a dead person. This time, I'm sure to win. General Wanakuni shows a greedy look. A riot is coming. 2 days later, the main square of Marine. Senju Hakuma and Marine finally determined the candidate of Hiroshima. One-tailed Morizuru, a former disciple of Admiral Zephyr, Colonel Smoker, came to receive the seal. 2 Tails and Brigades Renzoli is also Zephyr's disciple, Colonel Tina, and Seino Isofu's person Zolai Izuji Zioxia of Konoha village. The other tailed beasts will also be sealed by Rob Lucci, as well as some excellent ninjas. Let's get started. Senju Hajima and Marine didn't pay attention to any rituals and immediately began to seal. Afterwards, Qian Shaozujian sealed the first 3-tailed beasts one by one, and everything went smoothly. Just when the 4-tailed Monkey King was about to be sealed, General Wanakuni rushed into the sealing venue with 2 slates and a group of ghost swordsmen. Thousands of hands suffered to death. General Wanakuni laughed grimly. Come out, another god of ninjas, the founder of Konoha Ninja Village and the head of the Uchiha clan. Sulfuric acid. A strong red light rose, and the situation suddenly changed, covering the sky and the sun. Then, a ninja who also wore red ninja gear slowly landed under the strong light. It's you. Kinshaozuma's face was solemn, and he said, Uchiha Madara. Another legend of the Konoha Ninja Village, Madara Uchiha, has been resurrected. Chapter 58 _ Come back to life. Akatsuki. Stay safe. Senju Hashiyama. Uchiha Madara is strange issue. The eternal kaleidoscope riding wheel has begun to turn, and it is extremely unfriendly. Not good. Kinshaozujian's face changed greatly, and the Mingshen gate, which suppressed the tailed beast, began to loosen. With a roar, the eyes of the remaining 6-headed tailed beast instantly turned scarlet, breaking free from suppression. Madara Uchiha's pupil technique, which can manipulate tailed beasts, is troublesome this time. What's going on at this time? Sengoku was shocked. These monsters are very difficult to deal with. Instigate critical situation. Sengoku, Garp, Kyuzen, Kizaru, and Akainu, who has been reinstated, immediately flew into the main square and began to suppress the 6-tailed beast. Akainu is against the 4-tailed Sun Wukong, and Lava is against the Molten Escape, and the strength is almost the same. Sengoku turns into a giant golden Buddha, trying his best to contain the 8-tailed bull ghost. Kyuzen and Kizaru also unite with the powerhouses of Marine and Wanakuni to deal with other tailed beasts. In addition, Garp single-handedly picked the 5 tails and the 7 tails. 920. It's a bit reluctant, but with the help of ninjas and ghost swordsmen, I won't be overwhelmed for a while. On the other side, the conflict between General Wanakuni and the Kojiki family escalated again. "General, what do you mean?" Kojiki Odin said angrily. "Wanakuni, you don't need cowards," General Wanakuni said fiercely. "Instigating wars and ruining the lives of Wanakuni, is this your way of running a country?" Kojiki Odin said. "Go to hell, the Kojiki clan." General Wanakuni was furious and charged at Kojiki Odin with his sword drawn. "Crazy man, if Wanakuni keeps you, there will be endless troubles." Kojiki Odin also started to attack, using a powerful ninja technique to confront General Wanakuni. The two faced each other again and started a desperate fight. At this time, in midair, Madara Uchiha and Kishao Hashirama looked at each other coldly, and an ultimate battle was about to break out. "This is not our era. Why are you still obsessed?" Qian Shaozuma said. "Look, these are our descendants. The war has never stopped." Madara Uchiha laughed. "Only by conquering the whole world can the war be ended forever. The times have changed, and now is the age of 10,000 clans. Even you and me, it is impossible to stop the trend of 10,000 clans coming." Kinshaozuma said lightly. "Ha ha ha, good. What a 10,000 clan." Madara Uchiha laughed wildly, and then said, "Then let me use these hands to rule all races." A roar full of ambition reverberated in the entire square for a long time, and a devil-like fear instantly invaded the audience. Without further ado, Kinshaozujian began to form seals. "Wudun, the tree world is coming." Boom! The sky and the earth rumbled, and the huge tree roots rose from the ground in an instant, rushing towards Uchiha Madara. Boom! At this moment, a blue sword light floated past, and the root of the tree was instantly cut in half. Then, Madara Uchiha stood on top of a blue energy samurai the size of a tailed beast, and haki was awe-inspiring. This is the ultimate power of Kaleidoscope Shaker Eyes. Complete Body Susanoo. Wood-done wooden man technique. In the face of Madara Uchiha's big move, Qianshao Hashirama directly used the immortal mode to summon a huge wooden man. "Come on, Hashirama." Madara Uchiha drove Susanoo and slashed. "Drink." Qianshao Zujian shouted wildly, drove the wooden man, and began to punch. Boom! With one punch and one knife, the wooden man's big hand was instantly smashed. In less than half a second, countless long thorns were pulled out from the wooden figurine and stabbed at Madara Uchiha. The wooden dung between the 1,000 hand pillars is very flexible and can grow thorns on the ground and trees according to the will to attack the opponent. Fire escape extinguishing fire. After the seal was finished, Madara Uchiha gasped for a while and then spit out a huge fireball. Boom! The fireball was as big as a mountain, and the wooden thorns exploded in an instant, and the fire wave continued to rush towards the Kinshaozujian. Kinshaozuma drove the roots again and quickly weaved into a hemispherical defensive shield. Bang! With a loud explosion, the defensive shield completely neutralized the fireball's attack, but only a small piece was blown off. "You can't even conquer a marine headquarters, and ruling the world is just wishful thinking," Kinshaozuma said. "Stop. This war is meaningless." Senju Hashima can defeat Madara Uchiha with his true power. Coupled with the people in marine, they can temporarily suppress the tailed beast. Uchiha Madara has no chance of winning in this battle. Can't attack. Then try. Madara Uchiha was arrogant and Isho, and then began to seal. Secret method reincarnation of the dirt. Resurrection. Akatsuki. And this era. What? Qianshao Hashirama's heart was shocked. The reincarnation of the dirty earth was a forbidden technique developed by his younger brother, but Uchiha Itaka did not expect to use this trick. Boom! A small earthquake quickly pulled up 6 coffins from the ground. Then, the lid of the coffin opened automatically, and 6 men in black robes appeared. These 6 men are Nagato, Deidara, Hideon, Kakuto, Oni, and Uchiha Obito of Akatsuki's organization. After half a second, they opened their eyes. Call out. 6 figures flew to the 6 tailed beasts, standing on top of the tailed beasts. Contempt for the audience. Majestic. This level of combat power can kill more than one marine. Chapter 59 _ Let the world feel the pain. What a strong momentum. Still 6. Sengoku, Garp, and Marine S3 Admiral were instantly stunned, and the tailed beast was enough. With 6 powerful ninjas, this battle was impossible. Let's do Nagato. However, Madara Uchiha didn't intend to compete with the opponent again, and planned to suppress the audience in one fell swoop. Let the world feel pain. I saw the long door inside Xiao floated into the air, slowly opened his arms. Super _ almighty push. The overwhelming gravitational force exploded in an instant, forming a super powerful impact light wave. Boom! The powerful light wave was earth-shattering, and the entire marine headquarters was affected by the light wave. Not good. Qianshao Hashirama's heart was shocked. This time it was bad. The power of this move is enough to destroy the entire marine headquarters. Wudun, the tree world is coming. At the time of the crisis, Senju Hashirama spent a lot of chakra to create a huge deep forest, wrapping everyone in marine with tree roots. Boom! A bang shattered the sky, and the entire marine headquarters was like a photon explosion. Boom! 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 The blink of an eye, all the roots of the trees were blown up. The marine headquarters building hundreds of meters high had been razed to the ground, and all the surrounding areas were reduced to ruins. After a few minutes, the aftermath gradually calmed down, and the entire island had turned into a deep hemispherical pit and was directly destroyed. Super Almighty Push's destructive power is so terrifying. Cough cough cough. After a while, Sengoku, Garp and other talents gradually climbed out of the ruins and were seriously injured. Thanks to the protection of the wooden dug between the Kinchao's Yazuk, they escaped, otherwise they would have been wiped out. Click click click. Almost at the same time, not far away, a ghost-faced shield gradually opened in the middle. Then, Senju Hashima jumped out of the ghost mask. Under the protection of the secret technique, Qianshao Hakuma was unscathed. The technique of ranking is absolutely defensive, Uchiha Madara said lightly. Mara, what are you thinking? Senju Hashirama roared. Of course I declare war. I will become a six-path immortal, rule the whole world with war, and restore peace to all races. Madara Uchiha said ambitiously. Then, Akatsuki took away the tailed beast and jumped on Suzanu's shoulders. Corrupted country, stupid people, wait and see. A word echoed on the ruins for a long time. Madara Uchiha took the six-tailed beasts and flew into the distance. The war is temporarily over. Just that Sengoku and others all know that Madara Uchiha will start a world-shattering war, and the world government of dictatorship must be the first to bear the brunt. Soon, a world-class battle will break out. The next day, the Battle of Marine Headquarters has spread rapidly all over the world. Shocking news, Madara Uchiha threatened to pacify all clans. This is really against the sky. Don't be too happy. 10,000 races also include the human race. This is a thorn, not a savior. It blew up the Marine Headquarters in one blow, and it was only the power of one of the puppets. I think ruling the world is not just bragging. Flowers. What are the six paths immortals? Are there really immortals in this world? I think the only people who can save the world now are the three phantom gods and the Dark Archmage. One of the parts of the Dark Archmage is in the hands of the master of the virtual circle, and it is estimated that he can only rely on the three phantom gods. Everyone panicked when they heard Madara Uchiha was going to rule the world. Now, no one knows his whereabouts, let alone which race he will attack, and the whole world is in a panic. And this time, Ghost Island. Ding. Gain 2.3 chaos points. Ding. Get 4.5 chaos points. Ding. Gain 1.3 chaos points. Ding. Get 3.8 chaos points. In this battle, it brought 1 million points of confusion to Yechen. That's right, 1 million. Madara Uchiha's power has made the world feel in awe and made the world government tremble. The world is thrown into chaos by Madara Uchiha's declaration of war. So 1 million is not much. And this time, Yechen invested only 9-tailed beasts, a chakra tree, and 2 resurrection slates. Before and after, I spent less than 500,000, and this time I made a profit. Uchiha Madara, it's not bad that he is the hero of the Naruto world. It can indeed bring great pressure to the world. Yechen Viviisho. Next, Marvin Ye will get more chaos points on Uchiha Madara, causing a more chaotic situation. Chapter 60 Madara Uchiha is in action. After half a day, Wanakuni. Madara Uchiha returned with General Wanakuni and Akatsuki. I need soldiers, enough to destroy the world. Madara Uchiha said coldly. Lord Patronus, I will train an invincible army for you. General Wanakuni got down on one knee and said solemnly, SHHHHHH. Uchiha spot nodded, and then all the members of Xiao dodged and disappeared without a trace. Now, General Wanakuni no longer has to worry about the Kojiki family and Senju Hashirama, and he will train an absolutely elite ghost sword soldier regiment. However, General Wanakuni is just a pawn in Madara Uchiha's hand. After all, half of Wanakuni's territory is ninja, and they are basically loyal to Senju. Madara Uchiha has never underestimated Senju Hashima, and if he is allowed to develop, it will definitely get in the way. As for 8-7 as a hero, Uchiha Madara knows that the current combat power is not enough to unify all races. Therefore, he needs to find stronger power. At the same time, he kept a hand and did not expose Akatsuki members such as Uchiha Itachi, Orochimaru, and Scorpion. Uchiha Itachi is a bit tricky. Uchiha Madara doesn't want to use it. Orochimaru and Scorpion must be used on the battlefield, and Uchiha Madara arranged a secret mission for them. In addition, for this war, he also needs stronger allies. Madara Uchiha looked at the side of the new world. The corners of his mouth raised slightly. It's time to chat with them. A week later, Marine G1 branch near Sabayati Archipelago. Due to the destruction of the Marine headquarters, the headquarters can only be temporarily relocated here. After Madara Uchiha declared war, Marine headquarters began to convene major forces to prepare for a summit battle. No matter the orcs, Shichibukai, Nami, Zoro, Kenjiu, and others are all invited. However, many people do not have a clear answer. Damn, now this Uchiha Madara has threatened to deal with the whole world. This group of people is still indifferent. Are there strength enough to fight against this group of monsters? Sengoku said anxiously. Please don't move. We need allies. Garp said solemnly. Just the 6-tailed beasts and those puppets are enough to destroy 10 marine forts. Without the allies, it is really impossible to fight. The enemy of the enemy is not necessarily a friend. After all, we have defeated them before, and now there is little chance of cooperating with us. Marine is too tricky. Kizaru frowned. What I'm most afraid of now is the Lord of the Void Circle and the Lich King. If they stand on Madara Uchiha's side, humanity will have no chance of winning. Kyuzan said solemnly. Grumble rumble. Just then, the phone worm suddenly rang. After Sengoku took over the phone bug, his face became more and more ugly. On the other end of the phone, Marine Intelligence reported a shocking news. Madara Uchiha and the 4 emperors met. Madara Uchiha at this time, an island in the New World. Goo. Kaido was brooding, drinking bitter wine, and was in a bad mood. The first duel, the strongest creature. The 2 titles are gone. Now the masters of the virtual circle and the god of ninjas are the first to be singled out. The strongest creature, the ghost-like master of the virtual circle, or the Lich King sitting on the frozen throne, are more appropriate than him. Wanakoni, his coveted existence, is again taken over by 2 ninja gods. At this moment, a dark shadow floated from the edge of the island. Madara Uchiha is here. Intruder, kill without mercy. Landed. He was surrounded by Kaido's younger brother. After a while, another tall and mighty figure appeared behind him, like a mammoth. He is the confidant of the 4 Emperor Kaido, Drought Jack, with a bounty of 1 billion berry. It turned out to be Madara Uchiha, who threatened to rule the world. Why, you started the idea of the beast pirates so soon? Jack snorted coldly and said, call your leader out. You are not qualified to talk to me yet. Madara Uchiha said coldly. The boss is in a bad mood today and doesn't want to see anyone, especially ninjas. Jack said with endless killing intent in his eyes. Looks like I'm going to find him myself. Madara Uchiha ignored Jack's warning and went straight to the island. Think about it. Get past me first, boy. Jack immediately pulled out 2 scotel knives and slashed towards Madara Uchiha. Madara Uchiha held the banana fan to block, and his feet instantly collapsed to a foot deep. Jack's power is so great. Madara Uchiha raised the corner of his mouth slightly and then quickly exerted his strength, pushing Jack away with one fan. A figure several times larger, still Zoan, was bounced off. Uchiha Madara's fighting technique is no worse than the top powerhouses in the One Piece/King of Pirates world. Interesting. Jack's fighting intent was rising, and he covered armament on his weapon, then leaped and launched a powerful slash again. Whoosh. However, before Jack could react, Madara Uchiha appeared in front of Jack. What pace is this? Shave. Jack's eyes widened. Madara Uchiha's speed was faster than observation haki. This is a movement technique called blinking technique, which condenses chakra on the feet to achieve high-speed movement. Big size doesn't mean strong. I saw Madara Uchiha kicked up and kicked directly into Jack's chin. Boom. Under the powerful kicking technique, Jack was kicked more than 10 meters away, smashing the rock behind him like a cannonball. Roar. Just then, the shadow of a mammoth appeared in the thick smoke. Boom, boom, boom. A mini quake. Jack transformed into an animal form, a mammoth, and came running wildly. What a fun ability. Madara Uchiha immediately threw out countless darts and kunao, hitting Jack like rain. Blah, blah, blah. Jack faced the rainstorm-like offensive without blinking an eye, and slammed into Madara Uchiha like a mad cow. I 2.8 don't want to waste too much time on you. Madara Uchiha had had enough fun, and started to make seals, making the unearthed escape Huan Quans, and Jack couldn't move for a moment. What? Jack fell into the swamp, unable to move, and suddenly broke out in a cold sweat, and then he felt a blazing heat from above his head. Fire escape, extinguishing fire. Madara Uchiha spewed out a fireball the size of a meteor, which quickly drowned Jack. Only smelling a smell like barbecue. Jack's whole body was instantly burned red, and the pain was excruciating. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, a giant-like figure came from a distance, and every step caused a slight earthquake. Majestic. However, Madara Uchiha just gently isho. You're finally out, Kaido of the Beasts. Chapter 61. Kaido joins. The world is shocked. What a Madara Uchiha. You're not invited. Beast Master Fist. Kaido roared, and with endless fury, the dark armament fist slammed down. Boom. Madara Uchiha didn't dodge. Kaido hit directly with a punch, smashing a huge deep hole. Hit. Marine Admiral didn't dare to take this punch. This ninja is dead. All around, the younger brothers all began to cheer. However, in the billowing smoke, Madara Uchiha held a fist as big as a mountain, and haki was incomparable. It's okay to be the 4 emperors. Madara Uchiha frowned slightly. Kaido's power was not at the same level as Jack. Beast Bomb. Kaido closed his fists, then combined his hands with a heavy hammer and smashed at Madara Uchiha again. Call out. Uchiha Madara Vivi was startled and then immediately retreated. This blow is already comparable to the heavy punch of the 8 tails, and it cannot be hard received. 16 Susanoo. In mid-air, Madara Uchiha summoned the complete body Susanoo and drew his sword to block. Bang. With a bang, the entire island began to shake violently with a 100-meter wave. With one knife and one punch, they faced off against each other, and neither side took a step back. Kaido's special constitution, like a steel giant, has thick skin and thick flesh, and is immune to almost all ninjutsu. The perfect Susanoo couldn't take advantage of Kaido either. Senju Hashirama defeated Kaido, all because he used up his stamina with the wooden sword and restrained him. Madara Uchiha and Kaido had a harder fight, breaking the sea and beasts. After a while, Kaido made another overwhelming slash and fell with one palm. Bang! Susanoo quickly retreated, and the powerful smash hit the ground, cutting a large crack several hundred meters long. Even the distant sea was shaken by a deep trench. Mid-air, Madara Uchiha gently Isho. Interesting. The opponent is very strong, he is very calm and confident, and he plays very exciting. Apart from Senju Hashima, Kaido was the first person who caught his interest, especially in the fighting technique. This guy is stronger than him and Hashima. Playing with you is more fun than playing with wood, Kaido said excitedly. Kaido can't get close to him, he's crazy. Ha ha ha, come again. Madara Uchiha also has a fighting spirit, and he enjoys this battle very much. In this way, the two sides started a battle that lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. Boom. 3 days later, the two were still fighting, and Kaido's fists didn't stop for half a second, blasting the entire island into a beehive. It's time to make a break. Madara Uchiha is confident that Isho, he came to Kaido, not for a duel. It's time to end. It must be you who fell. Kaido won't admit defeat, clenched his fists, and terrifying blue veins burst out on his arms, and then used all his strength to smash down. The huge fist blew a strong wind, and the surrounding vegetation was instantly overwhelmed. Rather than a fist, it is better to say that it is a cannonball, or an extra large one. However, Madara Uchiha's mouth was slightly raised, and he did not dodge. Heavenly disturbs the stars. In an instant, his pupils turned into the shape of annual rings, and then he raised his hand gently. Boom! Before Kaido's fist fell, a huge meteorite with a diameter of more than 100 meters appeared above his head. What kind of power is this? Kaido's heart is shocked. This kind of move can't be avoided at all. Bang! With a huge roar, the meteorite pressed down on Kaido's shoulder and instantly collapsed several meters deep. Drink! A loud shout. Kaido pushed hard, barely withstood the huge meteorite. One more. In less than a few seconds, Madara Uchiha released another meteorite, which blasted down. Damn it, I can't stand it anymore. 2 meteorites fell together and blasted Kaido into the ground in less than half a second, blasting a hemispherical crater several hundred meters in diameter. The strong shock wave spread rapidly, and countless trees dozens of meters high were uprooted and blown out of the sea. One meteorite can't be fixed. Then take another one and hit it until Kaido suits. That's the power of Rinnegan. Madara Uchiha had no choice but to use this move, otherwise Kaido's physical strength, constitution, and resilience would not be able to tell the outcome of another 10 days and 10 nights. After a long time, Kaido climbed out of the deep pit, and his physical strength gradually recovered. After the war, Madara Uchiha expressed his intention to Kaido: join me in a war to unify all races. No, I don't want peace, I want to destroy this boring world, Kaido said. If you want to end the world, you must first start a war. Besides, is the world boring now? Madara Uchiha said meaningfully. Now that there are thousands of races, Kaido doesn't need to seek death at all. Madara Uchiha is full of self-confidence and a kind of arrogant 853 charm. Even Kaido can't help but agree with his philosophy. Kaido snorted. Can the new world you created hold monsters? There are monsters in Akatsuki. You are not worse than one, Uchiha Madara said. Kaido pondered for a moment and then laughed arrogantly. Ha ha ha. Come here, bring some wine. Madara Uchiha smiled confidently. Everything was within his expectations. From God's perspective, seeing this scene, Yechen couldn't help but feel Isho. Madara Uchiha. Yes. Next day, Marine G1 branch. The 4 emperors. Kaido joined Uchiha Madara. Sengoku was even more restless. Marine is helpless, and Sengoku can only invite Senju Hashima again to discuss countermeasures. The 100 beasts pirates plus half a Wanakuni. Maybe they will win over the other 4 emperors in the future. This Uchiha Madara is really tricky, Sengoku said with a frown. Although he is an old enemy, I have to admit that sometimes I really can't see through him. Qian Shaoshimao shook his head slightly and said, the enemy is in the dark, I am in the light. This is very troublesome. Garp said, with the joining of the 4 emperors, the chessboard in this world is becoming more and more chaotic. Chapter 62 The tough Marine headquarters. Marine G1 Division. Just as Sengoku was in a tizzy, Marine General Staff Officer Tsuru Vice Admiral knocked on the door and came in, looking for help. Not necessarily just a few of them. We can also win over the 4 emperors, he suggested. However, they are pirates, not Shishibukai, and have always been opposed to us, which will make the world laugh at it. Sengoku's reaction was more intense, and he didn't quite agree with Crane's proposal. However, others were a little excited and thought it was a way. I think it's feasible. Since I can cooperate with Shichibukai, why can't I cooperate with the 4 emperors? Garp said, it's just a short-term cooperation. I believe that the other 4 emperors are not willing to be ridden by Kaido and Uchiha Madara. The survival of the world government is more important than face. Crane said earnestly. Sengoku pondered for a moment, then said bitterly, okay, I'll talk to you about it. Although it is a way, but Sengoku has to consider. And such an important matter, it is up to Gorosei/5 elders to decide, not for him to decide. After half an hour, the Gorosei/5 elders returned the information and agreed to form an alliance. Tenryabito is too hacky, and the world government is now embattled. Almost a friend is afraid. Marine's life was really hard, especially difficult. On Whitebeard's side, let Garp and Senjo-sama go there. Sengoku sighed. No problem. What do you think, Senpai-sama? Garp said. Kinchaozujian pondered for a moment, then nodded. Okay. The red-haired sighed. Kyuzen and Kizaru, let's go. Sengoku said. No problem. Kyuzen and Kizaru nodded. The redhead was much more talkative than Whitebeard. At this time, Ghost Island, inside the Palace of Void Knight. Yechen clapped his hands lightly. Both sides dragged the 4 emperors into the water, saving a lot of effort. Then I should act too. Yechen raised his hands slightly. Sulfuric acid. A strong light flashed, and Yechen summoned Desu with the power of the master of the virtual circle. Immediately, there were a lot of big ghosts lined up in the entire Sui Palace, which was so terrifying. The Lich King, it's time to take action. How could the Lich King be so short of such an important battle? Then, Yechen used the magic sword Frostmourne to let the Lich King gather the undead army. The heroes gather. This time the summit battle, Yechen will present a big gift to the world. Sabayati Archipelago. The Orc Sword Saint Samuro, the Tauran Chieftain, and the Prophet. These Orc leaders also decided to join the war after some discussion. Orcs don't like to be ruled and will naturally go to war. However, they will not cooperate with Marine, but as a third party, they will join the battle of the pinnacle that decides the fate of all races. A day later, in the New World, in Whitebeard's territory, Garp is drinking with Whitebeard, discussing cooperation. This time, I want to ally with you to deal with Madara, Uchiha and Kaido. Garp said, Kula la, you're Marine, I'm a pirate, and my position is very clear. If it's such a mess, I'm afraid I'm going to see the guest off. Whitebeard said with a chuckle. Garp took a sip of wine and said, Kaido's strength, you know very well. Uchiha Madara's strength is stronger than him. If Marine loses, you are the target. Are you here to talk, or are you here to threaten the old man? While speaking, Whitebeard had already pulled up his naginata and then chopped it down. However, Garp remained calm and continued drinking. Cold light flashed, and Whitebeard's slash was deflected by a huge dart. The one who broke this blow was in the Senjuzujian not far away. Interesting. Whitebeard bared his teeth, Isho, very excited, and then a weak white light was wrapped around the naginata sword, and a white energy wave was cut out with one sword. Boom. Feeling only a miniature earthquake, Chaozuma easily pulled up a row of huge tree roots, blocking the front. Bang. A burst of sawdust flew around, and the white energy wave exploded all the tree roots with one blow. Then, the two jumped and started to fight. Although Whitebeard's destructive power is strong, the wood between the thousand-handed pillars is endless, and the large-scale attack is not weaker than Whitebeard's, and the two are indistinguishable for a while. Day and a night of fighting, Whitebeard stopped and the two sides stopped fighting. He knew the purpose between Garp and Senjuzu, and there was no need to fight again. Kula la, is Madara Uchiha as strong as you? Whitebeard laughed arrogantly, and he was very satisfied with this fight. It will never be weaker than me. Qian Shaozujian said. Okay, I'll take a look, Whitebeard said. Garp and Senju Hashima breathed a sigh of relief. At least Whitebeard didn't refuse. After a lot of hardships, Marine finally found a strong temporary comrade in arms. On the other side, the Red Firth. As soon as Kizaru got on the boat, Ben Beckman pointed a gun at him. Don't move. Hey, I'm just here to make soy sauce. Do it, Kyuzen, Kizaru said with a helpless expression. Although I am the task leader, you also have obligations. Kyuzen spat. At this moment, the red-haired Shanks came out of the cabin. What kind of wind is this? It brought the two admirals here. I believe you are very clear about Madara Uchiha. We are here this time to join forces with you. Kyuzen went straight to the topic. To join forces with you. You are Marine. I am a pirate. Haha. I refuse. The red-haired smiled and refused. Don't think about it anymore. They are lunatics who threaten to rule the world. Not afraid of them crusade against you. Kizaru said. Doesn't your world government also rule more than half of the world now? The redhead asked rhetorically. It's different. Our world government is for justice. Kyuzen said. If you are justice, we pirates are anti-justice. There is nothing to say. Please come back. The red-haired chuckled. Kyuzen and Kizaru pondered for a while, then left the Red Foss in dejection. After a while, Ben Beckman was a little curious and asked, why don't we go to war? We may be passive in the future if we don't go to war. The red-haired Viviisho said. Then let me ask you, if the world government government wins. Can the world get better? Understood. Ben Beckman nodded and said, with Tenryubido's rule, Madara Uchiha's idea is 100 times better than them. At this time, on the other side of the new world, Madara Uchiha and Kaido have descended on the world. What? Kaido? After Cracker found Kaido, he immediately fell into a cold sweat and yelled at the surrounding, "Tell mom Kaido is here." Chapter 63 All nations joined the war, and the war broke out. In front of Cake Castle, the battle has started, and a large group of Kotters have surrounded Madara Uchiha and Kaido. Kaido singled out 3 generals, Cracker, Smoothie, and Katakuri. The 3 generals did not have any reservations, and they made a big move. As soon as they made a move, you can't easily enter the castle. Cracker patted his palm lightly, made dozens of cookie soldiers, and rushed towards Kaido. Gigantic. Smoothie also began to absorb water, and quickly became the size of a mountain, and then quickly slashed with a sword. Call out. A sword chi tens of meters high, like a gust of wind, split the ground away. Fantastic rice cake. Katakuri also directly used his awakening move, creating a row of donuts and stacking them with glutinous dough. Drink. A loud shout. Katakuri punched in anger, and in an instant a rice cake-shaped armament punch was thrown from the center of the donut. Weird clown. Kaido let out a roar like a beast, and broke out Conqueror Haki, and suddenly the surrounding 10 meters collapsed several feet in an instant, and a strong wind blew. 100 Beast Fist. Boom. An angry punch covered with the ultimate armament smashed all the biscuit soldiers with one punch, smashed the sword energy, and even Katakuri's ultimate move was smashed into glutinous rice paste. Suddenly, a strong pressure of 623 atmospheres spread rapidly and swept the audience. Under the strong momentum, the 3 generals were shaken back several meters. The power of Kaido was so terrifying. On the other side, other Kotters also began to besiege Uchiha Madara. It must be the mother who rules the world. Catch this ninja and make a specimen for mom. Devil slash hot slash. Dozens of strong people from the Charlotte family all used their strongest stunts, and suddenly Armament's sword, light, and sword shadows filled the sky with wind, fire, and thunder. However, Madara Uchiha didn't change his color, just raised his hand slightly. Almighty push. Sulfuric acid. Madara Uchiha once again used the power of Rinnegan to create a repulsive field that instantly bounces all objects within a few meters away. Boom, boom, boom. Those who attacked at close range bounced around like cannonballs, smashing through countless high-rise buildings. Those who attacked from a distance were also injured by the projectiles and energy bullets they sent out. With just one blow, almost all the officers of the Charlotte family were knocked out in seconds, and all of them were seriously injured. At this moment, the door of Cake Castle slowly opened. Then, a peach-colored woman walked out of the castle with a figure comparable to Kaido, and angry Big Mom's scarlet eyes glared at Madara Uchiha, then raised her left hand. Zeus. The white clouds floating behind him instantly turned into a dark cloud of purple thunder. After a while, the ant raised her right hand again. Prometheus. The little sun floating behind him instantly ignited a raging fire. Napoleon. With another loud shout, the double-horned hat on top of the ant's head turned into a big chopping knife. 4 emperors. They are all monsters. Madara Uchiha said excitedly. Is strong, hardly weaker than Kaido. The deterrent power of her soul fruit can instantly knock down fearful enemies, but this move is completely ineffective against Madara Uchiha. Fun. Madara Uchiha's eyes widened slightly. An ant's ability deeply attracted him. Emperor's sword broken blade. I saw the ant raised the big chopping knife with both hands, and the chopping knife instantly ignited a raging fire, and then the knife fell. Susanoo. Madara Uchiha knew ant's strength and called out Susanoo directly. Ba. With one sword facing each other, a gust of wind suddenly rolled up, wreaking havoc on the audience, and countless chess pieces and soldiers were blown away directly, with great momentum. However, in the fighting technique, Anti is a little worse than Kaido. Hit hard. Anti can't beat Susanoo. Soon, Madara Uchiha prevailed. Madara Uchiha raised the corner of his mouth slightly, then bit his finger and slapped the ground with a palm. Spirituality. Roar. Beneath the thick smoke, the 9-tailed demon fox let out a roar of a beast, and a strong wind blew instantly, with an amazing momentum. At this moment, the ant's angry bloody eyes instantly turned into 2 twinkling stars. Ha ha ha. Moma. What a special beast. Auntie likes rare and exotic animals the most. How could she not be moved by a rare-tailed beast like the 9-tailed? Seeing Big Mom's reaction, everyone put down their weapons and stopped attacking. After unifying the world, you can raise all species in the future. Madara Uchiha gently said. Really? The ant was surprised and delighted. Madara Uchiha's power is not small, although Kaido is a hostile force, but after the alliance, the 2 sides will not fight, and the Big Mom pirate group will not suffer. After thinking for a moment, Big Mom agreed to the alliance. Uchiha Madara faint Isho. The plan succeeded. A few days later, Orochimaru and Scorpio complete their mission and return in secret. Madara Uchiha began to declare war. Hand over the remaining 3-tailed beasts, otherwise in a month the Red Land will be washed with blood. Faced with his declaration of war, Gorosei/5 elders naturally said no. Therefore, war is inevitable. A month later, the Terracotta Continent, 100,000 marine elites, 100,000 troops from kingdoms around the world, and nearly 10,000 ghost swordsmen and ninjas are already here, ready to fight at any time. The orcs, the Whitebeard pirates, the marine headquarters 3 Admiral, and Senju Hashirama all look serious, waiting for Madara Uchiha to arrive. Zoro and Hawkeye are also here. They want to hone their sword skills. The Alliance army has all been lined up, ready to fight. However, after noon, still no half of the enemy appeared, and the Allied forces suddenly talked a lot. It won't be a lie. It's fine if you don't fight. It's still early, so be careful. At this moment, a black spot appeared under the scorching sun, and then Madara Uchiha slowly landed and floated in the air. The enemy is finally here. However, Madara Uchiha was the only one who did not see Kaido, and General Wanakuni, and their army. Hashima, what are you thinking about? Madara Uchiha said coldly. This battle is meaningless. Stop it. Qian Shaozujian said solemnly. That's not much to say. Madara Uchiha mysterious issue, and then opens his hands. Super Almighty Push. Fight start. Chapter 64 Godlike opponent. Super Almighty Push. Sulfuric acid. A burst of overwhelming white light erupted in an instant, and the overwhelming force of destruction seemed to engulf the entire Holy Land. Rejoice. It's really cruel. It's this trick again. Kizaru fell a few drops of cold sweat, and the image of the last big explosion was still imprinted in his mind, lingering. Looks like this trip didn't come in vain. Whitebeard stared at the dazzling sun-like light in the sky, baring his teeth. Isho, very excited. This battle will definitely be fun. As for the other ordinary soldiers, their nerves were tense, and they were sweating coldly, but they were still calm. In addition, people all over the world saw the scene and were stunned, because this battle has a world live broadcast. This move, only God can do it. The power is no less than the ultimate move of the master of the virtual circle. It turns out that the marine headquarters was destroyed like this. What else is there to fight? There is no chance of winning. World has only heard of the marine headquarters, which was blown up in one move. Witnessing such a situation with my own eyes, and seeing this destructive force pass, did I know what despair is? From God's perspective, Yechen Vivi was shocked, not because of this destructive power, but because Madara Uchiha suddenly added 100,000 points of confusion to him. The war has just started, and there are 100,000 chaos points, which is good. In this war, the chaos that Yechen got will definitely hit a new high. God-level battles are powerful. Sure enough, the information is correct, and he will do this too. Sengoku's face changed slightly, but his expression remained calm. Nagato's Rinnegan is not as powerful as Uchiha Madara. This move is by no means weaker than the one that blew up the marine headquarters last time. If it hits directly, at least half of the huge city of Holy Land Marijois will be blown up. Senjo-sama, it's up to you, Sengoku said calmly, because they were already prepared. Multiple shadow clone. With a soft drink, 4 shadow avatars between the 1,000-handed pillars that had been prepared appeared around the allied forces. The 4 shadow clones formed seals at the same time, and then hit the ground with a palm. 4 Scarlet Sun formation. Sulfuric acid. In an instant, a faint crimson light rushed into the sky, and then formed a super strong cuboid enchantment to protect the Holy Land and the army. Boom. Only a strong earthquake was felt, and the big explosion of Super Almighty Push instantly covered the entire enchantment. The strong impact force caused the enchantment Vivi to deform, as if to break through the enchantment. Boom. All around, the earth cracked rapidly, boulders flew around, and the grass and trees were raised to the ground in an instant, as if they were ravaged by a strong wind and a 10th magnitude earthquake at the same time. Everything was almost annihilated. After half a minute, the residual power of Super Almighty Push gradually dissipated, and the barrier was blocked. However, at the periphery of the enchantment, the ground has been sunken by nearly 10 meters, and the destructive power is super amazing. Before the battle, the 1,000-hand shadow clone absorbed a large amount of chakra from the tailed beast to maintain the barrier. This level of barrier is enough to block the attack of the 10 tails. As for the 3 people's Zolai, they have also been hidden in the Holy Land by them. Among them, there is also a small 4 red sun formation, which is guarded by the commander-in-chief of CP0, the strongest shield, which is indestructible. It's okay, I stop. Senjo-sama, you are the god of ninjas. Inside the barrier, all the soldiers swallowed, fear still lingering. However, Kinshaozuma blocked this blow, which also boosted the morale of the entire army. Mara, your plan won't work. Stop it, Qianshao Hajima said coldly. Outside the barrier, Madara Uchiha was not surprised, but the corner of his mouth was lightly raised. You really didn't disappoint me, Hajima, but you think you'll win me like this? Flowers. Qianshao Hajima fell silent for a moment. He knew that blocking Uchiha Madara's move was nothing. Next is the key to the battle. Come in if you want. Sengoku provoked. The enchantment is very strong and it will burn to death when it touches it, and it is not wise to attack hard, and Sengoku will stimulate Uchiha Madara. Madara Uchiha is an arrogant person who will attack even if he knows he is deceitful. At that time, Marine can consume a lot of chakra from Uchiha Madara for a small price. That's what you said. Uchiha Madara coldly issued. He had heard of Sengoku the resourceful general, so how could he not be prepared? Go. Madara Uchiha began to order. Goo goo goo. As soon as the voice fell, a girl in Sengoku's ghost swordsman army suddenly stuck out her long tongue. Then with a soft drink the girl slapped the ground with her blood as a mark. The art of psychic. Bang bang bang. A burst of white smoke exploded, and then countless huge pythons rushed towards the enemy like a swarm of bees. Snake, snake, snake. Marine's ordinary soldiers were shocked. Each snake was at least 10 meters long, so terrifying. At the same time, in the python pile, several wise four-legged snakes began to perform reverse psychic techniques. Bang 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 bang. Another puff of smoke slowly rose. This time, it was not a snake but a few figures in capes. All the members of Madara Uchiha and Akatsuki appeared, and there were 3 more than last time. Yes, Akatsuki. Sengoku was shocked. He thought that other subordinates of Madara Uchiha would definitely come, but he didn't expect that he arranged it so delicately. Madara Uchiha sneered at Sengoku. Didn't I come in here? Destroy intelligence with intelligence, cut power with force. Sengoku was in a dignified mood. Uchiha Madara, a godlike opponent. Chapter 65. The biggest melee in history. The world's audience widened their eyes. Uchiha Madara is not only strong but also so intelligent. Don't be afraid of godlike opponents, but be afraid of godlike wisdom. The world government. Do you still have to fight? Kaido and Anti haven't appeared yet, so Madara Uchiha may still have his back this time. This time, Marine can be said to be turned against the first army, and the situation is very bad. Ding, gain 1.2 chaos points. Ding, gain 5.2 chaos points. Ding, get 4.6 chaos points. Ding, get 2.9 chaos points. Orochimaru is indeed a good pawn. Yachen hidden in the void. Viviisha. He knew that Madara Uchiha didn't release the Orochi pill at the beginning. There must be a secret hand, and it is definitely not as simple as the surface. 577. The battlefield. Orochimaru summoned Madara Uchiha and other members of Akatsuki to come in, and successively used psychic techniques to summon the army in. The enemy army suddenly rushed in, and the situation was suddenly chaotic. Damn. Garp gritted his teeth and was in disarray. The other party. There are such talents. Sengoku was also startled with a few drops of cold sweat. Xiao organized this surprise attack, which was beyond his imagination. If only I had noticed earlier. Qianshao frowned. He can sense the aura of the enemy and me, but unfortunately Orochimaru hides it too deeply. He didn't expect Orochimaru, a man whose soul was a man, to be reincarnated in a girl, because I usually let her dominate my body. I didn't expect to be able to hide from the god of ninjas. It's an honor. Orochimaru evil charm Isho said. Damn monster, go to hell. Akainu's big hand had turned into billowing lava. Great/major eruption. A loud shout. Akainu threw a huge fist the size of a small meteorite, slamming into Orochimaru like a rocket. Boom. With a blast like a cannonball, the lava fist hit directly, and Orochimaru's body was smashed and turned into mud. In just half a second, a puddle of mud on the ground has been reshaped and returned to its original state. I really like this female ghost sword's body, but I can't bear to smash it for you, Orochimaru said confidently. Hey hey hey, so perverted. Kizaru got goosebumps and was disgusted. Hey hey hey, it's so wretched. Orochimaru hates Kizaru's face and his voice, the standard wretched uncle. Kizaru had black lines all over his face. After a pause, Wang said coldly, I feel the malice you have towards my face. Each other, Orochimaru said with contempt for Isho. Without saying a word, Kizaru immediately flew into the air. Yasakani no Megatama. A dazzling light flashed between Kizaru's fingers, and then he blasted a dense number of light bullets forward. Orochimaru quickly made a seal, and then slapped the ground. Miluo Gate of Life. Boom boom boom. The earth trembled, and in an instant 3 ghost-faced gates rose up, blocking the light bullet. Bang bang bang. The sky and the earth roared again and again, and the light bomb fell on the gate of the ghost face, causing a powerful explosion. Took nearly 10 seconds for Kizaru to break through the gate of life. Tienkong Cloud Sword move was released. Kizaru used light energy to create a lightsaber. Grass Pheasant Sword. Orochimaru got a fighting spirit and drew a fancy dagger from his mouth. Call out. The two jumped at the same time and rushed towards each other. Bah! The swords collided, and the duel between the two officially started. Sengoku saw Kizaru start fighting, and immediately ordered all troops attack. The horn of war sounded, and everyone in Marine took up arms and rushed towards the Akatsuki organization. Akainu runs into Uchiha Itaka. Fire escape who fireball technique. Uchiha Itaka made a seal and then sprayed out a huge fireball. Great/major eruption. eruption. Akainu scorned Isho and then threw a massive lava punch of the same size. Boom! With a loud bang, a powerful explosion suddenly occurred and the flames and lava covered the sky and burned roaringly. In a one-trick confrontation, the two sides are indistinguishable. Other side, Admiral Kyuzan confronted the dried persimmon shark known as the tailless beast. Exploding pheasant mouth. Kyuzan's body was covered with ice and then a strong cold air lingered on his right arm and a huge ice bird shot out. Blast water rush. The ghost shark was not careless, used a wide range of ninjutsu, spit out the water of a lake and rushed forward like a waterfall. LOL. When the water meets the cold air ice bird, it immediately forms an ice block and stops flowing. At the same time, the cold air is quickly consumed and the ice bird gradually melts. In addition, Momuzaki, Shitan, Tokicake and the Undead duo's flying sections and horns have also fought. Fighting technique in a short period of time is mutually beneficial and the two sides are not divided. However, both the flying section and the horn have special abilities and are not easy to deal with. Feijuan has an immortal body. Jiaodu also has 5 hearts and also has 4 different types of chakras. Momuzaki and Shitan Tokicake feel very difficult to deal with, but fortunately Feijuan is relatively good in other aspects except immortality, otherwise the two may not be rivals. At this time, a certain area of the battlefield continued to roar and fireworks were scattered. Art is a blast. Deodara started planting bombs everywhere, throwing out countless white clays, destroying as much as he wanted. His ability is to turn clay into bombs with amazing destructive power. Your ability is useless to me, Marco said confidently. However, Marco's ability to be immortal and regenerate is not afraid of his bombs at all. Deodara was a little tricky to deal with him. The battle of the Admiral class has officially started. At this time, there was billowing dust all around the Kita continent and Madara Uchiha's army was dispatched. Kill! With a battle cry, the armies of both sides began to charge and the bloody battle began. Both Marine and Wanakuni have ninjas and ghost swordsmen. Although Wanakuni's troops are small, they are all belligerent and the mad ghost swordsman is very large and they are tied for a while. On the Marine side, because of the advantage of the number of people, the two sides are temporarily indistinguishable. Almost at the same time, the elite troops of 4 Emperor Kaido and 4 Emperor and also began to attack Marine's elite 4.1 troops. Whitebeard's major captains and Shichibukai also met Kaido's 3 natural disasters and 3 generals and a group of senior cadres. The whole battlefield was extremely fierce. The scene was spectacular and it was called the largest melee in history. Both sides of the camp, Uchiha Madara Kaido and Uchiha Obito and Nagato have not yet shot. Thousands of hands, Garp, Sengoku, Zoro, Hawkeye, Warcraft Juggernaut are also waiting for the opportunity. The king of the 4 Emperor level combat power. There is no reason to play as soon as the battle begins. In the high sky, Madara Uchiha and the Qianshao pillar on the ground. The 2 god level combat powers looked at each other and sparks of electric light flashed in their eyes. The silence for a short time is only ready to go. Once the decisive battle begins, it will be earth-shattering. Chapter 66 The Battle of the Pinnacle. God vs God. 10 minutes after the battle started, it gradually entered the white-hot stage. The energy on the battlefield is overwhelming and the skills are colorful and varied. C4 clay bomb, ghost slash, fire escape, Fengxianhuo, substitute, recycled clay. Another wave of skills bombarded and there was an explosion that resounded through the sky in the red earth continent. Suddenly, the entire red soil began to tremble, causing a dust wave more than 10 meters high. At this time, the 2 strongest ninja gods on the battlefield, Madara Uchiha and Kishao Hashirama, were still staring at each other. Madara, is this kind of peace with heavy casualties really what you want to see? Kinshao Zuma said. Before Uchiha Madara spoke, Nagato stood up and said, this is the pain of war. As long as you feel this pain, you can remember its cruelty. This is the meaning of war. Humans keep repeating the same mistakes and hurting each other repeatedly, but they completely forget the meaning of God's giving of human suffering. Nagato continued, so, let us make the world feel the pain. Garprane and other 16 people listened, a little fascinated. This crooked idea is quite reasonable. Don't be misled, Sengoku yelled and was about to retort angrily. However, after Nagato finished speaking, he raised his hand slightly. Almighty push. Sulfuric acid. A white light enveloped the audience and the flooding power exploded instantly. La 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 la. Empty shock. Hyuza laughed excitedly and then stabbed the Naginata into the ground, his arm covered with veins, and punched into the air. Click. Only to see the air crack like glass. The cracks expand rapidly and the almighty push is cut off by the shattered space. Boom. In the blink of an eye, all the flooding force burst together with the sky and a typhoon of level 12 swept the audience. Dangerous. Countless powerhouses, all affected by the gust of wind, had to stab their weapons into the ground to prevent them from being blown away. The wind roared, and countless towering trees rose from the ground and were swept into the sea. Houses within a few hundred meters collapsed instantly, and even the clouds in the sky were dispelled by the strong air pressure. After a few minutes, the aftermath gradually dissipated. "Are you going to reject the pain bestowed by God?" Nagato said coldly. "God, boring stuff. I just want my kids to suffer." Whitebeard laughed, saying. After that, the two continued to use strong moves against each other to start the duel. The side Kaido couldn't hold back. His blood was burning. "Ha ha ha, I'm coming too." Kaido cannot be defeated by one person. Sengoku Vivi frowned and said. Warcraft Juggernaut and Hawk-Eyed Mihawk looked at each other, and then the corners of their mouths raised slightly. "Let's see who of us kills Kaido first. We'll use him to decide the outcome." Good. Hawk-Eye Mihawk turned on the hunting mode, and his eyes were already emitting a sharp cold light just like his sword intent. The two leaped and slashed at Kaido with their swords drawn. Another epic battle is on. The other side. Zoro scratched his head, not expecting that he was abandoned by Hawkeye and Samuro, and was very puzzled. Then Zoro drew his sword and faced Uchiha Obito on the opposite side. "Hey, the one with the mask, do you know how to use swordsmanship?" "I don't understand swordsmanship. How about time and space?" As soon as the voice fell, Uchiha Obito opened the Shinwei space and directly blasted countless large shuriken with the kaleidoscope writing "Will I?" "Interesting." Zoro gently isho, and then pulled out a short sword from his waist, made a slash, and swept away with a huge sword energy. Blah blah blah. All giant shuriken cleared by one blow. Before Zoro could get his move, Uchiha Obito launched another wave of offensive. Uchiha Obito knows time-space ninjutsu, but Zoro's slash can rip him out. In terms of mobility, Uchiha Obito has a slight advantage, but Zoro's attack power is very high, and the speed is not too bad. Each has its own advantages. At this time, the Ant has also summoned the Thundercloud Zeus, the Sun Prometheus, and rushed to Garp and Sengoku. Iron Fist. Garp flew over to Big Mom and threw an Iron Fist. Drink. At the same time, Sengoku turned into a big golden Buddha to fight and punched with golden light. Boom. The Ant swung her fists to meet her, and her four fists collided. Suddenly, the ground cracked and a gust of wind blew up. Although it was slightly suppressed, the Ant has a body of steel, and there is no problem with 1-on-2. Sengoku and Garp, after all, are old. We're the only ones left. Madara Uchiha said. Is that really the case? Kinshaozuma said solemnly. Qian Shaozujian pondered for a moment, and without saying any more, began to control the shadow clone and release Marine's human weapon and ancient stone tablet. Bang bang bang. PX androids emerged around, as well as countless ancient slates of the mechanical family, who joined the battlefield one after another. Boom. With a loud bang, all the mechanical armies sent out powerful energy bombs, bombarding the army. At the same time, the chief of the orcs and the major heroes, with the most elite wolf cavalry and flying cavalry, began to charge. With a powerful offensive, Madara Uchiha soldiers began to retreat. Sure enough, Uchiha Madara Vivi frowned and said, once the army is defeated, Admiral will also be in trouble, and sooner or later will fail. At that time, they will jointly besiege Uchiha Madara, and Uchiha Madara will be defeated. Hashiyama, you are too confident. Madara Uchiha snorted, and then ordered the Scorpion. Do it. Scorpion nodded, and then sent out countless chakra control lines, piercing all the PX army and the mechanical army. Immediately, the mechanical corps were all manipulated to counter-attack the orc soldiers. The art of psychic. Almost at the same time, Nagato also used the psychic technique to summon the animal psychic beasts to fight the orcs. The situation reversed again, and the two sides fell into a stalemate again. Looks like it's my turn to play, Kinshaozuma said. Madara Uchiha smiled lightly. It's exactly what I want. The battle between God and God is about to start. Chapter 67_Lich King, Ascend to the Throne. Take it. The art of the wooden man. Thousands of hands slammed and immediately pulled out several huge tree roots from the ground, and then gradually formed a huge wooden figure. The art of psychic. Madara Uchiha directly summoned the nine-tailed demon fox to fight against the wooden man's technique. Bang! A fist met a claw, producing a huge roar, and a strong wind suddenly set off with an amazing momentum. A piece of the wooden man's big fist was torn off, but it recovered quickly at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the nine-tailed demon fox was also knocked back half a step with a heavy punch. After standing firm, the two behemoths, with one punch and one claw again, began to fight in close quarters. Fire escape extinguishing fire. The aftermath has not subsided, and then Uchiha Madara made another big move, spewing out a fireball the size of a meteorite. From the Kinshaozujian, a huge tree root was called out and blocked in front of it like a city wall. There, the fireball slammed into the roots of the tree, instantly incinerating it, and both cancelled it out. Roar. With the roar of a beast, the eyes of the nine-tailed demon fox instantly turned blood red, and then a dark black energy ball began to condense in its mouth-tailed beast jade. After a moment of energy storage, the energy ball quickly swelled like a meteorite. Boom. A burst of strong air pressure instantly broke through the earth, and the tailed beast jade immediately burst out of the air, slamming into Qian Shaozujian like lightning. The technique of ranking. At the critical moment, Qian Shaozujian summoned a ghost-faced shield and then opened the hidden compartment and wrapped him. Bang! The tailed beast jade directly smashed the huge wooden man, hit the ghost-faced shield, crushed a layer of wood, and then refracted and bounced high into the sky. Boom! The tailed beast jade exploded in the sky, creating a powerful shockwave that spread rapidly. Boom boom boom. Under the influence of the remaining power, the Katu continent was an earthquake and a hurricane swept the audience, and the boulders on the ruins were crushed into thousands of pieces again. So terrifying. After a while, the ghost-faced shield opened and Qian Shaozuma's eyes became more severe. This time, let's get real. Madara, come on. Qian Shao Hashirama entered the fairy mode and summoned the powerful technique of restraining the tailed beast, the technique of the wood dragon. Wood done wooden man technique. Immediately afterwards, there was another knot between the 1,000 hand pillars, and several huge wooden figures were pulled out from the bushes. I've been waiting for this moment. With a loud shout, Madara Uchiha also summoned the complete body Susanoo. Drink. With a terrifying scream, the two started a life and death struggle. Boom. A punch against a sword caused a violent vibration, and the grass and stones flew around. Boom. The two fought against each other again, and Susanoo was knocked back dozens of meters, and the wooden man's big fist was also chopped to pieces. Every time they collided, they exploded like miniature missiles, affecting countless people. A scream rang out in the sky, and countless soldiers were instantly shattered into pieces under the powerful shockwave. Many others were swept into the sea, and their lives and deaths are unknown. Madara Uchiha and Shahuhashi have a wide range of battles, and the impact is extremely powerful. Except for the masters, it is very difficult for the soldiers at the bottom to survive such shocks. The tragic war was broadcast live around the world, making the world terrified. God's power is too terrifying. If it goes on like this, few of the winners will survive. War is so cruel. In the 5-star building, the Gorosei/5 elders are armed and ready to fight. Tenryabito, on the other hand, took refuge in the basement of the Holy Land, trembling with fear. My family business, my property. Abominable inferior pariah. This is going to be reversed. You still dare to be beautiful? It's good to save your life. There was a roar from the outside world, and billowing dust fell from the basement, almost as if it was going to be pierced. All Tenryabito covered their heads and covered their ears, shrunk like a mouse, very embarrassed. Come on, Madara, you can't beat me. During the war, Senju Hakuma kept persuading Madara Uchiha to stop. Madara Uchiha couldn't win against him, and if this continued, more soldiers would be sacrificed. I can't win. I may not be able to win you, but you underestimate the power on my side, Madara Uchiha said coldly. Isha. Boom. Before the words were finished, the basement suddenly exploded. This is the secret hand that Uchiha Madara let Orochimaru bury, using the dirty soil to reincarnate and resurrect a large number of powerful ninjas. In addition to the first generation of wind, water, soil, and raikage, other shadow-level ninjas of the second, third, and fourth generations have all been resurrected. With such a powerful combat power, within a few seconds, the guards were killed, the barrier was broken, and the 3 people were captured. Not far away, Isho Orochimaru, she had already found the place where the 3 people were hidden. This full-scale battle is nothing but a slap in the face. Madara Uchiha's real purpose is to take away the power of the human pillar and become a 6-path immortal. At that time, he will be able to flatten everything by himself. It's a hit. Qian Shao Hakuma's face changed drastically. This is bad. Sengoku was also shocked. He didn't expect CP0's strongest shield to fall. Damn, I knew this old man would have gone to protect Renzola. Garp bared his teeth angrily, saying, everyone felt like they were being tricked. At this moment, the endless cold air hit the earth, and the red earth quickly turned into a crystal clear ice surface. In the sky, endless black air instantly enveloped the entire terracotta continent. Roar. With a roar, the Lich King rode the frost dragon and rushed into the battlefield with the undead scourge. Ha ha ha. In such an important battle, how can I miss this king? The frost dragon did not slow down, rushing towards the enchantment. At the same time, the Lich King pulled out his artifact Frostmourne and slashed out a sky-high sword energy with one sword. Crack bang. With a flash of cold light, the enchantment was directly shattered. Come on, the 2 gods of ninjas, start a real war of gods. The Lich King erupted with fierce fighting intent, pointing his sword at the 2 gods of ninjas. His purpose is simple and clear, that is to step on the 2 gods of ninja at the top of the world and ascend to the throne. Chapter 68_3 Gods Battle, Ghosts, and Gods Return. Demon King, I didn't expect it to be him. Sword Saint Samaro's eyes narrowed slightly, a little surprised. The devil who launched the undead natural disaster, and that ominous sword. The Tauren chief frowned. The arrival of Wangji, the most terrifying and most fearless undead army, came in like a swarm of bees. Hoo ho ho. In the sky, the The ice dragon legion roared wildly, erupting icy mist, instantly freezing everything and then annihilating. It's this monster again, stronger than before. Kyuzen's face changed slightly. Is it an enemy of the two gods of ninjas and not suppressing the development of the Lich King? What a misstep. Sengoku's face was also not good looking. Marine's headquarters had internal and external troubles, and he had no time to take care of the Lich King and the Lord of the Void Circle. Here's to trouble. Human civil war being followed by an aureole from the undead. It's really embarrassing. Doflamingo smiled. This war must not be so simple. Kula-la-la. It seems that something more interesting is coming. Whitebeard was very excited. He had long wanted to meet the Lich King and the Lord of the Void Circle for a while, but because of the territory of the New World he couldn't leave. All the forces in the field were terrified by the arrival of the Lich King at 600. An undead creature, Kaido murmured, stunned by Hawk-Eyed Mihawk and Sword Saint Samuro. Looks like I'm not as majestic as me. Hawk-Eyed Mihawk and Sword Saint Samuro have black lines all over their faces. This is the opponent I want. Zoro stared at the Lich King, excited. After all, his hometown is under the rule of the Lich King, and he has long known the terrifying power of the Lich King. There's another monster not far away, Qian Shaozujian exclaimed. This Lich King, just from his aura, knows that he is strong and difficult to deal with. Ye Chen once again spent 200,000 chaos points to strengthen the Lich King, and now his strength is no problem at all. Undead alien creatures. But if you come for peace, then I can open the door and ignore your killing. Uchiha Madara said coldly. No, I'm here for destruction. The Lich King's devilish voice roared. That's nothing to say. Madara Uchiha didn't say more, just drove Susanoo directly and slashed at the Lich King. Go on. Qian Shao also shot, driving the wooden man to attack the ice dragons around the Lich King. Madara Uchiha looked at Senju Hashirama, a little stunned. Don't get me wrong, I just think he and his undead army are more terrifying than you, Senju Hashirama said coldly. Madara Uchiha snorted lightly and then continued to attack without refusing to join forces. Frostmourne. The Lich King unleashed the power of the Excalibur, the power of darkness, the cold of hell, and frozen everything. Evil spirits. A loud shout. The Lich King summoned 10 evil spirits, blocking the attack of Senju Hakuma and Uchiha Madara. Bang! A knife and a punch hit the evil soul. A muffled sound occurred, and the soul did not disappear. Looks dangerous. Blow them up. Vivi frowned. Such evil spirits are not hostile for the time being, but they are definitely more than just defense. Qian Shaozuma's judgment is correct. This group of evil souls has a high blood volume, and they will lock on the target soon, and they will burn with the enemy's jade, and their power is extremely powerful. Madara Uchiha also noticed this, and immediately drove Susanoo to attack again. Roar. At the same time, the nine-tailed demon fox began to roar, condensed the tailed beast cannon, and blasted away. Senju Hashirama also drives all the wooden figures and punches the evil soul. Boom, boom, boom. With a loud bang, the two attacked again, forcibly destroying the Lich King's evil soul. Suffering. The Lich King also sent out a large number of black rays. Boom. The black ray slammed on the body of the wood and Susanoo, producing a powerful shadow explosion, blasting a powerful shockwave which quickly spread to countless people. Sure enough, Uchiha Madara frowned. Taking a blow, Susanoo was knocked back dozens of meters, and the wooden figurine between the thousand-handed pillars was also smashed, but the wood escaped and quickly returned to its original state. After that, the Lich King and the two gods of ninja continued to fight each other, and the mid-air skills flew around colorful, and the battle became more and more intense. The audience in front of the screen can also feel a chill across the screen. This is the devil in hell. Sure enough, the Lich King is the biggest threat. The Lich King is not human at all. He will only bring extreme fear to the world in a different space. As soon as the Lich King came out, the point of confusion rose straight up like a rocket. Ding. Gain 3.2 chaos points. Ding. Gain 1.1 chaos points. Ding. Gain 2.5 chaos points. Ding. Gain 5.2 chaos points. The corners of Ye Chen's mouth raised slightly, and people all over the world raised their hearts and hearts. Almost. It's time to give them the biggest shock, because it's his turn. Terracotta Continent. On the battlefield, explosions continued, and people died every second. The Lich King, Madara Uchiha, and Chihuhashi are fighting hard. The undead army and the armies on both sides fought fiercely and fell into a big melee. Click. At this moment there was a crisp sound in the air, and the void cracked. With a demonic roar, hundreds, thousands, and thousands of digs ripped apart cracks in the sky and poured out like a pack of wolves. However, Desu did not attack, but collectively lowered a golden light to form a barrier separating the two worlds. Among the barriers, an overwhelming ray of light instantly erupted, covering the audience instantly, and in the light the ghost-like master of the virtual circle slowly descended, coming like a god. The real god is here. Chapter 69 _ Invincible ghosts and gods blow everything up. After the dazzling light gradually dissipated, dissipated. Everyone could see the true face of the Lord of the Void Circle. In the sky, Ye Chen's ghostly body exuded a dark, noble, and detached aura, causing all the soldiers on the battlefield Admiral to stop and look at him in awe. The master of the virtual circle dared to appear alone. Garp and Sengoku were a little surprised, and it was the first time they had seen the face of the Lord of the Void with their own eyes. The Lich King is so strong, and he has to bring an army of undead into the battlefield. How terrifying his strength is if he dares to join the battlefield where this group of heroes gathers. Is he the master of the virtual circle? Whitebeard is even more excited. The people who appear are stronger than the other. There are so many monsters in this world. However, the stronger it is, the better it suits Whitebeard's taste. It is more appropriate to describe it as ghosts and gods. When Kaido saw Ye Chen, he never thought of competing with him for the king of the duel, the strongest creature in the sea, land, and air. Ye Chen was bound with bandages, wearing a black robe battle uniform with long sleeves, and the Zanpakuto was a dark gold dragon patterned sword. The awe-inspiring sword light on the tip of the knife exudes endless cold light, which is even more creepy and trembling all over. Such existence should not exist in the human world. So strong, a ghost-like existence. Qian Shaozujian frowned and said, "This strength has already reached the level of a six-path immortal." Uchiha Madara said with a solemn expression, "What a strong breath, stronger than last time. Ha ha ha, very good, let's fight." The Lich King's fighting spirit was soaring, and he could not wait to make a move immediately to get rid of this old enemy. It's still a little early before the all-out war of the revival of all ethnic groups, but this war can be used as an appetizer. Ye Chen said lightly, "Your purpose is?" Nagato said, "Of course it is proud to stand on the top of all races." Ye Chen Haki said, "Then feel the pain." Nagato's face was cold, and then his hands gradually raised. Super almighty push. The gun of thunder. In the blink of an eye, Ye Chen unleashed the ultimate move of number 4 Ulquira Sifa with a 10-blade, blasting a gun of thunder. Before Ye Chen came, he had strengthened himself a lot, and now he can use the power of the 10 blades at will without transforming, and it is even more powerful. This time, Ye Chen spent 300,000 chaos points to strengthen himself. Except for the 9-day demon god who is invincible in attack and defense, no one can wrestle with him at present. Boom! Before the almighty push fully erupted, the thunder spear quickly penetrated the powerful flooding force, pierced Nagato's shoulder, stuck it on the ground, and blasted out a spherical deep pit with a diameter of more than 10 meters. Nagato was covered in thunder, and his injuries were so severe that he could no longer stand up. Strong as Nagato can't even hold a shot. This shot, if it wasn't for the super almighty push to cancel out most of its power, it would probably be seconds away. Whitebeard's heart was shocked. Nagato and his battle had the upper hand. "Let's go together," Ye Chen said proudly. Qianshao and Madara Uchiha looked at each other and reached a consensus. This time, they must join forces because neither of them can make a single move in seconds. Nagato. However, before they could take action, the Lich King took the lead in launching an attack. "This time, this king will never lose to you." The Lich King flew into the air, bringing with him the Frost Dragon army and the endless cold air. He slashed down, instantly freezing the sky. The cold air quickly invaded the sky, and the pillar of ice instantly covered the sky and froze everything. Ye Chen gently issued, and then cut out a light blue sword energy. The sword energy stayed in the air, and in an instant the infinite flicker of the 10-blade number 1 Stark was released, pouring down like a torrential rain. Boom! Infinite void flash bombarded wildly on the extremely cold icicle, producing a big explosion that shattered the sky. The ice continued to spread. The virtual flashes were endless, and the continuous explosions stirred up ice debris in the sky, and the entire battlefield instantly turned into a world of ice dancing, which was extremely gorgeous. In the end, the two moves cancelled out after tens of meters against each other. The world of flowers and trees is coming. Qian Shaozujian also did not hold back and used the most powerful wooden dungeon. Suddenly, countless huge trees rose from the ground, and they were full of poisonous flowers, rushing towards Ye Chen like a waterfall. "Ask for flowers. Whether it is regeneration or corrosion, let me corrode this world." As soon as the voice fell, a black death fog emanated from Ye Chen's back, quickly covering half of the sky. Cha! The ever-growing bushes confronted the deadly poisonous gas that annihilated everything, producing a shrill hiss, which was horrifying. The two moves are still fighting, and at this time, Madara Uchiha has also begun to launch a fierce attack. Kaleidoscope riding will eye. Boring illusion. Madara Uchiha's rotating eye was ineffective against Ye Chen, so he had to use the power of rotating eye. Heavenly shocks the stars. With a loud shout, without the need for a seal, a meteorite that covered the sky fell from the sky. A strong wind pressure swept the audience, and everyone couldn't hold their heads up. The momentum was extremely turbulent. However, Ye Chen didn't change his face. He made a thunder gun with both hands and threw it to the sky. Boom! A burst of strong light instantly covered the entire holy Holy Land rejoice, followed by a shocking sound caused by a meteor explosion, and Renegan's ultimate move was shattered. There were continuous screams on the battlefield, and the soldiers with insufficient strength were almost all shattered. Susanoo. Before the aftermath dissipated, Madara Uchiha drove Susanoo again and slashed at Yechen with a knife. Yechen used the strengthening of 10 blades number 0 to transform into a giant godlike figure, and used his supernatural power to punch. Bang! One punch and one knife collided, and Susanoo's samurai sword was instantly shattered by one punch. Lord of the Virtual Circle, invincible, come on together. With a loud bang, Madara Uchiha, Hashimoto Senju, the Lich King, as well as Whitebeard and Kaido, and all the powerhouses, all began to charge up, ready to launch the ultimate move. However, Yechen disagreed and snorted coldly, come on, let's show you what God is. Chapter 70 The barriers of the world have been broken. Xian fought thousands of hands. Qianshao Hashirama used the most powerful move, and suddenly the entire terracotta continent began to vibrate. Then, with a loud shout, a 1,000-handed Buddha with a height of hundreds of meters rose from the ground, instantly covering half of the battlefield. Majestic Haki. All races are equal. How can you stand on the top of all races? Thousands of hands were filled with fighting intent, driving thousands of hands and punching the huge Yechen with one punch. Yechen's eyes exuded vigor, and then he shouted and punched God. Bang! At the moment when the two fists collided, a powerful shockwave shook out, and Yechen smashed a big hand of the 1,000-hand Buddha with one punch. Bang! 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 Under the strong impact, the huge 93,000-handed Buddha was actually knocked back a few steps. Awesome Susanoo. Madara Uchiha also began to explode his ultimate skills, equipping Susanoo on 9 tails, and immediately the 9-tailed demon fox was covered with light blue chakra armament. Roar! The armed 9-tailed demon fox let out a roar, and a violent aura erupted instantly, sweeping the audience. I am the one who will rule all races. Madara Uchiha rushed forward, and in an instant Susanoo's 2 samurai swords spun the beast-tailed beast jade and then slashed forward. Call out! The tailed beast jade carries powerful sword energy, piercing through the sky like a cannonball and slamming towards Yechen. Interesting move. Yechen Vivi nodded and then made an infinite flicker under the giant. Boom! 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 Thicker and more powerful phantom flashes slammed on the 2-tailed beast jades like a meteor shower, producing. A few seconds later, the 2-tailed beast jades were completely blown up, and then the virtual flash group continued to blast down to the ground. Suffering. The Lich King emits black rays again, resisting the enhanced version of the infinite phantom flash. Empty shock. Draw the sword. Great slash major eruption. All the powerhouses used strong moves to block Yechen's move. Facing crowd attack, Yechen was still at ease. Turn into a Buddha on the top. Qianshao Zujian made a final blow, driving thousands of bergamot hands, all of which blasted towards Yechen. End this. With a roar, Madara Uchiha also drove the armed 9-tailed demon fox, with an enhanced tail beast jade condensed on each tail. At the same time, Susanoo wielded 2 daggers and chopped out the equally powerful tailed beast jade. Soul Reaper. The Lich King's Excalibur Frostmourne burst out with a strong chill, and the Lich Queen leaped, leaving a path of extreme cold and endless darkness where she passed by. With a burst of screams, the Lich King took out the strongest blow, forming a powerful sword chi that slammed into Yechen. Whitebeard and Kaido, the 3-4 emperors, also made their strongest blows at the same time. The gun of Elbaf powerful country. Empty shock. 100 beasts breaking the air fist. The nirvana of the giants, the strongest blow of the shock fruit, and the all-conquering beast fist are all the ultimate powerful moves that can destroy an island. Devil's Blood Break. Blade Storm. Light and Shadow Breakthrough. Zoro, Sword Saint Samuro, and Hawk-Eyed Mihawk simultaneously made a final blow, slashing out a sword that was hundreds of meters long. Meteor Volcano. Yasakani no Megatama. C2 Dragon. All the powerhouses in the field made a full blow, and suddenly countless big moves were overwhelming, and they all slammed into Yechen. However, Yechen was not afraid. The demon god of the ancient seal, the dark archmage Exodia, use your hands to destroy this world. Yechen chanted for a while, sacrificed the slate of the dark master, and released the infinite power of his left hand. Sulfuric acid. A burst of golden light flashed, and on Yechen's huge fist, a golden phantom appeared, covering the entire sky. Boom! I saw Yechen slam down with a punch, and all the oncoming attacks were blown up in an instant, producing a huge explosion that destroyed the sky and the earth. A strong air pressure hit, and within 100 miles of the clay continent, it was instantly depressed by several meters, and the ground began to crack. Well, this power can't be resisted. It's over now. This is the power of the ancient demon gods. Everyone's eyes were full of despair, looking at the big fist that was about to fall. The eyes of the audience all over the world widened, as if their hearts had stopped beating at this moment. This is the power of that slate. One slate can cover the sky with one hand. If you gather an entire dark archmage. The world is estimated to be over. In this world, who can deal with this master of the virtual circle? In less than half a second, the fist of the dark master smashed down. Click. A punch fell, instantly shattering the stratum, smashing the terracotta continent to pieces, and the ground has begun to tilt. 3.6. This punch did not deliberately hit the crowd, but the powerful shockwave had also shocked them into serious injuries. The little soldier, who was less powerful, was even more shattered. Boom. In the end, Ye Chen's big fist seemed to touch the strange wall, making a strange sound. Click. The barriers of the world have been broken. Qian Shao Hajima, Madara Uchiha, the Lich King, Whitebeard, and others could all see that a fairy palace-like courtyard full of spiritual energy appeared above the sky. Inside, a group of men in black samurai uniforms patrolled the streets and huge courtyards. Is that heaven? Chapter 71 A whole new world. After seeing this mysterious palace appear, Ye Chen immediately put his hand away and just murmured, I didn't expect them to appear. Haha, it's interesting. It's getting more and more interesting. After a pause, Ye Chen said to Madara Uchiha and the others, that's all for this time. I'll let you go for the time being. After all, Ye Chen opened the door of the virtual circle and disappeared in front of everyone. Everyone looked at the figure of Ye Chen's departure, and they were afraid. The punch just now was deeply engraved in their minds and did not dissipate for a long time. Madara Uchiha and others were already injured. I didn't expect the Lord of the Void Circle to be so strong, and they could not win with the strength of everyone. Next time, I must beat you. The Lich King's eyes were full of unwillingness, and then he flew away on the Ice Dragon army. This monster is really strong. We all failed. Garp shook his head and said, no, he won by the power of the Dark Archmage. Qian Shao Hashirama said coldly, the last blow. If there is no infinite power to unseal the slate, he may not win us. 16. What's going on with those cracked worlds in the sky? Why did the Lord of the Void Circle leave when he saw it? Sengoku said suspiciously. I don't know, but it's definitely not easy inside. Garp thought. Withdraw. Suddenly, Madara Uchiha began to retreat, taking Akatsuki, an ant, and Kaido, the two 4 Emperor Corps, to leave the Kato continent with the reverse psychic technique. He had already captured all the strength of the people, so there was no need to fight. As long as he waits for a while, he absorbs all the strength of the human column, and he can fight against the master of the virtual circle. However, Madara Uchiha didn't know that Uji Zioxia and Tina were taken away by Ye Chen. As for the often defeated General Smoker, Ye Chen had no plans to save him. The whole battle is over. After the war, the orcs, Shichibukai, and Whitebeard left. Interesting place. Zoro, Hawkeye, and Samuro glanced at the palace in the sky, and the group of samurai who were all using swords, very excited. However, they are not reckless people. Now that they are injured, it is very dangerous to go in alone. Therefore, they plan to explore slowly after the injury. At this time, the people in Kinshauzujian were frowning. They didn't know the truth and thought Madara Uchiha had gathered all the 9-tailed beasts. This is troublesome. Thousands of hands are bitter, and after a battle, there are countless casualties, and in the end, Madara Uchiha succeeded. Why don't we go and investigate the world in the sky? There may be a power that makes the Lord of the Void Circle jealous. Sengoku suggested after thinking for a while. The master of the virtual circle left in a hurry, and the group of people in black samurai clothes inside may be his nemesis. This matter has to be considered in the long run. After all, none of us can defeat the Lord of the Illusory Circle. Crane analyzed. If it is really stronger than the master of the virtual circle, and it is not good to us, I am afraid it will cause even more trouble. Sengoku nodded and then said, it makes sense. Let's go back to the marine headquarters first and then discuss it slowly. Others also agreed with Tsuru and Sengoku's proposal to hold a meeting at nearby marine headquarters. And Senju Hashima still wanted to stop Uchiha Madara's plan, so he has returned to Wanakuni. Half an hour later, Marine Command conference room. The situation is very critical now. First, now the Lord of the Void Circle has obtained the power of God. Marshal Sengoku paused and said, secondly, Madara Uchiha has obtained the 9-tailed beasts and will possess the power of gods. In the future, it is likely to become a situation of 2 gods competing for hegemony. The Stone of the Dark Master is not more than 1 piece, and we also have a turning point. Garp said, no, waiting for the stone tablet to appear now is too passive, and even if the stone tablet appears, we Marine may not be able to get it. Crane retorted, indeed, let's discuss the world that the Lord of the Void Circle is afraid of. Sengoku said, we must go. Although it is an adventure, this is the only chance. Garp said coldly, the question is, who's going? Kizaru is a little worried. This kind of thing is very dangerous, and no one wants to continue to burn potatoes. Others thought so too, and the entire conference room fell into silence in an instant. Just then, Akainu stood up. I'll go for justice. Although there is so much fear, this is his best chance to atone for his sins. After all, he offended Senju Hashimo last time, which made him suffer a lot and served as a colonel for several months. After returning, Sengoku's trust in him also dropped significantly. Then Akainu. Sengoku nodded and said, "We marine have a life-saving slate. You can take it with you." The life-saving slate that Sengoku mentioned is a trap card called Angel in White. When it is damaged, it can restore 1/4 of its health. It is an extremely precious slate. Marshal Siet. Akainu saluted and then began to prepare to enter the crack world. 557. After full preparation, Akainu formed an expedition team with more than a dozen elite generals, ghost swordsmen, and ninjas, and set off to the world of cracks. At this time, the Ghost Island Yechen has returned triumphantly with a lot of chaos. Ding. Gain 2.8 chaos points. Ding. Gain 1.1 chaos points. Ding. Gain 4.3 chaos points. Ding. Get 5.6 chaos points. This battle not only brought in the 4 imperial capitals but also the world's live broadcast. Now the whole world is in chaos. Just a rough count, Yechen has already obtained about 2 million confusion points. 500,000 points for strengthening himself and the Lich King. Yechen gained 1.5 million chaos points in this battle. However, Yechen has already spent all of these chaotic points just in the world in the cracks. And now, Akainu has begun to act and the mystery of this world is about to be revealed. After seeing all this, Yechen raised his mouth slightly. When they go in, a whole new era will come. Chapter 72 different from the heaven on earth. After Akainu led the team to land on the cracks in the heavens, they found that the world environment was completely different. The air here was very good and there seemed to be some special materials in it that nourished the soul. My lava is about to move. Akainu felt his body full of energy, as if the demon within him was about to wake up. Indeed, it seems that this is a good place to practice. If you can bring this power out, I don't think you will lose to the master of the virtual circle. Anigamo, Momanga, Yamakaji, Bastille, and other 4 vice admiral nodded. Anigamo, Yamakaji are capable people and the power of the fruit in the body is just around the corner. Momanga and Bastille are not capable, but I feel that Haki is particularly active here and even the wounds he received in the battle healed faster. Is it really the legendary celestial world? Yamakaji asked in surprise. Heaven, where the gods live. Anigamo said, "Don't worry, while they don't find the crack, we split up and continue to sneak in," Akainu said with a cold expression. Many vice admiral nodded, then dispersed to gather intelligence. Because the team brought a few ninjas with illusion skills, they easily sneaked into the heaven without any danger. After entering, they discovered that this world is actually very similar to Wanakuni. The center is particularly rich, with an unparalleled courtyard. On the other hand, the streets of Sifang are a bit shabby, as if they had been through war. Momanga and the others acted independently, trying their best to gather information. 4 vice admiral entered the block and there were many people in the block, no different from the ordinary world. On Momanga's side, he found an amiable ant to ask questions. "Excuse me, ma'am, where is this place?" Momanga said politely. "This is the soul world, the place where people reincarnate after death." Ant looked at Momanga and was a little surprised. "This is the soul world?" Momanga was very surprised and then asked for some other relevant information. At about the same time, Anigamo had received the same answer. "So it's not the heaven but the world where the undead are reincarnated?" Anigamo was shocked. It turns out that after death people can really fly to the heaven, but it's not the same as imagined. Yamakaji met an old man and answered almost the same. The uncle briefly explained the situation here to Yamakaji. He persuaded him, "If you don't understand anything, you can ask the Shinigami of the 13th team of Godei." Death? Yamakaji left a few drops of cold sweat. "Didn't the gods of death take other people's lives?" "Don't be nervous, death is the manager here," the uncle said. Yamakaji muttered to himself, "So it's the god of death who manages this place." On the Bastille side, a young man told him that death exists. The Grim Reaper organization is composed of the 13th team of the Guardian, just like the Marine outside. Guardian Team 13 Kajutsu is an old enemy, Bastille murmured. In addition, the ninjas also inquired that every captain here has the strength of Admiral or even the 4 emperors. And above the 13th team of the Guardian, it is said that there is a more mysterious death guard. This news is shocking. The power of this heaven is too strong. Oops, let Akainu Admiral know. Anigamo was surprised. If anyone else provokes death, it will be in trouble. At this time, only Akainu looked depressed and he did not find any valuable information. Reason is, he looks too fierce. "It's not my fault to be fierce," Akainu said in confusion. He tried to force a smile, but when the children saw it, they cried out in fright. Akainu was speechless and there were 100,000 grassy horses galloping in his heart. "Forget it, go back, maybe they have found important information." Akainu sighed and said. Just when he was about to turn with the team, he found a bully not far away who was collecting protection fees. Very arrogant. The opportunity is here. The corners of Akainu's mouth twitched slightly. Killing this rogue, the people here will definitely be grateful to him. Then, then the information will naturally be available. At this moment Akainu's sense of justice was instantly full, and without thinking about it his right arm had turned into a lava thug, and then he punched. Major eruption. Boom. The bully and hooligan didn't even have time to react, and he was blasted into a spiritual child floating in the air. Akainu is complacent, showing off the appearance of an unparalleled hero. Very proud. Who is this person who dares to kill here? Is this a challenge to the GOTY 13th team? It's just that the people around were stunned. Killing people at Wandering Hun Street at will. The god of death doesn't have that power. This guy covered in lava is too bold. What's the matter? These people, are they used to being bullied by bullies? Akainu was surprised and didn't expect their reaction, as if they had witnessed Tenryubido being killed. Before Akainu could understand the matter, a group of black gods of death had already arrived. Hey, this is not a spirit body, but a human being? Damn, why did humans come in, and they are still making trouble in the soul world? How courageous. Has a special ability. Could it be a special phantom lurking in the phantom circle? Group of death gods were very surprised, but they didn't hesitate. They drew their swords decisively and attacked Akainu. Wait a minute. Akainu looked bewildered and he wanted to explain, but Reaper ignored them, and their swords had already reached Akainu's neck. Damn. Akainu's face was as uncomfortable as eating siang, and he could only fight back. Chapter 73 Sit upright in the frosty sky. Bing Lunwan. The dog eats Gurren. The critical moment. Akainu counterattacked with all his strength, using the most close-range moves, and punching a giant lava dog. Bang. With a huge explosion, all the gods of death that were coming towards them were all knocked into the air and fell to the ground. The lava was burning, and this group of death gods was in agony, rolling and struggling on the ground. What constitution at this time? Akainu is surprised. His Gurren is a deadly ultimate move, which can kill Rear Admiral level powerhouses in one blow. The lava has a high ignition point, but it hit the death god head on and struggled for several seconds before turning into a spiritual child and dissipating. This is by no means a constitution that mortals have. Akainu wanted to understand when he saw the scene in front of him. These people are not human at all, and the Zanpakuto just now made Akainu's soul tremble, just like Haki. No, just like sea stone. If you get hit, you will be seriously injured even if you don't die. What kind of life is this? Akainu said in shock. In fact, the powerful vitality of the death god lies in the spiritual body. The density of the spiritual sun is infinitely close to zero, and the spiritual body is of course stronger than the human constitution. At the same time, the spiritual child is the essence of the energy of heaven and earth, and the level of the spiritual child equals immortal chakra. Energy level of chakra, Haki, and Logia is much lower than that of the spiritual sun, because the 650 spiritual sun attack can hit their entity and even their soul. This is the world that Yechen spent 1.5 million chaos points to create, but the soul world is not all. There are some places that are different from the world of death. Damn, so strong. Inform Madaremu-sama. A few gods of death saw that their companions were killed in seconds, and immediately sent a ghost signal for help. Within a few seconds, the nearby gods of death swarmed and surrounded Akainu. Trouble. Akainu frowned, said. This time, he had to fight back, but it was very difficult to deal with this group of death gods. In front of them, Logia did not have much advantage. These Shinigami were born in the 11th of the 13 teams of the Guardian. Akainu crushes them in close combat. They stick to it, and Akainu can't escape. At the same time, those supporting Shinigami are more powerful, and the ghosts and ninjutsu they use are similar. Although the scope is not large, the damage is top quack. The 31 Crimson Artillery. One of the powerful death gods used a powerful ghost way and blasted a big fireball. Ninjutsu. I took over Uchiha attack is fireballs. Akainu originally thought that this flame was the same ninjutsu as Uchiha attack is fireball, but he ignored it. Boom. However, the fireball exploded on Akainu's body, and a shot blasted him to the sky. He was very embarrassed, and black smoke came out of his body. He was lava, and he was actually burned. Well, like those weird katana swords. Akainu constitution is very strong, only slightly injured, but he can no longer block head-on. Logia was like a bubble in front of this group of death gods. Admiral. At this moment, vice admirals such as Inigamo and Yamakaji heard the sound of fighting and came over after hearing the news. Damn, the worst has happened. Inigamo gritted his teeth. Now that Akainu is besieged, they can only support. It's human again. There's more than one intruder. However, before the 4 vice admiral and the group of ninjas could approach Akainu, they were stopped by a group of Reaper. Only up. The 4 vice admiral frowned, then drew their weapons and returned fire. Immediately, the audience fell into a scuffle. At this moment, the 3rd officer of the 11th team, a bald boy with a bald eye, came over. Hey, intruder, none of them can leave. Sword, leap, and slashed towards Akainu. Compared with the ordinary Shinigami, Madaremu's attack speed is faster and the power power is stronger, which is not at the same level. Akainu's expression began to turn fierce. He was very aware of his situation, and now he can only get out of the siege before leaving here. Major eruption. I saw the lava flowing from Akainu's big hand, and then he punched a huge lava punch forward, slamming into the corner of Madaramu like a cannonball. Stretch out Kitamaru. Madaramu released the Zanpakuto in one corner, turning it into a long-handled sword, and then slashed quickly. Click. A cold light flashed, and the lava fist was instantly cut in half. My habit is to give names to the opponents I kill. The corner of Madaramu's mouth slightly raised. The third officer of the 13th team of the body protection team. Madaramu's corner. Go to hell and report. Akainu uttered a lava fist without saying a word. Good come. Madaraki Isho quickly approached Akainu and attacked him. As the third chief officer of the 11th team, Banmu Yujiao's fighting technique is very good, and he has the strength of the vice captain. If Akainu didn't have the lava fruit, he might not be his opponent. Damn, that knife is dangerous. Akainu gritted his teeth. Madaraki's moves seem to be messy, but they are fast and ruthless. Now, he can't control that much anymore. If reinforcements come, he won't be able to get out. Volcanic meteor. In order to break through the siege, Akainu was forced to make a big move, throwing an oversized lava fist into the air. Rumbling. The super large lava fists split into lava fists in mid-air, forming an offensive like a meteor shower, bombarding the entire block. What ability does this monster have? Madaramu's face changed, and then he immediately retreated with a quick step, dodging the lava fist. However, the other gods of death, Hepingming, do not have the strength of the corner of the eye. I only heard screams flying all over the sky, and countless people were punched by lava, or burned, or blown to death, instantly becoming lifeless. Akainu yells, run. Taking advantage of the chaos, Akainu called out to the other vice admiral and the ninja, and ran away. However, as soon as Anigamo and the others turned around, there was a chilling air behind them, and the chill was getting stronger and stronger. Anigamo and the others looked up, and a child with an indifferent face descended from the sky. Hitsugaya Toshiro, the captain of the 10th division, who stood in their way. Tohiro gently pulled out the Zanpakuto behind his back, and then called out faintly, sit up in the frosty sky. Bing Lunwan. Chapter 74. Akainu escaped Psycho. With a voice of liberation, an iron chain appeared at the end of Toshiro's Zanpakuto Hiranmaru, with a crescent-shaped blade at the end of the chain. This is the Shikai form of Hiranmaru, the strongest ice and snow Zanpakuto. Soul World is not a place where you come and leave if you want. Dong Shilang exhaled a cold breath and said with a cold face, kid, it's not that easy to stop me. Akainu immediately used a great major eruption to blast Tohiro in the air. The ice dragon spins its tail. Tohiro slashed with a knife, and the tip of the knife turned into a huge ice dragon. Boom! With a loud bang, the ice dragon collided with the lava fist, and both were shattered with comparable power. What's the matter? However, Akainu's eyes widened, and the breath of this ice dragon was exactly the same as that of the Zanpakuto, and his hand has also been stabbed and blood is flowing. Akainu's great major eruption. Even Kuzan's mouth can melt. Toshiro's moves are beyond common sense. Reason why Tohiro can hurt Akainu is because the ice dragon has a strong spiritual pressure. Just like using the attributes of sea stone in Logia, it completely restrains Akainu's ability. Dog biting Crimson Lotus. Akainu realized this, and did not dare to attack at close range anymore, so he used his free hand skills and threw a fire dog. Boom! With a bang, the ice dragon collided with the big fire dog, causing a powerful explosion, and the sky was filled with snowflakes, blocking the sight of the two. Chance. Under the explosion, Akainu took the opportunity to escape, but at this moment a chill came from behind him. The solution. Big Gurren Ice Will Maru. A burst of extremely cold icy breath erupted, and a pair of icy wings grew out of Toshiro's back. The Zanpakuto in his hand instantly turned into a giant frost dragon with 12 ice flowers blooming on his back like an icy weapon that is gorgeous and hacky. Dragon Rack. Tohiro quickly flew forward and stabbed with his sword. Wherever he went, it all turned into a crystal clear ice surface with a huge range. Akainu's observation. Haki had noticed Toshiro's attack and immediately teleported to avoid Toshiro's attack. However, due to the large range, Akainu couldn't dodge even if he reacted, and was frozen into ice block. Boom! With a shattering sound, the ice block shattered and exploded around. Akainu's body was blown to pieces, blood dripping. Thousand spiders smash. Furious shark slashing. Fire. Swift shadow slash. Just then, Spider, Bastille, Yamakaji, and Momonga charged forward, covering armament with their weapons, and slashing at Tohiro with a powerful sword. Admiral, run and leave us alone. 4 vice admirals desperately hold Tohiro to buy time for Akainu to escape. Akainu, who has always been indifferent, now has red eyes, and his heart is moved. I will remember you. Afterwards, Akainu turned into lava to melt the ground and escaped through a dog hole. Fight for justice. After Akainu escaped, the people who stayed behind shouted loudly, and almost all of them were frozen into ice slag. Only left a few Vice Admiral questions from Momonga. However, this is not over yet, and it is impossible for the corpse and soul world to let the invaders leave easily. The Shinigami of Team 11 began to chase Akainu frantically again. At the same time, the alarm in the Soul Society also sounded, and there will be more death gods coming to hunt down Akainu for a long time. In less than a few minutes, Grim Reaper in black samurai uniforms could be seen all over the entire Yuhun street. Akainu wants to cry but has no tears. There is no way to go to heaven, and no way to enter the earth. Desperation, Akainu had to melt the surrounding walls and run away desperately. There, a small group of people found Akainu and immediately sent guards, and everyone rushed over immediately. Damn, Akainu was found again, melted several walls and fled in a panic. Although Akainu's speed is not top-notch, Marine Rokushiki is proficient in all of them, and it is still possible to get rid of ordinary death. 2 hours after fleeing in a terrifying and embarrassing manner, Akainu suddenly encountered a master, another seat officer. The god of death looks no worse than Madaramu. Invaders never try to escape. Chief Officer Death blocked Akainu's path. Akainu really had a tiger in front of him this time, and a pursuer behind him. Get out of the way. Akainu uses a lava fist and punches it away. Bah! Chief Officer Death drew his sword calmly and blocked Akainu's strong attack at once, and his strength was no weaker than Akainu's. Great/Major Eruption. Akainu doesn't have a lot of time to spend here. Quick fight and blast a Great/Major Eruption. Block. Officer Death uses Ghost Swordsman's signature skill. Block. Bah! A crisp sound. Akainu's Great/Major Eruption was directly blocked, and the seat Officer Death was also shaken back a few steps. Ghost Swordsman, Akainu said in surprise. Akainu Admiral. Chief Officer Death was also surprised. Akainu had been beaten beyond recognition. If he hadn't used his signature skills, he wouldn't have recognized it. Flowers. A little familiar. Akainu looked back on this face and seemed to be somewhat impressed, and it was still in Marine. I'm Beichang. Beichang said excitedly. What? Half a year ago, I went to search for the 9 sons, and then the missing Rear Admiral in the White City. Akainu was shocked when he learned that it was Beichang. Beichang is the strongest ghost swordsman in Marine, Rear Admiral Zephyr's best disciple, and an existence that was cultivated as the future Marine Admiral. It's a pity to die half a year ago, but I didn't expect here. I don't know either. At first, I thought I was traveling with my memory, but I realized later, I didn't expect it to be the infiltrator. It was Akainu Admiral. Beichang said. Can you explain it to me? Akainu said. You've killed so many people, you can't explain it, and then I will be held accountable. Beichang said. So, you are trying to stop me? Akainu raised his guard instantly. No, you come with me, Beichang said eagerly. Akainu gritted his teeth and chose to trust him. With Beichang's current strength, it was enough to hold him back. If he wanted to harm him, he would not be able to escape if he called someone directly. Just when Beichang took Akainu down the path to escape, Madara eyes found Beichang. Beichang, you traitor. Listen to my explanation, Beichang said. Stop talking, you spy. Madaramu didn't listen to his explanation, just raised the machete and slashed. Beichang blocked with a block, blocking Madaramu's heavy blow, and then bounced him away. Admiral, hurry up, I'm here to stand. Beichang blocked the pursuers desperately and let Akainu flee first. Akainu gritted his teeth and said, Marine is proud of you, Beichang Rear Admiral. In this scene, even this iron-blooded man wanted to cry, but he can't die. He must escape and report the matter to his head. Few minutes later, Akainu finally saw the light coming from the big crack. However, when he walked to the crack and thought he had escaped from death, a gentle voice sounded from behind. Hello, are you the intruder? Akainu turned his head in surprise. The honest and gentle man with deep-rimmed glasses, like a poet. Most importantly, he was wearing a captain uniform of the same level as 2 hero captain class. Akainu secretly said, this time, it's over. Chapter 75_Good Man Aizen. Damn, am I really going to die here? Facing the captain-level powerhouse in front of him, Akainu was full of despair. He was already injured, and facing a captain, he couldn't escape at all. Death, I will also drag you to bury you. However, Akainu did not intend to give up on this. The arm has already begun to elementalize, and rolling lava is flowing, ready to attack. Even if you die, you must die heroically. Don't get excited, I didn't mean to hurt you. Seeing that Akainu's face was tense, the captain wearing glasses gently issued and said, I'm the senior and boss of junior brother Beichang, and the captain of the 5th Division, Aizen Soyoja. 290. Beichang's boss. Akainu is a little weird. The people here are not all right and wrong. Aizen didn't exude murderous aura, so Akainu relaxed his vigilance and slowly returned to calm. Yes, I deeply believe in the character of junior brother Beichang, so I also believe that you are not a wicked person, Lan Ran said lightly. You mean, you believe me? Willing to let me go? Akainu said. Not bad, Aizen Viviesho said. Akainu Akainu saluted the military force and then turned to leave. Wait, before Akainu could turn around, Aizen stopped him. In order to save the Beicheng team members, I also hope that you can tell me some of your original purpose and the external situation so that I can convince the captain. Otherwise, if he gets angry, it is possible to burn the whole world. Lan Ran said earnestly. Road, burning the world? Your temper is even hotter than mine. Akainu grunted, nodded with difficulty, and said, okay, I'll keep it short. Then, Akainu told Aizen about the situation outside. Lord of the Void Circle, Lich King, God of Ninjas, Orcs Never Slaves, 4 Emperors, 3 Admiral Shishibukai Gorosei/5 Elders, Garp Sengoku Kong. I get it. Aizen listened, but a few gleams flashed on his honest face. Can I go? Akainu asked. Aizen patted his shoulder and said, the journey is smooth. I will try my best to persuade the captain. Akainu nodded, turned, and escaped from the heaven. Only after he left, Aizen said mysteriously, Isho, no wonder there is an abnormality in the virtual circle. It turned out that a king who surpassed 10 blades appeared and the plan had to be changed. Call out, call out. As soon as the voice fell, Aizen's 2 attendants, Ichimaru-jin and Toxian, appeared. Lord Aizen, why did you let him go? Ichimaru-jin asked in confusion. Did I let him go? Aizen said confidently. Isho. Ichimaru-jin was stunned, understood what Aizen said, and then smiled lightly. As long as you are in this world, no one can escape from the palm of Lord Aizen. Aizen Vivi Isho does not deny Ichimaru-jin's statement. The outside world has really become like this? Dong Xian was a little surprised, very curious about the changes in the outside world. No one can lie in front of me. Aizen pushed her reflective eyes with her fingers, very confident. Will it affect your plan? Dong Xian said, it needs to be adjusted, but it's not bad. It's fun, isn't it? Aizen smiled, full of confidence. A few hours later, Akainu escaped from the Soul Realm and returned to the Marine headquarters in embarrassment. He saw Sengoku. Akainu hugged Sengoku. His eyes were red and he almost didn't cry. This expedition was so hard that he almost died, and Baicheng and Anigamo sacrificed themselves desperately in order to save his life, which made him very moved even though he was an iron-blooded man. After listening to the deeds, Sengoku said with emotion, Akainu is so lucky to meet a good man. Garp Kyuzan and others also nodded their heads, and at the same time felt endless solace for Marine being able to cultivate loyal talents such as Beicheng and Yamakaji. Since it's so dangerous inside, what should I do? Kyuzan said. Everyone's eyes turned to Sengoku. After thinking for a while, Sengoku said, at the moment we can only hope that the good old captain can explain things clearly, otherwise there will be big trouble. Alas, it's more passive now. Garp sighed and said, waiting is not the way to go. Now Yamakaji and other vice admiral are still alive and dead. Do you want to send an envoy to explain and bring them back as much as possible? Crane suggested. She is very concerned about the vice admiral Yamakaji. After all, they are veteran cotters who have worked together for many years. Everyone looked at Kizaru again. He was the fastest and might be able to escape. 3.2 Hey, you guys want to kill me? Kizaru's face turned gloomy for a moment. He had already seen Akainu's misery, and he didn't think he was better than Akainu. Although Kizaru is fast, there are enchantments and ice walls. Asking him to go again is like sheep entering the tiger's mouth. Let's do this for now. Don't reveal the news. Otherwise, people will know the existence of the god of death and the soul world, and the world will be in chaos. Sengoku said seriously. Garp nodded and said, although the world is already chaotic this time, I am afraid it will subvert people's 3 views, enough to change the world. Chapter 75_Subvert the World View. Yes, Sengoku nodded. People can be reincarnated in the soul realm after death. If this matter is exposed, it will definitely subvert people's worldview, outlook on life, and values. Knowing that they can be reincarnated after death, many people will not be afraid of death and may do evil. Therefore, after the meeting, Sengoku ordered the news to be blocked, and everyone was not allowed to mention the matter of the Soul Society. However, they did not know that Madara Uchiha left behind a spy and reported the incident to Madara Uchiha, and Yechen won't let Sengoku block the news because this is the beginning of a new era. He wants to create a complete 3 worlds of heaven, earth, and man, so that the world will be further sublimated and chaotic. The next day, the news of the Soul Society spread unknowingly, and neither Marine nor the world government knew who had exposed the news. I heard that people can be reincarnated when they die, and there is no difference between the corpse soul world and the present world. There are more powerhouses in the corpse soul world. I heard that it is even more powerful in it. When you become a god of death, you can directly ignore Logia. Ha ha ha. Take the risk, there's nothing to worry about. A blockbuster bomb exploded all over the world in an instant, and everyone started a crazy adventure. Within 2 or 3 days, the riots increased. Without fear of death, many people can do evil. Others, on the other hand, venture out at random and go to some location areas to find slaves. On the sea, there are endless wars, and all pirates fight for profit and territory. If he dies, died, he would find another site in the soul realm and still be the overlord. Their ideas are naive, but no one can stop them from falling into madness. East Blue. The Lich King. Return my Goya Kingdom. The aristocratic remnants of the Goya Kingdom deliberately trained a large number of ghost swordsmen and ninjas and began to attack the Lich King, threatening to retake the Goya Kingdom, even a small village. However, this behavior of theirs is nothing but suicide. Stupid humans. The Lich King sneered. He has the curse of the undead, and the life killed by him will not be reincarnated. It is really a group of mental retarded people who want to die for profit. All become my servants. Kill, the Lich King said coldly. Roar. The undead army charged in an instant, killing all those idiot nobles. First half of the Great Passage. Alabasta. 10 pirate ships. A new force composed of hundreds of ghost swordsmen. The Red Ghost Pirates threatened to attack Alabasta and occupy the entire kingdom. The Red Ghost Pirates are very strong, and the leader, Red Ghost, has obtained a professional inheritance and has been transferred to Berserker with a bounty of 200 million. In the underground ruins of Alabasta, a large number of ancient slates are buried. The underground ruins are so large that even Robin and others have not finished their exploration. This is a big piece of fat that all pirates are eyeing. All attack. A battle cry. All 10 pirate ships fired their cannons to bomb the kingdom of Alabasta, and the war started. They're all stupid. Nami couldn't help laughing. The magical girl even defeated Marine's Buster Call plus an admiral, so how could she be afraid of a new pirate group? The result was no suspense. The new world, now more chaotic. Some small gangs of pirates began to die to challenge the 4 emperors and Shichibukai Doflamingo. There is no pressure on the 4 emperors. After all, they are the overlords of the new world. However, Doflamingo is miserable. Although their power is not small, all the pirates in the new world are not weak. Pirates would challenge them. Doflamingo's face was full of bitterness, and he couldn't take it anymore. Wanakuni. The rebellion is very big. The general and the daimyo are the spokespersons for Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, and the two start a proxy war. The battle between ninjas and samurai became more intense. The entire Wanakuni has almost been covered with gunpowder smoke, and all living beings are covered in charcoal. The whole world, whether it is the 4 seas or the Great Waterway, has all experienced small-scale conflicts and wars. Were fires all over the place. Marine couldn't take much care of it now. It was a headache. But there is also an advantage, that is, Marine soldiers are not afraid of death now. They are particularly heroic. In addition, there is another problem which is super troublesome, that is, there are many religions in the world that promote the theory of God. In the One Piece / King of Pirates world, except for Tenryubido, most people are actually atheists. Tenryubido is also a group of idiots who were successfully brainwashed by their ancestors, and they really consider themselves descendants of gods. As a result, as soon as this theology came out, the world became more chaotic. It's not a good thing, this religion, and Sengoku doesn't know what to do with it. And there are some believers in Marine. Feijuan in Xiao's organization, even in the name of evil god religion, has recruited countless new world powerhouses as dead men. After all, being immortal is more attractive than turning around after death. Sengoku and others have already been overwhelmed, so that's a tricky one. However, this incident made them know for sure that there is a ghost in the Marine headquarters. Sengoku was also reprimanded by the upper management because of this incident. Therefore, they had to hold an emergency meeting. The meeting place in a secret place. Only a few of us know the news this time. There must be a ghost in our Marine. Sengoku 930 said angrily. That Orochimaru has no idea how many eyeliners have been inserted in our Marine. Damn it. Garp squeezed his fists and said angrily. It's very troublesome. That Orochi pill is so disgusting. It's not easy to get her out. Kizaru frowned. The most difficult thing is the Xiao organization. They are full of monsters. If they want to recruit believers, it can't be simpler. He analyzed. Last time Nagato's remarks almost affected many people in Marine. Xiao organization's heresy is super powerful. I think we still need to find Senjo-sama. After all, he and Madara Uchiha are the same generation. Garp suggested. That's the only way to do it. Sengoku was helpless and wanted to trouble others again. Ghost Island. Ding. Gain 2.1 chaos points. Ding. Gain 3.2 chaos points. Ding. Get 4.5 chaos points. Ding. Gain 1.1 chaos points. Just a few days, Yechen harvested 300,000 chaos points. It is estimated that it will not be long before he can make a return. The world of corpses is really interesting, Yechen said with a faint smile. The corpse soul world incident has only just begun. The world is so chaotic, then he has to add another fire. Chapter 76 _ The wicked have their own wicked demon. Yechen wanted to add fire this time, not to make the sea more chaotic but to improve the setting of the 3 realms. Troubled times are necessary, but life in the 3 realms can only increase, not decrease, otherwise everyone will die and there will be chaos. After great chaos there will be be great order, and after great order there will be great chaos. And this time Lichen created not only the corpse soul world but also the virtual world and another human world. It's a complete clash of two worlds. However, it seems that soul realm has not yet acted. If the commander-in-chief learns that there is a master of the virtual circle in the human realm, it is impossible to remain indifferent. Looks like Aizen is doing the trick, Lichen murmured. Aizen should still be observing and making the most favorable judgment for him. As boss, Aizen is perfect, creating more chaos than Madara Uchiha. The corners of Yechen's mouth raised slightly. Since he is observing, let him observe. Anyway, Aizen can't be willing to be calm. He is a lonely person. However, the first step to breaking the peace is still up to me. Great fairway at night. On an uninhabited island full of towering trees, a group of pirates are burning a bonfire, drinking wine, and having a carnival party in an open space in the middle of the island. The captain of the pirates is a red-haired, spiky-haired man dressed in a metal punk windbreaker. Other pirates are also dressed in metal punk style. This pirate group is the notorious Kid Pirates from South Blue. Captain Kid is a popular supernova with a bounty of 300 million berries. He is a devil fruit person, and he is also a ghost swordsman who has obtained the inheritance of the sword and soul. He is very strong. An ordinary vice admiral is not his opponent. His ability is a magnet fruit which can suck away other people's metal weapons, known as the sword soul of 10,000 swords. Killer wearing a blue striped pierced helmet with a bounty of 150 million berries. After Kid obtained the power of the ghost hand half a year ago, he marched towards the Great Channel with his own ambition. After only half a year, he made a name for himself and became the pirate with the highest reward in the supernova. Today's harvest is good. There are hundreds of millions of berries on board. It seems that the next time we meet Gabriel, we can have a few more ghost swordsmen on board. Kid tossed a human head with a hideous smile. Just a few hours ago, they ransacked a pirate group called Crazy Duck. Kid robbed them of all their money, killed everyone, and cut off the head of Crazy Duck as a plaything, which was extremely cruel. He likes to turn people into skewers and kill innocent people indiscriminately. The pirate group I have encountered is getting stronger and stronger. I don't know if I will encounter monsters like the god of ninja in the future. Killer said lightly. Cut. I'm going to be the One Piece / King of Pirates man. Kid said ambitiously. What is the god of ninjas? What is the god of death? What is the 9-day demon god? And what is the master of the virtual circle? They are all my stepping stones. Kid is a fanatical and arrogant pirate. Even if the world is in chaos, some people want to be the god of ninjas and some want to be the god of ghost swords. And although he has become a ghost swordsman, he still wants to be One Piece / King of Pirates. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Suddenly, there was a commotion in the grass. Hey, is there a beast just to bake a drink? Kid's crew saw a dark shadow, thought it was a beast, took up arms and rushed over. Before they could rush up, a ghost swordsman wearing golden red armor and a pair of golden wings rushed out. This ghost swordsman is the Nine Suns demon god. However, the 9-day demon god on the wanted list was dressed in a red dog head. Now that he has changed his clothes, no one can recognize that he is the Nine Suns demon god. He came here because the Kid Pirates were full of blood and energy. Fuck, it turned out to be a ghost swordsman. The crew was startled and immediately stepped back. Blood, I want blood, Nine Suns demon god roared. It turned out to be just a sick ghost swordsman. Get rid of him, it's useless to stay in the world. Look at what's valuable. Seeing that this ghost swordsman was in a state of rage, with obvious symptoms of Kazan syndrome, the pirates didn't take him seriously. After all, along the way, they killed countless ghost swordsmen, including their accomplices. At this moment, the Nine Suns demon god pulled out the dagger of the ancient dust, and suddenly a burst of shining light like the sun erupted. Kid's eyes were as big as light bulbs, showing greedy eyes. What a nice sword. Your sword. This uncle will accept it. Kid didn't say a word, immediately activated the ability of the magnet fruit and sucked everyone's weapons except for the 9-day devil's god outfit. What's going on? Kid was shocked. Isn't his sword made of iron? The Nine Suns demon god's costume is bound, and even if it dies, it cannot be taken off. Want to get Laozi's ancient short sword? Go to hell and take it. The 9-day demon god didn't say a word, jumped over immediately, and released a big move. Crash. This sword. It was only then that Kid saw the sword clearly. His face instantly turned into a blank sheet of paper, and his eyes were full of despair. The owner of the sword is the Nine Suns demon god. Bang. The 9-day demon was shot with a sword, and the ordinary crew was instantly shattered into pieces, causing a powerful earthquake. Boom. A bang resounded through the sky, and the entire island quickly cracked, shattering into tens of parts, and then bloody magma spurted out of the cracks, instantly smashing everyone in the Kid Pirates into pieces. Kid's whole group was beaten by the Nine Suns. Half an hour later, the Nine Suns demon god had already left and disappeared without a trace. Boom. Suddenly, a dark cloud appeared in the sky, accompanied by lightning and thunder, like a sign of doom. doomsday. With a thunderclap, the soul of the entire pirate group floated out. They were not reincarnated in the soul realm. Roar. At this moment, all the crew except Kid let out a roar like a devil, and then black matter floated out of the body, gradually turning into a monster with a mask and a pierced heart. Among them, the Cotter level characters like Killer have also become larger monsters. Kid's body has not changed. He also has a big hole in his heart. They have mutated, and the devil within them seems to have awakened. Chapter 78 World Class Panic. Isn't it the soul world? How could it be here? When Kid woke up, he was surprised that he was resurrected on this island. My subordinates have all become virtual. Kid stroked the hole in his heart, and suddenly his heart was shocked. Could it be? I've become empty too. At this moment, the virtuals who were turned into by Kid's crew all began to retreat, seeming to be in awe of Kid. Kid also began to have a strong desire to devour and nibble. So it is. The corners of Kid's mouth were slightly raised, and a monster-like instinct had been awakened in his body, which was to devour all spiritual bodies. A roar shook the entire island. Kid ruthlessly devoured the others, leaving none left. Kid is a very evil person, and his resentment is too deep. In this state, Kid is an intermediate level Daigzu Yakukaze, which is one level higher than ordinary Daigzu. Kid will gain stronger power only by devouring the spirit body. Boom. The sky was cloudy, thunder was rolling, and it was raining heavily in the blink of an eye. Under the lightning, Kid has claws, scarlet eyes, and a devilish smile. The king of void thieves, I'm sure. The next day, the great channel water capital. The devil, help me. 203. A scream of screams flew in the sky, and countless people fell to the ground one after another. Kid keeps hunting and killing civilians, and the small river in the water capital has been dyed red with blood. Come on more people, let me create more spirits. Kid roared frantically. Ordinary marine, useless in front of Kid, died in a few strokes. In addition to Kid, many villains died in the conflict and became virtual, and the dead ordinary people and marine did not all ascend to the soul realm, and many stayed in the world, turning into very weak spiritual bodies, which were swallowed by the void. Kid frantically devoured the ethereal and spiritual bodies in the water capital and began to evolve. At this moment, a strong light flashed, blocking Kid's way. Hey, he's just a newcomer. How dare he do such a crazy thing? Kizaru said coldly. However, when Kizaru saw Kid's face clearly, he was slightly taken aback. His appearance has changed. He has grown a lot of horns, and his body still exudes a ghostly aura, although the Lord of the Weakness Circle is a million times more powerful. Ha ha ha, it's Admiral Kizaru. You are my first stepping stone to becoming the king of void thieves. Without a word, Kid blasted out 1,000 knives that were attracted by the magnetic force and flew towards Kizaru like a cannonball. It's that annoying smell again. Kizaru frowned slightly. He had suffered from the infinite emptiness, and he knew very well that these knives could hurt him, so he also kept his mind. Yasakani no Megatama. Kizaru flew into the air, and then used the strongest blow to fire a barrage of light. Blah, blah, blah. All I could hear was the sound of metal percussion flying all over the sky. The two strikes collided, and they both bounced, regardless of whether they were up or down. Kid now devoured a lot of spiritual bodies, like a ball filled with lead. Very powerful. Coupled with the virtual pressure, it can directly hurt Kizaru. Although Kizaru is not at a disadvantage, it is also difficult to beat him. Look at my myriad swordsmanship. Draw the sword and cut. Kid smiled smugly, then sucked back the flying sword, stacked it into a huge blade, and swept it forward. Boom. Only seeing the dust flying all over the sky, Kid's big hand with the blade instantly swept away several nearby houses. Tienkong Cloud Sword. Kizaru was unafraid, and used light energy to create the Sky Kong Cloud Sword to resist. Bah! A harsh sound. Kizaru was swept back more than 10 meters by Kid. Hey, be polite, that's rude. Kizaru felt a little numb in his arm, and after the monster turned into a phantom, the power was so terrifying. Watch me cut you into pieces. Kid just snorted coldly, and then flew forward with a slash. Young man, don't be too inflated. Kizaru teleported, flew in front of Kid, and used a light speed kick, kicking Kid off the wall dozens of meters away. Less than half a second, Kid came out of the thick smoke again and said arrogantly, cut, it doesn't hurt or itches, just use some force. As soon as the words fell, the two rushed towards each other and began to face the sword. Although Kid's power is great, his speed is much worse than Kizaru. Kizaru won't let Kid hit easily anymore. The sword just now was just a test of Kid's strength. Then in the nearly 100-round battle, Kizaru took advantage of his speed to crush Kid. But Kid is now the second stage of the big virtual. If the strength of the broken face is not weaker than Marine Admiral, even if he does not break the face, he has a thick skin and a lot of blood, and it is difficult to kill with physical attacks. Remember, I'll be back for you. Desperation. Kid used a false dodge to create a big explosion, and then took the opportunity to leave the water capital. The crisis in the water capital was officially lifted, but it was difficult to cover up this matter, and the world government could not block the news at all. The turbulent world is even even more chaotic. A day later, the level of panic in the world escalated again. Marine Admiral didn't kill Kid. People become virtual. Terrible. I don't want to die. Who can save this world? I don't want to be swallowed up. Originally, the world began to be in chaos, and with the appearance of the virtual world, the world government was even more caught off guard. As long as someone dies, it may become empty or become empty food. Pirates, in particular, have a high probability of becoming virtual. In this era of great turmoil, how could Marine possibly be in control? At this time, in the Soul Society, the 13th team of the Guardian is having a meeting. Before, although the Lord of the Void Circle appeared, he did not hunt humans on a large scale. We need to act calmly. Aizen analyzed. Void is void. It must be eliminated no matter what, the Commander-in-Chief said coldly. It's good to have a fight, said Team 11 Captain Ziriki Kenpeki excitedly. Isn't the world created by the Spirit King? There is such a long history on top of the Spirit King. Team 4 Captain Uz Hawali said lightly. According to time, it's true. Team 13 Captain Shiro Yukitake said. At this moment, a deputy captain came to report with a terrified face. The team we sent out has sent back news. Afterwards, the vice captain briefly described the Lord of the Void Circle, the god of ninja, the Lich King, and the now present Degzu Kid. After Captain Yamamoto heard this, Vivi frowned. Obviously the situation outside was beyond imagination. Beyond imagination, chaos. Chapter 79_death is coming. The outside world is really rampant, and it must be a big problem for them to continue to mutilate. Captain Yamamoto was very decisive and immediately ordered dispatch, annihilate Su. In an emergency, Captain Yamamoto can directly order the dispatch of troops, and there is no need to ask the 46th room in the center. The situation is very serious now. There are many people in the pirate world. If there is no supervision, it will be a hunting ground for virtual beasts. Order phantoms. At that time, the phantom beasts will enter the corpse soul world from the world barrier, and the troubles will be endless. After that, Captain Yamamoto sent the 3rd team Captain Ichimaru Jin, the 4th team Captain Uno Hanaritsu, the 6th team Captain Kukaki Byakuya, the 10th team Captain Tuhiro, and the 11th team Captain Zaraki Kenpeki, with the powerful Reaper, go to the world of pirates to annihilate the virtual pirate world. The world is still in the fear of virtual. After the death of many powerful pirates in the new world, they became a big void, and they were no worse than Kid. Who is going to save us? It's terrifying. My Logia failed in front of the virtual. What kind of vitality is this? It can't be killed at all. After the emergence of these evils that are not under the control of the Lord of the Void, all the powerhouses tried to exterminate them, but at this moment most people found that Desu was so difficult to deal with. Fighting technique, haki, ability, and normal ninja have absolutely no advantage in front of them, and Logia S is even more beaten. Just when the world was about to collapse, several black figures flew over all the battlefields. Death is coming. Alabasta. Because after the people of the Red Ghost pirates died in battle, almost all became virtual beasts, and the head of the Red Ghost has become a second-level big virtual. After the first battle, Nami and the others had to fight the second battle, which was very expensive. The soldiers of the Alabasta kingdom will soon be unable to support them. It's not the worst, and what's worse is that Robin summons elf beasts, and most of the elf beasts become phantom food. After the virtual devoured the elves, the strength increased sharply, and Nami and others could only barely contain them. At this moment, a man wearing a white long robe and an octopus hairstyle rushed over with a little loli on his back. They are the captain of the 11th team, Kenpei Kazakaji, and the vice captain, Yachiru Kizaka. The scene is really spectacular. Zengi Jianpeka was very excited. He immediately drew his sword and rushed into the virtual group with a slash. Clap clap clap. A cold light flashed, and the bodies of countless virtual beasts were instantly separated, turning into spirits and floating in the air. This is the legendary god of death. Nami, Robin, and Princess Vivi were taken aback, not expecting the rumors to be true. Then Ziriki Kenpeka was slaughtered again, and a large number of virtual beasts were instantly dropped. The emptiness of 10 ships is enough for the 8 battles with the wooden swords. New World. Dressrosa Island. Doflamingo faced the same rival. The fallen pirate turned into a big virtual again, got up and launched a strong attack on him again. Damn, I just made devil fruits. Why did I provoke so many pirates? Doflamingo cursed. Such a powerful force, Doflamingo could no longer support it. Just when the entire kingdom was about to fall, a chill came. Tuhiro drove Bankai and brought 10 teams to support. It's really messy, even more messy than in the intelligence. Dong Shilang's face was cold, and then he quickly flew into the virtual group and slashed with a knife. Click. With a slash, several ordinary Degzu were immediately frozen into ice sculptures and then burst. Is this an ice dragon? So strong. It's God. God has come to rescue us. Dressrosa. The people of Dressrosa looked at Tuhiro as if they were looking at a god, and they admired him extremely. Not far away, Doflamingo's face was heavy. Another one using ice, is strong, and he is afraid of threatening his dominance in Dressrosa. But generally death will not interfere in the real world. Doflamingo thinks too much. In addition, Ichimaru-jin and Uno no Hanalei have also rushed to other areas to clear Daigzu. After the god of death came, all the voids were quickly cleared and the battle situation was reversed in an instant. Just then, an ice lobby. After repelling Kizaru, Kid attacked the ice lobby arrogantly and killed countless marines. Just as Kid entered the courthouse, a grim man in a white towel appeared in front of him, blocking his way. What Kid met was Byakuya Kukaki, the nobleman of the 13th team of Godei and the captain of the 6th team, Flowers. This time Kid is out of luck. Go away, don't stop this, uncle, Kid said coldly. The cold Kukaki Byakuya didn't answer and drew his knife directly at Kid. Just with your little knife do you want to fight my Wandeoliu? Kid snorted coldly and immediately used the ability of the magnet to attract all the nearby weapons. Special abilities. Kukaki Byakuya was a little surprised, frowning slightly. The Zanpakuto Vivi in his hand trembled and was also affected by the suction. To do it, liberated the ability of Zanpakuto Senbonzakura, turned into countless cherry blossoms and floated forward. Clap clap clap. The cherry blossom petals followed a strange trajectory, like a million sharp blades, instantly smashing through Kid's arm. The cherry blossom petals are accompanied by a huge spiritual pressure. Under the acceleration of the magnetic force, the power becomes even greater. Kid is trying to die. Kid's blade in front of Kukaki Byakuya's billion knife flow is simply insignificant. What kind of power is this? Kid stroked his broken arm, sweating profusely in pain, but he didn't expect these petals to be sharp blades. The carelessness this time directly caused him to be seriously injured. Damn it, Myriad Deolu, profound truth. Draw the sword and slash. Kid was burning with rage and directly used the most powerful move. Waving the big hand turned into a sharp blade and swept away. Bankai Senbonzakura Kagyoshi. Byakuya Kukaki released the Senbonzakura Shikai state and then let go and let the Zanpakuto pierce the ground freely. Clap clap clap. Burying Kid in an instant. Without feeling any pain, Kid was crushed to the ground, covered in blood and blood, obviously unable to survive. Damn, how can it be so strong? Kid growled. Good, so strong. The soldiers on the ice lobby were almost bulging out of their eyes. Even more terrifying than Logia 100 times. Boom. Suddenly, before Kid turned into a spiritual child and dissipated behind the remnant, a deep and terrifying door was pulled up with two huge skeletons inlaid, burning the flames of hell, making people terrifying. Many marine soldiers were amazed. What is this situation? Chapter 80_Hell exists. God will appear. This uncle is a man who wants to become the king of thieves. How can he fall here? Kid stared, trying to struggle against the hell-like gate, roaring furiously. However, before Kid could finish speaking, several hell chains flew out of the gate, instantly piercing Kid's heart. Almost at the same time, Kid's body was lit with blue-purple ghost fire again, and it was painful. Click. Then, the same big hand stretched out from the gate of hell, slashed with an axe, and beheaded directly. After the beheading, the big hand slowly pulled Kid's spirit body into the door. The door slowly closed and disappeared in front of everyone's eyes. 690. This Marine's soldiers looked terrified and horrified. This fate is far more terrifying than death. My lord, what is that? A rear admiral asked. The gate of hell, Kukaki Byakuya said lightly. What? Rear admiral took 2 steps forward, wanting to keep asking. However, Kukaki had already left in a blink of an eye. At the same time, in the new world, a similar scene is also happening. The vicious and vicious pirates in their lifetime, after being killed after they became virtual, were dragged away by the gates of hell. The world is shaking again. It turns out that after death, people not only become virtual, but also become a spirit body, and become a god of death. The most sinful people are more likely to go to hell. At this time, a certain battlefield had cleared all the voids, and Sengoku found a god of death and asked, what's the situation in hell? Hell is a never-ending purgatory, never beyond life. Death said. It turns out that. Sengoku shuddered and broke into a cold sweat listening to it. That's good news, Garp muttered. Sengoku reacted instantly, nodded and said, yes, this will stop the wicked from doing bad things and spread the news. The generals gave a military salute and replied, yes. The next day, reports about the gates of hell quickly spread throughout the world. As soon as the news spread, the world was once again plunged into an earthquake. Fortunately, there is a god of death this time, otherwise it may be me who will go to hell. Accumulate a lot of virtue. Going to sea is not for killing, but for dreaming. Good and evil are rewarded. Beicheng Rear Admiral is a good person. He will be the god of death when he dies, and a wicked person like Kid will go to hell when he dies. I actually thought of challenging the 4 emperors, and my mind was really blown away by the door. Thanks to the god of death for calming down this mess for us. People all over the world sighed with emotion. Many people have already stretched out half of their feet from the cliff and almost went to hell with the villains like Kid. Of course, these These people do not necessarily go to hell after death. It is also possible to go to the world of corpses and become lonely ghosts, but they are completely afraid. After all, almost all pirates have done bad things, big or small. The gate of hell has made everyone fearful, and it has already played a role in killing chickens and warning monkeys. Seeing the fate of the villains like Kid, the world did not dare to make trouble again, and the turmoil gradually subsided. A month later, under the full force of Death's attack, coupled with the suppression of the Marine headquarters and many human race powerhouses, the world finally returned to peace. However, although the world has calmed down, Yechen gained a point of chaos, which rose instead of falling. The chaos created this time is not big, and there is almost no threat to the 4 emperors and the god of ninjas, but Yechen has obtained 1 million chaos points. Marvin Ye was curious and asked the system, why has the confusion increased so much? Ding! The existence of hell. Good people are at ease, bad people are anxious, different emotions mixed in the whole world. It is also a chaos, and it is a higher level chaos. The system explained, the spiritual level is chaotic. Then if 100 schools of thought contend in the 1P/King of Pirates world, wouldn't it be possible to gain more chaos points? Yechen asked. Ding! That's right. When the accumulated chaos points reach 10 million, the system will upgrade again and reward the host with a chance to win a grand prize draw. Yechen nodded. Looks like I'm going to do something again. Now he has 1.5 million chaos points plus the accumulated consumption before. It is only in the early 5 million. It seems that he will have to do a few more waves of earth-shattering events before he can get the chance to level up. At this time, the Corpse Soul world. As soon as Ichimarujin came back from Pirate World, he went to a secret place and met Aizen. Ichimarujin visited Sengoku and got the most detailed information from him in the past few years. After Aizen heard the information, late Viviisho, master of the Void Circle, Lich King, Madara Uchiha. Aizen's eyes flashed with light. These 3 big villain boss aroused his attention. Madara Uchiha, a man of great ideas, remains to be seen. The Lich King, the king of the undead, has to meet another day. As for the master of the Virtual Circle, Aizen is particularly interested. This ghost and god who wants to stand on the top of all races is very powerful, very mysterious, and knows a lot. It is also extremely powerful. It will not kill the weak in battle, but will give them the opportunity to become stronger and look forward to stronger opponents. This makes Aizen very interesting. Master of the Void, do you want to become a god, or do you expect a god to appear? After Aizen murmured, her eyes became extremely firm. God, it will appear.